Chapter 441, Civil Strife D. As for the result of this battle, both sides were lucky to arrive. If the Lord of Ice and Fire, and the Lord of Wine and Flesh could take one more step forward, the Lord of Human Demons, and the others might be wiped out. However, the great Master of Ice and Fire, and the Master of Wine and Meat were lucky to arrive. Without the kitchen knife, they would have been defeated. So they did not dare to rush forward. Who knows whether the kitchen knife will strike again? And if the fight really continues, those female warriors will still obey Yu Li's orders. When thousands of female warriors come around to fight, even the great master may not be able to stop them. Relatively speaking, the biggest loss this time was Ji Jisheng. 4 of his Black Shark guards were killed, and more than a dozen women were kidnapped. Those women were all King Wen's concubines and talented women. The cause of King Wen's death, I can't hide it anymore. Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong were not very happy either. They did not expect that Ji Jisheng's current cultivation level had actually reached the level of a great martial artist. And his martial arts skills had also been taught, and taught by 2 great sages. It was very strange. Especially if he could train that illusion to a certain extent. He would definitely be a very difficult opponent. The great Lord of Ice and Fire, and the Lord of Wine and Meat also secretly communicated. What do you think of the strength of the great Lord of Human Demons? Lord Ice and Fire felt a little uneasy. She didn't expect that the attack methods of the great Lord Shimei were stronger than before. What was even more frightening was that she couldn't seem to break through the pink mist of the great Lord Shimei in a one-on-one situation. This kind of pink mist was not in warring states last time, which shows that the master's methods have increased again. Very strong! I am definitely no match for him. But I also found a little doubt. And I don't know if my judgment is correct. That is, your ice divine light seems to have a very restraining effect on him. In the ice in the divine light, his pink smoke and foxtail needles have not been released again. The old apprentice still said respectfully, still playing with the kitchen knife fondly in his hand. The old apprentice rarely wins in battles with other great sages. This also makes him another skill. That is, he will detect the slightest flaw in the opponent in time, and then use it to escape. This is also the old apprentice's repeated battles. One of the reasons why you can still live despite repeated defeats. Yeah, it seems to be true. At first, because the power of the fire magic has greatly increased recently, I used the fire magic first. Unexpectedly, it had little effect. Instead, I used the ice god, and the human demon venerable seemed to scream in surprise. A cry! If that's the case, I don't need to worry about his hands being broken anymore. The great Lord Ice and Fire suddenly said with a bit of surprise. Thinking about it carefully, this is really what happened. I think that the one who defeated the human monster lord was also using the ice divine light. The happiest people along the way were the 2 sisters, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. They fought against Yu Li again, and the 2 still did not fall behind. So they still felt a little unfinished. But they also felt Yu Li's progress. It is very fast. And there are also some ghostly moves in the fight, which must have been learned from the great master Jiuyin. Of course, the most angry person among them was Zhu Rong. Although she was no longer Princess 1. Today she was wearing the same military uniform as Princess 1. The women who were rescued recognized her at a glance, and were crying bitterly. Cried to her about what happened this year. It turns out that King Wen really committed suicide. But it was also forced by Ji Jisheng. At first Ji Zhihui occupied those talented women. But soon, he was not satisfied and reached out to King Wen's concubines. King Wen was extremely angry at that time. But Ji Zhihui, with 8 Black Shark guards, did not put King Wen at all in eyes. King Wen watched helplessly as his concubine was ruined by Ji Jisheng. And that's not all. Even the guards swarmed after Ji Jisheng was done, taking the opportunity to enjoy it. King Wen was in a trance and numb in the end. At the age of 40, he had become extremely old, and even his hair was gray. Later, King Wen even looked at Ji Jisheng and his group doing evil things indifferently. And there was almost no resistance at all. It wasn't until Ji Zi reached out to King Wen's 2 daughters that King Wen seemed half crazy and started fighting with Ji Zi again. However, King Wen was no longer Ji Zi's opponent at this time. And Ji Zi also used Jiuyin Lord the art of charming evil. After King Wen woke up and turned around, his bestiality suddenly emerged and he pounced on the woman on the bed. He ignored the strong objections of the person on the bed and only vented his bestial desires. When King Wen woke up, he discovered that the person lying on the bed was actually his daughter. And Ji Shishi and others were still drinking and watching the battle. Having fun. King Wen couldn't bear the blow anymore. He screamed, hit his head against the wall, and died. Ji Jisheng was also a little panicked at that time. Although he and you were arrogant, he never expected that King Wen would commit suicide. After all, he is the third brother of the 7th princess. But Ji Jisheng calmed down quickly and reported to the 7th princess that King Wen committed suicide because he lost his fiefdom and was under house arrest. And because he was under house arrest, the 7th princess was originally a little suspicious and sent the Black Shark guards around her to investigate. However, most of these Black Shark guards now turned to Ji Jisheng. So the news that came back was very certain. King Wen committed suicide. So the 7th princess had no choice but to deal with the matter in a low-key manner. After all, it would not be a good thing for King Wen to die here. Zhu Xiaobao and others were shocked and angry after hearing the cries of these women. They didn't expect that Ji Jisheng would be so bad. It was beyond everyone's imagination. Well, don't cry. I will seek justice for King Wen. When you arrive in the Northern Zirwei Kingdom, I will give you a new identity, and you can do some tailoring and sewing work in our silk shop. If there is a suitable person in the future, you can marry again. Just don't mention the status related to King Wen again. It will cause unnecessary disasters. Zhu Rong was still very calm at this time. Of course she felt very unhappy. It feels so good. I didn't expect King Wen to commit suicide with hatred after suffering such great injustice. Yes. Thank you, Madam Princess. All the women prostrated themselves gratefully. Well, don't call her Princess Wen anymore. I am now the right protector of the Suzaku clan. Zhu Rong frowned and said. She was already very uncomfortable with this title. When Zhu Xiaobao and the others returned to the Zirwei Kingdom, a much-anticipated gladiatorial battle began in the arena of the Southern Zirwei Kingdom. The gladiator, Black Tiger, singled out the 4 most powerful gladiators. For this fight, the ticket alone was worth 1 or 2 gold. And it was still the worst seat. Now the 60,000 seats are fully occupied. And the atmosphere at the scene has reached its peak. In the previous few gladiatorial battles, the 4 gladiators each killed their opponents, which was considered as a warm-up. Each of them solved the opponents. It didn't take more than half a stick of incense. He used 3 moves as quickly as possible to kill his opponent. This shows how powerful these 4-foot warriors are. For gladiators with bloodstains on their bodies stood in the middle of the field with ferocious looks. They were also very angry. The Black Tiger, gladiator dared to challenge the 4 of them alone. This was simply a great shame. So they all held back their fierceness and wanted to kill this Black Tiger gladiator. When the Black Tiger left the factory, the entire arena began to boil. Even Yuan Feng couldn't help but stand up. He also came here specially to watch the battle today. The prince next to him, Yu Xian, was even more uneasy. The amount of bets in this fight was so huge that he didn't even dare to think about it. But after the gladiator named Black Tiger entered the field, the whole place suddenly became quiet, and everyone felt a murderous aura. In the middle of summer, they actually felt a chill. The 4 gladiators were also shocked. The 4 looked at each other and nodded. The murderous aura they felt was even heavier, and there was a suffocating feeling. They all immediately paid great attention to this Black Tiger. Yu Shichang was holding a tiger head spear in his hand, which turned out to be a long weapon, with 2 tiger claws hanging on his waist. He was dressed in black, and his face was still the same as before, wearing a black tiger head mask. Seeing the 4 Grandmaster level gladiators in the field, they nodded with satisfaction and said lightly, "You guys, come together. Arrogance. I will make you pay for this arrogance today." The leading gladiator touched each other with a pair of axes, making a loud noise, and then said fiercely. The other 3 people also spread out and surrounded Yu Shichang. "In it. Then show your true skills." Yu Shichang snorted as he raised the spear in his hand and took the lead in attacking. Immediately, the 5 people in the center of the field were fighting together. Although the Black Tiger gave people a very scary feeling, in a 1-on-4 situation, it was still obvious that they were a little overwhelmed, which made most of the audience present. They were excited. They all placed their treasure on these 4 gladiators. Now it seems that they were right. Maybe this Black Tiger is very strong, but it is still too arrogant to challenge 4 gladiators alone. Now it seems that this is the case. In just a few rounds, blood has already started to appear on the body of Black Tiger. "Kill him! Kill him! Ha ha ha! He can't do it anymore! Ha ha! I'm going to get rich! 1 versus 4. It's just a dream! Kill him! I will reward you with 4 of my concubines! Hurry!" In the blink of an eye, half a stick of incense had been used, Yu Shicheng's body was already injured in 6 places. The spear at his hand was also shot away, and it had been replaced by 2 stainless steel tiger claws. His combat effectiveness seemed to have improved a lot. 2 gladiators had been injured by him, but Yu Shicheng also had 2 more wounds on his body. Fork! A gladiator screamed wildly, and the steel fork pierced Yu Shicheng's long thigh. Yu Shicheng suddenly shivered in pain and knelt on one leg. However, he took advantage of this moment to get close to the opponent and locked his throat with a move. He scratched the gladiator's throat and died immediately. However, Yu Shicheng was also seriously injured. His movements began to slow down, and he was hit with an axe in the back. Yu Shicheng roared, turned around, and hugged the opponent's head with all his strength. The head was twisted to face the back and broken from the neck. But Yu Shicheng had already knelt on one knee and seemed unable to withstand the onslaught of attacks. Chapter 442, Civil Strife. Yuan Feng, who was sitting in the royal stands, stood up nervously at this time. It could be seen that these 4 great martial master level gladiators were quite strong. Even with his peak martial master level, he might not be able to fight. Now it was obvious that Yu Shicheng couldn't hold on any longer, and his injuries were serious. And those who had placed heavy bets were happily waiting for the final blow from the remaining 2 gladiators. They would soon be able to cash in their bets. But Yu Shicheng's eyes were fierce and firm at this time. He was kneeling there on one knee, with 2 tiger claws intertwined on his chest, and his eyes were staring fiercely at the 2 gladiators charging over. Both of them felt a chill. But this was already an obvious killing trend. Could they still give up? The 2 of them also used the strongest blow equally ferociously. Roar! With Yu Shicheng's tiger roar, a huge tiger shadow condensed behind Yu Shicheng. And this soul-stirring tiger roar had already shaken the 2 gladiators' minds. Their killing moves actually had just stopped. At this time, Yu Shicheng took advantage of the situation and swept the hall's legs. The white tiger Dharma also followed his movements and swung its tail, as if it was swept by a huge tiger's tail. One of them was immediately swept off his legs and screamed miserably, fell to the ground. The other person was also the one with the highest level of martial arts among the 4. He was so frightened that he turned around and ran away. This was the first time he had seen this kind of magic. He didn't expect that it could unleash such a huge lethality. Still want to run? Keep your life. At this time, Yu Shicheng was arching his body, like a tiger that has been showing off its power, firing both palms together. A shocking scene appeared. Yu Shicheng himself did not move, but the white tiger Dharma image did. He chased the man and pounced on him. What was even more unbelievable was that the 2 tiger claws of the white tiger Dharma Prime turned out to be Yu Shicheng's pair of stainless steel tiger claws. Boom! 2 stainless steel tiger claws followed the tiger's attack and grabbed hard on the back of the gladiator. Suddenly, there was a scream. 2 big holes appeared on his back, and the 2 tiger claws came out from his chest. It came out, and the white tiger's appearance gradually dispersed, and 2 fine steel tiger claws also fell a foot away in front of the corpse, still covered with blood. The entire arena was silent. They were all stunned by the result in front of them. To be precise, they were stunned by the white tiger. Anyone with a little knowledge knew that this was the legendary white tiger. No need. After asking, this gladiator was not a real gladiator at all. He should be a genius of the white tiger clan with the blood of a mythical beast. To be precise, he was the proud son of the royal family. Some people have even figured out who this black tiger gladiator is. So he looked at Yuan Feng at the royal viewing platform with a bit of confusion. But more people thought of their bets. Wouldn't this mean they would lose everything? No! He is not a real gladiator. He used the power of the blood of the mythical beast and the white tiger to win. This cannot be considered his own strength. We should win this battle. Someone finally started shouting. When they came out and faced huge losses, these people couldn't care less and shouted angrily. Humph. Accept the bet and admit defeat. If you have the ability, can you also display this kind of divine beast? Those who bet on Yu Shicheng immediately counterattacked. Not to be outdone, they were all ashen-faced just now. And now they are alive again. What a surprise. Extremely. Fart. He is not a real gladiator. Why should he fight here? If so, we will also invite a few elders from the mythical beast family to come. And he will win by fart. What? You want to default on your debt? Damn it. You were the one who cheated first. Okay. Want to do something? Come on. Go. If you dare to default on your account, I will kill you first. Beat. Kill. Suddenly, The entire arena was in chaos. Even Yu Huafeng couldn't suppress it. He was in a dilemma. Let Yu Shichang win. Of course. He could make a lot of money. But facing so many super aristocratic families, he couldn't win at all. Don't admit it. It is even more impossible for Yu Shichang to lose. He simply cannot afford to lose so much money. Added together, there are hundreds of millions of taels of gold. Seeing that the scene was getting more and more chaotic, Yu Huafeng had no choice but to call in the Imperial Guards from outside. He finally managed to suppress the chaos. But thousands of people were still killed and injured. In the end, Yu Huafeng had no choice but to come forward in person and announce that this bet did not count. After finally returning to the palace, Yu Huafeng thought that the matter had been resolved. But the subsequent consequences were far from being as simple as he thought. Those who placed heavy bets thought they were winners, although they did not dare to openly challenge the royal family. But they began to retaliate and rob those who bet against them. And those families were not to be outdone and launched a fierce counterattack. The entire South Zirwei kingdom suddenly fell into chaos. It was 4 days after Zhu Xiaobao and the others got the detailed information. Guanmu Shiyilang's Laoba hurried back from Nanzirui kingdom. He was also in the arena that day, so he could see the situation clearly. The reason why I came back so late is because the country in Nanzirui is too chaotic. Many people have begun to flee, and those who can board the ship are considered capable. Ha ha! It's more serious than I expected. It's so good. In a few months, Nanzirui kingdom will be even more chaotic. Yu Huafeng is on the opposite side of most families this time. Even if those families won't be willing to suppress them. Our chance is coming soon. Merongfeng said with a smile and nodded. Yes. We have already pacified most of the families here. As one goes and the other goes up, the strength gap between us and Nanzirui kingdom is getting smaller and smaller. Yu Qianrou also nodded and said. But she was not special. She is very happy. If Nanzirui country is reduced to ruins, it will not be a good thing for her. She turned her head and saw that Zhu Xiaobao didn't seem to be very excited, but was looking down in thought. She couldn't help but ask angrily. Damn it! Xiaobao! Are you not happy at all? I am planning for your country and the country. Huh? Why for me? I don't want to be the emperor. Even if we conquer the southern Purple Rui kingdom, you will still be the emperor. I don't have time to manage such nonsense. I only said that I would help you take back the southern Purple Rui kingdom. But I didn't promise you to take over the management. Zhu Xiaobao said in surprise. You? Damn it. Xiaobao. I'm already 26. And you're going to let me worry about national affairs all my life? Are you lying there and enjoying yourself? Yu Qianrou suddenly shouted in annoyance. It's easy. Can't you just recruit a consort? Don't worry. I can help you. You just need to tell me which son you are interested in, and I will definitely catch him. Zhu Xiaobao rolled his eyes and said very thoughtfully. Roll! Zhu Xiaobao quickly took the opportunity to get out of the palace, and then hurriedly came to the inheritance place of the Suzaku clan, where Zhu Rong was concentrating on training. Zhu Xiaobao came here mainly to let Duanmu Shiyilang's Laoba see how Yu Shichang's White Tiger technique compares with his own. When the White Tiger Dharma form was condensed, not surprisingly, it was riddled with holes by the Suzaku Dharma appearance from the place of inheritance. However, Zhu Xiaobao had completely adapted to this kind of treatment. Anyway, this Suzaku Dharma appearance could not fly. After leaving the place of inheritance, he escaped from the forbidden area and sat there unscrupulously, breathing heavily while still asking, How is it? How is my White Tiger better than Yu Shichang's? Back to you. Master, there's a huge difference. Yu Shichang's White Tiger Dharma image is half the size of yours. And it's not so solid. It looks illusory. But Yu Shichang's own fighting power is probably stronger than yours. Lao Ba said in awe after reading it. But he still had his own opinions on Zhu Xiubo's own fighting power. Yeah, I understand. If he can condense this level of White Tiger Dharma, then his mental Dharma should be at least the 6th level. His cultivation level should also be at the Martial Lord realm. His own fighting power is stronger than mine. This doesn't mean weird. Zhu Xiaobao didn't pay attention and nodded. After knowing Yu Shichang's general cultivation level, Zhu Xiaobao felt relieved and returned to Yingshuan County again. Before he could return to his residence, he was hurriedly invited by the female warrior sent by Merongfeng. After passing and entering the meeting hall, what Zhu Xiaobao didn't expect was that the chief stewards of the Su family and the Fan family of Nanzirui Kingdom were all present. And seeing Zhu Xiaobao actually standing up and bowing to salute with bright faces, they were much more respectful than before. The two gods of wealth personally came to our remote place today, which makes me a little flattered. Zhu Xiaobao is now the 5th prince. He is not modest when meeting anyone. But he also has no heirs. No. Your place is now a geomantic treasure land. It has shown great vitality. We just want to operate here, and we have invested heavily. So let's discuss it with military advisor Murong first, and see the 5th prince. Are you willing to accept us? The two great stewards are both human beings, so they want Zhu Xiaobao to express his stance first. Ha! It seems that the southern purple country is already in chaos? No problem. As long as you come here to operate. As long as you don't evade taxes. I will definitely welcome you warmly. As for how to carry out the trivial matters such as purchasing land and building shops, you just need to talk to military advisor Murong. Zhu Xiaobao waved his hands and laughed. These two major families have begun to take action. In a few days, I am afraid more families will come to defect. This will disintegrate Nanzir Wei, the country's most powerful Wei. While several people were talking animatedly, 2 more female warriors ran in from outside the door, shouting excitedly as they ran. Master! Good news! Great news! 2 warships have arrived. We are here at the pier. They came here from Yuli. There are a total of 400 of them. Damn it! This is my baby! Come with me to greet it! Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted, jumped up and ran out. Chapter 443, Civil Strife F. Zhu Xiaobao and his people rushed to the dock excitedly. Right? 2 medium-sized warships, with 400 female warriors on board, had already disembarked. But they were still a little uneasy standing there. But soon, they were infected by the warm welcome scene. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui led all the female warriors to line up to welcome them. And Zhu Xiaobao was even more exaggerated, and even led people to beat gongs and drums. And a big banner was also hung up, "Welcome home." Just this banner moved these female warriors to tears. Murong Feng was even more prepared. 400 sets of new clothes, and this month's standard equipment were already placed there. Everyone just needed to register, and receive their own equipment and benefits immediately. Moreover, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui did not deliberately separate them, but just organized them into a squadron of their own. But what was a little depressing was that none of these female warriors recognized that the 5th prince was Zhu Xiaobao, because his figure had changed so much that he was already a very normal young man. But this was not a problem for Zhu Xiaobao. He personally came to distribute clothes and benefits to these female warriors, and muttered, "It's not that I've changed that much. This world is changing so fast. I've become haggard and thin because I miss you." How do you say that sentence? It makes people look haggard because of he. And the clothes are getting wider and wider. But I will never regret it. That's what I mean. Seeing that mean smile and the roar of laughter from the crowd, these female warriors were convinced that the person in front of them was the rogue Zhu Xiaobao. You see? You can tell from his sly eyes that he has been staring at the chests and thighs of these female warriors. And he enthusiastically invited them to help them change clothes, which made these female warriors surprised. Fortunately, they are very open-minded. Of course this is just a joke, but Zhu Xiaobao gave each of them 20 coupons, which are the most sought-after items among female warriors. They can eat delicious food, take a bath in the bathroom, and buy them at a discount. Make your own weapons and hidden weapons. So Zhu Xiaobao did it himself to win over people's hearts. After arranging accommodation for them, 50 tables of banquets were specially set up for them to welcome them. These were the delicacies and fine wines that these female warriors missed most. Sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were also very excited, and sat at every table. It was a happy reassurance. I have never seen these two people so patient. You knew a long time ago that they would come to join us? Zhu Xiaobao asked Murong Feng in a low voice at this time, because Murong Feng had already prepared clothes and welfare. The reception scene seemed orderly, warm and orderly. Yeah, but I didn't expect so many to come all at once. I thought they were coming in small groups. But I didn't expect these female warriors to be so straightforward. Murong Feng also smiled lightly. It turns out that the last time I took UGI to Nani Island, the reason why she kept shouting was to disintegrate these female warriors from within. Sure enough, after the two sides fought, these female warriors began to question Yuli, although Yuli firmly denied it. But many people still saw the flaw, because the female warriors sent away were not Yuli's most trusted, and the so-called rebirth of severed limbs was already very suspicious. More importantly, since he sent away those female warriors, Ji Jisheng suddenly became rich. and many of the suspended fortifications began to be built again. The number of warships and soldiers has also increased again. And the most unexpected thing is that the last time they fought, the two sisters Yuli and Yu Shuang and Yu Shui fought very fiercely, and Yuli's personal guard was also very desperate. However, these female warriors took the time to chat while fighting. The main reason was that these female warriors under Zhu Xiaobao had long been ordered by Murong Feng, so they did not fight desperately. But we're talking about what happened in Beizirui. The development of the country makes those female warriors yearn for it even more. There is no future for staying here. Yuli is now completely controlled by Ji Zhihui. Like a puppet. Everyone can see that Yuli needs Ji Zhihui's consent for even the most basic things. The domineering spirit before is completely gone. So after several days of secret communication, many female warriors were ready to leave Nani Island, although some were still hesitant. They did not stop them. Finally, while patrolling along the coastline of Nani Island, this group of female warriors split into two groups. Although half of them were unwilling to betray Yuli, they did not stop them in the end. So the entire operation to escape from Nani Island went very smoothly. When they arrived in the northern Zirui kingdom, these female warriors began to rejoice that they had made the right choice. It was like a warm big family here. And the most important thing was that everyone liked the living atmosphere here, which was very energetic and developed. It's also very good. Even the poor people have smiles of satisfaction and happiness on their faces. The North Zirui country was bustling with excitement, and Ji Zhihui on the South E Island side was furious. He really wanted to kill those female warriors who let off steam, but Yuli desperately stopped him. No, if I kill them, it will really cause a mutiny. Besides, they didn't betray me, which means they are the most loyal. So they should be rewarded. Reward? What reward? Reward them for pretending to be deaf and mute and letting those traitors go? It's already a huge favor if I don't hold them accountable. And you, martial lord, are so skilled that you can even compete with two great martial arts masters. Shuang Yushua can't even be held. If you had taken them here, would they have been able to leave so easily? Ji Zhishi became angrier as he spoke, and gave Yuli a hard slap in the face before returning to the bedroom angrily, because the female master is still waiting for him to come and sleep with him. Yuli touched her burning cheek and stood there sadly. She regretted it now. What's more, it's a bit unacceptable. The last time Zhu Xiaobao and the others came in, they had revealed the identity of the human monster master. This person turned out to be a man. It was incredible. What's even more incredible is that Ji Zhishan has now started to be inseparable from this great human demon all day long. This is simply unacceptable to Yuli. Now when she and Ji Zhishan have a double break, she feels a little disgusted. But she can't refuse. After all, her cultivation level can be improved rapidly by double cultivation. So Yuli is a little confused now. What should she do in the future? What's more terrible is that those female warriors have begun to alienate themselves and no longer worship her as before. I asked you to heighten and reinforce the fortifications. So hurry up and find someone to build them. If your fortifications hadn't been so poor, you wouldn't have let so many people break in so easily last time. If only the great Lord of Ice and Fire with the Fairweather Venerable. We will never fall behind here. Also, my 16-carry sedan must be built quickly. Well, I will find 16 more female warriors to carry the sedan. Not to mention, this kind of life now, it's a bit of enjoyment. Oh, and my bedroom must be built as I said. And find dozens of maids and servants for me as soon as possible. The few servants now are not enough at all. And they are all so clumsy. Shimil, the great master, hugged Ji Zhisheng and said softly. But his demands were not low. A sedan chair carried by 16 people was the treatment of an emperor. He also asked female warriors to carry his sedan chair, which made Ji Zhisheng grin a little. Sister Fairy, money is still a little tight now. We still need to buy warships and slaves. Look, do you want to take a break in your bedroom first? Ji Zhisheng said with a bit of pain. This great late boy knows how to enjoy it. I don't know that money doesn't come easily, especially now that it has been exposed by Yu Jiai. I am afraid it will not be so easy to sell female warriors in the future. Humph. There is still the 7th princess. If she doesn't agree to your promise, I will kill her and you will become the prince? Ha ha. Then won't I become the princess's wife? When the great lord of the human demon said this, suddenly he seemed very excited. No. 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 Sister Fairy, I can't live without the protection of the 7th princess now. If you kill her, no one will obey me. You must not do it. Ji Zhisheng was immediately startled. although he was also very worried. He wants to establish himself as king. But he is not yet qualified to control Southeast County. Not only that, but now he is facing Zhu Xiaobao again. Now he needs to have a good relationship with the 7th princess. When facing Zhu Xiaobao, he is very panicked. Humph. It's really useless. Anyway, when my injury is healed, my bedroom must be built for me. Although the great master of the human demon is a little disappointed, there is nothing he can do. He also knows that Ji Jishan has so little strength now. So he wants to, it's still a bit reluctant to establish yourself as a king. Moreover, the great master is not in a hurry now. The ice energy in his body has not dissipated yet. So he still has to spend a month to resolve the cold energy. Of course, this is only a temporary treatment. If he wants to cure it, he must only the great lord of ice and fire can do it. Ji Jisheng hurried back to Southeast County after a day. Not to mention, it had been half a month since they had been in love with the 7th princess. So the two of them were a little impatient. Especially Ji Zi, who finally felt like a father again, in front of the great human monster. Just like the current 7th princess, she could only lie like a dog. I was attacked by the 19th princess. She not only robbed our cargo ship in Southeast County, but also led people to besiege Nani Island. I want you to send troops to destroy her. Ji Jishi was manipulating the 7th princess condescendingly, and then found the extremely powerful of confidence. How could it be? She and I are on good terms, so she has no reason to offend me. Although the 7th princess was still a little dizzy, she still felt it was strange. Humph. Do you know how many people she has now? 300,000. Listen, in just 2 years, it has grown to 300,000. Moreover, the population of Princess Island has also increased significantly. People from the Wu clan, they all migrated one after another. And now there are no less than 700,000 to 800,000 people on Princess Island. Ji Jisheng said through gritted teeth. No. Now is the most critical time. I can't allocate too many troops. You also know that to attack an island with 300,000 defenders, at least 600,000 troops are needed. The 7th princess hesitated. Said, then just give me some money, and I'll reinforce the defenses. That's okay. Right. It turns out that Ji Jisheng's real purpose is to get money. Chapter 444, Civil Strife. Ji Zi seemed to be able to deal with the 7th princess with ease. After a fierce hand-to-hand fight, the 7th princess collapsed on the bed and surrendered. Although there were scars on her body and buttocks, she had never been so satisfied. It has to be said that Ji Jisheng has completely taken the initiative between the two. The 7th princess and Ji Jishen were cuddling together. But after enjoying it, she still had a lot of things to worry about. Here she just relieved her pressure. After thinking for a long time, the 7th princess finally gritted her teeth and said to Ji Jishi, Chao Ji, I can only give you 5 million taels now. Southeast County is recruiting a lot of troops and horses, and the money is really not enough. Well, Nani Islands, you don't need to hand over the income from the copper mine. I'll leave it to you to strengthen Nani Island's defense and add some warships and weapons, etc. Thank you, princess. I'm so useless. Unexpectedly, Ji Jisheng didn't ask for more money this time, but cried bitterly while holding the 7th princess. He was really a little wrong this time. He originally thought very much. Okay, develop Nani Island into your own territory. Who would have thought that a great male demon would appear and make his life very miserable? What he didn't even expect was that now he was facing Zhu Xiaobao again. And there was the 19th princess staring at him eagerly in the southeast. Only now did Ji Jisheng feel that it was safest and most comfortable to stay with the 7th princess. So seeing that the 7th princess was still thinking about herself in such a difficult situation, she couldn't help crying. Huh? Ji-chan, what's wrong with you? Is it too hard for you to take care of Nani Island? Otherwise, just come back. Anyway, I really hope you can stay with me. The 7th princess was also a little surprised. Yes, Ji Ji-sun looked very sad when she cried. No, I saw that you were working so hard, princess, but I can't help you at all. I am still causing trouble for you, and I feel very useless. Now there are various little treasures in the east, and there are 19 princesses in the south. They are all developing better than me. I am really useless. Ji Jisheng cried even more sadly. Ha ha. Okay, you have done a good job. The 19th princess has her identity and the support of her tribe. And of course she is developing very quickly. Zhu Xiaobao has the bloodline of the mythical beast and is still a prince. In addition, He has extraordinary talents. Why are you competing with him? The seventh princess is also a little depressed. These two people who were originally thought to be inconspicuous have now shown great strength. Especially Zhu Xiaobao. She still finds it incredible. A person with such a strong identity and background was actually sold as a slave. This is a strange thing that would only happen in hundreds of years. If these two people support me, how strong must I be? The seventh princess also felt a little regretful. She should not have suppressed the 19th princess in the first place, but should have directly given her a small island. This would not only limit her development, but also add a strong support to herself. But it's all over now. There is no regret medicine in the world. The seventh princess is really worried now, because the situation in Daxia has not developed in the direction she expected. Originally, King Ming and His Highness the Sixth Prince destroyed King Wen, but the two parties did not have a dispute, but each took charge of their own affairs. Come on. Stay safe. I originally expected His Highness to attack King Ming, but who would have thought that His Highness is now helping Kings with Jialanga to seize the throne? So he did not launch any more troops against King Ming, and even took the initiative to clear the line with His Highness Sixth Prince. The two sides did not attack each other, and His Highness the Sixth Prince actually did not mention the 14th princess again. This made the seventh princess really depressed. For the sake of the country, she would not even give up her own sister. King Wen was destroyed. But in fact only the seventh princess did not benefit at all. On the contrary, King Ming is still building his own warships and establishing a navy in Shiyuan City. He is leaving a way out for himself. His Highness the Sixth Prince is even more arrogant. His troops have been able to enter Chunbei County, one of the 4 counties surrounding the imperial city. Generally speaking, these 4 counties will only accept the troops of the future emperor until he succeeds in seizing the throne. Settled in? But now Chenggang County has actually begun to relax restrictions. It only limits the number of His Royal Highness's troops in Chenggang County to no more than 200,000. As a result, the seventh princess was in a very tense atmosphere. If His Highness the Sixth Prince could enter the 4 counties surrounding the imperial city, wouldn't he be under great threat? Therefore, the seventh princess has been recruiting a lot of troops in recent months. She knows in her heart that her navy is very strong, but her land battle is very average. She is inferior to the other princes in terms of numbers and combat effectiveness. Therefore, in the past 6 months or so, the seventh princess has been recruiting troops and horses in several counties in her fiefdom. In order to ease the tight financial situation, she has already raised taxes once. The families and people in the fiefdom are not very satisfied. In Prince Ming's fiefdom, it was not as peaceful as the seventh princess thought. The conflict between him and His Highness the Sixth Highness was getting bigger and bigger. The reason was that he got the busiest area of King Wen, while His Highness the Sixth Highness got the grain-producing area. But subsequent facts prove that His Highness the Sixth Prince took advantage. With the destruction of King Wen, the brothels, restaurants, inns, and even the merchants and footmen shrank sharply. Now the streets are no longer what they used to be. The hustle and bustle can only be said to be relatively stable. But the food that King Ming lacked the most was still not enough. But His Highness the Sixth Prince no longer provides supplies. So the two families have begun to have friction. King Ming hopes to exchange a county, so that he can also have a food production area. But His Highness the Sixth Prince simply refused. Therefore, during the autumn harvest, King Ming simply sent troops to grab grain. And the two sides also started a small-scale battle. But it was quickly stopped by His Highness the Sixth Prince. He doesn't dare to offend King Ming too much yet. So this time, His Highness the Sixth Prince suffered a little loss and let it go. But King Ming was not too happy, because the relationship between His Highness Sixth Prince and the 4 counties around the imperial city made him feel uneasy. If these 4 counties turned against His Highness Sixth Prince, wouldn't it be possible for His Highness Sixth Prince to increase his troops by 1 million in one fell swoop? And there are 4 more counties that are easy to defend but difficult to attack? Murong Feng was able to grasp the situation in Daxia Kingdom and Nanzurui Kingdom in time. And now it seems that everything is very beneficial to Zhu Xiaobao. So she is working with Zhu Xiaobao at the moment. Chess. 2 people chatting while playing. As for this chess, Duan Muqi only taught her it after she met Murong Feng after returning to Lingyu Mountain. However, Murong Feng, like Duan Muqi, was also obsessed with this chess game. It seemed as simple as 32 flags and one there is a chessboard. But the attack and retreat in the middle is no less than a war. Sometimes the whole game will be lost if you are not careful. I gave you a horse, but you didn't want it? You're smart. Zhu Xiaobao looked at Murong Feng a little surprised. This female military advisor is really talented. She was fooled once. But she was fooled the second time. She will come up with corresponding countermeasures. It can be seen that she did a lot of deductions in her bedroom after returning. Otherwise she would not have progressed so quickly. Humph. I have performed the 13 moves of abandoning the horse countless times. And your flying knife, a fixed form in chess, called a flying knife, is useless to me. Murong Feng snorted, feeling a little confused in his heart. A little proud? Her chess skills have improved greatly now. And she may be able to beat Duan Muqi. Ha ha. It doesn't matter. I have a lot of flying knives here. Enough for you to learn for 2 or 3 years. Zhu Xiaobao still said with a smile. He has been playing chess a lot recently. In a sense, he is adjusting himself. Mentality. Well, I can defeat you in less than 3 years, Murong Feng said confidently, and then asked, I plan to use 1 year to integrate the families in the Northern Zerwei Kingdom and expand the number of people to 2 million. By this time next year, we should be able to regain the Southern Purple Country. Don't worry. Everything has variables, especially that Yushirchang. According to the appearance of Sister Ning, he should have cultivated, died daring, to the peak of the 6th level or has broken through to the 7th level. Going on further, it's hard to say whether he can control the killing in his body. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said, Are you worried about him? Are you afraid that he will kill you? Because the inheritance can only be inherited by one person. Murong Feng looked at Zhu Xiaobao and asked in a low voice. On the contrary, he should be afraid of me, because he knows that the purity of his bloodline is not as pure as mine. So he is afraid of me. He will rush to open the inheritance place. When the time comes, the inheritance place will be so easy to open. So now you don't have to worry about the Southern Zerwei Kingdom. But pay more attention to the Great Xia Kingdom and the Shijue Kingdom. No matter whether you are the king of Zhua or the king of Yu, there will always be a loser, and it will cause disaster when the time comes. To Lingyu Mountain. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head. He has now begun to use his own brain to analyze the current situation. And it's very insightful. Ha ha. It's okay. The South Zerwei Kingdom is indeed in chaos now. Since the last time the determination of the outcome of the gladiatorial match was cancelled, many families are very dissatisfied. Many more families took the opportunity to start attacking those smaller families. Now several other counties have begun to be in chaos. And the imperial city is relatively in better shape due to the suppression of the Royal Forest Army. However, it can be seen from the merchants who rush to us that they are now more interested in our Northern Zerwei Kingdom. Confidence, Murong Feng said with a smile. The constant flow of merchants made her management more convenient. And those families who were still waiting and watching began to express their loyalty. They did not want to be controlled by Yu Qianrou's regime, but they are even less willing to allow other families to move in. So now they are rushing to show their loyalty to Yu Qianrou. The number of female warriors coming from Nani Island has increased recently. How many are there in total? Zhu Xiaobao nodded and asked again. Well, there are already more than 2,000 people arriving one after another. According to Yu Jiai's estimation, there should be 1 or 2,000 more. Are you very concerned about these female warriors? Murong Feng asked a little surprised. 2,000 people is not a big boost to Beizerui Kingdom. After all, if a war really breaks out, an army of 1 or 2 million people will not care about these 2,000 people at all. Their fighting power is super strong, and the number of female warriors is replenished very slowly. In addition, they are also a member of my White Tiger clan. I have an obligation to take good care of them. Zhu Xiaobao actually said seriously. Then what are you going to do to Yu Li? She is the biggest variable among the female warriors. If you are stubborn and unrepentant, then you should be killed. Report to the 5th Prince and military advisor Murong that 10 more warships have arrived on the sea. But there are still a large number of warships chasing behind. Huh? Go take a look. Chapter 445. I can't bear it. By the time Zhu Xiaobao and Murong Feng arrived, Sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui had already led 20,000 female warriors onto the warship, and 200 warships were ready to go. In fact, it was Tong Wuxin who was the first to discover the enemy's situation. Recently, female warriors have been defecting, so patrols have been strengthened in this area. Firstly, they are to respond to the female warriors who have come to defect. And secondly, they are to prevent other enemies from taking advantage of the opportunity to attack. Murong Feng still thought about this very carefully. Now that the 20,000 female warriors are ready, Yuli's warships appear in the field of vision, because Tong Wuxin sent Yuli and the others through a telescope. With this high-tech artifact, the field of view is several times farther than Yuli's times, so you get enough preparation time. Murong Feng was very confused. Observing with a telescope, it seemed that the opponent did not have large-scale warships. There were only 10 warships in front of them fleeing in embarrassment. And behind them, 50 warships were desperately chasing after them. Do you dare to chase them here just with these 50 warships? Murong Feng was a little suspicious of his own eyes. You can't blame Murong Feng for not being able to figure it out. Even Yuli herself couldn't explain it clearly. She seemed to be desperate and kept chasing after him with all her might. Because during this period of time, female warriors continued to escape secretly. And the trend became more and more intense. Nowadays, these female warriors don't need any warships. They just drive a fast boat and run away. Anyway, this kind of fast boat can be driven by more than a dozen people. And it is fast. These female warriors are not afraid of pirates and are proficient in water. Therefore, compared to warships, speedboats are more convenient and more concealed. Yuli was already furious at these fleeing female warriors. So she simply tightened the control of the clippers. The trend was finally suppressed. But before Yuli could be happy, something big happened the next day. The fateful female warrior, who was transferred to the basement, was actually killed by the great human demon. It turns out that the great master Shimel doesn't take these female warriors seriously, and only regards them as honest girls. It turns out that those maids and servants are all the concubines and talented girls of King Wen. Didn't they just leave after being given a huge beauty? So now that we haven't been able to replenish them in place, we have lined up 10 female warriors to take their place. However, although these 10 female warriors are relatively weak in martial arts, they are not willing to be bullied casually. What's more, the great Shimel is still a man, which makes these female warriors feel even more disgusting and are unwilling to do so. Wait for him to bathe. The request of the great ladyboy was even more perverted, and he also asked them to strip naked and help him bathe. Therefore, these 10 female warriors were unwilling to stay in the basement of the general's mansion and wanted to come back. This made the great master Shimel have murderous intentions. No one has ever dared to disobey him. These 10 female warriors actually dared to openly defy him. This is something even the great master Join dared not do. What was even more intolerable to the great Lord Shimel was the disdainful look in the eyes of these 10 female warriors. Originally, the great Lord Shimel thought he was giving these female warriors a great favor, being able to receive guidance from a great lord. Then you should be grateful. Now there was no gratitude, only contempt. So the great lord of the human demon became angry and killed the 10 female warriors, and asked Yuli to bring people to collect the bodies. This incident once again shocked the female warriors. But they still did not dare to retaliate against a great lord. But this incident directly triggered the determination of more female warriors to leave. Although Yuli also thought of this and tried her best to comfort him. She was also very vigilant in the secret. But I didn't expect that the scale this time was too large, and the number of people was so large. There were more than 1,000 people at once. And they were driving 10 warships towards the North Zirway Kingdom while they were out on patrol. So when Yuli got the news, she was completely panicked and angry. A rough estimate showed that 1,500 female soldiers had defected collectively this time, leaving only 5,000 female soldiers on Nami Island. She was a warrior, so the furious Yuli also lost her mind. She led the remaining 5,000 female warriors and drove 50 warships in hot pursuit. They chased her all night long and finally reached the northern Zirway Kingdom. Ha ha! I thought there was some trick. But it turns out that Yuli has lost her mind. This is a desperate effort. This is the best time to get rid of this woman. Murong Feng once again confirmed that there was no other situation. Then said with a smile, "Oh? You mean to kill them all?" Zhu Xiaobao trembled in his heart. This seems to be a bit too much. What will these female warriors under him think? No matter what, they are all Lingyu tribe. The female warrior. Why? You are still keeping them? That will cause endless troubles. This is a war. You don't need to think about it so much. Murong Feng said a little dissatisfied. She only considered the problem from the perspective of war, without any emotional factors. Yeah, I know that kindness does not control soldiers, and righteousness does not control wealth. That's why I asked you to be the military advisor. But let Yu Shuang, Yu Shui, and the others decide this matter. I have to consider the wishes of those female warriors' feelings. Also, the feelings of my old mother-in-law. Yuli is her daughter after all. Zhu Xiaobao nodded and looked at Murong Feng a little embarrassed. After all, Merong Feng is thinking more long-term. Humph. It sounds like I'm being ruthless. Call Yu Shuang and Yu Shui over and tell them. Merong Feng snorted with a little dissatisfaction. She was only thinking about Zhu Xiaobao. I didn't expect that in turn. It would make me look cold. So she gave an order for Yu Shuang and Yu Shui to come to the flagship. She doesn't want to take care of this matter anymore. I've seen the military advisor. I've seen Xiaobao. How about taking the opportunity to strangle all Yuli this time? Yu Shuang and Yu Shui have clearly seen the situation with this recovery, which is definitely a crushing and huge advantage. So I asked excitedly as soon as I got on the flagship. Well, you two can handle this matter. I won't comment. Even you two should consider the feelings of my old mother-in-law and the feelings of other female warriors. Zhu Xiaobao was a little hesitant, looking at the two brave and fierce sisters. He just gave a tactful reminder. After all, he didn't have a good impression of Yuli either. If he just killed Yuli, Zhu Xiaobao wouldn't feel uneasy at all. But if there are still 5,000 female warriors, it would be very unbearable. All warships set off. Rescue the female warrior in front first, and then surround Yuli's warship. Merong Feng stopped nagging at this time and gave the order directly. She didn't bother to care about the internal affairs of the Lingyu tribe. What about these things? The first one to rush out was Tong Wuxin and the others, who were driving the double black wind. Two small boats shot out like arrows. The warships behind them also followed closely, and the war drums on the warships were beating, and the sounds of killing were everywhere. Those female warriors are also ready for battle. The situation was originally one-sided, but Tong Wuxin effortlessly not only saved the female warrior who had come over in front of him, but also surrounded Yuli's warship. However, this time Tong Wuxin did not hit him too hard. Only 6 warships were set on fire. The stern of Yuli's flagship was also set on fire. The warships were busy putting out the fire. At this moment, Zhu Xiaobao's flagship slowly came over. The person standing on the bow was Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, while Zhu Xiaobao and Merong Feng were sitting calmly at the table a little later. There were actually food and wine on the table. Zhu Xiaobao and Merong Feng were sipping the wine. They were very comfortable, and left the rest to Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. The distance between the two sides was only 50 meters, which was actually within the range of the bow and arrow. However, Zhu Xiaobao was now a great martial artist and had strong combat abilities. He no longer worried about the opponent's arrows. The two sides were facing each other like this. Yu Li's face was pale. She was holding a hard bow in her hand, and she was staring angrily at Zhu Xiaobao and the others. The personal guards behind her also had arrows on their bows, ready to attack at any time. What should I do? Really kill her? Yu Shui asked Yu Shuang in a panic at this time. What should we do? Now that we are facing each other, should we turn around and run away? Yu Shuang was also a little embarrassed. They had always been evenly matched in the past, and there was no such a good opportunity at all. Of course, they would not think about whether to kill Yu Li. But now, as long as he waved his command flag, Tong Wuxin's double black wind demon could blow Yu Li's warship into pieces. But at this time, Yu Shuang couldn't make up her mind. Yu Li was their biological sister, and they had grown up together no matter what. Before Yu Li was 15 years old, they were still very close. But now they are worried about life and death. Only now did Yu Shuang and Yu Shui understand why Zhu Xiaobao left all this matter to them. He simply left this problem to the two of them. Looking back at Zhu Xiaobao, he was actually talking to Merong Feng and taking a sip from time to time. He looked so leisurely and contented. Sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui always glared at Zhu Xiaobao. But Zhu Xiaobao smiled and raised his glass in response to them. Second sister, go back. We don't want to kill you. There is no possibility of winning in your current situation. Still Yu Shuang couldn't stand this long confrontation. So she was the first to say hesitantly. And for the first time she called out, second sister. And even Yu Shuang beside her felt a pain in her heart, as if the weakest blood relationship in her heart was touched. Give me back all my people. I'll go back. Yu Li also trembled in her heart. She looked at her third and fourth sisters and said in a hoarse voice. She originally wanted to fight to the death, but now she suddenly regretted it. Moreover, the sound of second sister reminded her of many things in the past. It seemed that she had not received any real care and love from others for a long time. Do you think it's possible? They are no longer willing to follow you. We can kill you now, but we can't bear to do it. We are also afraid that my mother will be sad. You'd better leave, or you can stay here, and we promise to forget the past. We are still sisters. Yu Shuang also called, second sister, and then said emotionally, "Second sister? Do you still know that I am your second sister? If you had called me second sister earlier, I would not have ended up like this," Yuli shouted excitedly, then turned around. She didn't want the person opposite to see her tearful face, and then waved her hand. "Put away the bow and arrows. Let's go back." Chapter 446 Mood. Sisters Yushuan and Yushue waved their command flags, and the warships surrounding Yuli separated to the left and right, making way for Yuli and her warships to pass. The warships from both sides passed each other, only a dozen meters apart, and the female warriors from both sides looked at each other quietly. They were originally all female warriors on Lingyu Island, and now they all know each other. But their situations are very different. It was obvious that these female warriors from the northern Zerwei Kingdom were full of energy and confidence, and each of them had a bright face. In contrast, these female warriors from Yuli are very cold, but there is a trace of confusion and dullness in their eyes, because they have no sense of belonging. While the female warriors from the northern Zerwei Kingdom seem to be in their own country wherever they go. It's the same at home, because Yu Xiaobao is there, and because the standard of living is the same wherever they go. And it's very fulfilling. Seeing Yuli's warship getting further and further away, the two sisters Yushuan and Yushue came to Yu Xiaobao angrily. "Okay, you already knew that this would be like this, didn't you? That's why we let the two of us go to face Yuli. You hide behind and eat, drink and have fun? Hey, hey, hey! Sisters, fighting has always been your business. Why are you blaming me again? This is right if you can't bear to be cruel. It shows that you two still have humanity, affection and love. Maybe after what happened today, Yuli and those female warriors will wake up and take the initiative to surrender and return." Zhu Xiaobao put his hands on his waist and shouted rudely. Unfortunately, he no longer has that impressive round belly, and he always feels that he has lost a bit of momentum. "Humph. Don't come to us next time when something like this happens. If you fight again and again, you won't be able to fight, and it will make you feel really uncomfortable," Yushuan and Yushue said angrily. "You two should go back to Lingyu Mountain," Murong Feng suddenly said lightly. "Oh? Military advisor. We are just here to make trouble with Yu Xiaobao, and we are not targeting you. Why do you want us to go back if we don't leave?" Yushuan and Yushue said suddenly in shock and urgency. To be honest, returning in Lingyu Mountain, Yu Hui, Yu Dan and their mother Yu Qianhe were much stricter than here. Of course Yushuan and Yushue were not willing to go back. "Ha ha! It's not that I want you to go back, but Mr. Duanmu has written a letter. King Zue and King Yu of Shijue Kingdom are already at war. He is afraid that the war will spread to Lingyu Mountain before long, even though we have a strong defense. But the number of female warriors is still a bit small, so I hope you can bring back 10,000 female warriors. I plan to let you bring back 15,000 female warriors." Murong Feng shook his head and said with a smile. "Oh? Then let the 15,000 female warriors go back by themselves. Can we stay here?" Yushuan and Yushue thought for a long time, and finally came up with a very stupid idea. To be honest, they really don't want to go back. "Well, Lingyu Mountain needs not only female warriors, but also generals who are accustomed to fighting. If you don't go back, who can take your place?" Murong Feng looked at the two sisters and smiled. To be honest, these two sisters, although their hobbies are a bit special, they are still very generous in doing things for others. So the two of them are really good people. "Xiaobao, can you give us a solution? You Dan won't worry if we leave? Who knows if you will mess around with other women again?" Yushuan and Yushue asked pitifully. But this what he said was very poor. Murong Feng couldn't help laughing at the side, covering his mouth and snickering. "Fart! You two came here to look at me. Right. I was reluctant to let you go at first, but now I don't miss you at all. Get out of here right now. If you don't obey the general's orders, you will be served with a military stick immediately." When Xiaobao heard this, he jumped up and down and shouted, "This is too shameless. The two sisters can't speak at all, so they can't get off the stage in front of so many people. Have to. Good this time." Amidst the roar of laughter, sisters Yushuan and Yushue quickly slipped away. If he continues talking, Zhu Xiaobao might be shaking off the little privacy they had. When they turned the boat around and headed back home, Zhu Xiaobao looked at Murong Feng and asked, "Did the old man really write a letter? Why didn't I know?" "Yeah, it's true. It's just that I was still thinking about this matter before, so I didn't tell you. Now I see that Yuli's side has been solved. So it doesn't matter if you Shuang, you Shui, and the others stay here. It's so useful. Merong Feng nodded and smiled. She didn't mean to hide this. But she needed to think carefully before telling Zhu Xiaobao. Because until now, Zhu Xiaobao is still not used to dealing with these complicated things. Well, do you think it's really as serious as what the old man said? Zhu Xiaobao was also a little worried about Lingyu Mountain. After all, Yu Dan was also one of the women he was thinking about. Of course, Mr. Guanmu's foresight is much higher than mine. And the Shijua people are simple and direct in their actions. Many things are decided by victory or defeat. Moreover, the eldest prince is short of time and cannot help kings with Jialan for a long time. Jiajing. So the current situation must be the most intense. Otherwise, with the defense of Lingyu Mountain, Mr. Guanmu would not have such worries. The situation must be developing too fast. Merong Feng nodded and said. Merong Feng still admired Duanmu Qi for her judgment and analysis of the situation. Her current methods of governing Yingshuan County were basically copied from Duanmu Qi's, so it was easy to use them. Oh, yes. People think that the territory is too small. I have too many chassis to worry about. I really don't know what these people are fighting for such a big territory. They have to work hard to earn it. Management and improvement. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said helplessly. There were indeed many places he cared about, such as Lingyu Mountain, Luofeng Island, the Princess Island of the 19th Princess, and now the 5th Prince of the Northern Zirui Kingdom, but also thinking about Nanzi Rui country. So Zhu Xiaobao is quite worried sometimes. TSK! You're still annoyed. I'm taking care of all these things for you. Okay? You haven't even bothered about it. Merong Feng angrily scolded him. After all his troubles, he didn't say anything. Zhu Xiaobao was pouring out his bitterness. How could he not make her angry? You owe me this. After all, I cured your disease. Right. You looked like a paper figure at first. But now look at it. How nice. You finally look a little more feminine. It's just like it's more peaceful. Zhu Xiaobao looked at Merong Feng with evil eyes, looking at places he shouldn't be looking at. And he was shaking his head as if he was judging. Go away. It's none of your business. I'm not Wu Yu. Zhu Rong. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will. Merong Feng got angry and said half of the sentence. He couldn't go on. Suddenly he felt aggrieved, and his eye circles were a little red. Got it. Hey! As a military advisor, you have to be able to withstand the provocation of your generals. You have to see through honey traps, hide the country in the flat, and decide the victory or defeat thousands of miles away. The little horses shook their heads and coaxed Merong Feng and said, Humph! One of the 36 strategies I just learned. Do you want to try it? Merong Feng calmed down and said coldly. What's the plan? Zhu Xiaobao asked, feeling a little uncomfortable. Come here. Throw him into the sea. Merong Feng ordered coldly. Immediately, several female warriors came up, holding back their laughter, and with all their hands and feet, they picked up the little treasures and threw them outside the warship. Holy crap! What kind of trick is this? Zhu Xiaobao still asked in fear in midair. Borrow a corpse to bring back a soul. Plop! Before Merong Feng finished speaking, Zhu Xiaobao had already fallen into the sea. After waiting for a while, he emerged and swam back by himself. His water quality is better than those female warriors. Otherwise Merong Feng would not dare to make such a big joke. All joking aside, after returning, Merong Feng settled down the female warriors, and then continued to work hard to take care of the several counties at hand. Now half of the counties have opened franchise stores. There is also a small group of stubborn diehards, and these families are the main targets to be governed in the next step. Zhu Xiaobao went to the inheritance place of the Suzaku clan again and practiced twice. Each time, he gained new insights. Moreover, he found that the so-called rapid progress in killing was still a bit one-sided. It was human beings who really led the advancement of cultivation, the state of mind, and the other is one's own talents, such as understanding, blood purity, and the induction and fusion with the white tiger's dharma, etc. Anyway, the more you practice, the more you understand. Therefore, Zhu Xiaobao can now control his murderous nature at will. He has always maintained a good state of mind, and is not in a hurry for success. But Zhu Xiaobao is not in a hurry here. But Yu Qianrou is very anxious. She dreams of taking back the territory that originally belonged to her. And the more important place of inheritance is also in the southern purple country. Don't worry. I'm afraid my strength is not yet Yu Shichang's opponent. What's more, the development of Northern Zirwei Kingdom has gradually begun to surpass that of South Zirwei Kingdom. The better we develop, the easier it will be to regain South Zirwei Kingdom in the future. I try my best to avoid losing both sides and suffering a large number of casualties. Such consequences are not good for anyone, and it will take a long time to recover. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head, said very calmly, I think Xiaobao is right. To fight against foreign aggression, we must first pacify the interior. Now we have completely controlled the entire Northern Zirwei Kingdom, and then we can plot against the Southern Zirwei Kingdom. If necessary, we can also unite with the 19th princess. That way, if so, our chances of winning will be even greater. Murong Feng also agreed with Zhu Xiaobao's point of view. Well, also, if possible, when I break through to the 7th level, I want to go to the inheritance place alone. If I can stop Yu Shichang from thinking about it, maybe I can peacefully take over the Southern Zirwei Kingdom. Zhu Xiaobao said with a solemn expression. What? You go to the inheritance place alone? No, absolutely not. Even if you don't go, Yu Huafeng wants to send people to kill you. If you go, aren't you just seeking death? If you really go to the inheritance place, even the great martial lord may not be able to perform it. Yu Qianrou shouted in fear. Ha ha. I mean, once I have cultivated my mental skills to the 7th level. It's still early, so don't worry. Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile. He has just cultivated, died daring, to the 5th level. It is indeed far from the 7th level. In the inheritance place of Nanzi Rui Kingdom, Yu Shichang sat cross-legged and slowly opened his eyes. The 2 female warriors beside him had already passed away, but Yu Shichang's mental skills had also broken through to the 7th level, and he had grown up. With a roar, the elders were horrified and looked at Yu Shichang in awe. Chapter 447, Putting an End to the Chaos. After Yu Shichang finished his work and walked out of the place of inheritance, Yu Huafeng walked up happily. Yu Shichang was able to break through to the 7th level of died daring at the age of early 30s, which really made him excited. This son is his greatest hope, and now it seems very likely that Yu Shichang can really open up the inheritance land and gain the inheritance of the White Tiger clan. In fact, Yu Huafeng is also in dire straits now. The civil strife in Nanzirwei is intensifying, and those families have begun to kill each other. The most direct reason is that the result of this gladiatorial battle was cancelled. The deeper reason is that Nanzirwei country has not developed in the past few years, but has actually regressed than before, because Yu Shiren's abilities were limited, and Yu Huafeng also acted recklessly, either ignoring the government's affairs or interfering in the government's affairs indiscriminately. Many of Yu Shiren's measures could not be implemented at all. In the end, Yu Shiren was too lazy to take care of it. If the money was not enough, he would increase the tax burden. So many hidden dangers had already been laid. Now that Yu Shichang came out of the place of inheritance, Yu Huafeng finally breathed a sigh of relief and was ready to start quelling the civil strife. He also knew that if this continued, the situation would be out of control. Leave it to me to quell the civil strife. I just need to consolidate my cultivation. Yu Shichang looked at Yu Huafeng and Yu Shiren, and then said indifferently, That's okay, but you must not kill too much. After all, those families are very powerful and have a lot of heritage. It's okay to let them all stop. Yu Huafeng hesitated for a while, but still agreed to Yu Shiren. Requirements. He knew that Yu Shichang wanted to use this opportunity to consolidate his cultivation and improve his combat power. Originally, it was definitely not appropriate to send Yu Shichang to this matter, but seeing Yu Shichang's eyes and the murderous aura emanating from his body made Yu Huafeng feel trembling in his heart. And Yu Shiren next to him did not dare to say anything more. This brother's his cultivation has already far surpassed his own. Yu Shichang brought 3,000 elite soldiers and cavalry. His purpose was not to engage in large-scale battles, but to find the opponent's general to solve the problem. The first stop is the county closest to the imperial city. The Han family, the largest family in this county, is currently at war with 3 small families. The 3 small families are also unlucky this time. They obviously bet on Yu Shichang and win the duel. But in the end, the result was cancelled. The last time they won a lot of money. The last time it was Yu Shichang dueling 3, while the Han family lost and suffered a huge loss. Although the result was cancelled this time, the Han family believed that since Yu Shichang relied on the blood of the mythical beast, The last result should not count, and the last gambling money should be refunded. The three small families have been dissatisfied with the Han family for a long time. They originally wanted to defeat the Han family in one fell swoop, but unexpectedly, the result was cancelled. Now, it is the Han family who is pursuing their last gambling money from them. So the two sides started fighting like this. In fact, these were all excuses, and the ultimate goal was to destroy each other. Although the three small families are not strong enough, they have joined forces to deal with the Han family, and they are not falling behind. They have been fighting on and off for almost a month. The number of casualties has reached tens of thousands, and many robbers and bandits have also taken advantage of the situation. Therefore, the most unlucky ones are the ordinary people. Many families have been robbed without knowing what happened, and some even have their whole families killed. Yu Shichang didn't care about this. He led his men and horses to the battlefield where the two sides were fighting. They went up to fight without caring about the details. He killed the head of the Han family and the heads of three small families, and then warned them to be honest. Really stay in your own territory and don't make any more trouble. Although the Han family has 50,000 private soldiers, they do not dare to openly fight against Yu Shichang's men. In addition, the fighting power displayed by Yu Shichang is not even his opponent. It is simply overwhelming. In just one day, a few of the family is no longer making trouble because they are all busy fighting for the position of head of the family. Although Yu Shichang's method is very simple and crude, it also produces results quickly. In just 1 month, Yu Shichang fought in 4 counties and 7 counties, killing more than 100 masters from various families, and inflicting tens of thousands of private soldiers' casualties, which made all the noble families in Nanzi Kingdom pay close attention. Yu Shichang's movements are for fear that this god of murder will come to his realm. Unexpectedly, the civil strife in Nanzi Kingdom began to subside, which surprised Yu Huafeng. He did not expect Yu Shichang's methods to be so effective. But secretly, all the major families are dissatisfied. The apparent peace is only temporary. After all, no one can compete with the imperial court. Yu Shichang was very satisfied. He just thought about killing every day. The 3,000 cavalry he brought with him became more and more arrogant. They burned, killed and looted everywhere, and everyone made a fortune. And what's even more outrageous is that when they see a slightly attractive woman, they will directly snatch it back from the army and humiliate them wantonly. Every day, hundreds of women are humiliated to death, their heads beheaded, and they serve as leaders to quell civil strife to receive rewards. The reason why they dare to act so recklessly is because Yu Shichang himself is like this. He doesn't care about beauty. As long as he sees a woman with high cultivation level, he will use it to practice double cultivation. The oldest one is over 60, and Yu Shichang doesn't dislike it. It's the same. After spending a whole night practicing together, I sucked him dry. When she was finally carried out, the old woman looked like a mummy. Very terrifying. Several of the families who dared to resist were directly wiped out by Yu Shichang. Therefore, wherever Yu Shichang went, civil strife was suppressed. But huge hidden dangers were also left behind. Xu Xiaoao and Murong Feng drank tea and played chess in Yai Pavilion. This Yai Pavilion was specially built by Murong Feng. This is probably the only pavilion that Murong Feng built for himself, just to enjoy tea and play chess here. Although it is already early autumn, it is still very comfortable to sit here. And the scenery here is very good, with a gentle breeze and a cup of tea. There is also a chessboard carved on the stone table, with flags carved from jade placed on it. Murong Feng is wearing a white gown, looking elegant and refined. He was just holding the teacup in his hand, frowning, looking at the chess game on the stone table, thinking hard. On the opposite side, Zhu Xiaobao was shaking his head with great pride. He used the blind dog trick today, which made Murong Feng suffer a lot, just for a pawn crossing the river. The opponent's carriages, horses and artillery came out, and I became more and more passive, seeing that I had fallen into Zhu Xiaobao's routine again. Hate it. How many more? Routine chess. Do you have? You play 1 or 2 every day, and you're not going to let me win. Murong Feng had a rare loss of patience, and was actually a bit coquettish. Shouted, I told you, if you want to beat me, it won't be 3 or 2 years, so don't even think about it. Zhu Xiaobao still said with a smile. Well, I won't win today. I keep losing. You seem to be very leisurely now, and I don't see you going out to practice again. Do you know that Yu Shichang has been killing people this month? Making full use of his killings? His talent has improved rapidly. It is said that he killed a martial master with only 3 moves at the fastest. Aren't you worried? Murong Feng looked at Zhu Xiaobao, and she felt a little anxious in her heart. Although Zhu Xiaobao's the progress is not slow, but compared with Yu Shichang, it is still too slow. What am I worried about? The faster he progresses, the closer he is to death. Do you think this kind of murderous intention is so easy to control? Don't worry. Although the force value is definitely not as good as him, but for Bai Huqing Chuan's understanding, I must be 100 times stronger than him. That's not how the intention of killing is used. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said, well, it's good that you know this yourself. But speaking of it, we also have to deal with some stubborn families. Now most of the families have surrendered, but there are still a few who are stubbornly resisting. The one with the strongest reaction is the Li family, relying on their wealth and having 100,000 private soldiers. They actually do not allow our franchise stores to open in their counties. It is said that a considerable part of their family's property and personnel have been transferred to the southern Zirwei Kingdom. So while we are here, now that Nanzi Rui Kingdom is pacifying these families, we can take action. Murong Feng frowned slightly and said, looking at Zhu Xiaobao a little out of layout. Ha. You mean you want me to take action personally? Well, it's time for me, the inspector, to go out and walk. Otherwise, my old sister should say that I don't care about national affairs or her. Do you think it's me? Should she find a lover? Otherwise, is she too bored and just stares at me all day long, asking me to inherit the throne? Zhu Xiaobao said helplessly. Humph. I want to be the emperor, but I still can't. Are you still annoyed? I really don't know what the 7th princess will think when she hears this. Murong Feng said a little bit dumbfounded. It depends on what kind of emperor you want to be. It will be very happy to be a faint emperor, but it will be very hard to be a wise emperor. I still want to be a faint emperor, Zhu Xiaobao said shamelessly. Then please give me a dragon-headed staff first. I can beat you if you are unfaithful. I can beat you every day. Murong Feng covered her mouth and said with a smile, this is a forbidden word. She means that few people here dare to say it. But she immediately thought of something and said, this reminds me that there was no reason to take action in the first place. Now you just want to be a foolish king for a while. Oh, or be an arrogant and domineering 5th prince. Let's go to the Li family's territory and make some noise. Huh? Haha. What a good idea. It is said that there are 2 martial masters in the Li family. I just happened to go and meet for a while. But I heard that every time Yu Shichang came to a house, he would definitely grab a female dual cultivator with a high level of cultivation. Am I the same? Should I act so arrogantly? Zhu Xiaobao asked shamelessly. I don't have any objection. I'm just afraid that some people are evil-minded but not courageous. But it's quite dangerous to go here. Are you sure you're going alone? Murong Feng said nonchalantly. Okay. I will also take Zhu Rong with me. As for the search for women with advanced cultivation skills, just pretend I didn't say anything about it, Zhu Xiaobao said with a guilty conscience. How dare he do anything with Zhu Rong? Wrong thinking. Chapter 448. Putting an end to the chaos B. In fact, there are not many opportunities to meet Zhu Rong these days. Because after rescuing those concubines and talented girls from Ji Jisheng, and it was also confirmed that King Wen was killed by Ji Jishan, Zhu Rong still felt very sad. So these 2 months were basically devoted to training in the inheritance place of the Suzaku clan. Only when it is necessary to practice the mental method. I will come to Zhu Xiaobao to practice twice. Zhu Rong has already settled those concubines and talented girls. These people have suffered a lot and are satisfied to have a place to live. Zhu Rong arranged for them to work in a clothing workshop run by her own tribe, and also let them learn some skills so that they could rely on their skills to support themselves in the future. Of course, those concubines and talented women can remarry if they want to, but they are high-minded and low-handed, and they may not be able to get what they want. King Wen's 2 daughters were also sent to Murong Feng's house to let them learn some skills. So after this period of adjustment and practice, Zhu Rong has completely let go of the past with King Wen, and her mood is slowly recovering. After receiving Zhu Xiaobao's message, Zhu Rong rushed over immediately. This time, he seemed to be a different person. He was much closer to Zhu Xiaobao. There was no longer an inexplicable estrangement like before. Now he felt that he completely belonged to his heart. You mean to go to Taohua County? The Li family has a lot of private soldiers. How many troops do you plan to bring? Zhu Rong was a little frightened. Unexpectedly, in just 1 year, Zhu Xiaobao had already begun to attack the biggest enemy in the northern Zirwei kingdom. The family takes action. But I'm also looking forward to it in my heart. Because the Li family has always been entangled with the Suzaku clan. The reason is that Zhu Xian, who was originally promised to the Li family, escaped without authorization, which made the Li family very dissatisfied. Because this incident made the Li family lose face. So they have been I want Zhu Rong to replace Zhu Xian and continue to complete the marriage between the two families. However, Zhu Rong's refusal in the end made the relationship between the two families very tense. But in terms of strength, the Li family is far stronger than the Suzaku clan. Taohua County has a population of 4 million, a quarter of which belongs to the Li family. There are also quite a few people who work in the processing workshops and shops opened by the Li family. Therefore, the Li family is the absolute overlord in the entire Taohua County. The county governor must discuss anything with the Li family before making a decision. Yeah, I know. I plan to bring 10,000 female warriors this time, which should be enough. Do they really dare to rebel? Zhu Xiaobao nodded and said, not caring very much. If even a Li family, if we can't settle things, how can we regain the southern Zirwei kingdom? Well, will military advisor Murong go? Zhu Rong was still worried. Zhu Xiaobao had little experience in such big events. So of course she was worried. No, I am enough for this little thing, Zhu Xiaobao said nonchalantly, reaching out and holding Zhu Rong's hand. He really wanted to get close to Zhu Rong. Okay, then you must bring Jumei with you. If the two armies are really fighting against each other, Jumei will be very useful. Well, we should also bring in Xiuxiu and the others with us, so that they will not be idle all day long and their efforts will be wasted. Zhu Rong struggled a little, then let Zhu Xiaobao prick her hand, and then suggested again. Okay, it's really necessary to bring Jumei with you. It's been a long time since I took Jumei out with me. Zhu Xiaobao didn't object. Originally, Jumei was his person, but now it's really a big fight to have Jumei with him. Force. Now Yu Xuan and Yu Shui have returned to Lingyu Mountain with 10,000 female warriors, leaving 15,000 female warriors. Although Yu Xuan and the others drove away 100 warships, the number of warships here has not decreased, because in the past year, Mu Chuni and the craftsmen have built more than 100 warships. And they have done it quickly, and they are better than before. Their warships are larger, because the warships of Nanzirui Kingdom are all very large. So their warships are also larger accordingly, because when fighting at close range, the number of people must be guaranteed. These 10,000 female warriors can be said to be quite capable. Each one is a war horse bred and domesticated by Lingyu Mountain itself. They have both long and short weapons, coupled with strong bows and crossbows. They are quite capable in close combat and long-range combat. As a precaution, Zhu Xiaobao also dismantled 8 artillery pieces from the Black Wind Xuansha and carried them with him. At the same time, Zhu Xiaobao's motorcade was also a 22-horse carriage carefully crafted by Mu Chuni, especially Zhu Xiaobao's ride. The carriage was made of strong and heavy wood, which could withstand the shots of powerful crossbows, and even the catapults could not be penetrated by a single blow. It's an ancient bulletproof vehicle. For the first time, spring steel plates are used under the car to absorb shocks. It really doesn't feel that bumpy when you sit in it. The reason for choosing a carriage was because Zhu Xiaobao was the 5th prince. And this time, he was only going to Taohua County to inspect and develop franchise stores. So of course, he couldn't go there on a war horse. It was only at this moment that Zhu Xiaobao felt firsthand the advantages of being a prince. It's a lot of fun sitting in the carriage. On the first day, Zhu Rong and I had already had an ups and downs in the car. Zhu Xiaobao was very surprised. This thing is really exciting. In fact, Taohua County is not very far from Yingshuan County. It passes through Pingwang County and is Taohua County. But as soon as they entered Taohua County, it was obvious that the atmosphere here was very tense. People on the road were slightly panicked when they saw Zhu Xiaobao's motorcade and the team behind them. And they fled away. Huh? You're so brave. I've been in Taohua County for a long time, and the county guard here hasn't come to greet me yet. It seems that he wants to embarrass me. Zhu Xiaobao, wearing bright yellow clothes, stood in front of it, is very conspicuous in the team. This is a color that can only be worn by members of the royal family. However, Zhu Xiaobao does not like this kind of clothing very much. It is too bright, and the people around him can't help but become very respectful. Is this the so-called royal dignity? Zhu Rong is very used to this kind of scene. And she is also wearing palace clothes now, which is a bit like the original princess's clothes. but the color and style are different. Since the conversation about King Wen ended, Zhu Rong became more proactive. She was already very good at managing the harem, so she made Ying Xiuxiu and the others obedient along the way. She also learned a lot of etiquette and did a lot of things. Lots of rules. Not only did Ying Xiuxiu and the others not reject Zhu Rong, but they were also willing to obey Zhu Rong's arrangements and management. Because Zhu Rong was born with a noble and elegant temperament, they were very impressed. Zhu Xiaobao said this, but he was not in a hurry. First, he entered a small family directly. Everything was prepared inside. Zhu Xiaobao also saw two very familiar people, the 9th and 10th among Duanmu's 11 men. It turns out that Merong Feng had sent these two people here a long time ago. In order to clean up the Li family, Merong Feng started making preparations as soon as he arrived in northern Zirui country. And this small aristocratic family has completely swung to Zhu Xiaobao's side. They have always had issues with the Li family, and have been suppressed by the Li family for a long time. Now they are making a desperate move, betting that they can overthrow the Li family this time. The head of the family, whose surname is Feng, is considered a native. However, their family has become increasingly declining over the years. Now, including the servants who guard the courtyard, there are only 2,000 people, and the remaining fields are less than 2,000. In Qianmu, Mr. Feng has 5 daughters and no son, so he sighs all day long. Although the 5 sons-in-law can still be regarded as their responsibilities, they have no ability and cannot compete with Li home. If the Li family hadn't restrained their aggressiveness recently, they might have had the remaining 1,000 acres of farmland occupied by Li Mingqi. Originally, Mr. Feng wanted to prepare a sumptuous banquet for the 5th prince, but he didn't know that Zhu Xiaobao's people had already started preparing it themselves, and they were all the most delicious ones that he had ever seen. Zhu Xiaobao was very polite and invited Mr. Feng to sit at the table, which made the old man a little flattered. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao has already learned a lot of useful information from Lao Jiu Laoshi. He is somewhat annoyed in his heart because the Li family's behavior is a bit too much. As the consort, Li Yuanwu was very cruel to Zhu Xiaobao, a sister he had never met before, and he also refused to let the 2nd princess return to the palace. If it hadn't been for the careful prying of Lao Jiu Laoshi in the past few months, he really wouldn't have known that he was my 2nd sister actually lived such a miserable life. However, Zhu Xiaobao's identity is different now. Even though he is angry in his heart, he is still smiling on the surface. But Zhu Rong can see that Zhu Xiaobao is really angry. In the afternoon, Zhu Xiaobao wanted to go somewhere else for a field trip. Unexpectedly, at this time, the governor of Taohua County and the young head of the Li family, Li Yuanwu, came in a hurry with 5,000 troops. There are not many people living in the Feng family, only 1,000 female warriors. But they are all the most powerful female warriors. Their height alone is 1 punch higher than that of average male soldiers. Join the inspection. Sir! Join the 5th prince! Taohua County's arms dealers Tao Zhiqian and Li Yuanwu shouted loudly in front of the courtyard where Zhu Xiaobao was staying. At that time, there was no response at all in the yard, which made the two of them a little confused about the situation. They looked fiercely at Old Man Feng who was following them. But Old Man Feng bowed repeatedly, which meant that the inspection envoy was inside. After a while, when Tao Zhiqian and Li Yuanwu were hesitant, the far gates slowly opened, and Zhu Xiaobao walked out slowly with a dozen personal guards and a few followers. Who is here? Zhu Xiaobao spoke in an official tone slowly. And then a female soldier behind him brought a chair behind him in time, and Zhu Xiaobao sat down calmly. This posture is really a bit royal. I'm Taohua County Governor Tao Zhiqian and the young master of the Li family, Li Yuanwu, the 2nd prince-in-law of this dynasty, has met the 5th prince. Tao Zhiqian and Li Yuanwu had no choice but to bow and salute again, and said in an aggrieved tone. However, the two of them were bending down and waiting there, but they never saw Zhu Xiaobao making any sound. The two of them took a peek and almost jumped up in anger. It turned out that Zhu Xiaobao was holding a tea bowl, slowly scraping the tea leaves, and was tasting it. What about tea? Chapter 449, putting an end to the chaos. See. Good tea! Good tea! Zhu Xiaobao put down the teacup. It seemed that he had just noticed that Tao Zhiqian and Li Yuanwu were still hunched over in front of him, waiting for Zhu Xiaobao to speak. He quickly said with a slightly migrating smile, "Oh, I was so slow to wait. You too. I'm so sorry. No gifts. No gifts. Come on. Show me your seats." Your Majesty the Inspector. Although Tao Jiqian and Li Yuanwu were annoyed, seeing Zhu Xiaobao being arrogant in front and respectful in the back, they couldn't say anything more and could only sit down. The two of them were on guard, depending on Zhu Xiaobao's next preparation. Anyway, they had already made preparations, and they could handle it with both civil and military skills. Even though Li Yuanwu only brought 5,000 men and horses, these 5,000 men and horses were definitely the most elite direct descendants of the Li family, and most of them were first-level martial arts masters, and the worst ones were second-level martial arts masters. Ha ha! Commander Tao, how many troops are there in Taohua County? I heard that Taohua County has the least banditry among all the counties. It seems that Commander Tao manages it well. Zhu Xiaobao asked someone to give them to them. Serving tea, he asked while still smiling. Well, to report back to the inspector, there are a total of 50,000 troops stationed in Taohua County. The management here is orderly. The people are honest. And with the strong support of the Li family, those bandits and thieves were wiped out a few years ago. Tao Jiqian quickly raised his hands and said. But when it came to the garrison in Taohua County, he was still a little nervous, because there were not that many people at all. He just falsely reported so many people. The annual food and salary for these 50,000 horses and horses. Put it in his pocket. Ha ha! It seems that the Li family's deterrence in Taohua County is still very strong. Even the bandits don't dare to make a living here. Ha! It's very good. Zhu Xiaobao smiled at Li Yuanwu as if he was very satisfied. He even made the gesture of inviting him to tea. Don't dare! Don't dare! This is all due to Governor Tao's good management. My Li family is just keeping to itself. As long as my Li family keeps to itself, other families will not dare to do anything wrong. Li Yuanwu also said with a slightly embarrassed smile. Li Yuanwu was very jealous of Zhu Xiaobao. If it hadn't been for Zhu Xiaobao's return, he would have been the first prince of the northern Zirwei kingdom. It was this Zhu Xiaobao who had embarrassed him in front of everyone. He lost face and finally lost the King of England he had obtained. But this time, he actually had to laugh with him, which made Li Yuanwu feel very unhappy. If Tao Jiqian hadn't repeatedly warned him with his eyes, Li Yuanwu would have wanted to have a seizure. But then Zhu Xiaobao became very interested and asked about all the matters in Taohua County, big and small. Seeing that it was almost time to have dinner, Zhu Xiaobao seemed to still have something to say. He turned around and ordered, Come! Prepare a dinner. I want to invite 2 adults to dine here. Tao Jiqian and Li Yuanwu were already very depressed. They just sat here all afternoon. They even went to the toilet 4 or 5 times and drank tea all afternoon. Of course they peed a lot. But now Zhu Xiaobao is not done yet and wants to keep them here for dinner. The two of them are really impatient. Moreover, this afternoon, Zhu Xiaobao seems to have asked very detailed questions. But they are all irrelevant things. I always feel a little uneasy. What? I invite you to dinner. Why don't you want to? Could it be that the food here is not as good as yours? I dare not say anything else. When it comes to cooking skills, if I take second place, no one will dare to take first place. Zhu Xiaobao's face darkened and he hummed. No, no, no. We are afraid of causing trouble to the inspector. Since the inspector said so, we have no choice but to bother him. Tao Jiqian quickly winked at Li Yuanwu, and then said with joy on his face, but in his heart, he became more vigilant. That's right. Also, since you are still the second prince-in-law, then invite the second princess here too. I haven't seen my second sister for such a long time. Today is also the reunion of brother and sister. Zhu Xiaobao looked at Li Yuanwu with a smile. The main purpose of inviting them to dinner here was finally exposed. Ah? No. 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 The second princess is ill. I'm afraid she won't be able to come today. Otherwise, if the 5th prince arrives at the Li family in 2 days, I will let the princess meet the 5th prince. Li Yuanwu suddenly said a little anxiously. I didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao would do this when he first came here. Now if Zhu Xiaobao sees the second princess, it will be troublesome, because the second princess is still injured, and it was beaten by him. Accidental illness? That's even more coincidental. This prince is also a very skilled doctor. He can cure illnesses with ease. Come on. Please use my car to pick up my second sister immediately. You are really capable, fortunately. I usually don't help people treat their illnesses myself. Zhu Xiaobao waved his hand and gave the order directly, but his eyes were still fixed on Li Yuanwu. You? Well, thank you very much. Fifth Prince! Li Yuanwu suddenly became a little anxious and wanted to have a fit, but was restrained in time by Tao Jiqian next to him. He had no choice but to sit down heavily and stare at Zhu Xiaobao. Anyway, I'm not afraid even if I invite the second princess here. Does the second princess still dare to talk nonsense in front of me? He has long since made him obedient. But this series of actions by Zhu Xiaobao made Tao Jiqian feel more and more uneasy. This fifth prince seemed to be difficult to deal with. They seemed very passive from the beginning. But the banquet that Zhu Xiaobao invited them to was truly sumptuous and delicious. And there were some dishes that they had never seen before. And the wine on the table was also of the highest quality. Although Li Yuanwu was wary, he started to forget about it after a few glasses of wine. In the end, Zhu Xiaobao, who was still a brother-in-law, managed to kill 2 jars of top-quality roasting knives. And even Tao Jiqian got a little drunk. But it was useless for Tao Jiqian to stay awake alone. Now Zhu Xiaobao smiled and asked his servants to throw Li Yuanwu into the carriage, and asked his 5,000 followers to take him back to the Li family. Tao Jiqian wanted to say something more, but Li Yuanwu was already drunk and snoring loudly. Governor Tao, just stop here today. Tomorrow I will review your 50,000 garrison. Zhu Xiaobao saw Li Yuanwu off, and then said calmly to Tao Jiqian. Oh? Tomorrow? Inspector, why do you suddenly have to inspect these troops and horses? Tao Jiqian suddenly became panicked. How could he have 50,000 troops? In other words, he only had 50,000 troops on the roster. He will inspect these 50,000 troops tomorrow. Wouldn't that mean we're going to be gangbanged? What? Is there any problem? Zhu Xiaobao asked, staring at Tao Jiqian closely. No. How can there be a problem? When the time comes, Xiaoguan will be waiting for the inspector at the martial arts arena. I will take my leave now. Tao Jiqian was immediately startled, and hurriedly forced a smile, and then said goodbye in a bit of panic. Xiaobao hurried towards Li's house. Tao Jiqian galloped all the way. His heart was burning. He didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao actually started from the garrison here. Now he had no other choice but to borrow troops from the Li family and pretend to be an army in official uniform. Anyway, Zhu Xiaobao doesn't know these people. But when he was about to leave home, Tao Jiqian slapped his forehead. Damn! Why did you forget the second princess? After Zhu Xiaobao sent someone to invite the second princess, the second princess never showed up. Now it's better. She simply was it fell to Zhu Xiaobao. Who knows what the second princess will say to Zhu Xiaobao? And I'm afraid the injuries on the second princess's body cannot be concealed. Tao Jiqian was a little angry. He really made things worse by drinking. This Li Yuanwu is a reckless man. When he sees wine, he feels like he is seeing his own father. The current situation was made very passive by Zhu Xiaobao after just one banquet. This fifth prince seemed to be much more powerful than Yu Qianrou. At the same time, in the backyard of the Fong family, in a room specially set aside for the second princess to live, the second princess was hugging Zhu Xiaobao and crying. Unexpectedly, the person who could rescue her turned out to be this person, who had never been there before. The unattractive Yu Xiaobao was the shortest and fattest idiot back then. Although Zhu Xiaobao had no impression of this second sister, he was actually a little excited when he met her. And when he saw the scars on the second princess's face and arms, he was also extremely angry. This Li Yuanwu is really bold and dares to fight even the princess. And listening to the second princess's cry, this has become a common occurrence. Whenever Li Yuanwu was unhappy with something, he liked to take it out on the second princess. Since the second princess couldn't leave the Li family's door anyway, he wasn't worried about Yu Qianrou knowing about it. Besides, what if Yu Qianrou knew about it? You don't have to swallow your anger like the second princess. But now it's completely different. Yu Qianrou's strength is steadily increasing. And the most terrifying thing is that the tacit understanding between the big families has collapsed. Most of the families have gradually turned to Yu Qianrou, and some of them have gradually fallen towards Yu Qianrou. They are waiting and watching. Only the Li family will never compromise. In Taohua County, the Li family is the absolute overlord. Well, second sister, do you have any heirs in the Li family? Zhu Xiaobao asked in detail while comforting the second sister. No. Li Yuanwu doesn't regard me as his wife at all. He just needs the status of the second consort. The women around him are all young and beautiful. So how can I produce anything? The second princess Yu Qianhong lowered her head. Said the head. She is almost 30. So of course she cannot compare with those young and beautiful women. The reason why she agreed to marry Li Yuanwu was because she wanted to help Yu Qianrou stabilize the situation in northern Zirui country. It was because Yu Qianrou was in too many difficulties at the beginning. Without the support of these big families, she would not be able to survive at all. Therefore, the second princess Yu Qianhong and the fourth princess Yu Qianping all wanted to keep Yu Qianro. So they had no choice but to marry the young masters of these big families. Well, that's good. Since you came out this time, you don't have to go back. We have to settle many accounts with the Li family, Zhu Xiaobao said, holding the second sister's hand. The second sister, Yu Qianhong, has not had a good life these past few years. Her face is pale and haggard, and she looks older than her actual age. In fact, she is less than 30 years old. The next morning, Zhu Xiaobao brought his men and horses to the martial arts field. There were actually 50,000 men and women lined up opposite him. Tao Zhiqian actually changed into soft armor and stood at the front of the team on horseback. Behind him, Li Yuanwu stared at Zhu Xiaobao fiercely. Chapter 450, Putting an End to the Chaos D. Zhu Xiaobao's words made Tao Zhiqian and Li Yuanwu busy all night. Tao Zhiqian didn't have any troops, so he could only borrow the Li family's private army to replenish the number. But this is not that easy. First, they must unify their caliber, and also put them into official and military uniforms. These uniforms are available in the warehouse under Tao Zhiqian's rule, but they have to be found temporarily and delivered in a hurry. Li Yuanwu was only woken up by Tao Zhiqian in the latter part of the night, and he also worked for the rest of the night. Now both of them have red eyes and look tired. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao walking into the martial arts arena with a relaxed expression, both of them looked at Zhu Xiaobao with anger. Li Yuanwu was even more angry. He didn't expect that a long drink had delayed important events. Now even the second princess was left with Zhu Xiaobao, and he had one less trump card in his hand. I've seen the inspector! Although the two of them were very unhappy, they still bowed respectfully when they saw Zhu Xiaobao. Yeah. No gifts. It's very good. The soldiers are neatly dressed, and the clothes are bright. They are all new uniforms. Sheriff Tao is really well-intentioned and specially made them all wear brand new uniforms. Zhu Xiaobai, he said without a smile. It's to show the military might of our Taohua County. So they all put on new uniforms, Tao Zhiqian said with a smile, a little embarrassed. In fact, only 5,000 of them were in his official uniforms, and the rest were all the Li family's private army was brought in to make up the numbers. 50,000 horses were arranged in 5 square formations, with 1 battalion for every 10,000 people. So there were 5 battalions in total. It's just that the leaders of each battalion are Tao Zhiqian's men. Otherwise, the generals of the Li family would not know the rules and regulations of the army. Fifth Prince, you left in a hurry yesterday, and the second princess didn't have time to come back. I wonder if you can let me send someone to bring the second princess back, Li Yuanwu asked in an aggrieved tone. Li Yuanwu was also a little flustered. He didn't know if the second princess had told Zhu Xiaobao about his abuse of her. So Li Yuanwu was still nervously observing Zhu Xiaobao's face at this time. But what disappoints Li Yuanwu is that Zhu Xiaobao is still smiling, and there is nothing unusual at all. This made Li Yuanwu even more uneasy. Ha! If you didn't tell me, I would have forgotten that my second sister will not come back for the time being. She is ill and wants to go back to the palace to stay for a few days. Speaking of which, you are also very impatient and don't understand etiquette. My second sister has arrived in Li. I have been home for more than 2 years, and I have never been back once. Zhu Xiaobao frowned and said, That's it. The second princess is reserved by nature and doesn't like to go out. She usually likes to stay at home, so she has never gone back. How about I take her back first, and then prepare her before returning to the palace? Lost your etiquette? Li Yuanwu became increasingly uneasy and asked with a smile. No need. When you return to the palace, you are returning to your own home. Do you need to prepare? You should prepare yourself and go back with my second sister. Zhu Xiaobao looked at Li Yuanwu indifferently. According to his status, the second sister, the status of the princess is much nobler than that of his consort. Yes. After today's busy work, I will return to the palace with the princess. Li Yuanwu had to reply awkwardly. Li Yuanwu became more and more certain that the second princess might have told Zhu Xiaobao about his abuse of her. But thinking that he was on his own territory now, Li Yuanwu wasn't so worried anymore. After all, in addition to the Li family, there are several big families who are allied with each other and advance and retreat together. Does Zhu Xiaobao really dare to run wild in Taohua County? Zhu Xiaobao was not taking care of Li Yuanwu, but asked Tao Zhiqian to accompany him to review the 50,000 troops. He also called the generals and deputy generals of each battalion to the front and asked them carefully. Although it was a bit unreasonable. These 5 the famous generals all responded with the same answers. And it was obvious that they had put in a lot of effort last night. Zhu Xiaobao felt that riding a horse in front of an army of 50,000 people was quite impressive. And every time they arrived at a battalion, the soldiers would shout slogans. "I've seen the patrol." It can be seen that Tao Jiqian still put in some effort, and shouted quite neatly. This made Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. And said to Tao Jiqian with a smile, "Counter Tao, your men are really well trained. I didn't expect that the troops are neat and impressive. Yes, yes, yes. I attach great importance to their training. And they have repeatedly taught them to be loyal to the country and serve His Majesty the Emperor. Therefore, my men are not only well trained, but also loyal and brave." Tao Jiqian, he also said a little proudly. "Okay, I just need people. So I'll use your 50,000 troops. Let your 5 battalions go to Pingguang County immediately without disbanding. There are several mobs rebelling there. And I just need some people." Zhu Xiaobao said seemingly casually. "Oh? How can that be done? These are the defenders of my Taohua County. If they leave, who will guarantee the safety of my Taohua County?" Before Tao Jiqian could speak, Li Yuanwu shouted anxiously. Can he not be anxious? These are the private troops of their Li family. How can they be allowed to be taken away by Zhu Xiaobao casually? Huh? This is the government's army. I can use it at will. Why are you anxious? Governor Tao just said that he would teach them to be loyal to the country and serve His Majesty the Emperor. Besides, isn't Taohua County's public security good? And you leave with our family here. Who else can threaten the safety here? Zhu Xiaobao looked at Li Yuanwu with dissatisfaction. Now he has become a very active party. And these 50,000 horses have become his. I'm afraid this is not appropriate. To mobilize so many people. You need the imperial court's order. And I can't make the decision? Tao Jiqian was stunned immediately. He didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao would mobilize these troops with just one mouth. Tao Jiqian, it was completely caught off guard. I have a transfer order from the imperial court. I have it. This is the jade plaque from the inspection, as well as the imperial edict. The emperor made it clear in the imperial edict that I can mobilize up to 50,000 troops. And I can also kill those below the county governor without reporting it. Official. Zhu Xiaobao waved his hand. And Zhu Rong, who was behind him, rushed up on his horse, holding Zhu Xiaobao's jade plaque and imperial edict in his hand. Oh? Zhu Rong? You will actually follow the 5th prince? Li Yuanwu suddenly shouted in shock and anger. In order to get Zhu Rong, he went to war against the Suzaku clan. But in the end, he missed the last move. If it weren't for Zhu Rong, with the appearance of Xiaobao, he is now the King of England, and can also controlling Xuan County. Of course, his biggest purpose is to get Zhu Rong. Didn't he have an engagement with Zhu Xian at the beginning? But he didn't expect Zhu Xian to escape. So Li Yuanwu turned his attention to Zhu Rong. Besides, Zhu Rong was more mature and beautiful than Zhu Xian. Li Yuanwu always had Zhu Rong in his dreams. Unexpectedly, she was following Zhu Xiaobao. And now Zhu Rong is even more charming and naive than before. Her whole body exudes a mature charm unique to a young woman. It seems that the two of them are flirting with each other. This Li Yuanwu was immediately furious. Humph. Li Yuanwu, we are discussing government affairs now. It's not your turn to give advice. Right? Zhu Rong looked at Li Yuanwu indifferently, and leaned towards Zhu Xiaobao consciously. She suddenly felt that these so-called his literary and military talents are really incomparable to Zhu Xiaobao. Judging from the calmness of Zhu Xiaobao's current dealings, he really doesn't look like a fledgling boy. So Zhu Rong felt even more comforted. You? Li Yuanwu was choked by Zhu Rong and was speechless. He could only blush and stare. Tao Jiqian, do you want to resist the decree? Zhu Rong ignored Li Yuanwu and asked directly to Tao Jiqian. Although his voice was still so charming, Tao Jiqian was trembling in his heart and did not dare to refute. Yes, but I don't know how many rebels the inspector will use these 50,000 troops to deal with. Tao Jiqian asked hesitantly. He was also very suspicious. Pingguang County had long been reconquered and integrated by Murong Feng. And he also killed after killing the head of the Lao family. What kind of rebellion is there now? Could it be that the Lao family is becoming restless again? Thinking of this, Tao Jiqian still felt a little hopeful. Actually, we don't need to use these 50,000 troops. We just need to guard the main road from Pingguang County to Taohua County. I will arrange the specific matters when we get to Pingguang County. Let's set off now. You go back and prepare some food and grass. Be sure to get to Pingguang County before dinner. Otherwise, these soldiers will be hungry. And I will blame you. Zhu Xiaobao not only requisitioned 50,000 horses, but also sent Tao Jiqian away, which made Tao Jiqian feeling deeply uneasy. But now unable to disobey orders, he had no choice but to wink at Li Yuanwu, and then retreat unwillingly. At the same time, he was also lecturing the generals of those battalions before leaving, which was actually a hint to them to be on alert at all times. Li Yuanwu actually had murderous intentions now. But when he saw the 10,000 female warriors behind Zhu Xiaobao, he still didn't dare to take action. The female warriors of the Lingyu tribe can be equal to 10. I'm afraid he really can't defeat the 50,000 soldiers. Besides, yes, he was lucky. What if Zhu Xiaobao just borrowed these troops? Then there is no need to break up now. Tao Jiqian's generals hesitantly followed Zhu Xiaobao with their own troops and immediately set off towards Pingguang County. If Li Yuanwu hadn't nodded secretly, they wouldn't have set off at all. But they were not worried. After all, they just went to Pingguang County for a stroll. Could they really work for the fifth prince? It's simply impossible. Li Yuanwu and Tao Jiqian hurried back to Li's house. As soon as they came back, Li Yuanwu hurriedly gathered his troops and gathered all the private soldiers. It took him half a day just to gather these troops. Because he had so many, the private troops are not all concentrated in the Li family manor. They have to come from several places. When Li Yuanwu hurriedly caught up with his men and horses, and was about to arrive at Pingguang County, he suddenly saw Zhu Xiaobao waiting with 10,000 female soldiers on the official road in front of him. And he still asked with a smile, Li Yuanwu, are you afraid that I don't have enough men and horses when you come here with so many people? You even lent me your own private army? Ah? Zhu Xiaobao, where are my people? Li Yuanwu was shocked and asked angrily. Chapter 451, Putting an End to the Chaos. Although Li Yuanwu and Tao Jiqian were shocked and angry, they had to stop quickly when they saw a line of 10,000 female warriors lined up in front of them, as wide as 2 miles. Although there were only 10,000 female warriors, but what came rushing towards them was full of momentum. Each female warrior was holding a bow and arrow, and was ready for battle. Zhu Xiaobao, who was in the middle, also changed into a set of soft armor. This is a set of dark green leather armor that is made of fine craftsmanship. It can block ordinary arrows, but it is very soft and comfortable. This is something Hatchet has spent a lot of money to collect. I bought a piece of fire cowhide, specially made for Zhu Xiaobao. The bloody horse under his crotch was the one that Hatchet lost to Zhu Xiaobao on Luofeng Island. Not to mention, Hatchet had spent a lot of money on Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Xiaobao is now holding a bright silver spear in his hand, which belongs to Yu Qianrou. He does not have a weapon himself, so he has to use his sister's weapon first, even though it belongs to Yu Qianrou. It is quite heavy in her hand, which shows that Yu Qianrou's strength is not small. Zhu Xiaobao, where are my people? Li Yuanwu asked angrily. What are your people? Oh, you mean those 50,000 people? Those are the people of the imperial court. What do you want to do now with 100,000 people chasing after you? Zhu Xiaobao said, acting like a rogue as always. But this for once, he was quite reasonable. Don't do this to me. Those 50,000 troops belong to my Li family. What did you do to them? At this time, Li Yuanwu no longer cared about helping Tao Jiqian act. His mind was already confused. 50,000 troops just disappeared for no reason. Tao Jiqian, you falsely reported the number of people, defrauded the military pay and food, and enriched your own pocket. What crime should you have committed? And you, Li Yuanwu, you have abused the second princess, which is an unforgivable crime. You also expanded the army privately. The maximum number of private soldiers stipulated by the court should not exceed 50,000. I'm afraid you have doubled it several times now. Right. Do you want to rebel when you leave home? Zhu Xiaobao's face suddenly darkened. He pointed the bright silver gun in his hand at Li Yuanwu and Tao Jiqian and shouted loudly. Humph! I was originally going to be crowned king. Of course, I can have these armies and fiefdoms. If it weren't for you, I would have been crowned the king of England. Li Yuanwu also shouted wildly, not to be outdone. He was still worried about this matter. And now he saw Zhu Xiaobao's aggressive momentum. And the female warrior behind him was even more majestic. What made him even more annoyed was that Zhu Rong was also following Zhu Xiaobao closely. The concerned expression made Li Yuanwu jealous and wanted to kill Zhu Xiaobao right away. Fifth Prince, Those 50,000 troops are indeed my subordinates. But even if you want to requisition them, you must tell me where they are going. Tao Jiqian is quite cunning, and he still does not admit that he made false claims to defraud the army of food and supplies. Because he believes that these 50,000 horses are not in the hands of Zhu Xiaobao. But they are just missing. You dare to quibble. Look what's behind me. Zhu Xiaobao sneered, then waved his hand, and the flags behind him moved away, revealing 10 tied-up generals, 5 of the 50,000 troops. The battalion's generals and deputy generals have all been captured alive by the female soldiers. Oh? It's over. Is the whole army really wiped out? Tao Jiqian's heart suddenly turned cold. He rolled his eyes wildly, thinking about how to escape back quickly, pack up his property, and send away his family. I'm so angry that I'll fight with you. If you don't let me live, I won't make it easy for you. Li Yuanwu immediately exploded. This family is kissing. The 50,000 men must have been ambushed. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the entire army to be wiped out so quickly. But before Li Yuanwu's men could charge forward, Zhu Mei's iron arrow had already been shot. Even though it was still 200 steps away, Zhu Mei's current shooting range had reached a terrifying 300 steps. That is to say, Li Yuanwu was lucky. His warhorse happened to be hit by his force. He stood up and blocked the arrow. Suddenly, the warhorse neighed miserably, and then fell down. Zhu Mei's power was too great. This iron arrow shot directly into the horse's chest, came out from the horse's back, and scratched Li Yuanwu's face. Li Yuanwu's face was stained with a lot of horse blood. He was so shocked that he fell off his horse. Zhu Mei's arrow was like an order, and the 8 naval guns set up in the trenches on both sides of Zhu Xiaobao also opened fire at the same time. Even though there were only 8 naval guns, Li Yuanwu's men and horses were arranged neatly and concentrated in each square. This artillery fire immediately caused chaos in these squares. Hundreds of people in history, and there were many soldiers, with their bodies on fire. The formations of these troops immediately broke into chaos. Just when Li Yuanwu wanted to stabilize the situation and launch an attack, a large number of troops suddenly rushed out from both sides. The one who gave the order was Murong Feng, and the troops that surrounded him from both sides were in Xiuan County. Among the troops gathered for training, there were also the private armies of the large and small families in Pingguang County, not to mention the Lao family. This time, they actually worked very hard and handed over all their private armies to Murong Feng for deployment. Originally, Li Yuanwu's troops had been thrown into disarray by several rounds of artillery fire, and now they were surrounded in the middle. His own camp was already in chaos, and they had long been panicking. Don't be chaotic. Don't be chaotic. Calm down. How do you usually train you? How come you are so virtuous at the critical moment? Li Yuanwu yelled corruptly. But except for those generals who were still somewhat conscious, the soldiers didn't pay attention at all. What is Li Yuanwu yelling? They just want to get rid of the bad luck of being attacked by artillery fire as soon as possible. At this time, the bows and arrows of the 10,000 female warriors also began to fire, because the distance was enough. The lethality of these 10,000 bows and arrows was too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, they killed 3,000 soldiers. After 3 rounds of arrows, more than 10,000 people have been killed or injured. The remaining soldiers could no longer hold on and turned around to begin a large-scale rout. However, these 10,000 female warriors collected their bows and arrows, picked up their weapons, and began to chase them with horses. I'll fight you! Li Yuanwu had lost his mind at this time. He grabbed a steel gun and rushed towards Zhu Xiaobao. Tao Jiqian behind him had no choice but to rush over, although he wanted to run away. But in his current form, Li Yuanwu is still the strongest here, and he has 1,000 personal guards behind him. These 1,000 people can be said to be the elite of the Li family. Only by following Li Yuanwu can we survive. Ha ha! Just in time. I'm extending my hand to you. Don't make a move. Let me do it by myself. Zhu Xiaobao actually smiled. And then he also led the female warrior behind him to greet him. Although the Li family's thousands of guards are the most brave, they are nothing compared to the thousands of female warriors behind Zhu Xiaobao. The 1,000 female warriors Zhu Xiaobao were selected from the 15,000 female warriors. Almost none of them were shorter than Zhu Xiaobao, and all of them had reached the level of a first-level martial artist. What's even more terrible is that these female warriors are experienced in actual combat and have strong combat effectiveness. As soon as the two sides fought, Li Yuanwu was shocked. His 1,000 personal guards were all for nothing. Two people can't beat each other. I have long heard that the female warriors from Lingyu Mountain are extremely powerful in combat. But I didn't expect them to be even more terrifying than the legend says. There was also a one-armed female warrior among them. One of her arms was also extremely powerful. She killed a guard leader with one sword. This leader was already a first-level martial artist. Unexpectedly, he could not stop even one sword strike. This female warrior of Dubi is Yu Jiai. She doesn't want to be taken care of, and insists on following Zhu Xiaobao as a way of repaying the kindness of saving her life. He was Yu Li's personal bodyguard back then, and his combat prowess was comparable to Yu Shuang's. Okay, look at me! Look at my shooting skills! Zhu Xiaobao waved the bright silver gun in his hand, and took the lead in facing Li Yuanwu. He couldn't do it first. He learned 3 moves. But before he went out, Yu Qian Rose spent one night teaching him. Open! Li Yuanwu fired his gun horizontally. And just as he was about to fight back, Zhu Xiaobao's second move came, followed by the third move. And then it was a random beating. He used this bright silver gun as an iron rod, and used the beautiful crazy magic stick technique. After one meal, he was as fierce as a tiger. And then he saw his opponent's 205. Li Yuanwu was stunned by Zhu Xiaobao's random beating. What kind of marksmanship is this? It was pretty decent at the beginning, but in the end it turned into a stick technique. And then it just became random beatings? Seeing that his marksmanship was no longer good, Zhu Xiaobao simply threw the bright silver gun out and used it as a javelin. Then he jumped on the horse with 2 iron claws on his hands. He caught Li Yuanwu's point steel gun in midair. And then as time went by, both of them fell off their horses, got up and started fighting at close range. At first, Li Yuanwu didn't look down on Zhu Xiaobao. He knew that Zhu Xiaobao's marksmanship was not very good based on his crooked marksmanship. But who would have thought that when fighting in close quarters, Zhu Xiaobao's strength would suddenly increase. He has become much stronger. His 2 tiger claws are sharp and fast. And his body skills are also very flexible. What's even more annoying is that Zhu Xiaobao was still yelling and screaming while beating him. It seems that Zhu Xiaobao used him as a training tool and beat him happily. Come on! Li Yuanwu was angry and anxious. He waved his hand and wanted the guards behind him to rush forward. However, when he looked back, there was no movement at all. When he looked back, he found that the guards had all been beaten by the female warriors. He was crying for his father and mother, and no one could rush over to help him. Not to mention, someone really came over, and that was Tao Jiqian. When he saw Li Yuanwu, he couldn't resist it. If he didn't take action, Li Yuanwu might really be injured. Only then did he realize that Zhu Xiaobao's kung fu was not good. But he was quite strong in close combat. So Tao Jiqian had no choice but to draw his weapons and join the battle group. No one expected that Tao Jiqian, who looked like a civil servant, was not weak in martial arts. No worse than Li Yuanwu. The weapon in his hand was also very strange. It was actually an iron umbrella, which could stab, sweep, and hold open to resist. Let Zhu Xiaobao be a little surprised. Zhu Xiaobao faced off against 2. His expressions began to become serious, and his murderous aura began to become more and more serious. Chapter 452, Putting an End to the Chaos F. Zhu Xiaobao looked solemn, but he did not ask Zhu Rong to come over and use the Mandarin Duck Sword with him. He had been able to correctly evaluate his own strength. If he teamed up with Zhu Rong, it would be more than enough to deal with Li Yuanwu and Tao Jiqian. But Zhu Xiaobao's purpose on this trip was to pacify these families. And secondly, he wanted to enhance his actual combat ability. Now those female warriors have almost strangled all Li Yuanwu's accompanying guards. These 1,000 female warriors are also cheering for Zhu Xiaobao with great interest, which makes Zhu Xiaobao still somewhat competitive. I really want to show off in front of the female warriors. As the desire to kill became stronger, Zhu Xiaobao's attacks became more fierce, and the murderous aura emanating from his body became stronger. However, under the siege of the 2 great martial arts masters, Zhu Xiaobao was still at a disadvantage, and suffered a few minor injuries, because Tao Jiqian's iron umbrella was too weird, and the edges of the opened iron umbrella were also sharp. Incomparably, Zhu Xiaobao suffered a lot. In anger, Zhu Xiaobao put away a tiger claw, took out the short knife from his waist with his right hand, and whittled it away. After a dozen moves, Tao Jiqian's iron umbrella was cut off in several pieces, and even broke. Tao Jiqian was so angry and anxious that he had no choice but to throw away the damaged iron umbrella, and took out 2 short knives from his waist. These were also regarded as his backup weapons. In fact, Li Yuanwu and Tao Jiqian joined forces, and still had a slight upper hand. But now they were surrounded by a large group of female warriors. Both of them were absent-minded and did not want to fight. So Zhu Xiaobao gradually took the initiative. The more he fought, the more excited he became. He even had time to smile showily at Zhu Rong, and was almost stabbed by Li Yuanwu's sword. Zhu Rong was a little dumbfounded, and her heart tightened even more. Fortunately, Zhu Xiaobao reacted quickly. With a wrong step and strange movement, Li Yuanwu's sword that he was sure to win actually missed the point. But Li Yuanwu and Tao Zhiqian also seized this opportunity to distance themselves. They both turned over and jumped up quickly. They actually jumped on a war horse and ran away desperately. Seeing that the situation was over, Li Yuanwu naturally wanted to return to the Li family manor and reorganize his troops. As long as they escaped back, there were still many places they could control in Taohua County. Enough to continue the stalemate for a while. Or to hide. It's not that difficult. Ah! I'm so angry! Why did you run away like this? I haven't had enough of fighting yet. No! Chase me! Zhu Xiaobao was immediately furious. He was about to start fighting. But then it stopped. So he was furious. With a wave of his hand, he jumped on the horse and chased after him. Zhu Rong and the female warriors Kanzuya quickly jumped on their horses and followed Zhu Xiaobao down. If something unexpected happens to Zhu Xiaobao, they can't afford it. But this time, these female warriors were shocked. They didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao, who they had to protect all the time before, was now so strong. This makes many female warriors admire them. What they value most is their super fighting power. Li Yuanwu and Tao Zhiqian fled with the remaining troops. Along the way, many defeated soldiers and defeated generals followed one after another. By this time, his 100,000 private army had been defeated and divided into several groups. The block was surrounded by several encirclement circles, and it was seen that most people had surrendered. There were countless casualties on the ground. Li Yuanwu's heart felt cold. It seemed that Zhu Xiaobao's appearance this time was just a pretense, and Yu Qianrou was probably the one who really wanted to take action. I have to admit that Yu Qianrou has begun to have this strength now, and the Li family has been too strong in these years. Although he was a defeated army, Li Yuanwu was very familiar with the terrain here after all. With his men and horses, he actually left Zhu Xiaobao far away. But there were less than 3,000 men and horses who could follow him back. And they were all cavalry. And those infantry, they have all been destroyed or surrendered. However, before Li Yuanwu returned to Zhuangzi with the remaining defeated generals, he saw the sound of killing from a distance. The Li family manor was also being besieged by an army several times his own, and thick smoke had appeared in several courtyards. Yen, it seems that he has been attacked into Zhuangzi. What makes Li Yuanwu even more incredible is that those who besieged the Li family manor were actually several major families, who had vowed to join forces with the Li family to resist Yu Qianrou and defend their own rights and interests. It turns out that the Li family knows how to read the wind better than the Li family. So they all stood by Yu Qianrou's side without hesitation. Among them, there is another family with a large number of people. They are the enemies of the Li family. That is, the Qin family who competes with him for the title of King of England. Originally, there were 50,000 private troops guarding the Li family manor, so it should be foolproof. Unexpectedly, these families betrayed their trust and betrayed themselves at such a critical time, and even killed them. This is to uproot the Li family. Dad! Dad! You guys rush in. The head of the family is still in the manor. Li Yuanwu shouted angrily and anxiously. But he was more thinking about Li Mingqi, who is the head of the Li family. As long as he is here, he will not worry about the future. Unable to make a comeback, the Li family has already established its industry and clan members in the southern Zirwei kingdom. As long as they can escape this disaster, the Li family can still quickly recover. But before Li Yuanwu's hope could rise, a war horse rushed out from the Li family manor. The general on the horse was a tall man, holding a mountain-breaking axe in one hand and a bloody human head in the other. Li Yuanwu looked carefully. Look. It's his father Li Mingqi's head. And it was his old enemy Qin Wei who was carrying the head. Ha ha ha! Li Yuanwu. Are you looking for your father? Stop shouting. He's here. I just can't talk to you. Qin Weiwei shouted with a smile. The Qin family has never joined forces with the Li family. Speaking of which, the Qin family has always been independent and guarded its own territory. But this time, it was a clear-cut move towards Yu Qianrou. And what the Qin family did better than the Li family was that they respected the fourth princess Yu Qianping very much. even though Qin Wei was the fifth and third renter. When he met the fourth princess, he is always courteous and considerate, and does not dare to neglect. During this period of time, I saw that after Zhu Xiaobao came back, from top to bottom, more than half of the northern Zerwei kingdom was integrated, and the national strength of the northern Zerwei kingdom developed rapidly. Therefore, the head of the Qin family immediately made a choice and joined Yu Qianrou's camp. Of course, since he chose to join the team, he must be proactive and loyal. So this time, the Qin family is going out with all their strength, and they must completely eradicate the Li family. This kind of big family has a profound heritage. Once they are given a chance to breathe, they will probably make a comeback. Qin Wei, how dare you kill my father? I will fight with you. Li Yuanwu was suddenly filled with grief. His eyes were red, and he wanted to fight Qin Wei with a steel gun. Young master, now is not the time to fight. Hurry to other villages. I hope they haven't been besieged yet. Let's quickly bring out all the people we can. As long as the people are here, we won't have any chance of revenge. Tao Jiqian quickly grabbed Li Yuanwu and shouted. He was also anxious in his heart. He wanted to go back to the governor's house quickly and pick up his wife and children. But it was probably too late now. Now that he has taken action against the Li family, he, the puppet of the Li family, will not be left behind. Relying on his familiarity with the geography, Li Yuanwu and his men wanted to continue fleeing to the south. After running through several manors of the Li family, the result was the same. They were all occupied by the private armies of several other aristocratic families. Some of them are still quarreling over the uneven distribution of the spoils, having dispatched so many private troops. Of course they wanted to plunder the Li family, so these people are not interested in chasing Li Yuanwu at the moment. They are all busy dividing the property. On the contrary, Qin Wei of the Qin family did not rush to snatch the property. He waited until Zhu Xiaobao caught up with him. First saluted Zhu Xiaobao, and then presented Li Mingqi's head. Then he even more diligently wanted to stand still for Zhu Xiaobao and hunt down Li Yuanwu. Ha ha! You should be considered my fourth brother-in-law. Right. Not bad. Your Qin family's first achievement. Well, by the way, you haven't bullied my fourth sister, have you? Zhu Xiaobao suddenly smiled when he saw Qin Wei asked. In fact, when he saw Qin Wei for the first time, he could tell that this man was more forthright and straightforward than Li Yuanwu. And Yu Qianrou also mentioned repeatedly that the Qin family could be brought over. Now it seems that Yu Qianrou's vision is still very accurate. No! I have never been rude to the princess. If you don't believe me, I invited her here. Ask her yourself. Qin Wei suddenly said anxiously, then waved his hand behind him. And after a while, he really ran away. A carriage came, and the face of the fourth princess emerged from the side window of the carriage. She was much more moisturized than the second princess Yu Qianhong, and she had a very satisfied expression on her face. It turns out that this time the Qin family sided with Yu Qianrou, and the second princess played a key role in the process. Otherwise, the head of the Qin family would not have made such a wise decision so quickly and decisively. When Yu Qianping saw Zhu Xiaobao, she shouted in surprise. Xiaobao! Are you Xiaobao? I have finally met you. Hey! I've met the fourth sister. Now I'm going to hunt down Li Yuanwu. You go to Fang's house first. I've left the second sister at Fang's house. I'll come back to pay my respects to the two sisters after I kill Li Yuanwu. Zhu Xiaobao actually doesn't have any particularly deep feelings for these two sisters, but he still feels a bit close to them. After all, they are blood relatives. Okay, then I'll wait for you to come back at Fang's house. The fourth princess nodded knowingly. Of course, she was very aware of Zhu Xiaobao's current reputation. It can be said that the earth-shaking changes in Zerwei Kingdom were due to Zhu Xiaobao's return has just begun. Zhu Xiaobao didn't say any more, but led his men and horses to pursue them all the way. He also knew that the Li family was deeply rooted and must not allow them a chance to breathe. Otherwise it would definitely be a big hidden danger in the future. Qin Wei also specially sent 2 spies to Zhu Xiaobao. These 2 people were very familiar with the terrain here, so Zhu Xiaobao did not take any more detours and chased Li Yuanwu as far south as possible. Finally, Li Yuanwu was surrounded in the mountain stream, because Li Yuanwu had nowhere to escape. The other side of the mountain stream was Nan Zerwei Kingdom. But Zhu Xiaobao suddenly became alert at this time, and ignored Li Yuanwu, who was fighting like a trapped beast. Instead, he looked across the mountain stream, and saw a man standing on the opposite mountain stream. He was dressed in black military uniform and had a cold expression, staring at him hard. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt something in his heart. This person was also of the blood of a mythical beast, and also of the white tiger blood. Zhu Xiaobao stared at the other person, and after a while, he asked lightly, "You Shichong?" Chapter 453 Two Tigers. It seems to be a coincidence. More like God's will. Both the northern and southern Zerwei Kingdom are quelling civil strife. The southern Zerwei Kingdom is quelling the feuds between various families that are spreading everywhere, and the northern Zerwei Kingdom is cutting out long-standing hidden dangers. There is a qualitative difference between the two. However, the development situations of the two are completely different. The South Zerwei Kingdom is in chaos and barely suppressed, while the North Zerwei Kingdom is prospering, and its political power is becoming more centralized and consolidated. But neither Zhu Xiaobao nor Yu Shichong expected that they would meet each other here. Although the two of them had never met, they immediately sensed each other across the mountain stream. Only the two of them had the clearest understanding of this unique feeling between the bloodlines of divine beasts. Zhu Xiaobao chased Li Yuanwu and Tao Jiqian all the way. Although there were only 1,000 female warriors, their close-range and long-range shots had driven Li Yuanwu's men to the end. The remaining 3,000 defeated soldiers, who originally followed him, now only had less than 1,000 left. The reason for escaping here was that Li Yuanwu wanted to escape from here to Nan Zerwei Kingdom. But unexpectedly, he was unable to escape, and was surrounded by 1,000 female warriors of Zhu Xiaobao. Yu Shichong is also hunting down a small family, and he is doing it for his own selfish gain. This family has not done anything wrong, but has always kept a low profile. But Yu Shichong broke into this family for the sake of several women with advanced cultivation skills in this family. So he broke into this family without any scruples. Yu Shichong doesn't need any reason. His needs are the best reason. He needs a woman with dual cultivation, and one with a very high cultivation level. This small family can just meet his needs, because this family is dominated by women. Faced with this unreasonable disaster, the members of the Kahi family did not bow their knees, but instead rose up to resist. This further aroused Yu Shichong's murderous nature, and with 1,000 cavalry, he launched a brutal and inhumane genocide. With the cooperation of the local county guards and troops, only a few hundred people of the thousands of people in this small family were killed and escaped here. But Yu Shichong did not give up. What he needed most was the remaining dozen women whose cultivation levels could still satisfy him. The reason why everyone is running here is because someone has pulled a long vine rope through this mountain stream 2 years ago. Although it is dangerous, it can be lead to the other side. That is, it can escape from the country. Of course, there are people doing this business, and they charge a fee, and it's quite hidden. The defenders on both sides searched back and forth several times, but still couldn't find the location of the rattan rope. Now Zhu Xiaobao and Yu Shichong are staring at each other, and they have just revealed each other's identity. Zhu Xiaobao was still a little surprised in his heart. He didn't expect that Yu Shichong was not very old, only in his early 30s, and the murderous aura exuded by Yu Shichong made Zhu Xiaobao feel a little palpitated. Yu Shichong was also surprised, because the murderous aura in Zhu Xiaobao's body was vague, but it was not caused by being too weak, but more like the result of Zhu Xiaobao's ability to actively control and restrain it. But one thing Yu Shichong sensed very clearly was that Zhu Xiaobao's blood was purer and younger than his. This made Yu Shichong even more determined to kill Zhu Xiaobao. There were only 100 female warriors behind Zhu Xiaobao, and the others were encircling and suppressing Li Yuanwu's remnants. But these 100 female warriors also looked at Yu Shichong across from them with vigilance, especially Yu Jiai, who stared hard at the person who almost wanted to use her for training. The female warriors did not raise the bows in their hands, because they could all feel that Yu Shichong on the opposite side was very strong, and he was also of the blood of the White Tiger clan. So these female warriors felt a sense of oppression. So they all looked at Yu Shichong with fear. "Yu Xiaobao? I've known you for a long time, but I didn't expect to meet you under such circumstances. I'll give you a chance. Surrender, and follow me back to the place of inheritance. As long as your talent is enough, I don't mind letting you start the inheritance. The place of legend." Yu Shichong forcibly restrained his murderous intention. His red eyes gradually returned to normal, and he proudly said behind his hands. One thing made him happy. Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation level was much worse than him. At most, he had only the cultivation of a great martial artist. "Hee! You don't need to worry about my talent. I must be better than you. And my talent tells me that going back with you will only insult my talent. You can't suppress your murderous intention towards me at all." I said that's right. Right. Zhu Xiaobao also jumped off his horse. But he sat on the ground casually and said with a smile, "Humph. Do you think you can still run today?" Yu Shichang was not surprised. This strong killing intention could be felt by ordinary people, let alone Zhu Xiaobao. But what Yu Shichang is most jealous of right now is that the female warriors behind Zhu Xiaobao are actually quite powerful in cultivation. What a pleasure it would be if they were all allowed to harvest with dual cultivation. It will definitely make your cultivation level rise by leaps and bounds. And your violent killing intent will also calm down a lot. What he is most worried about now is that he is increasingly unable to control his killing intent. "Who said I'm going to run away? I'm sitting here. Do you dare to come over?" Zhu Xiaobao still smiled and shook his head, smiling as if he was confident. "Okay, then let me see what you are capable of. I know there is a great venerable beside you. But when it comes to the power of blood, it is useless for the great venerable to take action." Yu Shichang still said arrogantly. He really didn't take the 9 great venerables seriously. It is only a matter of time before we surpass them. "Come on! Show your true ability. And I can tell you that the great master will not take action today, because you are not worthy yet." Zhu Xiaobao shook his head with some disdain, then crossed his legs and practiced his skills, putting all his strength on guard. Behind him, the female warriors all took a dozen steps back, and they all felt that Zhu Xiaobao began to exude a terrifying aura. "Roar!" Yu Shichang arched his front legs and kicked his hind legs. He let out a tiger roar and pushed flat with his palms. Following his movements, a huge white tiger Faxiang pounced ferociously towards Zhu Xiaobao. The mountain stream in the middle had no hindrance at all. "Got it." Yu Shichang's Dharma appearance white tiger is already much more powerful than what the old apprentice saw last time when he peeped. Not only is it huge, but it is no longer so frivolous. It already has a solid feeling. It is also huge and powerful. What is even more shocking is that the 2 front paws of this white tiger are genuine stainless steel tiger claws, which are Yu Shichang's personal weapons. This white tiger is rushing towards Zhu Xiaobao. In fact, the old apprentice was watching closely from 100 steps away. He was protecting Zhu Xiaobao all the time. Although Zhu Xiaobao said that the great master would not take action, if there is a crisis, he will still take action when it is time to take action. The old disciple was also a little surprised. This Yu Shichang is really a genius. In just less than a year, the white tiger's appearance has doubled in size compared to the last time he saw it, and it has become more solid. This tiger attack is quite fierce, and the old apprentice is a little worried whether Zhu Xiaobao can stop it. At this time, something surprising happened. A white tiger appeared behind Zhu Xiaobao. However, the female warriors behind him almost laughed out loud. Zhu Xiaobao's white tiger appearance was only smaller than Zhu Xiaobao's. Xiaobao is a little bigger, but he is lifelike and very solid. His whole body is white, but the tiger's stripes on his body are golden and purple. But isn't this white tiger's Dharma form too small? Facing the huge white tiger Dharma image that rushed towards me, it was a bit out of proportion. But when Yu Shichang's white tiger sumo came to Zhu Xiaobao, a surprising scene appeared. The little white tiger, which was all white, was not afraid. On the contrary, the huge white tiger was a little timid, and every time he attacked the little white tiger on the body, with a wave of the little white tiger's claws, part of the big white tiger's Dharma will dissipate, and the big white tiger will quickly avoid it. And it will take a while to completely restore the Dharma that just disappeared. Seeing the huge white tiger's Dharma image, he jumped around the little white tiger, pounced and bit, but always came back in vain, and even suffered a small loss. In the end, this huge white tiger showed he looked very depressed, and the appearance of this huge white tiger began to gradually become weak, and the little white tiger was still the same as before, just looking at the huge white tiger curiously, as if he couldn't figure out why this big guy wanted to attack him. Are the old apprentices in the distance dumbfounded? He didn't even notice that the great Lord Ice and Fire was standing beside him, and he was also looking at Zhu Xiaobao blankly. How could this happen? At what level have you cultivated your mind? Why is this Dharma so solid? Yu Shichang had no choice but to take back the white tiger Dharma, because he already understood that his white tiger Dharma could not hurt anyone at all. Xiaobao. At this time, Yu Shichang was so angry that he shouted angrily. Hee! I won't tell you which level you have reached in your mental training, but what I can tell you is that if you compress the white tiger Dharma to such a small size, it will be the same as mine. Zhu Xiaobao also said. At this time he put away the white tiger Dharma photo and said with a smile. Compression? Is there really such a method? Well, I have to go back and try it, Yu Shichang said in a daze, then turned around and was about to leave. He was a practicing madman, and didn't even pay attention to Zhu Xiao. The existence of Bao means thinking about how to change one's white tiger appearance. Yu Shichang! Stop! Where are my sisters? What did you do to them? At this time, Yu Jiayi rushed forward and asked loudly. What sister? What did you say? Yu Shichang asked, a little confused. Humph. Those are the female warriors you asked Jing Dan to buy back for you. What did you do to them? Yu Jiayi asked angrily. Oh, are you talking about those women with double cultivation? I don't know. Anyway, I won't care about it after it's used up. They should still be alive. Well, no. 2 of them died on the spot. Their cultivation level was too low to resist. It was intense. So I didn't survive? Yu Shichang seemed to be thinking about it. It seemed to be a very common thing for him. And he didn't have a deep impression at all. You deserve to die! Yu Jiayi suddenly screamed with grief and anger. And then she drew her bow and arrows. The female warriors behind her were also extremely angry. And immediately they shot hundreds of arrows at Yu Shichang. Chapter 454, What People Want. The 2 sides met at a distance of 150 steps. Although Yu Shichang's 3,000 men and horses were also very powerful, the shooting at this distance was just a show. The arrow landed 20 or 30 steps away from the opponent. Even if some arrows can reach Yu Xiaobao, they are still weak and have no lethality at all. But what surprised Yu Shichang was that the shooting range of the 100 female warriors on the opposite side was far beyond his expectation. And they were able to hit them. This shows how strong these female warriors are. In fact, what Yu Shichang didn't know was that these women's costumes were all using compound bows developed by Zhu Xiaobao. In addition, they did have super strong arms. So they actually killed more than 50 enemies with the first round of arrows. But most of these arrows were shot at Yu Shichang. Yu Shichang waved his sleeves disdainfully, and the gang qi on his body actually shook away the arrows shot at him. Wu Zun's cultivation level is not that of these female warriors. It can be hurt. However, among these many arrows, there was an iron arrow mixed with it. It penetrated Yu Shichang's protective aura with strong wind. Yu Shichang was shocked and quickly raised an iron claw to block it. Unexpectedly, this iron arrow, the force was so strong that it actually penetrated Yu Shichang's iron claw, and also shot through Yu Shichang's left hand. The iron arrow was inserted into Yu Shichang's palm. Ah? Who are you? You are definitely not a female warrior of the Lingyu tribe. Yu Shichang immediately shouted in shock and anger. The opponent's arrow made him feel quite powerful in killing power. Even ordinary martial arts masters would do the same. Not even there. But Jumei on the opposite side ignored him, and shot out another arrow. This time Yu Shichang was not so careless and quickly dodged. However, the 2 guards behind him were not spared, and were actually hit by an arrow. Shot through 2 people. Yu Shichang looked at the female warriors on the other side in amazement. And even looked at Jumei eagerly. He didn't expect that there were such women under Zhu Xiaobao's command. Why did these women with excellent qualifications come to Zhu Xiaobao's side? This made Yu Shichang feel very depressed. But now, it was too late to be depressed. Yu Shichang and his men retreated unwillingly. Although their own numbers still had an advantage, the opponent's combat effectiveness was probably much stronger than his own. In addition, he was injured. So Yu Shichang had no intention of fighting at this time and evacuated in a hurry. Before leaving, he glanced at Zhu Xiaobao fiercely. And Zhu Xiaobao was also looking at Yu Shichang. Although he won by luck, Zhu Xiaobao still felt that there was a big gap in cultivation between himself and Yu Shichang. Especially it's a gap in mental skills. According to the White Tiger Dharma condensed by Yu Shichang's Tiger Daring Ambition has been cultivated to the 7th level, and he is only at the 5th level. The gap is really big, and judging from Yu Shichang's performance, he is indeed quite talented. In such a short period of time, his combat effectiveness has been greatly enhanced compared to when he was on Lusha Island. Especially his improvement in mental skills, which was faster than Zhu Xiaobao expected. Didn't the 2 of them fight once on Lusha Island? At that time, relying on his special move and the power of the kitchen knife, Yu Shichang was injured. It seems that not only is he making rapid progress, Yu Shichang is not slacking off either. Zhu Xiaobao felt a hint of pressure, which also aroused his competitive spirit. He must not let Yu Shichang surpass him, because the inheritance can only be started by one of them. At this time, the members of the small family who were hunted by Yu Shichang also appeared one after another. They fled here. Of course, hoping to enter the northern Zerwei kingdom and settle down. Zhu Xiaobao doesn't have to worry about this little thing. Yu Jiayi and the female warriors quickly picked up all these people. The battle to encircle and suppress Li Yuanwu and Tao Xiqian on the other side has also ended. These female warriors, headed by Zhu Rong, had strangled Li Yuanwu's remaining defeated soldiers. Tao Xiqian, on the other hand, surrendered without any sense of loyalty. He still couldn't let go of his property, wife and children. So when he saw that Li Yuanwu was in danger, he took advantage of his unpreparedness and stabbed Li Yuanwu from behind. So Li Yuanwu finally died in Tao Xiqian's hands. Li Yuanwu has made a friend like you. So he is blind. But if he can switch sides and surrender, I will still show mercy. Zhu Xiaobao looked at Tao Xiqian with a bit of contempt, and then said lightly, Alas, fifth prince, I had no choice but to join forces with the Li family. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to survive in Taohua County. In fact, I have long wanted to abandon the dark side and join the light. Although Tao Xiqian knew that his behavior was very public, disdainful, but still said heartbrokenly, Was it the Li family that forced you to do the false reporting of numbers and embezzlement of military pay? Zhu Xiaobao asked mockingly. Exactly. Once my men increase too much, it will arouse the vigilance and precautions of the Li family. So I have to falsely report the number of people. Fifth prince, I am willing to return all the savings and military pay and food I have accumulated over the years. This is also my intention. This has always been my wish. In fact, I have long been looking forward to one day bringing down the Li family and restoring my innocence. Tao Xiqian actually said impassionedly. You really are the one who can turn black into white. I won't talk nonsense to you. Someone will deal with you. Come on. Take him back to me. Leave it to the military advisor. At this time, Xiaobao started to admire Tao Xiqian a little. At this time, he could still describe himself as an upright official and a loyal minister, which was considered a talent. It took another day to rush back all the way, because after 2 days of hunting, the female warriors also needed to rest and adjust. So it was delayed for an extra half day. When they returned to Taohua County, they didn't expect that Yu Qianrou had also arrived in Taohua County in person, and brought 50,000 elite troops with her. But her troops did not take action, because the Li family has been completely wiped out. Even the shops and workshops of the Li family have been taken over by Murong Feng. As for those large and small families who sent troops to encircle and suppress the Li family, half of the property they robbed was handed over. But all the Li family's family members and servants were escorted to Murong Feng, and the Li family's land, properties and estates were not allowed to be arbitrarily occupied. So in general, the one who gained the most was Yu Qianrou, who got a big bargain for nothing. And there were so many manor shops. When Zhu Xiaobao returned to Taohua County, Yu Qianrou, the second princess, and the fourth princess were having a great time together in the Li family manor. Especially the second princess, who had since been freed from the shackles of the Li family, could enjoy the treatment of the second princess again. Of course, it won't be difficult to find a consort. This time, one family was wiped out and another family was conquered. The two largest families in northern Zerwei Kingdom were all solved. Those small families who were still waiting and watching also came to congratulate Yu Qianrou as soon as possible. And at the same time, they all rushed to be the first. Later, he exposed all kinds of rebellious and unethical behaviors of the Li family. And by the way, he also expressed his position. In just 3 days, Beizuri Kingdom was completely in the hands of Yu Qianrou. No matter what political opinions Yu Qianrou had, they all received overwhelming approval and support. Only then did Yu Qianrou truly feel the supreme authority of the emperor. Of course, all these changes were brought about by Zhu Xiaobao's return. What is even more gratifying is that there are also a steady stream of boats from the South Zerwei Kingdom carrying poor people to the North Zerwei country to settle down and make a living. Because Nan Zerwei country has increased the tax burden several times in a row, many people have been overwhelmed, have gone bankrupt, and even owe the government a lot of money. So they all had no choice but to flee their homes, or else they would be demoted as slaves. That was a major event that affected future generations. So now a large number of refugees are pouring in from Nanzirui country. Of course Yu Qianrou is very happy. Anyway, the land in northern Zerwei country is abundant, and there are still many uncultivated wastelands, which requires a lot of manpower. In addition, Yu Qianrou has taken over the property of several families. So Yu Qianrou can completely digest these refugees, and it also provides them with a 1-year tax-free preferential policy. Although the civil strife in Nanzirwei Kingdom was temporarily suppressed, the large number of poor people fleeing left Yuxian unable to deal with it. Although a ban has been issued, all major docks have also strictly investigated and dealt with to prevent the poor from escaping. But it is of no use. These refugees are using small boats. They can go out to sea wherever they want without going through these docks. In these shallow seas, even the government warships are powerless and cannot sail to these places at all. Yu Shiren was very worried now. But he didn't dare to report truthfully. He could only report the good news, but not the bad news. Anyway, during this period of time, Yu Huafeng was still addicted to dual cultivation with the two female warriors, and didn't pay attention to these trivial matters. Yu Huafeng ignored the government affairs, but was very concerned about Yu Shicheng. As soon as he saw Yu Shicheng came back injured, Yu Huafeng became furious. But this time Yu Shicheng was very gloomy. The injury on his palm had gradually healed, but the worry in his heart became more and more serious. What? His white tiger dharma aspect can be so solid? Doesn't this mean that I thought that with those female warriors as double cultivation tripods? I didn't expect that his progress would be faster. Yu Huafeng felt very aggrieved. And he has been suppressed by his brother Yu Wanqiang. And now his son is suppressed by Yu Wanqiang's son. Is this really God's will? Kill him! You must kill him! You can't give him any more time to grow up. The resources around him are so rich. They are inexhaustible. Yu Shicheng thought that Xu Xiaobao was the same as him. He was promoted quickly by relying on dual cultivation of harvesting. So what he resented the most was that there were so many female warriors around Xu Xiaobao. And they were all very highly cultivated, which made him jealous. Humph. Don't worry. My father will definitely not let him grow up. He can only be my Yu Wanfeng's son to open up the place of inheritance. Yu Wanfeng looked at Yu Shicheng, and then said sternly, Then do it quickly. If this person is alive, it can only affect my state of mind. Yu Shicheng did not show any gratitude, but said a little impatiently, Okay. Son, don't worry. I will make arrangements right away. Chapter 455 The Mysterious Old Man. Xu Xiaobao and his three sisters had a happy day together. After all, these two sisters had contributed a lot to the Northern Zirwei Kingdom, especially the second sister Yu Qianhong, who had suffered a lot of grievances. Therefore, Xu Xiaobao still respects these two sisters. In fact, there are several biological sisters in the palace, but Xu Xiaobao is not very familiar with them. Of course, a certain princess often came to visit during this period. After all, Xu Xiaobao's influence is now at its peak. These princesses staying in the palace also want to get closer to Xu Xiaobao, but they are basically ignored by Xu Xiaobao. It passed perfunctorily. This time, apart from Yu Qianro, the Qin family is the biggest winner. And although Qin Wei is relatively fiery and upright, he actually gets along well with Xu Xiaobao, who even calls him brother-in-law. For these reasons, Yu Qianro promised to make Qin Wei a king. Although he was not the original king of England, he was still the first prince of the Northern Zirwei Kingdom. It can be said to be a great honor and a great event that can honor the ancestors. But unexpectedly, the Qin family refused to be granted the title, and even took the initiative to cut off half of their private army. Yu Qianro was both surprised and pleased. Even Xu Xiaobao didn't expect that the Qin family was really far-sighted and knew how to curb their sharp edges in time, and even gained Yu Qianro's trust. In fact, Yu Qianro originally gave Qin Wei the title of king just to test the Qin family. Unexpectedly, the Qin family was so low-key, which made Yu Qianro even more fond of and trust the Qin family. Now after this time of quelling the chaos, Yu Qianro's army has grown to nearly 1 million. Adding in the garrison troops from each county, the total number of troops is almost 2 million. This does not include the troops under Murongfeng, because Murongfeng is not under Yu Qianro's jurisdiction. Although Murongfeng's troops in Yingshuan County did not develop as fast as Yu Qianro's, only 300,000 now. She trained elite troops who would rather have fewer troops than too many, and her requirements for recruiting troops were very high. So Murongfeng, although Feng's men and horses are not many, they are quite elite. Their combat effectiveness is quite strong, and they are well equipped. But Yu Qianro didn't take any precautions against Xu Xiaobao. She originally wanted to hand over the throne to Xu Xiaobao, so there was no need to guard against Xu Xiaobao. On the contrary, he was a little depressed because Xu Xiaobao once again refused to accept the throne. The reason is that Xu Xiaobao doesn't have time to take care of these messy things now. Although going out is very majestic and pompous, sitting in the court and taking care of everything is not something Xu Xiaobao can bear. He had told Yu Qianro a long time ago that he would be a fool if he wanted to. So he made Yu Qianrou almost angry to death. But he had no choice but to continue to take care of state affairs. Returning to Yingshuan County, Zhu Xiaomao went to the inheritance place of the Suzaka clan, and once again condensed the White Tiger Dharma. Although he was once again beaten by the Suzaka Dharma in the inheritance place, this time the Zhuke Dharma was defeated. Xiaobao has benefited a lot, because after his fight with Yu Shicheng, his understanding of the Dai Daring mental method has increased a lot. Unknowingly, his mental method has reached the middle of the 5th level. Now a faint word, King, has appeared on the forehead of this white tiger. After returning from the Suzaka clan, Zhu Xiaobao clearly felt that the security at his residence had been strengthened. Anyone who comes to visit Zhu Xiaobao must first go through Murongfeng. The servants in the mansion have also been replaced, and all the servants who originally belonged to the original small family have been replaced. They were replaced by 500 female warriors, which meant that there were now 1,500 female warriors stationed in Zhu Xiaobao's house. Moreover, they are on duty and patrolling in turns every moment. And at night, there are 4 teams of female soldiers patrolling back and forth. Because Murongfeng had already considered that defeating Yu Shicheng again, this time would probably lead to assassination or conspiracy. After all, the existence of Zhu Xiaobao had already made Yu Shicheng feel a huge threat. Zhu Xiaobao felt deeply inconvenienced by this precautionary measure. Often when he was alone in the yard thinking about his thoughts, he would encounter a group of patrolling female soldiers. Moreover, these female warriors have no respect for Zhu Xiaobao, but are very close to them. Whenever they see Zhu Xiaobao, they gather around them chattering. They are all people who are quite familiar to Zhu Xiaobao, such as Yu Qing, Yu Dahong, etc. Zhu Xiaobao was surprised that Yu Jiayi was there. Unexpectedly, in order to repay Zhu Xiaobao for saving his life, Yu Jiayi took the initiative to asking to come here to be Zhu Xiaobao's female guard. But in this way, Zhu Xiaobao's personal space is almost gone, which makes Zhu Xiaobao a little depressed. Even though these female warriors are very eye-catching, he doesn't want to take them all. He needs his own space to practice mental skills and martial arts. There are some skills that he doesn't want others to see. As a last resort, Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to stipulate that his inner courtyard did not need to be guarded or patrolled. This is considered a relatively clean place. Only then can you sit leisurely in the yard, drink tea, drink and enjoy delicious food. Now Ying Xiuxiu and the 3 of them have completely become Zhu Xiaobao's concubines, and no longer focus on improving their cultivation, because their martial arts training qualifications are not at the same level as these female warriors. So they are all focused on stay in the inner house, and take care of Zhu Xiaobao's life and daily life. Sometimes he will go to Mu Chuani's place to help. Zhu Xiaobao was a little dissatisfied with Murongfeng's arrangement, and felt it was unnecessary. It is enough for him to have an old apprentice by his side. If he wants to get close to him, he must have the cultivation level of the great martial master. So Zhu Xiaobao specially came to Murongfeng's county governor's residence, because Murongfeng now lives here, taking care of both public and private matters. The original county governor has been transferred to another county, and Murongfeng is here. So the county governor he is unemployed. So now there is no county governor in Yingshuan County, and Murongfeng is the one who decides everything. When Zhu Xiaobao comes here, the most important thing is to care about the development of Yingshuan County. After all, this is his foundation, and all warships and armor weapons are made here. Now Yingshuan County is Beizirui, the country's most important military base. Unexpectedly, Murongfeng was leisurely enjoying tea and playing chess in the backyard today. The person playing against Murongfeng was an old man with a moral integrity. But Zhu Xiaobao did not recognize this old man. Definitely haven't seen it before. But at this time, the old man frowned, and was thinking about how to neutralize Murongfeng's fierce killing move. Unexpectedly, Murongfeng actually has such a chess friend now. No wonder Murongfeng didn't come to Zhu Xiaobao to play chess in recent days. It turned out that here she could win more and lose less, and enjoy the pleasure of winning. When Murongfeng saw Zhu Xiaobao, he quickly stood up and smiled, then immediately asked his servants to move the seats, and then brought 2 cups of tea, because behind Zhu Xiaobao was his old apprentice. But the old man just raised his head and looked at Zhu Xiaobao, smiled slightly and nodded, and then began to think hard. He was already in danger of being killed by Murongfeng. As for the old apprentice beside Zhu Xiaobao, he didn't even take a look at it. If it had been another great martial lord, he would have exploded a long time ago. But the old apprentice didn't take it seriously at all. He was also looking at the chessboard with relish. In fact, the old apprentice is also very interested in this kind of chess. But his talent is limited. Now that Merong Fong can give him a knight, he still can't beat Merong Fong. So he prefers to watch others play chess. And he also likes to be next to him. Shut up! You are a true gentleman watching chess without speaking. Don't you know? Sure enough, the old man lost even more miserably due to some advice from his old apprentice. So he couldn't help but roared angrily. You are stinky! Can you blame me? The old apprentice also shouted unwillingly. Humph! Then come on! Fong! Give him your seat! The old man actually snorted directly, while Merong Fong smiled slightly and immediately gave up his seat to the old apprentice. While he sat next to Zhu Xiao beside Bao, the two old men began to watch the battle. Zhu Xiaobao was extremely surprised. Who was this old man? He could speak directly to Merong Fong like this. Moreover, it seemed that Merong Fong respected this old man very much. He is my master? Merong Fong saw Zhu Xiaobao's doubts and whispered to Zhu Xiaobao. Your master? Why have I never heard of you talking about it? When did this old man come? Zhu Xiaobao asked in surprise. But Zhu Xiaobao's disrespectful name for the old man immediately attracted the old man's attention. Dissatisfied, he glanced at Zhu Xiaobao, and then began to concentrate on playing chess with his old apprentice. Not to mention, these two people's chess skills are really similar. They are inseparable, and each wins one game. Neither of them was very convinced. They were still arguing, and they didn't have the demeanor of a worldly expert at all. Even Merong Fong couldn't stand it anymore. So he walked side by side with Zhu Xiaobao and chatted, and also reported to Zhu Xiaobao the recent situation. He is your master? Why have I never heard you mention it? What do you call your master? When did you come here? After listening for a while, Zhu Xiaobao was still most interested in this old man. The old man won't let you talk, so you can just call him Elder Chi Fong. That's fine. He travels all over the world and is unpredictable. He just came here a few days ago. Unexpectedly, he developed a strong interest in this chess game. I planned to live here for a while. Well, when I came here, it was because of the guidance of the immortal master that I came here to follow you. Merong Fong said somewhat vaguely. At the end, she was a little hesitant. In fact, she wanted to come here herself. And the old man just made this suggestion. Oh, it seems that he is really an outsider. Zhu Xiaobao did not ask any further questions. It is common for such an outsider to be arrogant and unwilling to leave his real name. Unexpectedly, when they walked back again, the two old men were red-faced and arguing. It turned out that another round was a draw. Both of them were unwilling to settle and decided to decide the winner. They even placed a bet on 2 top-quality burning knives. Disciple, bring me 2 jars of the best burning knives. Elder Chi Fong turned around and shouted to Merong Fong angrily. Yes, master. Merong Fong stuck out his tongue and responded quickly. Master, bring me 2 jars of top-quality burning knives. The old apprentice also shouted to Zhu Xiaobao forgetfully. Yes, apprentice. Zhu Xiaobao was stunned for a moment, then grinned and nodded in agreement. Everyone present looked at the old apprentice a little blankly. Chapter 456 The Mysterious Old Man B. The old apprentice also felt something was wrong at this time, and shouted a little embarrassed. What are you looking at? Our master and apprentice have always been like this, and he is chasing me with a kitchen knife. Yes. Apprentice, just play chess well and don't forget what I taught you. Zhu Xiaobao also shook his head and shouted indifferently, and closed his eyes hard at the old apprentice. Close your eyes. The old disciple immediately nodded understandingly. Although Elder Chi Fong felt something was wrong, he couldn't say anything. There was a tacit understanding between master and disciple. But when he tried again, the old apprentice's moves were very strange. He seemed to be fighting recklessly, and he was still shouting, I'll give you something to eat. I'll give it to you to eat. Do you dare? Faced with the pawns coming to your door, there is no reason not to eat. Elder Chi Fong waited again and again, but could not see any danger. So he just sent it to the door without hesitation, and the pawn was eaten. Merong Fong, who was watching the battle on the sidelines, immediately lamented in his heart, It's over. Master has fallen into the trap of a blind dog. A trick that is most taboo for petty gains. A pawn rushed towards him, seemingly vigorous, but he took so many steps in vain. In the end, all the opponent's chariots, horses and artillery came out, and the situation suddenly became passive. Doesn't count. This game doesn't count. This is an opportunistic trick taught to you by your bastard master. Elder Chi Feng shouted a little angrily. The current situation is already a tragedy. Just for such a pawn, he was ruined. The whole battle situation. So Elder Chi Feng shouted without caring about his grace. Nonsense! That's my master. Don't you want me to teach you? Stop talking nonsense. Bring me 2 jars of the best burning knives. Don't renege. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The old apprentice stretched out his hand triumphantly and shouted. This moral character is exactly the same as that of Zhu Xiaobao. Here you go. Here you go. Let's see how angry you are making my master. Murong Feng quickly took 2 jars of top-grade burning knives and wanted to send his old apprentice away. Master, 1 person per altar. I will get you a beggar's chicken later. I just cooked it today. It's so happy. It's rare for someone to hit my flying knife in a chess game. The old apprentice praised with 2 jars of the best roasted knives. I plan to treat Zhu Xiaobao to a meal. I haven't eaten your beggar's chicken for a long time. And I'm really a little greedy. But, apprentice, does this old man really have no cultivation at all? Why do I always feel weird and unfathomable? How do you feel? Without any cultivation, how can you be so calm in the face of a great martial master? Zhu Xiaobao and his old apprentice walked back arm in arm. And Zhu Xiaobao asked in a low voice along the way. Impossible. If he has cultivation, he will definitely not be able to hide from my senses. That is to say, he has no cultivation. So he is ignorant and fearless. And he dares to brag and stare at me. The old apprentice shook his head and sighed. He has nothing to do with people who have no cultivation. So he can't bully others with force. Oh, he might be unique in other aspects. Otherwise, he wouldn't be Murong Feng's master. Zhu Xiaobao said, still a little doubtful. To be honest, he was still a little doubtful about his old apprentice's judgment. Looking at the master and apprentice walking away, Murong Feng said a little embarrassedly, Master, don't worry. These 2 people are just like this. They have no grace and no authority. But there is no malicious intention. Ha ha! Can I still see it? This little guy is very interesting. The cultivation level of the venerable Lord of Wine and Flesh has also improved a bit. It's just that it seems absurd for him to recognize such a master. But it is also a wise choice. Ha ha ha. I am becoming more and more interested in things here. Elder Chi Feng returned to his fairy-like appearance at this time. And said with a smile, Master, when do you think we can tell Zhu Xiaobao about our affairs? Is he really the destined person you are looking for? Murong Feng asked hesitantly. Look again. Look again. It shouldn't be wrong. But it still needs time. And his cultivation level is still too low now. But there are some things that you can't rush. In this regard, this little guy is quite good. No, you are eager for quick success. You should not be anxious. The old man twirled his beard and smiled, looking at Murong Feng with a profound smile. Master, what are you talking about? I'm not in a hurry. It's not like I want to open up the place of inheritance. I'm just repaying him for saving his life. Murong Feng's face suddenly turned red, and she shouted with a guilty conscience. Ha ha! I didn't say anything. Let's go and see Jiumei. This kid is a genius with extraordinary talents. Well, and what's the trick used in the last dish of meat and wine? Why didn't I listen to you? Did you tell me? You made me lose 2 jars of the best roasted knives. The old man walked towards the backyard with his hands behind his back. As he walked, he couldn't help but ask about the tricks of the blind dog, who was killed and defeated by the Fairweather Venerable just now. Zhu Xiaobao was in a good mood today. After all, his apprentice had given him a face. So he couldn't bear it, and went to the kitchen to prepare some decent side dishes. The old apprentice has already gone to cook his most famous beggar's chicken. It was originally a very pleasant thing. But when Zhu Xiaobao was cutting vegetables with a kitchen knife, suddenly a faint green smoke came out of the kitchen knife. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted in surprise. No! This food is poisonous! Hurry up! Quick! Let everyone stop eating. And those who have eaten come to me quickly. It turns out that Zhu Xiaobao's kitchen knife can also avoid poison. The colorless and odorless poison on the freshly washed vegetables still cannot escape the reaction of this kitchen knife. Ing Xiuxiu and others who were helping in the kitchen were suddenly shocked and hurried outside to notify other people. But it was still a bit late. 2 female soldiers from the patrol team came to replace the other 2 pairs. The female warrior, so she had eaten in advance, was already lying on the ground. Her face turned black and her stomach hurt like a knot. At this time, the old apprentice didn't care about the beggar's chicken that was being cooked. He hurried to Zhu Xiaobao's side took out a milky white translucent stone chip, and tried it on the washed vegetables. It turned out that it was only slightly green. There was a slight change in color, which showed that this kind of poison was very clever, and even he couldn't detect it in time. What makes the old disciple even more embarrassed is that he can't cure this kind of poison. If it were ordinary poison, the old apprentice could resolve it. But this time he was helpless. Huh? Could it be the poison from Master Thousand Poisons? Otherwise, it's impossible for me to have no clue at all, the old apprentice said in surprise. He has the lowest cultivation level and the worst martial arts among the 9 masters. So his life-saving he has a lot of abilities. Otherwise he would not be alive until now. The best doctors in Yingshuan County were invited. But these doctors were helpless. The condition of the poisoned female soldiers was still deteriorating, and their bodies began to turn black gradually, and they began to gradually become numb, and their consciousness gradually faded. Vague. This incident quickly alarmed Merong Feng, and she immediately rushed to Zhu Xiaobao's house, followed by the old man and Jumei. Seeing Jumei, Zhu Xiaobao's eyes lit up. Jumei is naturally invulnerable to all poisons. I wonder if this characteristic can save these female warriors. There are now 100 female warriors who have been poisoned, and a dozen servants have also been poisoned. Jumei didn't care at all. She picked up the washed vegetables and ate a few mouthfuls, then nodded. Well, it is poisonous, and the poison is quite fierce, but it won't kill me. If it doesn't work, we can only try using Jumei's blood, the old apprentice said hesitantly. This method is feasible, but who knows how much blood Jumei needs to drain. Jumei is Zhu Xiaobao's great treasure. Can Zhu Xiaobao be willing to do it? Slow down. Slow down. Let me take a look. Unexpectedly, the old man separated from the crowd at this time, walked up to the poisoned female warriors, reached out to take a pulse, and then closed his eyes to analyze the pulse. Hey! Don't make trouble. I can't do it. You still want to try? Don't waste your time. These are my master's personal bodyguards. The old apprentice shouted a little unhappy. Ha ha! That's not necessarily true. What if the old man can detoxify this poison by accident? Then there is no need to let this big girl bleed, the old man said while feeling his pulse and shaking his head. Well, senior, can you really cure this poison? If you really can, please help me. Senior. Zhu Xiaobao's heart moved, and he hurriedly stepped forward and asked. Ha ha! Give it a try. If the poison is detoxified, you will have 2 jars of top-quality burning knives. The old man nodded, then stretched out 2 fingers and said, Okay. Okay. As long as you can detoxify them, Zhu Xiaobao said quickly. Well, I also want your beggar's chicken. Unexpectedly, the old man was not satisfied yet, and pointed at his old apprentice and said, Humph. Okay. But if you can't figure it out, I'll roast you like a beggar's chicken. The old apprentice snorted angrily, feeling that the old man was taking advantage of the situation. Yeah. Well, if the poison is detoxified, I will still eat here. Oh, by the way, you will also play chess with me for 2 hours every day, and I want more. The old man seemed not to be satisfied yet. And also I'm trying my best to rip you off. If you keep nagging, believe it or not, I will kill you. Zhu Xiaobao angrily clamped the kitchen knife on the old man's neck and said fiercely, seeing that the female warriors were almost no longer okay. Zhu Xiaobao, I'm really a little angry. I haven't finished speaking yet? Please pay attention that your knife is very sharp. Forget it. I will detoxify them first. The old man seemed to be frightened by Zhu Xiaobao's kitchen knife, carefully grasped the back of the knife, pushed the kitchen knife away, and kept it as far away from his neck as possible. Zhu Xiaobao took back the kitchen knife, but he had a strange feeling in his heart. This old man didn't seem like an ordinary person because he acted too exaggerated, but his eyes were very calm and confident. The old man didn't say any more, but took out the gourd from his back, took a bowl, and filled half of the wine in the gourd. Then the old man said in a calm voice, Go! Pour this half of the bowl of wine. Mix it up in a bucket. Give each of them 2 sips, and pour the rest into the well. The old apprentice doubtfully took the half bowl of wine over and checked it first before giving it to Ying Xiuxiu and the others, asking them to follow the old man's instructions to dilute the half bowl of wine before giving it to the female warriors to drink. Chapter 457 The Mysterious Old Man C. Zhu Xiaoao and Merong Feng looked nervously at these poisoned female warriors. Even the old apprentice was a little nervous. He couldn't resolve the poison, Could it really be that simple? After a while of burning incense, the poisoned female warriors began to regain their consciousness, and the black color on their bodies began to slowly fade. Some people began to vomit, and what they vomited was black and green food, exuding a stench. Zhu Xiaobao didn't seem to care about the stench, but shouted in surprise. Okay. It can really resolve this poison. This old man didn't lie. Huh? Of course the old man didn't lie. I brought 2 jars of burning knives. And you? A beggar's chicken. And a sumptuous lunch. The old man hummed with a straight face. Just now Zhu Xiaobao called him Senior. He turned into an old man again in the blink of an eye. This made the old man very unhappy. Ha ha. Yes. I'm sorry for my inconsiderate remarks. Senior. If I didn't say anything, I will cook the food myself today to ensure your satisfaction. Zhu Xiaobao also felt that he was a little disrespectful, so he quickly bowed and saluted and said with a smile, You can save me. Even if the lives of these 100 female warriors were burned for 3 days, there would be no problem. Then Zhu Xiaobao and Murong Feng exchanged glances. Murong Feng understood immediately and immediately started to investigate. The only people who could poison the well in the yard were the servants of the mansion and the vegetable farmers who brought vegetables. So it's not hard to check. It's just that Murong Feng didn't want to publicize it. So he immediately investigated the matter as quickly as possible, but did not disclose it to the outside world at all. A new batch of vegetables was replaced, and even the water for washing vegetables was replaced with water from another well. This time, Zhu Xiaobao's kitchen knife did not react at all. Zhu Xiaobao's mood improved, and he cooked more than a dozen dishes himself. The old man who was eating was stunned. His mouth was full of oil, and he was devouring the food without any image. Crystal shrimp, squirrel mandarin fish, shredded eel with oil, 3 kinds of vegetables, 3 kinds of slippery fish, fish ball soup. Zhu Xiaobao casually made more than a dozen dishes. The old man who ate them was so amazed that he didn't expect his old apprentice to follow. Zhu Xiaobao is enjoying happiness. Finally, the old apprentice's beggar's chicken was served, pushing the atmosphere of the lunch to the climax. Unexpectedly, the old apprentice's cultivation level had not improved much, but his cooking skills had improved by leaps and bounds, and he could actually produce such a tender and attractive chicken. The chicken is here. Jumei! Slow down. Do you know how to respect the old and love the young? I haven't eaten enough yet. The only thing the old man was worried about was Jumei. It's been a long time since I've had a 2 ceremony at Zhu Xiaobao's place, and Jumei's performance is even more vigorous than before. The old man looked at it and lied in his heart. He couldn't win over the huge beauty. Humph. Jumei, don't be like him. You can eat freely. I will bring you a beggar's chicken back later. The old apprentice was very protective of Jumei. In fact, Jumei looked a bit silly, but her popularity is quite good. Even Ying Xiuxiu and the others also like her. 2. Don't forget that I still have many requests that I haven't finished yet. This fairy-like old man actually extended 2 fingers and said without any politeness at all. I've seen shameless people before, but I've never seen you so shameless. You're still an immortal. The old apprentice looked at the old man in surprise. He didn't know what to do with the old man for a moment. Well, Senior, what kind of poison were in those female warriors just now? And what elixir is that gourd wine of yours? Zhu Xiaobao ignored the dispute between the 2 old men at this time, but was very concerned about this time. Poison, because the poison this time was very unusual, which made Zhu Xiaobao feel a little afraid. Hey, according to my identification, this poison is very similar to the poison of the 1,000 Poisons Venerable, but it is not as powerful as the 1,000 Poisons Venerable's poison. So I guess the person who poisoned it is more or less related to the 1,000 Poison Venerables. Maybe he is his disciple. Am I right? The old man thought for a moment, then nodded and said, and finally asked the old disciple quite provocatively. Absolutely. This is pretty much in line with my inference. The old apprentice nodded, but immediately asked, Then why did you prepare the antidote so early in the morning? Ha. I'm an old and uncanny. I've already figured out the mystery with just a few fingers. The old man said proudly. No. He lied. We went to see the well when we entered the house. And he also said that he wanted to give it a good beating. Unexpectedly, Jumei said loudly and honestly at this time. Shut up! If you're full, go back and practice. The old man suddenly yelled angrily. This stupid girl actually exposed herself at the critical moment. This was really a bit unexpected. Oh, Then I'd better eat. Jumei suddenly shrank her neck, looked at the dishes on the table, and was so spineless that she didn't say anything. Ha ha! I admire it. I admire it. The old apprentice cupped his hand and said with a smile. Humph. Anyway, I have resolved this poison. Don't forget, you will play chess with me for 2 hours every day. This was agreed from the beginning. Well, your cultivation level is not very good, but this is called a roasted chicken is unparalleled in the world. With a piece of chicken, butt, and a bite of the best roasting knife. The old man had to admit that his old apprentice's chicken was indeed very delicious. And he really envied the old man, the current life of the apprentice. Although Zhu Xiaobao was also laughing. He was very sure in his heart that this old man was definitely not simple. He was just a little confused. Could it be that this old man really had no cultivation at all? Because Zhu Xiaobao really couldn't sense his cultivation at all. But Zhu Xiaobao still didn't believe it in his heart. At this moment, Murong Feng had come back. She acted quickly and found out the whole story. She came back and reported to Zhu Xiaobao. It's been found out. But it's almost as I expected. The person who poisoned has already found out. He was killed and silenced. He was one of the farmers who usually delivered fresh vegetables to the house. He must have used his wife and children to coerce him into poisoning the well when delivering the vegetables. And he was silenced after that. It was done neatly and skillfully. It should be specifically for you. Yeah, I understand. I didn't expect that I have become an important person now. There are so many people who care about me. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head helplessly. The carefree, playful life in the past seemed like he is getting farther and farther away from him. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao still likes the life in the 19th Princess Mansion the most, where he doesn't have to worry about anything. But there are too many things to worry about now. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. As long as you give me a little benefit, I will come to help you every day. I can't do anything else. Detoxification, healing, conspiracy, disguise, etc. Can't escape my eyes. Except for fighting. Anyway, you this old apprentice is considered a master. If the other 8 great sages don't come, he will be invincible. The old man Qi Feng hurriedly recommended himself. I bet he was already addicted to eating and planned to have a meal every day. Okay, then it's a deal. Old disciple, give him a badge to get in and out. And he will have to report every time he saves it. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao agreed happily. In the following month, 3 more assassination attempts against Zhu Xiaobao took place one after another, all of which were easily resolved by Zhu Xiaobao. The first time was a swarm of poisonous bees falling from the sky, but Zhu Xiaobao's white tiger Dharma was able to protect their true form. And then the kitchen knife flashed with golden light and strangled them all. The second time Zhu Xiaobao went out, a hawker pushing a wheelbarrow came towards him. The old apprentice saw through it at a glance and was killed by the female guards on the spot. That wheelbarrow was a modified crossbow, but it was discovered before he could launch it. The third time, it was a sedan. When the accompanying servants and sedan bearers encountered Zhu Xiaobao's carriage, they suddenly burst out and launched an assassination. They were all killed by the female guards. But the strange thing was that these killers there were no top masters among them. Later, in this sedan chair, it was discovered that 2 masters had been shot dead in the sedan chair. It turned out that Jumei had shot them with a gold and stone bow from a long way away. Next to Jumei was that old man. They discovered these killers on their way to Zhu Xiaobao's house to drink tea and play chess. This time, even the old apprentice was surprised. He could detect the opponent from such a long distance. Even the old apprentice didn't have this ability. Zhu Xiaobao was even more curious about this old man. But neither Murong Feng nor Jumei was willing to reveal any details about this old man, which made Zhu Xiaobao a little depressed. The old apprentice became more and more confused. But he tried his best. But he still couldn't sense that this old man had any advanced cultivation. Is this over yet? Are you here to plot against me every 2 days? Zhu Xiaobao can't stand it anymore. Now he has to be protected every time he goes out. It's no fun at all. So he couldn't help but roar angrily. Well, I guess Yu Shichang sent someone to do it. Even if it can't kill you, it can still affect your cultivation and state of mind. I have to say that this is also a good way. What he is most afraid of is your improvement in cultivation. Too fast. Murong Feng nodded. The biggest suspect now is Yu Shichang. Although the killers did not leave any evidence, it is basically still certain that it is Yu Shichang. Because the biggest threat from Zhu Xiaobao is Yu Shichang. And he also threatens Nanzirwei Kingdom. Why are you targeting me alone? Aren't you also the biggest threat to Nanzirui country? You should think of a way. Zhu Xiaobao looked at Murong Feng and shouted. Who said it was just you? I was assassinated twice. The assassins were both killed by Jumei. Murong Feng rolled his eyes at Zhu Xiaobao and hummed. Oh, that's it. Why don't you move in with me and bring Jumei back? Wouldn't it be the best of both worlds? With others guarding outside my room, it will be inconvenient for me to do anything. Zhu Zaibai Lafeng said. Bah! Let me listen to the sound of changing in your room. Is it convenient for me? What are you thinking? Murong Feng glared at Zhu Xiaobao fiercely, and then scolded angrily. Then I'll try to keep my voice as low as possible. Roll! Chapter 458, Defending the Princess 1. In a ventilated place, there are hundreds of air-dried chickens hanging. They have all been freshly slaughtered and hung. These chickens were disemboweled and stuffed, then quickly sewn together, and hung to dry. They are not dead yet, and they are still emitting emissions when hanging there. The cry of cuckoo. It sounded like Elder Qifeng was a little impatient. I said, Lao Jiu, can you stop them from barking? Don't you find it annoying? Old man Qifeng is now working as a beggar chicken with the venerable meat and wine. There is no other way. To play chess, you have to help him make the move first. In fact, the most important thing is that Elder Qifeng is also very interested in this processing method. At the same time, I also envy the life of the venerable master of fair wine and meat-free life. This old man is really enjoying his life now. And he is immersed in making these food every day. Only after eating and drinking enough can you move your muscles and bones. Practicing martial arts has become a secondary thing. His mentality made Elder Qifeng admire him very much. Among the 9 great sages, only the Fairweather Venerable could have such a mentality. But I have to admit that the Fairweather Venerable is now the one who lives the most nourishing life among these great venerables. Doesn't it sound good? I think it's very good. I can't help drooling when I hear these gurgling sounds. Besides, brother, you don't feel annoyed when eating, do you? Compared to me, eating ugly. The Fairweather Venerable is actually now called brother to Elder Qifeng. The two of them have been together for a long time, and they have become more and more integrated, mainly because they have similar interests and hobbies. And now their chess skills are also similar. So Qifeng is fine. The elder came to see the venerable master. Now Elder Qifeng is setting up a fire to cook the beggar's chicken. The old apprentice is still grumbling, unsatisfied. Why don't you move the clay ball away from the fire? If it is too close, the cooked chicken will be too old and the fragrance will be gone. Not bad either. There are so many requests. Hurry up. I'm still waiting for 2 kills. Old man Qifeng shouted, a little annoyed. He didn't expect that there are so many things to pay attention to when processing beggar's chicken. No wonder the old apprentice followed Zhu Xiaobao and learned it. It took more than a year to master the unique way of making beggar's chicken. Now even Zhu Xiaobao has to admit that his old apprentice's beggar's chicken is no longer inferior to his craftsmanship. After breaking open the still warm mud ball, the 2 old men were still intoxicated by the instant aroma. The old apprentice took out the wine gourd from his waist and put 2 cups on it like a magic trick. Start eating and drinking. It's very enjoyable. Why isn't it a top-quality knife? Are you too stingy? Elder Qifeng suddenly frowned in dissatisfaction and asked. Humph. You come here to eat for free every day, and you still want the best? How can I afford it? I thought that now that the supply to Southeast County is cut off, I will be richer. But I didn't expect that the supply is still in short supply. Even I can't drink the best every day. Burn the knife. The old apprentice sighed helplessly. That's because your master is simply a profiteer. In order to maintain high prices, he reduced production. But this guy is really a genius. And everything he does is incredible. The old man said with a smile. This time when I came to Beiziri country, I originally wanted to stay for a few days and then leave. But I didn't expect that now I don't want to leave. Nonsense. My master is not a profiteer. All the money my master earned has been spent. Haven't you seen how well Lingyu Mountain, Luofeng Island, and here are developing now? Have you ever seen such a profiteer? The old apprentice shouted, very dissatisfied. He never cared about management. But he did see the rapid development and prosperity of these places very clearly. Lao Jiu, you are a great martial master. And you actually worship this boy as your teacher. I thought it was ridiculous at first. But now it seems that you are very farsighted. Even I am envious of your current life. Elder Qifeng laughed. He nodded and took out the chessboard. The great martial lord is useless. To tell you the truth, among the 9 great martial lords, I have never encountered the great venerable Wu Wei and the venerable Thousand Poisons. I can't beat any of the others, so I have been promoted all the way to the great martial lord. Zun, on the contrary, after experiencing a life of 9 deaths, I can still live a more comfortable life here. The old disciple has always been very honest. Even if he defeated the Join Master and the Feng Master this year, he knew that it was not him. His true strength is just relying on the power of that kitchen knife. Ha ha ha. I admire you, Lao Jiao. Although you are the weakest among the 9 venerables, you are indeed the most magnanimous among them. Come! 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 I give you a toast. Elder Qi Feng suddenly shouted. He said with a smile. He really admired the open-minded mentality of venerable meat and wine. Huh? Do you know the 9 great masters? Brother, where are you from? Why do you seem to know more than me? The old apprentice asked, a little confused. Ha ha. No one in the world knows about the 9 great venerables. What's so strange about this? The old man shook his head and laughed in disapproval. At this moment, the great Lord Ice and Fire suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. But he was obviously surprised when he saw the old man. Fortunately, the old apprentice did not notice. The old man shook his head very covertly, which meant that he would not let the great Lord Ice and Fire reveal his identity. With the wisdom of the great Lord Ice and Fire, of course, he immediately understood what the old man meant. Ah, Lord Ice and Fire, why are you back? Please sit down. I'm drinking and chatting here. Let's sit down and have something together. The Lord of Wine and Meat immediately said respectfully when he saw the great Lord Ice and Fire. After all, it was 9 the Great Venerable is the second-ranked existence. Where's Xiaobao? I came back to discuss something with him. The Great Ice and Fire Master and the Wine and Meat Master were already very familiar with each other. They were not polite, and scooped out those 8 treasures of delicacies directly from the belly of the beggar chicken. She finally, what I like is the added ingredients. He poured himself a glass of wine and then asked. Xiaobao went to the inheritance place of the Suzaka clan to practice his mental skills. Is there something urgent? The old apprentice asked very alertly. The great Lord of Ice and Fire has never shown his face directly, but he must be like this now. In a hurry. Well, the 7th princess and Ji Jisheng are preparing to attack Princess Island. I'm afraid that the 19th princess may not be able to resist. So I rushed back to talk to Xiaobao. The great Lord Ice and Fire did not avoid Elder Qi Feng, and seemed not to care at all. Mind you, there is an old man here who just came to northern Zirwei country and hasn't had much time. This made Venerable Meat and Wine a little suspicious in his heart. How about I go and call Xiaobao back for you? The fairy-blooded master asked hesitantly. No. I'm afraid Fenger has got the news and will make arrangements. Let's just play chess. Unexpectedly, Elder Qi Feng waved his hand and said, as if he didn't care much. Well, that's fine. Let's wait until Xiaobao comes back. The great Lord Ice and Fire looked at Elder Qi Feng, and then calmed down, but he still wanted to watch the battle from the sidelines. This made the Fairweather Venerable even more confused. Who is this old man? Why does the great Ice and Fire Lord not take him seriously? Moreover, it seems that the great Lord Ice and Fire knows him and respects him. Of course, the result of the doubts in his heart is that the old apprentice lost 3 games in a row today, which made Elder Qi Feng feel very good. Even the great Lord Ice and Fire watched it with great interest. He actually became interested in this kind of chess and already knew the most basic rules. When they returned to the mansion, it turned out that Zhu Xiaobao had already rushed back. And even Murong Feng was sitting in the meeting hall, discussing countermeasures with Zhu Xiaobao. Although Zhu Xiaobao is reluctant to pay attention to these political affairs, when it comes to the 19th princess, Zhu Xiaobao's attitude is obviously very serious. And when he heard Ji Jisheng's name, even Zhu Rong, who was sitting next to Zhu Xiaobao, had a sullen face and looked very angry. Seeing Elder Qi Feng, Murong Feng immediately asked his servants to show the old man and the great Lord Ice and Fire their seats. The Lord of Wine and Meat stood behind Zhu Xiaobao, very accustomed to it. He didn't feel anything wrong at all. And everyone present is also used to this pattern. How many soldiers and horses did the 7th princess dispatch this time? How many warships? Zhu Xiaobao asked a little anxiously. Southeast County dispatched 500,000 troops and 1,000 warships. In addition, half of the troops were deployed on each of the 36 islands in the southeast. adding in Ji Jisheng's own troops on Nani Island. The total number is probably 1 million. Around. In addition, there are Pirate Yang Beatty's 10,000 troops, who are also ready to move. They have long wanted to destroy Princess Island. Murong Feng looked calm, and his tone was calm. There was no tension or uneasiness. This calmness was quite satisfying. Everyone admires him. Why is this? Aren't the 7th princess vying for the throne? There is no time to deal with the 19th princess. Besides, she and the 19th princess have never been at odds with each other. Zhu Xiaobao asked in confusion. Road. Well, the culprit is still because of you. Murong Feng looked at Zhu Xiaobao. And then continued. You cut off the supply from Southeast County and Ji Jisheng. And now the 7th princess and Ji Jishen are very dissatisfied. In addition, in the past few months, we robbed Ji Jisheng's merchant ship again, which aroused their dissatisfaction. He brought troops to retaliate, which happened to kill the 19th princess. The 19th princess in the province became stronger and stronger. You know, 19th princess, the princess is also qualified to compete for the throne in Daxia. Xianza has already aroused the vigilance of the 7th princess. Then we won't launch such a large-scale battle so suddenly. Right. Is the Southeast County so stable that the 7th princess is not worried at all? Besides, just making such a move is impossible without hundreds of millions of taels of silver. Zhu Xiaobao still shook his head and said, Well, there is another reason, and that is for you, the Great Lord of Ice and Fire. Because the Great Lord of Human Demons needs you to practice. Unexpectedly, Elder Qi Feng suddenly said, and everyone present fell silent. This kind of thing is very serious. Some people don't understand. Even the old disciples don't know the details of the great master. So as soon as Elder Qi Feng said this, everyone fell silent. Chapter 459, Defending the Princess 2. Seeing that everyone was puzzled and the Great Lord Ice and Fire looked even more unkind, the Elder Qi Feng continued with a calm expression. The cultivation of the Great Lord Shimel is similar to that of the Nine Yin Lord. But it is better than the Nine Yin Lord. He is even more cruel and perverted. He directly absorbs all the opponent's skills. So he can improve his cultivation by a big step in a short period of time. But he must find a woman who is equal to or even surpasses him in cultivation before he can use it. Because of his evil skills, his cultivation level improved rapidly in the early stage, but slowed down in the later stage. This is because it is difficult to find women with the same level of cultivation as him. Now there are only 3 women who can meet his requirements. The Great Lord of Ice and Fire. But it doesn't mean that he likes men. What is going on? Zhu Xiaobao felt a little confused and couldn't figure it out. His interest has changed. But the way of cultivation cannot be changed. So he likes GZ now. But if he wants to practice, he still needs a woman. And a woman with advanced cultivation. Elder Qi Feng also shook his head, with a bit of disdain shook his head and said, just as Zhu Xiaobao thought, the 7th princess did not want to start a war with the 19th princess at this time. But she could not withstand Ji Jisheng's power, and was punished severely by Ji Jisheng on the bed for 2 days. So the 7th princess compromised. Moreover, the 7th princess was very dissatisfied because Luofeng Island cut off supplies to Southeast County. Because it had seriously affected her quality of life. Now she can't live without these high-end daily necessities. Although she gets them from other channels. Her personal needs can still be guaranteed. But the palace nobles and dignitaries are also expressing strong dissatisfaction. In addition, the development speed of the 19th princess is too fast. It is said that there is no less than 300,000 troops. This makes the 7th princess deeply uneasy. She did not expect that the humble 19th sister back then has now grown to such a scale. If she is allowed to develop further, she will really threaten herself. In fact, Ji Jisheng didn't want to attack the 19th princess, but he was forced by the great sage. Despite the fact that Ji Jisheng was very beautiful on the surface, and was deeply relied on by the 7th princess. But Ji Jisheng's life is really hard. He has to accompany the great ladyboy every day. Even if he wants to indulge, or practice dual cultivation, he has to get permission from the ladyboy. But fortunately, the great human monster did not hinder Ji Jishi's cultivation. However, even when Ji Jishi was doing double cultivation, the great human monster was watching from the sidelines. After completing the dual cultivation, he had to follow the great human monster back home. This made Ji Jishi a little bit worried. Crazy. Do you still have any personal privacy? But since the last time when the Great Lord of Ice and Fire, and the Lord of Wine and Meat teamed up to sneak attack on Nani Island, The great lord of human demon was no longer calm. He also wanted to improve his cultivation level again. Now that he has the whereabouts of the great lord of ice and fire. Where is he? Are you willing to let go of this perfect opportunity? Through the relationship between the great human demon and the great master, he finally found out the whereabouts of the great master of ice and fire. If he had been staying in the northern Zerway kingdom, the great master of the human demon would not have dared to take risks. But he actually found out about the great master of ice and fire. The reporter has some connections with the 19th princess and often goes to Princess Island. Therefore, the great venerable late boy can't sit still even now. The fight for the throne like the 7th princess would last for several years. Or even more than 10 years. How could he afford to wait? Even though he looked charming and enchanting, he was still in his 70s. And his kind of the skills are aging faster as time goes by. This is the most depressing thing for the great master. Therefore, the great master of human demons forced Ji Jisheng to attack the Princess Island immediately. Even if the great master of ice and fire was not on the island. As long as he had the 19th princess and Wu Yu in his hands, he would not be afraid that the great master of ice and fire would not show up. Various reasons came together. And finally the 7th princess made the decision to attack the Princess Island. She also hoped to capture the 19th princess and force Zhu Xiaobao to submit. The 7th princess can also feel that Zhu Xiaobao's feelings for the 19th princess are no worse than Wu Yu's. Or even better. There is no evidence. But she has this kind of woman's intuition. Although the opinions of the civil and military officials in the main hall were not unified. Most people were opposed to attacking Princess Island because it was obvious that now was not the time and there was no need to create a strong enemy for themselves. What's more, the relationship between the 19th princess and Zhu Xiaobao is extraordinary. And Zhu Xiaobao is now super powerful and can be said to control the lifeblood of the Zerway kingdom. But the 7th princess still insisted on going her own way, acting arbitrarily, and began to mobilize troops to prepare to send troops. On Nani Island, Ji Jisheng was also very depressed. He did not want to start a war. It was not easy for him to accumulate this number of troops. If the casualties were too large, it would affect his future plans. His goal was by no means just a Nani Island, Otoshima. He wanted to replace the 7th princess in the end. Until then, now I can't help myself being controlled by the great human demon. Ha ha! My little enemy, don't be so unhappy. When the time comes, I promise to let you take the 19th princess into my harem. How about it? And Wu Yu, let you think about it for a few days. How about it? Aren't you the one who hates that little boy the most? Baby, this is the best blow to him. The great human male master was currently nestling in Ji Jisheng's arms. He also liked to let Ji Jisheng hold him if nothing happened. Ji Jisheng is so distressed every day. What the hell is going on with a man hugging him all day long? But he didn't dare to disobey. This seemingly charming and weak person was actually very powerful. Ji Jisheng didn't really buy it at the beginning. But after a few times, he was treated submissively. No! No! How can I be unhappy? For Sister Fairy, I will go through fire and water without any hesitation. Besides, I was determined to win the 19th princess, Ji Jisheng said with a smile on his face. And he said it with deep affection. And it was absolutely impossible to tell any dissatisfaction. Ha ha! To be honest, you are still thinking about the 19th princess. Right. This is normal. I won't blame you. If it were 20 years ago, I might have tried it myself. But now I am old. I have no interest in women anymore, the great ladyboy said with regret. But he was still very satisfied with Ji Jisheng's performance and was very happy. One hand reached into Ji Jisheng's crotch and fiddled with it. Ji Jisheng was really on the verge of crying and felt angry. You have it yourself. Why are you touching me? At the same time, on the Princess Island, Princess 16, Wu Yu and manager we were all nervously sitting together to discuss. After all, the strength of the 7th princess was still too great for them. But why did the 7th princess will suddenly get angry? Which makes the 19th princess a little confused. But now is no longer the time to figure it out. What I'm thinking about now is how to avoid this disaster. Don't worry. Senior has gone to northern Zerway country to find Xiaobao. Xiaobao is so powerful now. Those 50,000 female warriors alone are enough to give the 7th princess a headache. Wu Yu is the only one who didn't care. And she's still very excited. Oh, Wu Yu, do you think these 50,000 female warriors are our troops? Besides, the northern Zerway kingdom is not that powerful. How many troops can be mobilized? They still have to be wary of the southern Zerway kingdom. The 19th princess looked at Wu Yu with a bit of resentment. Heartless people only live happily, and have never seen Wu Yu worry at all. Hee hee. I don't care about that. I only know that we are in danger here. And Xiao Bao will definitely come to help us. And once Xiao Bao takes action, he will definitely win. Wu Yu has her own reasons for confidence. Princess, you don't have to worry. Although our troops can't compare with the 7th princess, it's not that easy for her to capture Princess Island. In the past 2 years, our defenses have been very strong and our food reserves are sufficient. The island in addition to the army. There are so many common people and tribesmen. When all the people are in the army, I guess there will be no problem in holding a stalemate with the 7th princess for 2 years. Although Chief Wu was also worried, he still comforted the 19th princess in his words. After all, this 19 princesses have never experienced a battle of this scale. Uncle Wu, I'm not in a hurry. I'm afraid that this battle will destroy all our wealth, and it will be difficult to get back on our feet again. Princess 19 shook her head and said softly. But the 19th princess also had a strange feeling in her heart. She didn't seem to be very scared. She seemed to have a premonition that Zhu Xiaobao would definitely come to help her. The 19th princess herself is a little strange. How can she have such strong self-confidence? And every time she encounters danger, the first thing she thinks of is Zhu Xiaobao. At this moment, the guards from outside ran in and reported excitedly to the 19th princess. Princess Qi, 20,000 female warriors, and 200 warships from the Lingyu tribe have arrived at our Princess Island. The leader is you 2 female generals. Shuang Yushu. The warship at the front is the 3 auspicious treasures. Huh? I didn't expect that they would be the first ones to come to help us. Xiaobao must have asked them to come. Princess 19 suddenly shouted excitedly. She didn't expect that the Lingyu tribe would be so generous this time and send them all at once. 20,000 female warriors. The 19th princess hurriedly rushed to the shore with her people. The 3 auspicious treasures, headed by her, made the 19th princess feel very friendly. When I see Yu Shuang and Yu Shui again, I feel even more like a sister. Wu Yu was the happiest, and she had already fought with Yu Shuang and Yu Shui as soon as they met. The 3 of them fought a few moves, and then stopped with a smile. Of course, Wu Yu's kung fu can't beat the 2 of them now. This is a way to meet each other. The 3 people immediately started to hold hands and talk and laugh very intimately. I've met the 19th princess. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were very polite to the 19th princess, and even bowed their hands in a salute. Thank you for your hard work. Sisters, did Xiaobao ask you to come? Princess 19 quickly returned the courtesy and asked. That's right. We received an urgent letter from military advisor Murong. And then Mr. Duanmu sent us out. The war is all arranged by military advisor Murong now. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui said straightforwardly. Oh, it's military advisor Murong again. There are really many capable people around Xiaobao. Princess 19 said with a little envy. But she also felt a little sad. Why are there so many women around Xiaobao? Chapter 460. Defending the Princess 3. In Murong Feng's conference hall, Murong Feng, Zhu Xiaobao, Tong Wuxin and others gathered around the sand table on the table to analyze and formulate the battle strategy. This sand table is quite exquisitely made, and the distribution of the various islands on it is also marked in great detail. In the past 2 years, Mu Junyi and others led the female warriors to conduct repeated inspections and calculations to draw the most accurate map. So this sand table is quite accurate. But in a corner of the meeting hall, Elder Qin Feng and his old apprentice were minding their own business, drinking tea and playing chess. They didn't care about the war, and at most they only knew a rough idea. Now these 2 old men are enjoying themselves wherever they go. And the great Lord of Ice and Fire is also watching the battle attentively. She also ignored the battle that was about to begin. She doesn't need to worry about these things anyway. Judging from the sand table, Princess Island is still too small. Even smaller than Nani Island. In fact, Princess Island is now close to saturation. And with the too many islands surrounding it, the population has exceeded 1 million. If the 19th princess wants to develop and grow, it must open up new territory. But where are there nearby islands that are close enough and large enough? This is also one of the problems that the 19th princess will solve in the future. But what they are discussing now is how to deal with the attack of the 7th princess. Compared with the 7th princess, the 19th princess is still too weak. So this time, Zhu Xiaobao was rare and actively participated in it. Usually he didn't care much about these things. But when the 19th princess was involved, Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but become very concerned. Don't worry. Not only will you defeat the 7th princess this time, but you will also make some money, Merong Feng said confidently, and then said with profound meaning, Your Highness seems to be very concerned about the 19th princess. Right. Yeah. Of course. Wu Yu is my wife. Princess 19 has saved my life. Of course, I have to protect the princess well. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said, feeling really very happy when he said this. I miss Princess 19. Unlike Zhu Rong's maturity and elegance, Princess 19 is more like someone who needs his protection. Is it that simple? Merong Feng asked leisurely, but her eyes were always staring at the sand table, as if she was still calculating the best plan to join forces to fight against the enemy. Hey! It's too much. What else can I think about? I just want to protect the 19th princess, and I will have strong support when I attack Nanzi Rui Kingdom in the future. What do you think I am thinking? Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily, feeling a little guilty because Zhu Rong was here today. And looking at Zhu Rong's expression, you knew that people didn't believe your reason at all. Well, this is a very far-sighted idea. When I attack Nanzi Rui Kingdom, I will really need the help of the 19th princess. Merong Feng nodded, but she agreed with Zhu Xiaobao's idea. This is indeed the plan. Otherwise it would be a bit difficult to attack Nanzi Rui country with only one's own troops. Hey, military advisor Merong, what do you mean by making a little profit just now? Zhu Xiaobao breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked cautiously, could it be that the prophet that military advisor mentioned was the 19th princess? Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt a little excited. Well, I think this time is also a perfect opportunity. I should be able to take back Yu Li and the others. Isn't this a big profit? And by the way, if we can wipe out Yang Beatty and this gang of pirates, it's one less hidden danger. Of course, it's hard to say whether we can kill the human demon lord in GZ. Merong Feng marked several small flags on the sand table, and was still counting them one by one. Possible profit. Hey, military advisor Merong. I know you are very good at arranging troops. But you first need to understand that this time it is the 7th princess who is attacking. And she is the one with the upper hand. Why do you say it as if we are sure of victory? Zhu Xiaobao said a little surprised. Even Tong Wuxin and Zhu Rong next to them looked at Merong Feng with some confusion. Could it be that the military advisor was planning to pull out all the troops from the northern Zirwei Kingdom? It may not be able to stop it. Even if there are fast ship guns like Black Wind, it will be of little use against thousands of warships. What's more, the opponents already know how to deal with it. If this kind of naval gun attacks, as long as the warships are dispersed as much as possible, the lethality caused by the naval gun will not be so huge. What's more, Yu Li's warship is also very fast, and Yang Batty's pirates are very familiar with the environment. This is their disadvantage. Don't worry. The 7th princess is hesitant this time, and is not so firm. She wants the 19th princess to take the initiative to seek peace, or to help GZ vent her anger. Didn't that Wu Yu of yours steal GZ several times? The goods! Merong Feng said with a smile, although she had not met Wu Yu yet. Her ears were filled with Wu Yu's name. Then what should we do now? Tong Wuxin still admires this female strategist. She is really capable of being recommended by Duinmuki. Well, Sister Zhu Rong doesn't need to go this time. You are not good at naval battles. Sister Wuxin, you first go to Muchuini and load the things I told you on the ship, and then mobilize 100,000 troops to help guard the ship. Princess Island. This time, I will not have a large-scale battle with the 7th princess at sea. Otherwise, we will not have the advantage. Merong Feng thought for a moment before saying, in fact, Zhu Rong was not allowed to go to Princess Island because she was afraid that she and Wu Yu would not get along. She has also heard that Wu Yu's temper is similar to that of sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. Very hot. If you don't deal with Zhu Rong, you will be in big trouble. And there is a possibility of a fight between the two of them. Okay. Zhu Rong and Tong Wuxin both nodded in agreement, then turned and left. Zhu Rong still looked at Zhu Xiaobao before leaving. She also understood what Merong Feng meant, but she still didn't believe it. She was confident that she could do well to regulate various relationships in the harem. Hey! You haven't said anything yet. What trump card do we have? It seems like we have a chance to win? Zhu Xiaobao chased Merong Feng and asked. This guy is still the same as before. He doesn't look like a prince at all. Demeanor? Let's talk while walking. Merong Feng really enjoyed Zhu Xiaobao's style, At least it made people feel relaxed and casual. Then she walked out side by side with Zhu Xiaobao and said, "Actually, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui have brought 20,000 female warriors to Princess Island. There are also 3 auspicious treasures, plus our double black wind demon, and the 4 clippers of Princess Island's colorful boats are enough to give the 7th princess a lot of pain." "Oh, I didn't expect Wanmuchi to be so generous. Is there no danger in Lingyu Mountain? 20,000 female warriors in one attack?" Zhu Xiaobao exclaimed in surprise. He didn't even know that Merong Feng and Duan Muqi had communicated. Duan Muqi they had already taken action. And what I didn't expect was that they would bring so many female warriors with them this time. I couldn't help but worry about the safety of Lingyu Mountain. "Don't worry. There are still 30,000 female warriors in Lingyu Mountain. In addition to the ordinary soldiers recruited and trained in the past few years, Lingyu Mountain now has hundreds of thousands of troops. And there are tens of thousands of warriors from the Hacha tribe on the periphery, which is enough to guarantee it's safe," Merong Feng said with a smile. "There are still 30,000 female warriors, plus the female warriors from Lingyu Island. No, why are there more and more? I don't remember that there don't seem to be so many." Zhu Xiaobao asked a little confused. "Ha, you forgot. 2 years have passed. Those girls, who were 13 or 14 years old, have grown up. According to the rules of the Lingyu tribe, they will automatically become female warriors at the age of 15, Merong Feng said. Xiaobao said with a glance. "Oh? That's it. I didn't expect that the production capacity of these female warriors is really strong. When I unify the Zirui Kingdom, I will have to create a place similar to Luofeng Island to let them perform freely." Zhu Xiaobao stood and thought for a long time before speaking. Zhu Xiaobao originally disapproved of this approach, but now he found that the population growth in this era was not fast. That is to say, there has been no major war in the past 20 years, so it has gradually developed. After the real war, the population will decline sharply. There is no way. In the cold weapon era, the number of casualties is quite huge. For example, the northern and southern Zirui kingdoms combined have only 50 million people. Daxia Kingdom is twice as big as Zirui Kingdom, with a population of less than 100 million. This has been developed in the past 20 years. When the emperor first succeeded in seizing the throne, there were less than 60 million people left. So Zhu Xiaobao now agrees with Luofeng Island's approach. We'll talk about this later. Let's talk about Princess Island first. In addition to the 20,000 female warriors who are already in place, I plan to send 200,000 troops here, including 100,000 naval troops. We can now send 500 warships. This is can be the greatest help to the 19th princess, because during this period, I have to guard against the Nan Zirui Congress taking the opportunity to launch an attack, Merong Feng said softly. Although it's a little short, but with the troops on Princess Island, we should be able to defend it. Zhu Xiaobao nodded, but he was still a little uneasy. It seemed that the military strength was still a bit lacking. Ha, don't worry. There is another strange army that will appear when the time comes. Merong Feng knew that Zhu Xiaobao was uneasy, so he quietly revealed a secret. Oh, where did it come from? Why can't I remember where there is such a rare army? Zhu Xiaobao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he shouted in surprise. Since it's a surprise soldier, of course we can't reveal it now. I'm sorry. Merong Feng clasped his hands behind his back and walked away very proudly, leaving Zhu Xiaobao standing there a little stupid. Could it be that Merong Feng really what hidden strength is there? But no matter how Zhu Xiaobao pressed, Merong Feng was unwilling to tell him, which made Zhu Xiaobao very depressed. And the two of them walked to the weapons processing workshop. Zhu Xiaobao was suddenly stunned. He didn't expect Mu Chuanyi to have built so many equipment and weapons during this period. Chapter 461, Defending the Princess 4. The Ordnance Processing Workshop located in Yingxiuan County is divided into 3 parts. The innermost one is the most confidential. The people working here are basically the craftsmen and servants brought by Zhu Xiaobao. The other one is Mu Chuanyi. After many layers of selection, those who are extremely loyal and work conscientiously and carefully are the only ones who stay here. There are now over 200 people here. However, the key technologies and data are in the hands of Mu Chuanyi and others in Hihui Temple. These things are too important. Once leaked, it will be an endless disaster. But what is now displayed in front of Zhu Xiaobao are 24 red cannons and 500 super strong crossbows. Not only do they have a long range, but they can also fire rockets newly developed by Zhu Xiaobao. The arrows of this rocket, the front end of the rod is equipped with gunpowder, which is detonated by strong impact. It is not as effective as incendiary bombs, but the cost is much lower. It can be launched from a high position, and the range can reach 500 steps. It belongs to the new generation of power amplifier weapons. But the cost of building these materials and equipment is not small. Zhu Xiaobao is very surprised where Mu Junyi comes from so much money. Even if his products are quite profitable, it is impossible to have so much money. He also wants to supply Xuyuan County's army. The monthly expenses are quite a lot. Where did you get so much money? Zhu Xiaobao asked, stammering. Master, your Majesty allocated all this money. Now our northern Zirwei Kingdom has made a lot of money all at once. Your Majesty allocated 200 million silver at a time. So I am much more relaxed here. Mu Junyi covered his mouth. He smiled, although he was very happy. But he could also see that Mu Junyi had obviously lost a lot of weight during this period. And it looked like he was working very hard, which made Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. Mu Junyi was already very frail, but now he looks even thinner. On the contrary, Murong Feng, the female strategist known as the paper figure next to her, has grown plumper now, and even her flat breasts have bulged out. Humph! Can't you make the food your better? Look at how skinny my second apprentice has become! Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily, while looking up and down at Murong Feng's figure. He nodded unconsciously, and Murong Feng suddenly became a little angry. How do you know that I didn't improve the food here? The food here is available all day long, and it is cooked by the most skilled cooks. And I have repeatedly asked Mu Junyi to go to rest, but she just refused. The two of us have already been over this matter. We've had several arguments. Murong Feng suddenly shouted aggrievedly. His eyes were a little red, and it looked like he was trying his best to prevent tears from flowing down. Finally, he shook his head in anger and walked out. Master, don't blame military advisor Murong. She has already tried her best. I couldn't sleep when I saw these carefully designed weapons and equipment, so I wanted to build them as soon as possible. Kimurachi hurriedly explained to Zhu Xiaobao at this time. This time something bad happened, and I offended her. I'm going to make amends to her. Also, you have to sleep well. And if I find you working so hard again, I will pull you out. Or stay with me by my side. Zhu Xiaobao was also a little dumbfounded, so he had to warn Mu Junyi, and then immediately chased him out. Okay, I'm fine. You don't need to apologize. Who calls you the master? It doesn't matter if I feel a little wronged. Murong Feng has adjusted his mood and does not need Zhu Xiaobao's apology. He shook his head lightly, and then said, When Tong Wuxing gathers the troops and loads the equipment on the boat, you can go to Princess Island with us. Oh? That's not true. Is it? Just for such a trivial matter. You sent me to Princess Island? Zhu Xiaobao suddenly exclaimed. Who said it was just for such a trivial matter? I asked you to go to take care of you. You can just accompany Wu Yu and the 19th princess. Besides, not only are you going alone, my master and the venerable master of wine and meat are also going with you. I feel more at ease when you are there. Murong Feng glanced at Zhu Xiaobao and then said in a low voice. Oh, that's it. Well, you weren't angry with me just now, were you? I wasn't targeting you. I just wronged you out of desperation. Hee hee. Don't take it to heart. In fact, I noticed it just now. You're too thin. I blurted out just because I was worried about you. Zhu Xiaobao stared at Murong Feng's chest unscrupulously, and also made random remarks in his mouth. Get out. Murong Feng yelled angrily, and finally couldn't help but curse. This guy is really hateful. Let him say all the good and bad things. 2 days later, Zhu Xiaobao set off with 100,000 troops. Before leaving, Yu Qianrou came to see him off. After all, it was his first time to experience such a big battle, and Yu Qianrou felt very unhappy. Don't worry. This brother is her biggest support now, and he is also the person closest to her. But Yu Qianrou did not stop him, because Zhu Xiaobao needed such battle experience. So she still supported Zhu Xiaobao. But regarding the 19th princess, Yu Qianrou had some ideas. Before leaving, she asked in private, Xiaobao, do you like this 19th princess very much? If you like it, come and join me. You are the prince of Zirwei Kingdom now. Even if you are the emperor, it is just a piece of cake for her to marry you. That is the blessing she gained from her previous life. Ah, sister, what are you talking about? I just helped her. I didn't think so much. Zhu Xiaobao said a little panicked. To be honest, he has always had a sense of inferiority in front of the 19th princess. Even if I'm still a little less confident now. Huh? I'm your sister. I can't see what you're thinking. Stop pretending to be stupid. Yu Qianrou said, very dissatisfied. After all, he is a prince, and at least he is a well-matched one. Why are you so unsure of yourself? Woolen cloth. Okay. I'm leaving first. If you have this intention, find yourself a wife first. You are almost 30, so you'd better marry yourself off first. Zhu Xiaobao dealt with Yu Qianrou, who was very clever, and responded immediately. Sure enough, when Yu Qianrou heard this, she immediately shouted angrily, "Get out of here. It's not you who caused me to be like this. And you didn't do it when I asked you to take over. I have no choice but to worry about state affairs every day." Wait, what did you just say? What does it mean to find a wife? Come back here and don't run away. And see if I don't break your dog legs. In Yu Qianrou's furious voice, Zhu Xiaobao ran away and finally escaped. As soon as they got on the merchant ship, they hurriedly urged, Hurry. Sail. Let's set off. If my sister catches you, then it will be a disaster." Dead. Yu Qianrou and Murong Feng stood together, looking at the fleet of ships going away. They couldn't help but feel a little bit dumbfounded. This Zhu Xiaobao was really hateful, but it just made people uneasy. Your Majesty, are you serious? Are you asking Princess 19 to marry His Highness Xiaobao? Murong Feng asked as calmly as possible. Huh? What? Is there something wrong? Just say it. Yu Qianrou was immediately startled. She had not carefully considered the stakes involved. There's nothing wrong with it, but it's a good opportunity. Murong Feng regained his original wisdom at this time and said softly, Oh, I'd like to hear the details. Yu Qianrou said immediately with interest. The ambition of the 19th princess is more than just a small princess island. Now that the princess island has become saturated, she is really growing. If she can really marry the 5th prince, then we will not only regain Nanzi a great help from Rui country, and after the down payment, she can be stationed in North Zi Rui country. Firstly, it can allow her to continue to develop and grow. Secondly, we can also safely return to South Zi Rui country. Oh, it won't be until then. It's the South. The best of both worlds. Murong Feng said calmly. What do you mean? Yu Qianrou was shocked. This female military advisor was very ambitious. She had already gone to Daxia Kingdom. Is it possible? Your Majesty, I don't mean anything personally. It depends on what the 5th prince wants. But if we can really pacify the Zirwei Kingdom and the Daxia Kingdom, then we can really achieve a peaceful and prosperous era in the future. Murong Feng shook his head. He shook his head and said, Well, let me think about it. Your idea is so shocking. I have never had such an idea. Yu Qianrou murmured. On the flagship in the middle, Elder Qi Feng and his old apprentice were setting up a chessboard to fight again. While Zhu Xiaobao looked at the mighty fleet, feeling a little emotional and dreaming. He didn't expect this. In just a few years, he was able to possess such great strength. And he also transformed from a slave into a prince. It's weird to think about it. What's more, he is still a first-level martial artist. Even more so, he has the bloodline of a divine beast. Is this all a coincidence? Zhu Xiaobao shook his head secretly. It was not a coincidence. But his kitchen knife brought him here through time and chose this special identity for himself. But as my abilities become stronger and stronger, the things I face become more and more complex. And there are even more women around me. How high will you develop? Wu Zun? Martial Saint? Or Emperor Wu? What will be the result of opening the inheritance place? Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and put aside these future matters first. What he is excited about now is that he is about to see Wu Yu and Princess 19. Of course, there are also General Manager Wu and Aunt Wei, who were once very close and familiar people. Thinking about it, Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but feel anxious, wishing to see these people right away. Although Xingbei Zirwei Kingdom is not as far as Princess Island from Lingyu Island, it still takes several days. In the meantime, I have to go around the 36 islands in the southeast. But I am afraid that if I want to hide my whereabouts from the 7th princess, then it's impossible. The 7th princess's spies are all over the world. Not to mention that what she's best at is naval combat. Finally seeing the princess arrive, Zhu Xiaobao saw through the telescope the warship coming to greet her. The leader was none other than the 3 auspicious treasures, and the 2 sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were standing on the bow. Behind the 2 of them, A woman in military uniform standing there slightly anxiously was Wu Yu. Chapter 462, Defending the Princess 5. In fact, they were already very close. But Zhu Xiaobao was a little surprised that Wu Yu was still searching uncertainly. Even Zhu Xiaobao was a little confused. But Ying Xiuxiu and others around him were attentive, and quickly said to Zhu Xiaobao, "Sister Wu Yu is looking for you. You have changed so much now. Of course she won't recognize you." "Oh, that's right. I didn't expect that I am also a handsome guy now." Zhu Xiaobao suddenly realized and smiled, then waved his arms desperately towards Wu Yu, without the image and demeanor that a prince should have. "Why isn't it Xiaobao? There is another prince in northern Zirui Kingdom?" Wu Yu couldn't help but ask in annoyance when she saw the fifth prince across from him waving his arms towards her. "Isn't he Xiaobao? Oh, by the way, you haven't seen him for almost a year. No wonder you can't recognize him. He is no longer the little fat guy. Even we are a little uncomfortable with it sometimes." The two sisters, Yu Shuang and Yu Shuai, who were standing in front, finally remembered and said with sudden realization, "Ah, this is Xiaobao? I didn't expect to become so tall and handsome." Wu Yu exclaimed in surprise and joy, but there was also a little regret in his heart. To be honest, he really missed that Zhu Xiaobao is chubby and smiling. Finally, the warships of both sides met together. Zhu Xiaobao couldn't wait to board the 3 auspicious treasures. He didn't care about so many people and hugged Wu Yu as soon as he got up. "Uh-huh. Wife, I really miss. How about you? Am I very handsome now? And I am also very strong. So a princess hug is no problem." After saying that, Zhu Xiaobao actually gave Wu Yu a princess hug in front of everyone. He was really not bragging. Zhu Xiaobao felt that Wu Yu was not as heavy as before, mainly because he was now strong and strong. It has surpassed Wu Yu. "Let go! You don't look serious as soon as you come back." Wu Yu really couldn't hold it in anymore. She turned over and rolled out of Zhu Xiaobao's arms. She stood beside Zhu Xiaobao and looked at Zhu Xiaobao from left to right. To be honest, Zhu Xiaobao is pretty good like this now. Mainly because with the improvement of his cultivation level, the domineering nature in his bones has already made Wu Yu heartbroken. "Hee! We are an old married couple. Are you still shy? Are you, girls?" Zhu Xiaobao smiled shamelessly and asked loudly to the female guards around Wu Yu. These female guards are all I have followed him at the 19th Princess Mansion since then. So he is very familiar and kind to Zhu Xiaobao. "Hey!" Everyone cheered in unison. They haven't been really happy for a long time. Not to mention, following the 19th princess is fine, but it's too rigid and monotonous. And it's far less cheerful than when Zhu Xiaobao was here. "The princess is here too," Wu Yu said to Zhu Xiaobao with a blushing face. "Ah? The princess is here too? Where is she? Take me to see the princess." Zhu Xiaobao suddenly said a little excitedly. "Isn't that right?" Wu Yu pointed to the 19th princess not far behind her, who was looking at Zhu Xiaobao and others with a smile. She was still so delicate, elegant, calm, but the joy and surprise in her eyes could not be concealed. "Ha ha! Meet the princess. Xiaobao is back." Zhu Xiaobao did not regard himself as a prince at all. Instead, he shouted with a smile, as if he were in the 19th princess's house. "This feeling is really good. You have really changed a lot. I can't even recognize you." Princess 19 looked calm on the surface, but once she spoke, she still seemed a little nervous and hesitant. Indeed, Zhu Xiaobao has changed a lot. That is, his smiling appearance is still the same as before. The princess is getting more and more beautiful, and I almost didn't recognize her." Zhu Xiaobao didn't feel uncomfortable once he got used to it, and immediately flattered her. "Well, you are still so talkative. Let me see. You have really grown a lot taller." "Yes, taller than me." Princess 19 looked at her carefully for a while, then nodded and said. At the same time, Princess 19 also saw the old apprentice and elder Qi Feng following Zhu Xiaobao. She smiled and nodded. The two old men should be by Zhu Xiaobao's side. If they can follow Zhu Xiaobao, they must not be ordinary people, especially elder Qi Feng. The 19th princess had an enigmatic feeling at first sight, but on the contrary, the old apprentice was a bit fatter. It can be seen that following Zhu Xiaobao, the old disciple is in a happy mood, with a broad heart and a fat body. Moreover, his face is red, and even half of the white hair on his head has turned black. Now he has a full head of gray hair, and he looks younger than before. "Let's go. Let's go back first. The princess has prepared a reception banquet. But you have to show your skills. To be honest, the food here can't be compared to what you have there. Sisters Yushuang and Yushui couldn't bear it at this time. Ju urged them that when they arrived at Princess Island, the only thing they were not used to was the food here. Because the 19th princess lived too simply, and did not pay much attention to the enjoyment of food, clothing, housing and transportation. Ha ha. I have wronged my two sisters these days. Princess 19 said a little apologetically. To be honest, the money in her hands is tighter than that of Lingyu Mountain and Beizuri Kingdom. Princess Island has just begun to take shape, and the basics are construction, fortifications, military supplies, and soldier training all cost nothing. So the 19th princess had a tight life this year. If Wu Yu hadn't robbed Jijishi's cargo ship a while ago, their lives would have been even longer. How miserable. Returning to Princess Island. The island had long been ready to slaughter pigs and sheep. 100,000 people were added to the island. The 19th princess felt much more at ease. When she saw the 24 red cannons, the 19th princess, I feel even more relieved. If I want to attack Princess Island now, I am afraid that even the 7th princess's 1 million troops will not have a chance. The Princess Island suddenly felt like a festival, with laughter and laughter everywhere. The soldiers also added wine and food today, and the banquet in the princess mansion was even more sumptuous. Ing Xiuxiu and the others went to help prepare it in person. Express your gratitude to the 19th princess, because it is the grace of the 19th princess that they can follow Zhu Xiaobao. Otherwise, the three of them would still be ordinary female guards. Xiaobao, you will live in my house first. I started from scratch here and don't have a ready-made house, so I have to wrong you. Princess 19 said to Zhu Xiaobao apologetically. Wu Yu usually lives in the military camp, but today he wanted to take care of them both. The 19th princess can only let Zhu Xiaobao live in her mansion, now that Zhu Xiaobao has the status of a prince. And this time he is here to help her. He must make arrangements for Zhu Xiaobao's food, clothing, housing and transportation. Moreover, the 19th princess also misses the life in the 19th princess mansion. Now she can feel the life again. The banquet was very lively. Most of them were acquaintances. They gathered together again and talked about various events that had happened in the past year. Among them, Zhu Xiaobao's experience was the most legendary. Not only did he regain his memory, he also became the 5th prince of the defeated Zerowei Kingdom. And now the northern Zerowei Kingdom is thriving and has a tendency to surpass the southern Zerowei Kingdom. Even the old apprentice and elder Qi Feng who were sitting together smiled and listened with interest. Although the old apprentice had experienced these things personally, when he talked about it again, his heart was still full of pride. Today's dishes have obviously improved a lot. After all, it was Ing Xiuxiu and the others who brought them out. This made the two sisters Yushuang and Yushui enjoy the meal very much. Moreover, they used the best roasting knives today. This is among the best. Xiaobao made a special trip to bring it to the 19th princess. Unexpectedly, it was an advantage for the two sisters. Of course, Wu Yu also feasted on it. When it came to drinking, she was invincible because she had never been drunk. In the end, the two sisters, Yushuang and Yushui, got extremely drunk. This time it was better. Even they had to be arranged in the princess's mansion. This put the 19th princess in a dilemma. Her princess mansion was planned to be quite large, but only half of it was completed. The remaining 2 courtyards were just enclosed. There was no time or money to complete them. Only the outermost ones were completed. The wall makes the princess mansion look quite impressive. Now that there were so many people at once, it was really difficult to arrange. In the end, we had to let Zhu Xiaobao and Wu Yu live in the inner courtyard, right next to the 19th princess, because except for Wu Yu and Zhu Xiaobao, the others she's really not used to people. But at night, the 19th princess regretted it. These two guys lived next door and simply forgot about everything. They spent the whole night, and Wu Yu couldn't care about so much in the end. She screamed out in forgetfulness, and it was still continuous. As a result, Princess 19 was in the next room. Her face flushed and her heartbeat increased. That night, she heard the sound of Zhu Xiaobao and Wu Yu fighting hand to hand. It seemed that Zhu Xiaobao had the upper hand. Damn Zhu Xiaobao! You are still such a bastard. You don't restrain yourself at all when you come to me. And Wu Yu, you don't know how to be reserved at all? Come on! Bring me wine! In the end, the 19th princess had to drink several times to burn the knife. And now he fell asleep. When the 19th princess woke up, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. which made her very embarrassed. So many people had just arrived at Princess Island, and it was really unreasonable that her master had overslept. Fortunately, when he came out to ask, Wu Yu had gone out early to arrange the defensive weapons, especially the 24 red cannons. Wu Yu had to personally arrange for people to manage and guard them, and also put them at the most critical point. In this place, Wu Yu knows the power of this thing very clearly. Humph! She is in good spirits. She knew she had made up for it early in the morning. Princess 19 snorted angrily. But just a few steps out, the door of the next room also opened, and Zhu Xiaobao also walked out with a smile. Looking satisfied, and stretching to see the 19th princess, he couldn't help but say low with surprise and joy. Princess! Morning? Did you sleep well yesterday? No. How about I oversleep? Huh? Why? Are you too excited because I came here? Get out! It was the sound of pig slaughtering coming from next door last night. Chapter 463, Defending the Princess 6. How did Zhu Xiaobao know that this kind of partition wall is usually a half-brick wall? And the sound insulation effect is of course not as good as that of a separate room. Thinking about how passionate last night was, Wu Yu was indeed quite wild. So it was inevitable it affects the sleep of the 19th princess. However, Zhu Xiaobao has experienced many battles now, and no longer cares about this embarrassment. Instead, he said with a smile, I didn't expect you to eavesdrop. This is a bad habit. Be careful next time. Go away. Who wants to eavesdrop? You're screaming like a pig being killed. Princess 19 immediately shouted in anger. Unexpectedly, the two little maids behind her also covered their mouths and snickered. Their master was such a nemesis. It can make the 19th princess also use foul language. Why don't you two prepare breakfast? You're getting more and more presumptuous now. Princess 19 became even more angry and scolded the two little maids, who were so frightened that they ran away quickly. Hey, let's go together. I haven't had breakfast either, Zhu Xiaobao said rudely. Yeah. Princess 19 had no choice but to agree to have breakfast with Zhu Xiaobao. Unexpectedly, the breakfast meal was actually xiaolong tang dumplings, and the 19th princess also enjoyed it. Zhu Xiaobao then remembered that it turned out that Ying Xiuxiu and the others had made these when they got up early. No wonder even the 19th princess also ate them. Very happy. I'm going to go to each defense area later to see if the red cannons you sent are properly placed. And I also need to place your troops well, Princess 19 said softly after finishing her breakfast. Then he said hesitantly, How about you come with me to have a look, so that you can give me some suggestions? Okay. I just want to see how the Princess Island is being built by you. It must be better than the original Shiyuan city. Right. Zhu Xiaobao nodded. He was just wanting to see the development of the 19th princess. Oh, it's not that good. Everything here was built from scratch. Don't think about Shiyuan city. Many infrastructures have been in place for a long time, and there was no rush to develop and expand the army on a large scale. So the current Princess Island can't compare to Shiyuan city. Source city. Princess 19 shook her head and sighed. Hee hee. That's my territory after all. Doesn't it feel good to be the queen? Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile. It's not as good as you think. I have to do everything by myself. There are really few people around me who can help me. Princess 19 looked at Zhu Xiaobao angrily and said, The people she said can help her. It refers to talents who can manage and develop the economy, not those who lead troops to fight. Hey, what's the problem? Wait and see. Maybe I can help you find a business that can make a lot of money, Zhu Xiaobao said nonchalantly. Then let's go. Let's go on horseback. The roads here are not very well built, and driving is not very comfortable. Princess 19 felt happy. Zhu Xiaobao had so many unique businesses. If she was given one, then don't worry about making money. Both of their horses are very rare sweat horses. Zhu Xiaobao's horse was lost to him by Hachitu, while the 19th princess's horse was given to the 19th princess by King Ming in order to introduce those high-end products and tofu workshops. Therefore, the two of them are very eye-catching while riding on the horse, and they really look like a talented and beautiful woman. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao dressed in brocade clothes, even the 19th princess nodded secretly. This little fat boy has really grown up, and now he has become very temperamental. Although he is still a hippie and rogue in private, but now too and still looks quite majestic when sitting on the horse. Princess Island is centered on the Princess Mansion and radiates to the surrounding areas, so it is quite lively as soon as you go out. Many shops have been built here, and the flow of people coming and going is also very lively. especially in the past few days. So many people came. And now people on the street came to see the excitement. There are also many people who don't know Zhu Xiaobao. So they are talking about him secretly. But when everyone saw the 19th princess, they were all very respectful and took the initiative to bow and give way. It seems that the 19th princess has won the hearts of the people here. The tax burden on Princess Island is not high now. And there are no more pirates to harass them. Therefore, even the original residents of the island agree with the management of the 19th princess. The common people are very satisfied with a living environment where they can live and work in peace and contentment. But a few miles away, the land is not so prosperous, and there are fewer shops on the streets. Further on, there are large tracts of cultivated land and simple houses. Princess Island is not a big place. Except for the rocky mountains surrounding the island, there is not much land that can be used. It is basically concentrated in the center of Princess Island. Nowadays, tobacco is basically grown. The yields of other crops are not high and the profits are not good either. However, the production of tobacco has always been stable. And Duimuki has now begun mass production of his cigars. It is said that the sales are very good, and now they are mainly sold to the Western countries. And the supply is likely to exceed demand. Therefore, the tobacco on Princess Island is transported to Lingyu Mountain. We do not produce cigars ourselves. As you can see, my Princess Island is only a small place. And now it has a population of nearly 1 million. In addition to tobacco, fishing, and agarwood are also the biggest sources of income. There is nothing else that is profitable. Princess 19 and Zhu Xiaobao rode horses and walked around for a few places. Then said a little distressedly, "Well, this place is too small, and there is no future for development. What are you going to do?" Zhu Xiaobao also frowned and asked. It is not difficult to find some profitable businesses for the 19th princess. But it's not that easy to develop and grow. Princess Island is much smaller than Shiyuan City. And it's not even as good as Jishishi's Nani Island. It can only accommodate a population of 1 million. Then what do you think I should do? In such a small place, no matter who pacifies the great Xia kingdom, they will come to annihilate my place next. The 19th princess also thought of this a long time ago. But she didn't have a better place to stay. Clicked. Well, I wonder what the princess's future plans are. Are you going to get married and live a leisurely and quiet life? Or are you going to participate in the battle for the throne? If it's the latter, your strength is still too small. Zhu Xiaobao was not smiling playfully at this time, but asked seriously, "Of course, I want to be like Seven's sister. It would be best to have a fiefdom of my own. I don't dare to think about competing for the throne of Daxia Kingdom." Although the 19th princess had this idea in her heart, she did not dare to say it out. My own strength is far behind the other princes. Even the original King Wen was dozens of times more powerful than her. And he was still destroyed in the end. Then come and develop with me. When I regain the southern purple country, I can hand over the north purple country to you. What do you think? The north purple country is larger than the southeast county of the 7th princess. Zhu Xiaobao thought for a while, and then said solemnly, "How can that be done? Who would agree to an outsider developing in their own country? You are thinking too wildly. Your Majesty Yuchinro will never agree." The 19th princess suddenly exclaimed, "This idea is really shocking. How can you lend half a country to an outsider at once?" Well, actually you can also become a concubine. My sister has the same idea." Zhu Xiaobao looked at the 19th princess and said hesitantly, and even pulled his own sister out. "What? What do you mean?" Princess 19 didn't understand it for a while. After waiting for a while, she suddenly realized that the little fat man in front of her had really grown up. And now she actually started to confess to herself. No. This is not a condition. Even if you don't want to, I can draw an area for you to develop. I will do what I say," Zhu Xiaobao said in a panic at this time. He didn't want Princess 19 to have any misunderstandings. "I'm sorry. I can't promise you this. I never thought about being with you," Princess 19 also said in a panic. And she was still secretly glad that she didn't bring anyone else out with her. If the guards heard this. "Here we are. How can we do this?" "Oh? You still look down on me? Forget it. Even if I didn't say it, you don't have to be embarrassed," Zhu Xiaobao said, very disappointed. Unexpectedly, he didn't think about himself at all. It seems that this thing still requires fate. No, that's not what I meant. I didn't expect it to be you. Princess 19 also quickly explained with a bit of annoyance. In fact, every time she encounters a big event, she always thinks of Zhu Xiaobao first. But now after what she said, she actually rejected Zhu Xiaobao. So the 19th princess felt a little flustered and a little anxious. Forget it. A lot of things depend on fate. Besides, I haven't recovered the southern purple Rui kingdom yet. It's too early to say this. Just pretend that I didn't say anything, so as not to mess up your mood. Zhu Xiaobao waved his hands and tried to return to his original appearance, because the current situation is very embarrassing for both of them. If I had known this, it would be better not to say anything. This time, it was better. The two of them were silent and riding fast. Intentionally or unintentionally, they kept some distance apart. They galloped all the way to the military camp. They saw Wu Yu setting up the red cannon, which diverted the attention of the two. Seeing Wu Yu excitedly and seriously directing everyone to set up these powerful weapons, Princess 19's heart was moved. Just now, she didn't consider Wu Yu at all, as if she agreed or not. You don't need to mind Wu Yu's existence. Are you and Wu Yu so indifferent to each other? Don't you need to consider Wu Yu's feelings at all? The 19th princess herself was a little confused. Princess Xiaobao, are you here? Look, how about these 8 red cannons arranged here? The terrain here is the best, and it is also the most important. If they are set up here, even the 7th princess has thousands of troops. It will also make it difficult for them to move even an inch. Wu Yu patted the ashes on her hands and asked very excitedly. Wu Yu, do we have a future here? Princess 19 suddenly asked in a daze. Of course. When our strength increases several times, we will fight back to Daxia Kingdom, Wu Yu said confidently. Chapter 464, Defending the Princess 7. Seeing Wu Yu so confident and satisfied, the 19th princess really envied Wu Yu because she never had anything to worry about. Wu Yu's personality is similar to that of sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. When he is unhappy, he will directly solve the problem with force. Even if it fails, he will do it completely. Her only thought now is to follow the 19th princess back to Daxia Kingdom and fight for a fiefdom of her own. Like the 7th sister? Wu Yu, I'm afraid this is impossible. Princess 19 said a little frustrated. What Zhu Xiaobao said just now is correct. Her princess island is too small, and the population is almost saturated. It is no longer possible to think of any major development. I was shocked by Zhu Xiaobao's confession just now. So now Princess 19 feels a little sorry for herself when she sees Wu Yu. Why does Wu Yu live such a simple and fulfilling life? But she works so hard? It seems that she is trying to achieve great things. But in fact, she is desperately trying to protect herself. If she is not so desperate, the final result will be to surrender to other powerful people, or even become their plaything. Oh? Princess, why do you say that? Aren't we developing very well now? And with Xiaobao helping us, it will be a matter of time before we surpass the 7th princess. Wu Yu saw that the 19th princess looked wrong and couldn't help but ask in surprise. She quickly put down what she was doing, stepped forward and took the 19th princess's hand lovingly. Unexpectedly, the 19th princess's little hands were struggling slightly, which made Wu Yu even more surprised. I couldn't help but look at Zhu Xiaobao. I'm afraid the war is about to happen. The princess is under too much pressure, so she's anxious. Please comfort her, Zhu Xiaobao said quickly with a guilty conscience, and then quickly slipped to another red-clothed statue. In front of the cannon, he was explaining to the guards the characteristics and usage instructions of this newly built red cannon. Wu Yu, Princess Island is too small. There is no room for development and growth. Besides, I am really tired from worrying about these things every day. I really miss those days when I was in the Imperial City. The tears of Princess 19 also fell quietly. She leaned her head on Wu Yu's shoulder, as if she was looking for someone to rely on. What's wrong with you? You were so happy yesterday, saying you would definitely defeat the 7th princess this time. And now you're like this today? Your hands are still so cold. Are you sick? I'll call a doctor for you, Wu Yu said at a loss. But she was also frightened by the appearance of the 19th princess. In her impression, the 19th princess had never been so weak before. She was always calm and wise. No, just sit here with me for a while, and that's it. I'm just a little tired and didn't sleep well last night, Princess 19 said softly, but also told Wu Yu in a very subtle way. The two of them screamed like slaughtering pigs last night, which affected their rest. But Wu Yu didn't react at all, and still took care of and comforted the 19th princess very diligently. Boom! Boom! With two loud noises. Both Wu Yu and Princess 19 were startled. It turned out that Zhu Xiaobao tried firing two cannons on the spot in front of the female guards. And they hit a huge place 800 steps away. On the reef. The female guards cheered. Zhu Xiaobao was proudly enjoying the exclamations and praises from the female guards. Look! We have such powerful weapons now. Are we still afraid of those princes? As long as they dare to come, I will let them come back. Wu Yu immediately stood up excitedly and said loudly, What's the use? These are all his, not ours. Do you think you will always rely on him to help you fight in the future? Princess 19 said resentfully. What's the matter? Xiaobao and us are like a family. What's his is ours. What's wrong with that? When he wants to attack Nanzi Rui country, we will help him. But Wu Yu has said as a matter of course. What's his is ours. Doesn't that mean what's ours is also his? Wu Yu, do you really think so? Princess 19 suddenly looked at Wu Yu and asked. Wu Yu had such a simple idea. So she has always been very straightforward. And she doesn't have as many ideas as Princess 19. That's right. Princess, what's wrong with you? What you said is weird. Am I right? Wu Yu was also a little confused. She also looked at the 19th princess and asked in surprise. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Let's wait until we really want to attack Nanzi Rui country. Princess 19 sighed, not wanting to discuss this topic anymore. But Wu Yu's words still touched her. Returning to the princess mansion, it was very strange that there was no sound like killing a pig that night. And there was no movement on the third day. But in this way, the 19th princess still did not have a good night's sleep. She still lacked sleep. It was as if one boot had fallen and was waiting for the other one. Princess 19 listened more carefully at night. But there were only a few small voices next door. And there was also the sound of girls talking in low voices. On the morning of the fourth day, Princess 19 couldn't bear it anymore and went to the next room to take a look. She had already thought of an excuse in her mind. However, when she entered the room, she found that only Ing Xiuxiu was cleaning the room. Wu Yu and Zhu Xiaobao were not there. And the bed was also filled with clothes and bedding belonging to Ing Xiuxiu and the others. What? You stayed here last night? What about Wu Yu and Xiaobao? Princess Zhizhou asked in surprise. Yeah, I've met the princess. Ing Xiuxiu was laughed at by Princess 19. And she quickly saluted. And then said, It's been 2 days since they changed rooms with us. These two bastards didn't even say a word to me. Princess 19 was inexplicably annoyed and cursed secretly. Then she turned around and went to the room where Ing Xiuxiu and the others used to be. This was actually where the personal maids were. Although the room is simpler, it is also more sophisticated than ordinary rooms. As soon as I arrived at the door, I saw Zhu Xiaobao cross-legged and practicing the mental method through the window. And behind Zhu Xiaobao, a white tiger appeared. Lifelike. He can actually condense the appearance of divine beasts? I didn't expect that he is really so powerful now. Princess 19 covered her mouth outside the window, marveling in her heart. Although there were rumors, what she saw was different from what she imagined. There is still a huge gap. Because Zhu Xiaobao's white tiger method is just like a real white tiger. And since he can condense the Dharma, doesn't it mean that his cultivation level has far surpassed his own? At this time, Zhu Xiaobao also noticed the 19th princess outside the window. He raised his head, and the white tiger Dharma also raised his head and looked at the 19th princess outside the window. Suddenly, the white tiger suddenly threw itself in front of the window. But when it reached the window, the white tiger suddenly disappeared. Only Zhu Xiaobao stood in front of the window with a smile. Who actually peeped on my young master practicing? Hee hee. It turns out to be a princess. The 19-year-old male household was startled by the white tiger that pounced towards him. He couldn't help but scream, and then shouted angrily, Who peeked? I came to see you. Why are you here? Are you here? Practice. If you practice alone or with 2 people, you won't be disturbed. How about you? Have you slept well these 2 days? Zhu Xiaobao said, regaining his rogue look. In fact, will you listen to what Zhu Xiaobao said? And her screams were actually heard clearly by Princess Zhizhou. So Wu Yu insisted on changing rooms that day. After all, when she was full of passion, her screams were indeed it was very loud. Even if she let it go, she didn't want the 19th princess to hear it. That's too embarrassing. So she changed rooms with Ing Xiuxiu and the others. Although this room was simpler, it didn't affect their work. Hey, why did you tell you this? She thought I didn't want her to live next to me. Princess 19 suddenly blushed and said, No. You became even more unrestrained and screamed louder when she got here. If you don't believe me, you came to eavesdrop tonight. I promise not to let her know. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said with a smile. Suddenly, there was something behind him. The person who made the discovery said, Huh? Why do you have black circles under your eyes, and you still haven't slept well? Could it be that you can't fall asleep even if you can't hear the sound? Isn't this difficult to deal with? Get out. Who wants to hear your noises like killing pigs? I slept very well. The 19th princess suddenly said angrily. Her face flushed. Zhu Xiaobao really hit the nail on the head. The 19th princess hurriedly escaped quickly. Now that I have figured out the reason for the other boot, I feel at ease. But I can't help but feel sleepy. And I have to go back to catch up on my sleep. Otherwise my mental outlook will be really bad. Although she was embarrassed by Zhu Xiaobao, Princess 19 was still surprised to find that her mood suddenly became very happy. And she seemed to have someone to rely on. And she felt a sense of security in her heart. I can't help but discuss everything with Zhu Xiaobao. In fact, these little things don't need to be discussed with Zhu Xiaobao at all. They can usually be solved easily. Even the maids and guards around her found that Princess 19 seemed to have changed. She became energetic and a little nervous. She also began to pay attention to her clothes. She put on different clothes every day, and her face was full of energy. With light makeup, she looks even more beautiful. But although the Princess Island has become lively and full of laughter, it has been 7 days, and the troops of the 7th princess are still standing still, which makes the 19th princess and Zhu Xiaobao a little confused. Fortunately, I received Murong Feng's flying pigeon messages every day and knew the movements of the 7th princess and Ji Jishan. So I didn't suspect that they were using some trick to attack the east and the west. But why did the 7th princess and Ji Jishan not send troops for so long? Did they change their minds? Or do you know something and don't dare to attack Princess Island? Chapter 465, Defending the Princess 8. For 7 days in a row, there was no movement from the 7th princess, which made both Zhu Xiaobao and the 19th princess a little confused. But in the heart of the 19th princess, she hopes that such days will continue. But what happened? It turned out that the 7th princess had not given up her plan to attack Princess Island, but was just making necessary preparations. In order to deal with the strange ships on Princess Island, the 7th princess also used her brains to modify her warships. So it was late. Has not yet been dispatched. There was no urging from Ji Jisheng's side, and Ji Jisheng's place was even more troublesome. It turned out that Ji Jishen himself was unwilling to attack Princess Island. Although he lost several ships of goods, he was not willing to go to war with the 19th princess. He still wanted to keep these men and put them to great use, mainly because of the Shemale Great Lord's insistence. But this time the plan to send troops was first met with strong opposition from Yuli. First of all, she had received the news that sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui had arrived at Princess Island. They let her go last time. So Yuli, I don't even want to fight these two sisters again. Secondly, this time it was not Ji Jisheng's intention. Yuli was not willing to fight for this human monster. So she acted very contradictory. This series has angered the great master of human demons, and he did not expect that his plan would be opposed by everyone. Even Master Join expressed tremblingly that she did not want to go to Princess Island. The last time the Master of Ice and Fire and the Master of Wine and Meat appeared together, she was very scared. She is no match for these two people now, especially after hearing that Zhu Xiaobao had also arrived at Princess Island. Master Join didn't want to go even more. In this way, the great master of the human demon became even more angry and frustrated. He didn't expect that these people would dare to oppose him. Is this okay? He is a great venerable, and he always speaks the truth. Therefore, the great master of the Shemale took action on Yuli first, because Yuli's recent performance was the worst. Not only half of the female warriors defected to the northern Zirwei kingdom. The mood of the female warriors was not right after they came back. Even Ji Jisheng noticed this. Therefore, the great ladyboy must first tidy up Yuli and docile her. Otherwise, how could the female warriors on the island be obedient? This time Yuli suffered a lot. She still wanted to fight back. But in front of the great lord of the human demon, she didn't even have a chance to take action. She was trapped in the illusion in the blink of an eye. And the illusion was still exuding. The faint fragrance made Yuli feel hot and restless before long. Many handsome men and women appeared in front of her, making all kinds of indescribable intimate actions. Yuli couldn't bear it anymore and rushed forward. She wanted to replace her. But every time she was in vain. Those people should have dissipated as soon as she touched them. In the end, she faced an unusually handsome man who did not disappear. But Yuli was horrified to find that this man had even fuller breasts than hers. And she could see clearly that this man was the great Lord Shemale, who was charming smile. Yuli was so frightened that she wanted to run away. But she was actually held in the arms of the great human demon, holding her hands up and down. There was no room for resistance. And soon both of them were naked. This frightened Yuli even more, because this was really a genuine man. And the faucet below was actually raised high. When the illusion disappeared, Yuli was naked and covered with sweat, as if she had been fished out of the water. She was so weak. What was even more shameful was that she was incontinent. She lay there with a pool of liquid under her body. Exudes a pissy smell. However, the great ladyboy is still well dressed. It turns out that all the humiliations in the illusion were just with some tools. Now the ladyboy has no interest in women and only feels disgusted. Unless it's a double repair. He won't touch any woman. The Shemale master had one foot on Yuli's back and hummed condescendingly. This is just a small punishment. Next time, I will make you unable to become a woman. Do you hear that? Yes. I know. Yuli responded feebly. Now she could only give in. This great human demon was too terrifying. She didn't want to die here in such shame and embarrassment. So we could only compromise temporarily. Huh? Get out! Go back and gather those female warriors immediately, and get ready to go. If you dare to disobey me again, I will turn you into a living zombie. The great human demon kicked Yuli away, and fiercely hummed. Yes! Yuli picked up her clothes in shame and humiliation, and crawled out of the room with difficulty. She didn't even have the strength to stand up. What do you two say? Do you still want to object to my attack on Princess Island? Only then did the great human male master turn his face, and said with a charming smile. But his charming smile made Lord Jiuyin and Ji Jisheng feel horrified. Don't dare! Great master! We were wrong. We must follow your wishes and immediately send troops to attack Princess Island. Ji Jisheng and Master Jiuyin both knelt down and shouted in horror. The torture that Yuli suffered just now was too brutal. Even if Yuli was strong, she would probably have to recover for a while. Okay. Just know how to be afraid. But this time I have changed my mind. I can't trust you too much. I want to brand you with my unique slave mark, so that you don't have to have your own ideas in the future. You two take off your clothes now. Come on! The great lord of the human demon was really angry this time. And he even tried to use up his energy to brand these two people with his unique slave mark. This kind of slave mark is quite damaging to one's vitality. No. Great Venerable. We don't dare to do it anymore. Venerable Jiuyin suddenly shouted in fright. Ji Jisheng didn't know about this kind of slave mark. But Venerable Jiuyin knew very well that once he was being branded with this kind of slave mark is tantamount to giving your life to the other person. He can take your life anytime and anywhere. Huh? Stop talking nonsense. Do you want me to do it myself? Don't worry. If you follow me from now on, maybe your cultivation can be further improved. Hurry up. The great master of the human demon said fiercely. And a bright red mark appeared on the palm of his hand. The mark is constantly emitting a faint blood light. The face of the great human demon also showed a pale color. But his eyes are vicious, and there is no room for resistance. Yes, I'll take it off, Lord Jiuyin said with a bitter look on his face. From now on, he, the great lord, will become the slave of the great Lord Shemale. And he will never be able to escape his control for the rest of his life. Although Ji Jisheng beside him didn't understand the whole story, he also understood that it was definitely not a good thing. But seeing that Lord Jiuyin had already submitted, he had no chance to escape the disaster. Puff! The sound wasn't loud, and they didn't feel much pain. But there was a red mark on their navels, and it seemed like some kind of blood had been injected into their bodies. Well, okay. Even though I have consumed 10% of my skill, I still have two people I can trust, the great human monster said with a pale face and a sinister smile. Yes, Sister Fairy. Lord Jiuyin and Ji Jisheng both knelt down and kowtowed sadly. You can just call me Master from now on, the great human demon said to the Lord Jiuyin with a bit of disgust. Because the Lord Jiuyin now looks like a 50-year-old woman. So he doesn't like Lord Jiuyin to call him this. But he still loves Ji Jisheng very much. Xiao Ji, you will still call me Fairy Sister from now on. Don't worry. I will never harm you. I will also make your cultivation level improve by leaps and bounds. After saying that, the great ladyboy helped Ji Jisheng up, and the two of them went back to the bedroom, leaning against each other, looking at the charming ladyboy beside him. Ji Jisheng felt very frightened, but his face showed more obedience and kindness. So considerate. Sure enough, Yuli returned to her residence and spent 3 days recovering before she could barely get out of bed. It took another 3 days before she could move around normally. But she was still weak and her body seemed to fall apart. But even so, Ji Jihui did not let Yuli go. Although he was planted with the slave mark, he also received the personal inheritance of the great master of the human demon. He couldn't wait to use Yuli to practice dual cultivation. And this time, he was completely in one-way logging. Yuli's cultivation level almost fell below Wuzun's level, which meant that Ji Jishi's cultivation level was relatively low. And now was just the beginning. Come here. Invite Yu Taimei and the others to me. I have something important to tell them. Yuli cried weakly while lying on the bed. She was now deeply devastated and couldn't get up from bed again. On almost the 10th day, the 7th princess's warship finally sailed out. There were more than 1,000 of them, and there were hundreds of fast boats. This time the 7th princess also made up her mind. Since such a big war was going on, she would completely deal with the 19th princess at once. And then she could concentrate on dealing with the affairs of Daxia Kingdom. The 7th princess did not land on Nani Island, but had already met Ji Jisheng in the waters of Nani Island. The 7th princess was surprised to find that Ji Jisheng was actually wearing a military uniform. Not only was he handsome, but his temperament was much calmer than before. It had only been a few days, but he seemed to have undergone a huge change. But this kind of domineering temperament really makes the 7th princess heartbroken. In the past, she was somewhat dissatisfied with Ji Jisheng's lack of such domineering attitude. Unexpectedly, once he led his troops into battle, he would actually have his own halo and show the aura of a king. In fact, it was Ji Jisheng who had his own halo, but he was personally passed down by the great master of human demons. His cultivation has improved a lot in a short period of time, and he is now at the peak of a great martial artist. As long as he consolidates for a while, he can break through to martial arts. The realm of respect. The Lord Jiuyin behind her was also full of energy, and she had gained some benefits. After all, the great human demon lord had spent such a high price, and he always hoped that the Lord Jiuyin could be a big help to him. However, the great master of human demons did not show up. He didn't want to use force to regain the 7th princess. Now Ji Jihui has been very successful in dealing with the 7th princess. The 7th princess basically obeyed Ji Jihui's words, so the great monk did not take action. Listen to my general's order. Divide the troops into 3 groups and set off towards Princess Island. Ji Jisheng stepped onto the command platform without hesitation. Chapter 466, Defending the Princess 9. As soon as the warship on the 7th princess's side moved, Zhu Xiaobao on the Princess Island received the flying pigeon message from Murong Feng. And at the same time, Ji Jisheng's side also started to take action. The news about Princess 19 came a long time late, which showed that Murong Feng's intelligence system was more complete and efficient. Now that the 7th princess has sent troops, this battle is inevitable. The 19th princess was also a little nervous, and more importantly, a little depressed. She wanted to enjoy a few more days in such an environment where she was waiting for a battle. But now what is supposed to come has finally come. According to the distance, the 7th princess's warship can sail into the waters of Princess Island in 2 days. So in the 19th princess's meeting hall, several important figures are present, and they have to arrange their troops according to the opponent's formation, and take corresponding countermeasures. The clippers on the sea are constantly transmitting back the enemy's progress and the distribution of warships. This is also the most important information. Fortunately, they now have a unique advantage, and that is the telescope. These female warriors who were sent out were driving clippers and could spot the opponent's warships from a long distance away, but it was difficult for the opponent's warships to spot them. Occasionally, individual enemy reconnaissance speedboats approached them unexpectedly, but they were all shot and killed by the female warriors on these speedboats. Their huge advantages in technology and strength gave them the upper hand. After a day of analysis and reference, I could almost decide on my own combat plan, because judging from the opponent's deployment, it is obvious that it is divided into 3 routes. The sharpest among them is Yuli's group. Their warships are fast, and the female warriors have huge lethality. Their bows and arrows also have a long range. Their original direction is the northeastern part of Princess Island, where the defense is weakest, because the reefs here are densely covered. Large warships cannot enter, so the corresponding defenses are not as tall and thick as other places. And there are not even many troops stationed there. Judging from the opponent's formation, it is very targeted. This shows that the opponent also has spies on Princess Island. So he also has a lot of knowledge about the island's defenses. Zhu Xiaobao also secretly praised the 7th princess in his heart. And her intelligence work was also done well. After discussing a plan to deal with the enemy, the 19th princess also put on her military uniform and promoted her troops to the next day. On the troop station, the 19th princess sat in the center, and Zhu Xiaobao set up a seat beside her. His identity was now the prince of the northern Zirwei kingdom. So of course, he could not stand with the other civil servants and generals. Elder Qifeng and his old disciple were not present at all. Anyway, they already understood Zhu Xiaobao's plan, so there was no need to hear it again. The two of them were actually sitting in a carriage in the distance, laid out the chessboard, and started playing chess again. But the result of sending troops was a bit confusing to everyone. They were divided into 2 groups. Sisters Yushuang and Yushue led one group, 150 warships, and 15,000 female warriors to meet Ji Jishi. Warship. The 19th princess personally led the team, with Wu Yu as the vanguard, leading 300 warships to meet the 7th princess's warship. The full attack was only 100,000 men. There is no way. The 19th princess has more than 300 warships. Now 50 warships from Lingyu Mountain have been added. But these 50 warships are newly equipped with the newly developed powerful crossbows, which are specially designed to launch rockets. There are 4 crossbows on each warship, a total of 200 crossbows. The rest were installed on the 150 warships of Yushuang and Yushue. The remaining troops are mainly to hold on to Princess Island. The plan for this battle is to focus on attacking Ji Jixing and delaying the 7th princess's warship. Therefore, the 3 auspicious treasures are also used by sisters Yushuang and Yushue. The 19th princess has only one of the smallest, colorful ships, and there are only 8 naval guns on the ship, which seems to be a bit missing now. But Wu Yu didn't care at all. There were 50 Lingyu Island warships behind him, which was enough to hold back the 7th princess. When everyone went out to prepare, sisters Yushuang and Yushue were very confused and did not leave. They stayed where they were and asked in confusion, "Then who is going to deal with you, Li? And the pirates like Yang Beatty? Humph. Ask him." Princess 19 couldn't help but snorted. She had thought of this question for a long time. But Zhu Xiaobao refused to say it clearly. He only said that it was a clever plan for freedom when the time comes. Now that Yushuang and Yushue had brought it up, the 19th princess also looked at Zhu Xiaobao very dissatisfied. Yushuang and Yushue were not such meticulous people originally, but it involved Yu Li's female warriors. So the two of them thought of this problem. Their original intention was to deal with Yu Li personally. It's not that I want to show off. It's really a secret that must not be leaked. If this matter gets out of hand, the consequences will be disastrous. Zhu Xiaobao stood up, shook his head, and said with a smile, "Hey! Now there are only the 2 of us. The 19th princess and Wu Yu. Is there anything else we can't say? These are the people you trust the most." "Right," Yushuang and Yushue said angrily. "Indeed. Here now there is absolutely no possibility of the few people leaking secrets. I think you'd better tell us. Otherwise, I won't be able to worry about leading the troops." Princess 19 was also a little depressed. She was the protagonist of this battle, but she didn't even know the specific plan. Could this be possible? Angry? Okay. Then I will disobey the military advisor's order and tell you this top-secret plan first. Zhu Xiaobao very cautiously brought a few people closer, with his arms on the left and right. She hugged the shoulders of Wu Yu and Princess 19, then bent down and stretched her head forward. Their heads were almost touching each other. Wu Yu was fine, but Princess 19 felt that this guy was doing it on purpose. She passively then he bent down, his shoulders still being held by this guy. I was really ashamed and angry, but I was helpless. Who knew that I also wanted to know this top-secret plan? Zhu Xiaobao muttered something in a low voice, then let go of his hand and raised his head. Princess 19 suddenly felt refreshed. She was really depressed just now, but after hearing Zhu Xiaobao's top-secret plan, I was very pleasantly surprised. It was indeed a brilliant plan. Really? Can this top-secret plan of military advisor Murong really work? Sisters Yushuang and Yushue also shouted in surprise. Hush! Keep quiet. Whether we can succeed or not depends on my family's military skills. Zhu Xiaobao quickly made a gesture to silence him, which scared Yushuang and Yu Shui to stick out their tongues. They both admired Murong Feng now. The 5 body parts fell to the ground. But he immediately asked, "Then what are you doing? Are you following the princess to fight against the 7th princess?" "No. No. No. I'll follow you. It's up to you two to deal with those armies. But if you want to deal with the great master of human demons and the great master of Jiuyin, then it's up to me." Zhu Xiaobao shook his head. Ji Jisheng was the most powerful. It is not his army, but the 2 great sages beside him. If these 2 people really take action, then Yu Shuang and Yu Shui are no match at all, and their lives may be in danger. In the northern Zirwei kingdom, Murong Feng also raised her account and sent troops. She also cooperated with Zhu Xiaobao and the others to attack Ji Jishi's warship with all her strength, but ignore the 7th princess's warship. The warships of the northern Zirwei kingdom are commanded by Tong Wuxin. Those female warriors were the vanguard, led by Yu Jiai and Yu Dahong. Now the number of warships in North Zirwei kingdom has exceeded that of Princess Island. Although 300 warships have been dispatched, there are still 200 warships left in North Zirwei kingdom to prevent South Zirwei kingdom from taking advantage of the situation. Enter. But what surprised everyone was that Murong Feng was extremely beautiful. He personally piloted one of the Black Winds and 20 other speedboats to pursue Yu Li's warship. Although everyone was confused, Murong Feng's general order had been issued, and Tong Wuxin, Yu Jiai, Yu Dahong and others had no choice but to leave and prepare with full of doubts. Of course, the great Lord of Ice and Fire also secretly hid on Tong Wuxin's flagship. At this time, the warships of the 7th princess, Ji and Yu Li were already divided into 3 directions, but they could still communicate with each other through beacon smoke, and they could also pass information back and forth through clippers. Keep practicing. Master your respective positions, and mark them on the chart in time. These are all necessary methods for naval warfare in this era. Sitting in his cabin, Ji Jishi was also in high spirits. Although he had just been planted with the slave mark, Ji Jishi also received a lot of benefits. At least his cultivation level was improving along the way. The group of guards and generals around Ji Jiwei are all of high level of cultivation, and many of them have naval combat experience. Therefore, when Ji Jiwei looked at the huge fleet, he couldn't help but be complacent. He never thought that he also had such a huge fleet. This happened in 3 years. It was something I didn't even dare to think about before. Ji Zi was most concerned about Yu Li's movements, because Yu Li was tasked with attacking the opponent's weakest link by surprise. So Yu Li's success or failure could affect the entire battle. Of course, Ji Zi is not a fool. He knows that Yu Li is a little emotional now, but he is still very confident that Yu Li can't leave him now. Moreover, Ji Zi has also made full preparations. He has Yu Jimin, whom Yu Li trusts the most. She was left by Yu Li's side. She was a loyal follower of Yu Li from the beginning, and she was also one of the elders of Lingyu Island. Moreover, Yu Jimin's cultivation level is not low, and he is still at the level of Wuzun. Now Yu Jimin is also staring at Ji Zi fiercely. Of course she understands that being left here is equivalent to being a hostage. Restraining Yu Li, Yu Jimin also felt extremely regretful in her heart. If she had instigated Yu Li to fight for the position of Island Master, she would not have ended up in this situation now. The grievances and pain Yu Li is suffering now can be said to have been caused by her. Regardless of Wuzun's cultivation, Yu Jimin was not respected on this ship, and Ji Zi didn't take her seriously, and Yu Jimin could only stand aside with a sullen face. She didn't dare to have an attack at all. Not far away was Lord Jiuyin, staring at her sinisterly. There is also a perverted ladyboy, also hiding in the cabin. Therefore, Yu Jimin's martial arts cultivation level is nothing here. Chapter 467, Defending the Princess, 10. Ji Jisheng knew that Yu Jimin was very dissatisfied with him, but he did not take the old woman seriously. Didn't Yu Jimin have his arm blown off when he attacked Lingyu Island? Although his cultivation level is still there, most of his combat effectiveness has been lost, so it is most appropriate to stay here as a hostage. Of course, Ji Jisheng doesn't have time to talk to Yu Jimin. When he has nothing to do, he still has to serve the great ladyboy. This ladyboy is now more feminine than a woman. When he has nothing to do, he likes to be with Ji Jisheng. So Ji Jisheng was in high spirits on the bow of the boat. But as soon as he returned to the cabin, he was in a depressed mood. Why was it that he always had a man in his arms? The most depressing thing is that this man, who is neither male nor female, still wants to hack him when he is happy. Ji Jixi is still in, oh, if he dares to love her. When Ji Jixing walked out of the cabin again, his face was depressed. His anus was burning. And his walking was unnatural. He took the letter sent back by the spy and shouted angrily. What's going on? Yuli dares to stand still? It seems that I am still too polite to her. It turned out that I had been delayed in the cabin for a long time. And this letter had been delivered a long time ago. Lord Jiuyin originally wanted to send it into the cabin in time. But in front of the door, he heard GZs moaning and howling like ghosts, and wolves coming from inside. She didn't dare to go in because of the howling. She knew that at this time, the Shemale master was most afraid of other people intruding. So this letter and report were delayed for half an hour. Now one after another letters and reports were sent. And even the seventh princess asked GZ very rudely why Yuli suddenly stopped moving. Ji Jixin was extremely frightened and angry. And in the blink of an eye, he saw Yu Jinmin's happy expression. He couldn't help but angrily walked forward, grabbed Yu Jinmin's collar and asked, Have you planned this for a long time? Do you not want to live anymore? GZ still saw this very clearly. Yuli was going to rebel. But doesn't she care about Yu Jinmin's life or death? GZ was still a little confused. He hoped it was an accident. Yuli encountered something unexpected on the way. GZ still couldn't believe that Yuli dared to betray him. It didn't make sense at all. Yuli has already practiced the evil skills of Lord Jiuyin. Without his support, how can Yuli practice? Besides, Ji Jiwei also thought that he was kind to Yuli. Yuli didn't even have a place to stay at the beginning. But it was he who gave Yuli a chance to regroup. Ha ha! Evil thief! You still want to bully Yuli? Are you dreaming? Even if Yuli goes back to Lingyu Island to accept the crime this time, she will not return to your naughty island again. We have understood it a long time ago. He is the most heinous villain. You are far worse than that Zhu Xiaobao. I really regret letting Yuli come to join you. Yu Jinmin looked at GZ without fear and said loudly, Pa! Pa! Ji Jixing angrily slapped Yu Jinmin twice. He didn't expect that Yuli really dared to rebel and planned to go back to Lingyu Island. Humph! Evil thief! I will fight with you! Yu Jinmin drew blood from the corners of her mouth. And with a ferocious expression, she drew out her short knife and wanted to kill Ji Jixi. Although her arm was broken, with her martial arts cultivation, at such a close distance, she was confident that she could kill GZ in one fell swoop. Humph! How dare you do something with your abilities? Kneel down! But Yu Jinmin still underestimated the strength of the great lord. Lord Jiuyin snorted lightly and appeared behind Yu Jinmin. And the short sword in Yu Jinmin's hand was also taken away by Lord Jiuyin. At the same time, he used his other hand casually, and Yu Jinmin lay at Ji Jixing's feet. Okay, it seems that you really want to die. You are cruel enough to risk your life to save this bitch Yuli. But don't think that Yuli can escape and wait until I destroy Princess Island. Encircle and suppress them immediately. Ji Jixin trampled Yu Jinmin under his feet viciously, and wanted to kill Yu Jinmin. Ha ha! Xiao Ji! This old woman is always a little old. But she is also a warrior master. Don't waste it. Just when Ji Jixi was about to kill the killer, the voice of the great master of the human demon came softly. Come over here. Even though the great master Shemale didn't show up, he can get a rough idea from the voice. Huh? Yes. I just need a woman with advanced cultivation right now. Ji Jixing suddenly realized that although Yu Jinmin in front of him was over 60 years old, with wrinkles on his face, he was extremely old. But Ji Jixing endured the discomfort in his heart. But he picked up Yu Jinmin and walked towards the cabin. What does Ji Jixing want to do without you? Kill me! You dirty and shameless villain. You have to die well. You can't do this. Yu Jinmin screamed in horror. She never expected that at her age. She could actually this is such a horrible way to die. But no matter how hard Yu Jinmin struggled, it was to no avail. Her acupoints were tapped by the great master Jiuyin, and she could not move at all. In order to collect the tonic smoothly, Ji Jiwei specifically covered Yu Jinmin's head and extinguished the candles in the cabin. He also closed his eyes, felt in the dark, found a place, performed the exercises, and finally completed this time smoothly. Double cultivation. Yuli's worship did not stop on its own initiative, but was intercepted by Murong Feng. Although the two had secretly exchanged letters for a long time, Yuli was still very wary when they met. But seeing that Murong Feng only brought 20 warships, Yuli felt more relieved. Yuli, I'm here to meet you alone. Is this sincerity enough? Murong Feng's warship sailed alone next to Yuli's flagship. Now Murong Feng is within the enemy's shooting range. As long as Yuli waves his hand, Murong Feng will be shot into pieces by the surrounding female warriors. But Murong Feng still looked calm, showing no signs of panic or timidity at all. Well, you are indeed very courageous. Please come to the boat and talk about it. Yuli admired Murong Feng in her heart. But she still made the request again. She wanted to see if Murong Feng was really courageous. Okay. Put down the ladder, and I'll come up right away, Murong Feng said with a smile. The Jumei beside him didn't even know what fear was. Follow Murong Feng and board Yuli's warship. Okay. Military Advisor Murong. I admire you. Please sit down. Yuli really admired Murong Feng this time, and very politely invited Murong Feng to take a seat. Originally, I wanted to invite Jumei to sit down, but Jumei just followed Murong Feng. Standing upright, she was tall and strong, and she was carrying a gold and stone bow. She was like a god, guarding Murong Feng. Those female warriors looked at it in admiration. Although they were all powerful in combat, they had all seen Jumei's super combat power, which was not something they female warriors could compare to. You're welcome, General Yuli. Have you thought about it? As long as you are willing, I guarantee that you will not be punished in any way. The Lingyu tribe will still accept you again. Murong Feng sat there and said straight to the point. At the same time, Murong Feng also looked around to see the expressions of other female warriors. Sure enough, those female warriors looked at Yuli with great anticipation. They had long wanted to return to the Lingyu tribe. They could no longer bear this kind of life. They had no sense of belonging, and they had to let Ji Jisheng be like this. People bully. I deserve any punishment I receive, but I don't want to go back to Lingyu Island yet. Can I go to Northern Zirwei country? Don't worry. These female warriors like me are under your management. I just don't want to face those few people yet. A sister? Yuli said hesitantly. In fact, what Yuli fears most is meeting the two sisters, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. They speak freely and will not show mercy to her at all. So Yuli is really afraid of these two sisters. Moreover, when she returned to Lingyu Island, she didn't know what she could do, and no one would obey her anymore. So Yuli was always very confused. It would be better to simply stay with Zhu Xiaobao. After all, Zhu Xiaobao is the main person here, and her female warriors will not be scattered. Yuli's idea was well thought out. I can understand your concerns. So if you want to go to Northern Zirui country, it will definitely be no problem. I guarantee that you will be treated the same as other female warriors. But before that, I still have something to do. You go do it. Murong Feng nodded slightly. In fact, Yuli's thoughts were similar to what she expected. She really didn't want to go back to Lingyu Island. Murong Feng had already thought of this. Tell me, what do you want us to do? Isn't it to turn back and attack Ji Jisheng? Yuli said with a frown. She was really afraid of facing Ji Jisheng, and even more afraid of the two great sages. Of course not. I want you to deal with Yang Beatty and his pirates. This shouldn't be a difficult task. Right? The double Black Wind Demon, will also cooperate with you to destroy Yang Beatty. Murong Feng said slightly sad with a smile. Really? Can you let us control this strange ship? Before Yuli could say anything, the female warriors around her began to make a noise. I have always been confused by this kind of strange ship in the past. But I didn't expect that today I can drive this strange ship to fight. So these female warriors want to be the first to get on this strange ship. Looking at the dark naval gun, they couldn't help but want to try to fire it. They had always been defeated by this kind of naval gun before. Is this considered a certificate of submission? Although Yuli was jealous, she could still maintain her arrogance. He looked at Murong Feng and asked, No, it should be considered that you have made up for it, or you have already started to fight for Zhu Xiaobao. Murong Feng said lightly. Okay, just listen to Murong military advisor's orders. Sisters, cheer up. We will show other female warriors that we are still the strongest female warriors. Yuli finally recognized Murong Feng's leadership and drew her sword. Said loudly, Listen to General Murong's orders. The female warriors responded loudly in unison. Other warships also heard the heartfelt cries of female warriors one after another. Chapter 468, Defending the Princess, 11. Seeing the excitement among these female warriors, Murong Feng smiled and nodded. Just as she thought, these female warriors had already returned home and had a strong desire to fight. It could be seen that they were already repulsed by Ji Jishi's actions. To the extreme. In fact, since the last time Yuli led her people to chase the Northern Zirwei Kingdom, and then Zhu Xiaobao let them go, Murong Fong began to instigate these female warriors to rebel. During this period, she continued to practice with Yuli through carrier pigeons. Don't look at these female warriors who escaped from Nani Island. They also brought their own carrier pigeons with them. When Yuli retreated, Murong Fong also sent people to catch up and send them off. A lot of carrier pigeons went there. Although the female warriors were still very hostile at the time, they quietly accepted the carrier pigeons. This made Murong Fong even more convinced that these female warriors no longer wanted to follow GZ. At first, it was just letters between the female warriors. But not long after, Yuli also knew about it. Moreover, Murong Fong also personally wrote a letter to Yuli. Xiao Yu was interested in it. Although Yuli did not reply, she did not deliberately restrain the female warriors. It was not until later that Ji Jihui still wanted to sell female warriors, and even took the initiative to send someone to contact the Nanzi Rui kingdom. This made Yuli completely wake up. Following Ji Jihui would only lead to death. Sooner or later, those female warriors would oppose her. In fact, the female warrior has begun to question Yuli's various practices. So Murong Fong personally came to persuade Yuli this time. It seemed dangerous, but he was actually very confident. However, he did not expect such a wedding. And he did not expect that just a few days ago, Yuli also suffered from the cruel and humiliating punishment of the Great Master. She was determined to leave Nani Island. Later, Ji Jihui's forced logging made Yuli angry and frightened. Her cultivation level almost fell to the level of a great martial artist. Although the crowd was excited, Yuli still asked cautiously, "Yang Batty has a lot of people this time. He has entangled several groups of pirates, almost 20,000 people, and there are more than 200 warships alone. Ours there are still a few warships and people. Isn't there any other support? It's okay. I thought about this a long time ago. Although they have many warships, they all work independently and have no habit of cooperating with each other. They just want to take advantage of the situation, get some benefits. They haven't done anything since you came out until now. They show up and just follow you from a distance. It can be seen from this that they hope that you will attack first and then act based on the situation. To put it bluntly, they will only take action when you are almost ready." Murong Fong said firmly. "Huh? How do you know that they have been following us from a distance? Although Ji Jisheng has been sending messages saying that Yang Beatty is behind us, we have never noticed it." Yuli asked, a little depressed. This matter is indeed very helpless. These pirates are all experienced, and the environment on the sea is very familiar. Yuli can't find their whereabouts. "Ha ha! Look at this! Did you see that there is a small boat following you all the time? It's just that you can't see it. In fact, there is more than one speed boat. There is another one over there." Murong Fong took it out from his arms, give the telescope to Yuli. "This thing is easy to use." After Yuli looked at it carefully for a while, she put down her hand in surprise and handed it back to Murong Fong with some reluctance. I didn't expect Murong Fong to have such advanced clairvoyance. No wonder they are defeated by Zhu Xiaobao every time. It turns out that they have been able to discover them a long time ago, but they don't even know. I didn't expect you to have such a wonderful treasure. What is this? Why can you see so far? Then Yu Shuang, Yu Shui, and the others also have such a treasure? No wonder I have only promised them both since they went to Lingyu Mountain. Yuli was extremely curious about this kind of clairvoyance. Of course she knew how important this kind of thing was to those who led troops in war. Ha ha. This is called a telescope. And it was built by Zhu Xiaobao. It can indeed give us an advantage when leading our team to fight. Its effect is not much worse than the naval gun on my ship. Well, this one I leave the telescope to you. You will need it when the war starts. Murong Fong was very satisfied with Yu Li's performance. When she saw this kind of telescope for the first time, the expression on her face was even better than that of Yu Li's. Li is no better. Really? Thank you so much. Yu Li was a little excited and didn't know what to say. She immediately retracted her outstretched hand and held the telescope in her hand. She couldn't put it down and looked back and forth carefully. The personal guards around me also rushed to get it, wanting to see this novel thing. Of course, living peacefully with these female warriors is only the first step. Next, Murong Fong had to show off his talents and command them to defeat this group of pirates. This was the most important thing. At the same time, it can also make Yuli feel confident when going to northern Zirui country. Ha ha. So I said, we have the advantage now. Although we are not as numerous as this group of pirates, they have no idea that we will turn around and deal with them. So, don't worry. As long as you follow my plan, We will definitely be able to a great victory. Murong Fong said to Yuli with a smile. Okay. Let me ask the military advisor to explain in detail. We must act according to the military advisor's deployment. Yuli's confidence greatly increased at this time. And she could also feel a strong confidence in Murong Feng's eyes. Okay. You should continue to move forward according to the original route. Our 20 warships will ambush at the reefs in front. When Yang Bei's fleet passes by, we will launch a surprise attack from behind. You have to listen when the cannon fired and the fire was seen. He immediately led the team back. At that time, Yang Bei thought that you were here to rescue them. So you would not take precautions. So you unexpectedly launched a fierce attack. This ragtag group of people would definitely be in chaos. So I say that defeating them is inevitable. It just depends on the final result. My request is that Yang Bei must be captured. He is the biggest pirate leader and the biggest hidden danger. Murong Fong told Yuli his plan in an orderly manner. Yuli and the personal guards around her were all in awe. After hearing what Murong Fong said, it was really easy. But Yuli was still a little confused. Why did Murong Fong dare to attack such a large group of pirates? Was it just because of this strange ship in front of her? Yuli thought about the scene when she attacked Liu Mountain. And she understood a little bit in her heart. But she couldn't help but make an unreasonable request. Commander Murong, can you let my men board your warship and follow you? Of course. Your people can also come to my ship. Ha ha. Of course you can. But I have to explain that if you follow me and attack these pirates first, the risk is not small. Murong Fong smiled and nodded. He also knew that these female warriors were very interested in his Black Wind twins. Cha has long been so jealous that he can't do it anymore. If Yuli hadn't led the team herself, I'm afraid she would have boarded the double Black Wind to fight. We are not afraid. Let me go. Let me go. The female warriors shouted in a hurry, all wanting to be chosen. In the end, it was Yuli who named her name. This was the reason why the female warriors stopped arguing. Yang Batty was drinking wine very comfortably on his warship, and there were 2 women waiting on him. These were women who had been robbed before. They were so beautiful that they were kept by his side for a few more days. All the other men and women were sold by him. This time, Yang Beatty was invited by Ji Jisheng to attack Princess Island together. After weighing it, Yang Beatty decided that there would be no big risks and the rewards would be huge. So he agreed to send troops together. Princess Island is now doing a great job. Among other things, he will make a fortune during this trip. And Ji Jisheng also promised that he will be paid heavily when the project is completed. So Yang Beatty is very proud now. During the battle, those female warriors rushed to the front. But when the fight was almost over, they had to rush to the front. To grab things, they had to move fast. Where are you now? Why are you so slow? Let me tell you, it's not okay to be so slow when grabbing things. Yang Beatty hugged a woman and asked a little impatiently. He didn't want to eat meat yet. He planned to go to Princess Island and get some beauties to enjoy them. So now it was you who made yourself feel a little uncomfortable and couldn't help but ask. 8th Master, we have arrived at Thousand Reef Islands. 5th Master and 3rd Master have already followed us. Why don't we also speed up? Anyway, even if those women know that we have been following them, they have to attack first. A master quickly put his head in and said with a flattering smile. But his eyes were always staring at the woman in Yang Beatty's arms. Master Ba has long ago agreed that as long as he gets new goods, this woman will reward him. Hey! When I heard that I was going to grab something, they ran faster than me. Okay, let's speed up. In half a day, we should arrive at Princess Island. I'm really afraid that these female warriors are too powerful. If we attack, it will appear that we have no contribution. Don't look at Yang Beatty's arrogant behavior all day long. But they also know the surrounding situation very well. And they also know the environment of Princess Island very well. The breakthrough point they chose was determined by Yang Ba. The other pirate ships were not much different from Yang Batty's. Those pirates were mostly drinking and playing with women. Driving on the sea was very boring. And that was all they had for fun. Although it is said that there are 20,000 people, it is actually only about 15,000. These pirates are very calculating. The more people they bring, the less things they will steal. And they will not be able to fit in. Therefore, the boat is basically not full. And there are always empty seats. So we plan to return home with a full load. Among them, Yang Batty's men were only about 5,000. And there were several groups of pirates among them. 2 of them were his 3rd brother and 5th brother. Their whole family were pirates. and it was passed down from ancestors. Of course, the price of being a pirate was not small. Several of Yang Beatty's brothers and a sister all lost their lives in the process of robbery. But they are still determined to continue their piracy career. This thing makes money quickly and has no restrictions. And once it becomes the climate, they will dominate one side. Yang Beatty was opening his mouth wide, waiting for the woman in his arms to feed him wine mouth to mouth. Unexpectedly, there was a loud noise, and the woman screamed, and all the wine in her mouth sprayed on Yang Beatty's mouth. Face. Report. Master Ba. We were attacked from behind. Nonsense! Who is so bold as to hit me? It looks like that weird ship with thunderbolts. Huh? Jushiba's people? They're broken. Chapter 469. Defending the Princess 12. Yang Beatty didn't care about the drink on his face. He pulled it casually, and the woman in his arms flew to the side. He had experienced this kind of strange ship that could launch thunderbolts. I almost died from such a powerful firearm. So Yang Beatty suddenly became excited and immediately ran out of the cabin. Looking from a distance, thick smoke was already rising from the rear of his fleet. But the thunderbolts continued to be fired at his fleet. Under the billowing smoke, it was impossible to see how many warships the opponent had. Don't mess up! Keep a distance between warships, and don't get too close. Yang Beatty finally had some experience and knew that the closer the warships are, the greater the losses will be. Yang Beatty listened carefully and felt a little relieved. The opponent's artillery fire was not very intensive, and the number of his own warships was hundreds. This kind of thunder bomb is expensive to make, and the opponent probably doesn't have many. The top priority now is to find out how many warships the other party has. But although Yang Beatty could keep his composure, the other groups of pirates were in chaos. They had never seen this kind of attack method, and the opponent's speed was extremely fast. Not only did they hit Yang Beatty's fleet, but they also speeding over quickly, launching an attack on other fleets. It turns out that Murong Fong and his 20 warships were hiding here on Chinjia Island. It was said to be an island, but it was actually a large group of rocks of different sizes. There is no way to live here, and there are dense reefs all around, which means Murong Feng's small boats can enter smoothly. They lurked inside, and the pirates didn't notice at all. Although a pirate speedboat came in for a patrol, it was killed in a blink of an eye. These female guards brought by Murong Fong were all very powerful in combat, even compared to female warriors. How much? Not to mention that there are now more than a dozen female warriors joining in. Shooting a pirate's clipper is just a piece of cake. The pirate warship sailed past 1,000 reef islands in groups, and the shouts from the nearest ships could still be heard faintly. There was even a woman's cry mixed in with it. After all the pirate ships had passed, Murong Fong immediately drove out with these 20 small warships and followed them. Not to mention that this group of pirates all have their own pirate flags hanging on their ships, so that they can determine their own position. Of course, it is also a show of strength. Pirates are also divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels. As long as Yang Beatty's pirate flag is hung out, no one on those merchant ships and cargo ships will dare to escape. Even the officers and soldiers of the 36 islands in the southeast turned away when they saw Yang Beatty's flag, knowing that their warships could not afford to offend this group of pirates. It's so arrogant. So the first thing Murong Fong attacked was the ship flying Yang Beatty's pirate flag. Taking advantage of her speed, Murong Fong had already opened fire before the other party found her. What she wanted was for the other party's pirate ship to catch fire. Only by smoking can the other party not understand the situation and how many ships they have. But there were too many pirate ships on the other side. And the characteristic of pirate ships is that they poison quickly. So although Murong Fong rushed all the way and attacked more than 20 pirate ships in a row, she was still exhausted. Fortunately, her goal was achieved. Those pirate ships stopped and stood ready, and the burning pirate ships were busy putting out the fire. Yang Beatty was also mobilizing his troops, trying to form a formation to surround Murong Feng's warships. He had already seen clearly that the opponent's warships were not many, and they were all small warships. But what makes Yang Beatty depressed is that these pirates usually fight on their own. It is really difficult to mobilize them to act in a unified manner. His orders cannot be carried out at all. After such a delay, Murong Feng's warships turned around and came back, launching a new round of attacks. More than a dozen warships emitted thick smoke, which made the pirates a little panicked. If it weren't for Yang Beatty was holding back, they had already wanted to run away. Everyone wants to preserve their own strength. Turn the ship around and surround them. Damn it! Is there going to be a war? Whoever dares to run around again Don't blame me for settling the score with him afterwards. Young Beatty shouted a little angrily. The actions of this group of pirates were real. It was even more chaotic than he expected. They have been fighting back and forth twice, and they have just turned the bow of the boat around. At this moment, the minions below came to report. Master Ba, Yuli's warships have also turned around and are heading towards us at full speed. Huh? What are they here for? Oh, they probably thought that I met a large fleet and wanted to come to reinforce us. Hee hee. I didn't expect that joint operations would have such benefits. These women from Jijishi are quite sensible. Okay. You go and greet us, go up and tell them to go back from both sides. And I will attack from the front as the main force. Young Beatty really had no doubts. Who would have thought that these female warriors had already turned against each other? Young Beatty's clipper ship did deliver the information in time. But the clipper ship never returned because all the pirates on the clipper ship had been shot dead by the female warriors. Sisters, the other side has no defense at all now. We must inflict heavy damage on them as quickly as possible. Let military advisor Murong and Zhu Xiaobao see that we are the most powerful female warriors. Yuli's blood suddenly boiled. Shouted loudly. Yes, we are the strongest. Those female warriors were all excited and shouted in unison. Follow my order and rush forward at full speed. The big ship 200 steps to the west is Yang Beatty's flagship. Let's attack Yang Beatty first. The other two teams will attack the other pirate ships. With a telescope, Yuli, the situation in front of him was clearly seen. And even Yang Beatty, who was squinting his eyes and stretching his neck to look around, had a clear view. Yang Beatty saw Yuli coming quickly with the fleet at the stern of the ship. He could already clearly see the figures on the warship. Young Beatty even saw the female soldiers on Yuli's ship waving flags to them enthusiastically. That means they are coming for reinforcements. Uh-huh. You stupid bitches. You really think you are Ji Jishing's direct descendant. But in fact you are just Ji Jishing's plaything. Oh, it would be very exciting if we could get a few female warriors to play with. Young Beatty couldn't help but think. Smiled. Now that the SH Ling has slowed down, it is estimated that the number of such thunderbolts is limited. So Young Beatty is beginning to feel relieved. But when I see Yuli and you, the strong and heroic female warriors standing on the warships, I can't help but be a little envious of Ji Jishin's good fortune. But didn't he let them take a roundabout way? Why did they drive towards him? Young Beatty looked at Yuli's warship that was rushing in front with some confusion. But the other way was divided towards the other side just as he thought. But before Young Beatty could see it more clearly, Yuli's warship actually fired 4 cannonballs. The target was Young Beatty's pirate ship? What happened? How could they hit us? Where did they get such thunder bullets? Young Beatty was immediately hit and dizzy. 3 of the 4 LS landed on his boat, and a raging fire suddenly broke out on the boat. Master Ba, run! Do you still need to ask? They are rebelling. Young Beatty's master understood better and immediately reacted. Since these female warriors also have naval guns on their ships, they must be Zhu Xiaobao provided it to them. It turned out that when Yuli proposed to let his female warriors board the Blackwind Shuangsha, Murong Feng thought of this and unloaded the 24 naval guns on the Blackwind Shuangsha. When Bayman moved to Yuli's ship, didn't he leave a dozen female guards behind to help Yuli and the others use this kind of naval gun? Yuli's warship now has 4 naval guns, but there are not many cannonballs. Only about 20. Young Beatty finally came to his senses at this time, and shouted angrily, "Hurry up and put out the fire. Retreat quickly. Let the 3rd master, 5th master and others run away as well." But it was too late. Yuli and the others were too fast, and Yuli was very straightforward. She shot down all the more than 20 cannonballs in one go, and then started killing them with bows and arrows. At the same time, Murong Feng also started crazy bombardment again, and the female guards on 20 small warships also began to approach the enemy ship and launched an intensive shooting. The current situation is very favorable to them. The other side's warships are in the thick smoke and cannot see the situation outside clearly, but they can clearly see the other side's situation. And these pirate ships had begun to mess with each other. There was a crowd among them. Everyone wanted to rush out first, and the sound of yelling and cursing could be heard from the pirate ship that was burning with raging fire. These female warriors under Yuli once again showed their fierce fighting power. After several rounds of shooting, their warships had already attached themselves to these pirate ships. These female warriors did not care about the raging fire that was still burning and jumped in one after another. Get on the enemy ship and start fighting hand to hand. Yuli also took the lead and was the first to jump on Yang Beatty's flagship. Didn't Murong Feng say that Yang Beatty must be killed this time? So Yuli was looking for Yang Beatty as soon as she came up. Not to mention that Yang Beatty was really unambiguous. He grabbed a pair of short halberds and immediately fought with Yuli. Yang Beatty's cultivation level has also reached the realm of martial lord. And he is really quite strong in terms of strength. Now he was angry and wanted to kill Yuli. However, Yuli was gradually unable to do what she wanted. Not only was she punished by the great master, but then she was forcibly harvested by Ji Jisheng. Her cultivation level plummeted, and her body did not fully recover. Now she was gradually at a disadvantage against Yang Beatty. You bitch! Even if you fight to get rid of this boat today, I will kill you! Yang Beatty yelled fiercely. He could already see that Yuli could no longer resist. And it seemed that Yuli was still suffering from injured. Her strength can no longer keep up. While speaking, Yang Beatty's short halberd in his left hand suppressed Yuli's single sword, and the short halberd in his right hand stabbed Yuli's chest quickly and fiercely. Yuli knew that she could no longer escape this fatal blow, so she couldn't help but close her eyes sadly. Unexpectedly, she had just regained her life, but she died under Yang Beatty's short halberd. At this critical moment, an iron arrow was shot from 300 steps away, hanging with a strong wind, and passed through Yang Beatty's back and chest. Chapter 470, Defending the Princess 13. Yang Beatty's sure blow was interrupted by an iron arrow. Yang Beatty suddenly shouted, his true energy leaking out, and the short halberd he held in midair stopped. His body staggered, and he was able to regain his footing. But when he looked down, he saw an iron arrow piercing his left chest. When it comes out, the arrow shaft is twice as thick as an ordinary arrow. This iron arrow was shot from a huge golden stone bow, because the distance was too far. Almost 300 steps away. Her aim was slightly off and missed the heart. Yang Beatty was also lucky enough to retrieve it. Save a life. But Yang Beatty also knew that this arrow had seriously injured him. But this pause also gave Yuli a chance to escape. She rolled out from under Yang Beatty's short halberd. Although the movement was a bit awkward, it was very effective. Of course, Yuli would not let Yang Beatty go, and loudly called out to the female soldiers around her. He is seriously injured. Hurry up and kill him! 6 or 7 female warriors immediately gathered around her. In fact, Yuli didn't need to greet her when she was in danger just now. These female warriors were already rushing over to rescue her. Although Yang Beatty was a martial master, he was seriously injured and barely managed to fight a few moves with these female warriors. He was in a hurry and felt that he could no longer support himself. Look at the surrounding pirate ships. There is no appearance of coordinated operations. Any sense of loyalty or friendship is all fake. Now they are all running away, trying to preserve their own strength. The pirates on Yang Beatty's flagship were also beaten by the female warriors and were unable to fight back. They were no match for one-on-one. Now that Yang Beatty was also injured, these pirates had no intention of fighting. Although there were several loyal pirates wanted to rescue Yang Beatty, but they couldn't get rid of the entanglement of those female warriors. Humph! If you want to kill me, you are not qualified enough. Just wait. I will get back this revenge. Yang Beatty spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted fiercely. Suddenly, 2 short halberds flew out, shocking the surroundings. These female warriors quickly dodged, taking advantage of this opportunity. Yang Beatty jumped out of the pirate flagship ship and plunged into the sea. But these female warriors all grew up on Lingyu Island, and their water skills were quite good. They all jumped down immediately, holding daggers in their mouths, and swam towards Yang Beatty at high speed. Unexpectedly, Yang Beatty chose after failing to dive. These female warriors had no choice but to follow them and dive below the coast to continue the pursuit. After a moment of burning incense, these female warriors all popped their heads up. But they had very depressed expressions. It turned out that they had failed to catch up with Yang Beatty, and if they dived further, their lives would be in danger. So I had to return. Not dead? I didn't expect this guy to be so good at water. Yuli also said, very depressed. Should he be dead? He was seriously injured. He could not survive after diving so deep. He just didn't want to die in our hands. The female warriors also said hesitantly. Now that Yang Beatty was no longer on the ship, Yu Liqiang and her men continued to hunt down the pirates. A total of more than 40 pirate ships were burned down, and more than 20 were wiped out by the female warriors. In addition, in the early stage no less than 2,000 to 3,000 pirates were shot and killed. This time, this group of pirates was hit hard. But after all, they have many people and ships, and it is impossible to wipe them all out by force. In this era of cold weapons, all rely on boarding pirate ships to fight in close quarters, so the efficiency is not that high. Besides, the pirates' ships are twice as many as the female warriors. If they were not caught off guard, they would never lose so quickly and miserably. Now the remaining pirate ships have scattered and fled, and it is very difficult to catch up. The pirates are familiar with the environment and can escape very fast. Even if they catch up, they start to counterattack accordingly. The pirates' bows and arrows are not vegetarian, and some pirates' shooting skills are also quite good. So when Merong Fong saw this result, he issued an order not to pursue him again. I am afraid that these pirates really cannot be underestimated in terms of guerrilla tactics at sea. Merong Fong boarded Yang Batty's flagship. The fire on the ship had been controlled. Fortunately, the damage was not too great, and it was considered a relatively sturdy and luxurious large warship. Of the 300 pirates on the ship, only about 60 are still alive, and most of them are injured. In addition, there were more than 50 servants and servants who cooked, cleaned, and served the pirates. These people, Merong Fong, did not make things difficult for them. But those pirates were not so polite. They asked her some information she wanted to know, and then killed them all with a wave of their hands. There was no place to put them back, and it was even more impossible to let them go. So Merong Fong did not hesitate at all, and killed all the pirates with a wave of his hand. Yuli was also shocked when she saw this. This female military advisor was so ruthless. Yuli, you are injured. Why didn't you tell me? Hiding the injury will not only harm yourself, but also affect the entire battle. Don't work so hard next time. You performed very well today. I've written it all down. Merong Feng's reproach was accompanied by concern, which made Yuli feel a little ashamed. Of course, I was very grateful in my heart. Merong Feng was right. It was because of him that Yang Batty escaped. I know. It was my greed for success that allowed Yang Batty to escape. And, thank you. I never thought your bow and arrow could shoot so far. Yuli said a little ashamed, and also said to Jimei thanks. This is the first time Yuli has taken the initiative to admit her mistake. Hee. If he hadn't been too far away, this guy would have died. What a pity! What are you thanking for? You are Xiaozhu's now. Of course I will save you. Jumei still smiled so innocently. But Jumei has already established absolute prestige in the minds of these female warriors. In the past few rounds of killings, Jumei killed hundreds of pirates by herself, basically killing them with one move. With her strength, one recruitment is enough. Okay, you guys go back to the Northern Zirwei Kingdom first. I have to go to meet up with Tong Wuxin. She should be fighting against Ji Jiawei's men now. Merong Feng looked at Yuli and the others, and then said, after all, they came from Ji Jiawei. I was afraid that they might still have some concerns about what was going on there, so I asked them to go back first. But I didn't expect that these female warriors would not go back first. They had tasted the long-lost pleasure of fighting. Now they all want to continue fighting. And even Yuli doesn't want to go back so soon. I heard that the two sisters are the main commanders in the battle against GZ this time. So Yuli wants to help them, which can be regarded as a gesture of goodwill to the two sisters. Mean! Okay then. Divide some people out. Take the wounded and the captured pirate ship and go back first. The rest of the people will listen to my general and immediately line up and turn westward. Merong Feng didn't waste any more words. We are fighting now, so there is no need. Superfluous nonsense. Besides, with these female warriors, the chance of winning is even higher. Ji Jiawei let out a long breath and walked out of the cabin. His face flushed. Although the process was a bit uncomfortable, the result of the weekend was still very good. After all, Yu Jinnin was also at the level of Martial Lord, and he was in the middle of Martial Lord, much taller than Ji Zhishi. Ji Zhishan has just entered the realm of Martial Master. It must be said that the master's skills are very domineering and cruel, and he takes other people's cultivation as his own. In comparison, Master Jiuyin's skills are relatively gentle. At least the people who were harvested by her had their lifespan greatly reduced and their cultivation level dropped. But they could still live for a few years. Unlike the Great Master, the person who was harvested immediately turned into a mummy. The Great Master Jiuyin was very disgusted and wrapped Yu Jinmin's body with a piece of cloth and threw it into the sea. There was no way. This kind of evil technique could not be seen by others. So it was up to the Great Master Jiuyin to deal with the aftermath. The author has done it. Ha ha! How about it? It's very beneficial to be my person. Right. The great sage looked at Ji Jishi and asked with a sweet smile. He was very willing to improve Ji Jisheng's cultivation level. The venerable Shemale also asked, I really care about this GZ. Yes. Thank you. Sister Fairy. Ji Jishen's heart twitched. Her anus tightened. And she quickly put a sincere smile on her face and gave the great Shemale a loving kiss. The great venerable human being immediately burst into laughter. After leaving the cabin, Ji Jishen's expression darkened. After reading the information sent by his subordinates, it was estimated that Yu Li and the others had rebelled. The most terrible thing was that they fought back against Yang Beatty's men. Ji Jisheng could only hope that Yang Beatty's men could wipe out these men. Female warriors. After all, Yang Beatty's numbers have an absolute advantage. Before Ji Jishi could think any more, 150 warships had appeared in front of him, led by the sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. However, it was not the two sisters that made Ji Jishi fearful, but the Jixiang they were driving. 3 treasures. Sure enough, before Ji Jisheng could see clearly, the 3 auspicious treasures on the opposite side had already fired. There are a lot of naval guns on the auspicious 3 treasures. 48, 20 on each side, and 4 on each bow and stern. Now 1 round of SH. Ling caused the front warship to catch fire. All of a sudden, 3 warships were on fire, which immediately caused the warships behind to become a little panicked, and the formation began to scatter. Damn it! It's this kind of thunder bullet again. Xiao Bao, if you have the ability, don't use this kind of firearm. Ji Jisheng shouted angrily. Oh, is this the legendary thunderbolt? It is really powerful. Even more powerful than a full-strength blow from a great lord. The great lord also walked out of the cabin and looked at the opponent's round. The bombardment. He sighed in surprise. But that's all. This kind of firearm is too bulky and cannot be carried around at all. And it poses no threat to him. A great warrior. This round of SH. Ling from the auspicious 3 treasures. Seems to be a signal. Several warships in front were hit just now, and the warships behind were also hit by a round of SH. Ling. Moreover, a large number of warships appeared behind the small boat at the back, which were the warships of the Northern Zirwick Kingdom. Chapter 471, Defending the Princess, 14. Being attacked from both front and back. Ji Jisheng became furious and asked, What's going on? You didn't notice that such a large fleet was chasing after us? General, we found out. The message has been sent a long time ago. You were in the cabin, so I couldn't send it in. The messenger said a little aggrievedly. Wasn't it? In fact, the warship following behind was detected. But Ji Jisheng is busy logging. Tong Wuxin and her 5,000 female warriors were medium-sized warships that were much faster than ordinary warships. She was eager to catch up with Ji Jishi's fleet, so she did not pay attention to the enemy's clippers hiding behind the rocks. However, the large number of Northern Zirwick Kingdom's naval forces behind them were not discovered, and they were still some distance away from Tong Wuxin. Ah! What a shame! You really deserve to die! Although Ji Jisheng knew it was his fault. Wasn't he forcibly harvesting Eugene men? But now GZ couldn't help but get angry. He reached out and grabbed the unfortunate messenger, and pressed his palm on the top of his head. Ji Jisheng has just been promoted to the level of martial master. This messenger officer is only a 3rd-level martial artist. How can he withstand such a palm? He suddenly vomited blood and died with grief and anger. Ah! Xiao Ji! You look so handsome just now! I like it! You look like a real man! Unexpectedly, the great ladyboy clapped his hands with joy and smiled sweetly beside him. He doesn't care about such a little person, whether it's life or death. What he values is Ji Jisheng's domineering attitude. It's all been trained well by Sister Fairy. Let me take care of the things in front of me first, and then serve Fairy Sister, Ji Jisheng said with a grin. What time is it now? The great master of Shemales is still acting coquettishly here? Besides, no matter how much I look like a real man, why didn't I get pushed down by you and do it? Thinking of this makes my anus tighten. Well, Xiao Ji, you don't have to worry. Even if you lose, I can keep you safe. The great master of human demons seemed to have noticed that the situation was not good, and he said solemnly, Well, thank you, Sister Fairy. You can go back to the cabin and rest first. My men and horses are not so vulnerable. Ji Jisheng was a little touched for no reason. This great venerable was really kind and righteous. He was moved. Real love? The two sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui fought extremely fast. Facing so many warships, the lethality of the 3 auspicious treasures was limited. But don't forget that their 150 warships were all equipped with the newly built rockets are powerful. Although these rockets are not as powerful as cannonballs, and their range is much shorter. In the eyes of the two sisters Yuxuangxue, this is not a problem. If the range is not enough, then charge forward. As they got closer, the female warriors on these 150 warships showed off their strength. Normally it would take 2 people to pull apart this kind of powerful crossbow. But these female warriors could do it alone. So the shooting speed is much faster. Suddenly, countless rockets were fired at the opposite warship. Although the power of this kind of rocket was not great, the victory was in their large number. Suddenly, the sky was full of rockets, and they landed on the enemy's ship. Although the detonation power was limited, it could hit the enemy's ship. It's on fire. The fire is not big, but there are so many fire points on the ship all at once, which is overwhelming, especially those that hit the sails. A small flame can burn the entire sail. In comparison, Tong Wuxin's battle situation was not so optimistic. Although her double black wind hit several warships on fire, the opponent's warships were already lined up in a row, and those fast ships were already on fire. He rushed out and started shooting at close range. The large number of warships behind them had just appeared at this time, and the speed of these warships was still too slow. In fact, this was also the first time that Tong Wuxin and Murong Feng commanded such a large-scale naval battle. They were still lacking in experience, so they had a slight advantage at first. Gradually it began to be eaten away. Large warships from both sides also began to exchange fire. Catapults and strong bows and crossbows began to be fired. Casualties began to appear on both sides. Ji Jisheng's warship is in the center of the entire fleet, so he has not been threatened yet. But he can also grasp the detailed situation of the battle, and gradually begins to smile a little. After all, his number and warships still account for the number. Although he suffered a loss in the beginning, we are now turning around. Ji Jisheng led 200,000 troops this time. Half of them were his own, and the other half were transferred from other islands in the 36 Southeast Islands. Many of these naval forces have fought with the 7th Princess for many years, and have quite a lot of actual combat experience. Now they have consciously divided into several formations, maintaining a reasonable distance from each other. Not only can they support each other, but they can also avoid being shot on a large scale. More importantly, this method can avoid the damage of naval guns to the greatest extent, except for the warships that were attacked and killed by the female warriors and unable to resist. The other warships were able to engage in open fire with the opposing warships, so the numerical advantage was revealed. Zhu Xiaobao was also heartbroken when he saw it from behind. These were the newly established naval forces of the northern Zirwick kingdom. To be more precise, they were all his own men. This battle would probably cause a lot of damage. Zhu Xiaobao's current warship is the flagship of Yushuang and Yushui. Aren't the two sisters already charging into battle aboard the 3 auspicious treasures? So now Zhu Xiaobao is on this warship, but he is at the rear, giving an overview of the entire battle situation. Of course he also saw Ji Jisheng through the telescope. Sisters, drive in that direction. Ji Jisheng's flagship is there. I'm going to meet Ji Jisheng. Zhu Xiaobao shouted to the female warriors on the flagship. He followed the Romans and called them sisters. These female warriors felt very kind after hearing this. As soon as his warship moves, there are several warships protecting it. This is what Yushuang and Yushui have warned a long time ago. They still don't trust Zhu Xiaobao's fighting power. Although Zhu Xiaobao is confident that his fighting ability is no worse than that of ordinary female warriors, he is the object of everyone's protection, so there are always many female warriors guarding him. Ji Jishi's current focus is on the firefight with the large warships behind. Although Yushuang and Yushui are very lively, their lethality is limited. The firefight with the large warships behind them is the most important thing in terms of numbers and warships. On the battlefield, the most tragic battles between these large warships are often 2 warships colliding together, followed by hand-to-hand combat, or shooting with bows and arrows. Some even collided with each other and were destroyed. They died together, but the soldiers who fell into Hyli were still fighting in the water, and the sea was already bright red. Ha ha. Do you have what it takes to compete with me with strength? I have enough people and ships, so I will wipe out your entire army this time. Ji Jisheng looked at these tragic scenes and shouted viciously. He just hopes to exchange one for another. Anyway, he can afford to accompany them. And more importantly, half of the people, horses and ships are not his own, so he doesn't feel bad at all. Zhu Xiaobao is very depressed here. He didn't expect such a large-scale naval battle to be so cruel. It all depends on the number of people. His men and horses still need to be retained to deal with Nanzirwei Kingdom. The loss is too great now. Even though Zhu Xiaobao was usually unwilling to manage military and political affairs, now that he saw his troops being wasted like this, he felt very anxious. He came from a later life, and he had never seen such a scene where he relied entirely on numbers to fight. As Zhu Xiaobao's warships rushed forward desperately, the warships blocking the front were set on fire by the female warriors. At the same time, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui also rushed back to support Zhu Xiaobao, forcing Zhu Xiaobao to rush forward, arriving in front of Ji Jisheng. Like a chicken. Get out of here. I want to challenge you. Zhu Xiaobao stood on the bow of the boat and shouted loudly. He now hated Ji Jisheng very much. Now this guy has actually learned evil skills and dares to sell female warriors to make money. What's even more annoying is that this guy still misses the 19th princess. This is what Zhu Xiaobao can't stand. Little treasures? I knew it was you who made these firearms. If you kneel down and surrender obediently today, I can still remember our friendship in the past and spare your life. Otherwise, even if you have it again today, with this ability, in front of twice as many people as you still can't escape death. Ji Jisheng was shocked when he saw Zhu Xiaobao rushing in front of him all the way, and then yelled viciously. He now has someone to rely on, with two great sages sitting behind him. What else does he have to worry about? Aren't you just relying on that great lord, who is neither male nor female? Let him get out. Zhu Xiaobao didn't pay attention to any great lord at all. His disciple was a genuine great lord. Bye. Hey, little brother. You really impress me. In fact, what Xiao Ji just said is right. If you surrender, I promise I won't treat you badly. At this time, a delicate voice came from behind Ji Jisheng, but the voice was slightly hoarse, which made it uncomfortable to listen to. Sister Fairy, he is Zhu Xiaobao. He is the one who made all those firearms and rockets. Ji Jisheng quickly followed behind the great master of the human demon, and said with respect on his face, Sister Fairy? Damn it. You still dare to call me Sister Fairy? Do you really think you are some kind of beauty? TSK. Have you ever seen a beauty? Look at you. Your Adam's apple is prominent. Your voice is neither male nor female. And your breasts are plump. But they are all muscles. The most disgusting thing is that there are still black hairs on the legs. It really takes some courage to sleep with you. Zhu Xiaobao's mouth is also very sinister, and he is stunned by the female master. What the author said is totally useless. You are looking for death. Where's the black hair on my legs? It's just a little hairy. The female grandmaster suddenly got a little angry and pinched his orchid fingers and screamed. I don't believe it. Can you let me have a look? Zhu Xiaobao asked in that rogue manner again. The female warriors around them couldn't help laughing. They liked to follow Zhu Xiaobao because he could always make the scene very happy, even though there was a great venerable opposite him. You are looking for death. The great human demon finally couldn't help but get angry. Chapter 472, Defending the Princess, 15. The great master was so angry with Zhu Xiaobao that he could no longer remain reserved. He felt as if everyone was watching his joke. Although the 9 great masters are highly cultivated, they are still relatively independent and selfish in their actions. And they are not good at being petty, because everything can be solved by force. The warships of both sides are getting closer and closer. At this distance, the naval guns have no effect. Both sides are relying on bows and arrows to shoot. However, the warships of both sides have not stopped. And they cannot stop now. Finally, they are hit hard. Crashed together. Not to mention, although Zhu Xiaobao's warship is one size smaller than Ji Jisheng's warship, it is quite strong. However, the two ships did not collide head-on, because Ji Jisheng's warship still followed the traditional structure. There are 4 protruding iron cones at the front end, which are used to pierce enemy ships. Zhu Xiaobao's warships were all improved and did not have these iron cones. So when the two sides approached, they veered slightly, and the two warships collided diagonally. But that's it. Both sides, everyone was staggered by the shock. The impact of this kind of impact is still too great. Once the two ships were close to each other, the soldiers on both sides quickly fired arrows, trying to kill each other in the shortest time. Ji Jisheng's men are also carefully selected elite soldiers, especially Ji Jisheng's guards, who are even more powerful in combat. No worse than ordinary female warriors. But Zhu Xiaobao and the other still suffered a bit of a loss. Their warship was nearly 1 meter lower than Jijishi's warship, so the opponent could be said to have shot down from above. Another disadvantage was that the opponent's warship was there were more than 100 more people, which meant that the female warriors had excellent shooting skills, so they were evenly matched. However, in this kind of close-range shooting, the number of casualties suddenly increased sharply, which made Zhu Xiaobao feel distressed. Damn it! I was so impulsive. How could we bump into each other? Damn it! If you hesitate, you will lose, and if you act impulsively, you will be in vain. This is not true at all. Zhu Xiaobao was protected by the female warriors, quickly retreated to the back, and the old apprentice was already standing behind Zhu Xiaobao with a kitchen knife. In fact, such arrows can no longer hit Zhu Xiaobao. With his current skills, he can avoid or deflect the incoming arrows. But the two ships were stuck together, giving the Great Master the opportunity to take action. Now, like Ji Jisheng, he must kill Zhu Xiaobao, because Zhu Xiaobao's words just now were really too shameful. They were just exposing his shortcomings. What he regretted most was that his Adam's apple was still a little protruding. His chest was not soft enough, and there were some hairs on his thighs, thick/dark. It doesn't match his delicate appearance. But there were no shavers in those days, so I had no choice but to continue growing it like this. Now that the two ships are close to each other, the Great Lord of the Human Demon takes action. If they are a certain distance away, even the Great Lord cannot cross them in thin air. The weird illusion appeared again. People on Zhu Xiaobao's side felt that the situation around them could no longer be seen, and the opponent's arrows were still shooting in. In desperation, the female warriors she raised her shield in passive defense, and the female warrior behind the shield also shot arrows aimlessly. She could only find a general direction based on feeling. Zhu Xiaobao was shocked when he saw it. The Great Lord Ice and Fire didn't come this time. The old disciple alone might not be their opponent, but it was too late for Zhu Xiaobao to regret it. The old apprentice also had a solemn look on his face. He waved his hand, and the kitchen knife flew towards the opposite side. A golden light flashed in front of the Great Lord of the Human Demon, startling the Great Lord of the Human Demon. Originally, he thought he was not aware of the ghost. He felt like he was killing someone in a fantasy world, but he didn't expect to see this kitchen knife again, with a golden light that made him afraid. Humph! Even if I trap you inside, I can still kill you. Come and throw torches inside, so that they will often feel burned. The Great Human Demon did not dare to step forward, but once he waved his hand and ordered. Suddenly hundreds of torches were thrown into the illusion, and fire was everywhere around Zhu Xiaobao. These torches were wrapped in oilcloth and could continue to burn for a long time. Over time, this warship really became it will be burned. Ha ha ha. Zhu Xiaobao, if you surrender now, I can still spare your life, as long as you hand over the 19th princess to me. Ha ha. And Wu Yu, I also want to have a taste. The person next to him finally couldn't help but laugh triumphantly and said that this was the first time he had an advantage in the battle with Zhu Xiaobao. It seemed that it only took half an hour to burn Zhu Xiaobao's warship. Like a chicken. Remember what you said today? You will pay a sufficient price. I will turn you into a eunuch. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted angrily and waved his hand, preparing to fly back by himself. The kitchen knife flew out again, but Zhu Xiaobao felt his hand loosen, and the kitchen knife was no longer in his hand. Looking back, he saw Elder Qi Feng appearing behind Zhu Xiaobao at some point. He was holding the kitchen knife, and gently with a slight snort, he waved the long sleeve of his left hand, and the torches were suddenly extinguished by a gust of wind. The kitchen knife in his right hand had already been taken out and flew towards the direction where Ji Jisheng was speaking. The speed was like a bolt of lightning, achieved in one fell swoop. No! Be careful! The Shimel Grand Master suddenly shouted like a Peking opera, and pushed Ji Jisheng behind him. Both of them rolled around in embarrassment, barely able to escape the golden light of the sword. The expression on the face of the great venerable lady changed greatly, and he shouted in fear. Great venerable Wu Wei, how dare you violate your agreement and get involved in everything? Ha ha. I'm just here to take care of you. Did you see me taking action on other matters? Elder Qi Feng hummed lightly with his hands behind his back. It turns out that Elder Qi Feng is actually the great venerable Wu Wei, the head of the 9 great lords. Humph. Wu Wei, do you think it was 10 years ago that even you can do nothing to me now? Do you dare to come in? The great human demon master calmed down and then said viciously, if the great venerable Wu Wei hadn't taken action back then, he would have captured the great venerable ice and fire. In that case, his cultivation might have surpassed the great venerable Wu Wei. So he has always hated and feared the great venerable Wu Wei. Ha ha! If it weren't for this knife, I really wouldn't be able to do anything to you. But it's different now. Venerable fairy-blooded lord. How about you come with me? Great venerable Wu Wei laughed loudly, then turned around and looked at the old man. The apprentice said, "Well, it's our duty to slay demons." The old apprentice puffed out his belly and shouted boldly. In fact, he had long suspected that Elder Qifeng was the great venerable Wu Wei. He had seen all the 9 great venerables including Wu Wei and Qiandu. The only person who can make the great venerable ice and fire respectful is the great venerable Wu Wei. So the old apprentice didn't appear very surprised at this time. But I was still very excited. Holy shit! This old man is the head of the 9 great venerables. Zhu Xiaobao opened his mouth wide and exclaimed. No matter how high he looked at this old man, he never expected that he would be the great venerable Wu Wei. Master Wu Wei couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. This guy knew his identity. But he was still so rude. Shouldn't he teach this little brat a lesson later? But now the great Master Wu Wei has no time to pay attention to Zhu Xiaobao. And he and his old apprentice walk towards the depths of the illusion. Wherever they go, they see the illusion gradually disappearing. And the original scene appears again. The great venerable Wu Wei was also secretly surprised. The great venerable human demon was indeed not bragging. His illusion was indeed more powerful than 10 years ago. Now the great venerable Wu Wei could not find the hiding place of the great venerable human demon. What the great master is lacking is that his attack methods are not strong and sharp enough. So even if he has the advantage now, he does not dare to take action rashly. As this illusion completely dissipated, the great venerable Wu Wei still could not find the great human monster. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. Could it be that the great venerable human monster was so good at hiding? However, Grand Master Wu Wei looked into the distance and couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that Grand Master Wu Wei, Master Jiuyin and Ji Jishan had jumped onto a fast ship and were now climbing onto another warship. The great venerable Wu Wei also shook his head helplessly. Although he could frighten the great venerable human demon, it was not so easy to catch him or kill him, unless he appears in front of him unexpectedly. The soldiers on this warship also looked at the great venerable Wu Wei a little blankly. They were stunned by the pressure of the great venerable Wu Wei and no longer dared to take action. And those guards with high kung fu had already jumped off the warship with Ji Jishan and fled. However, in this way, the great venerable human demon was still not caught, which made the great venerable Wu Wei a little depressed. He was too lazy to care about the next battle. He just stared at the warship of the great vengeance of the human demon. Seeing the warship running further and further away, the great venerable Wu Wei shook his head helplessly, looking like he wanted to kill him on the sea. It is impossible for the great murderous demon to be killed. At this time, Ji Jisheng was even more frightened. He did not expect that the number 1 venerable Master Wu Wei would appear here. Even the great Master Wu Wei, whom he regarded as invincible, could only retreat. However, the good news is that their warships have begun to take the initiative and gradually formed a siege. Although the group of female warriors holding Zhu Xiaobao can't do anything, the 100,000 sailors from the northern Zirwei kingdom can't do anything about it. It seems there is no way to save it. Sister Fairy, are you okay? Will the great Master Wu Wei come after you? Ji Jishi asked with a little concern and nervousness. The great master of the human demon is his biggest supporter. Of course, he saved her life just now. Ji Jishan was quite moved. Humph, I've already said it. What can he do to me? Not to mention that he can't come over. Even if he comes over, I have to spend energy to cast the illusion. So shouldn't he spend energy to break my illusion? The great master of human demons? He has returned to his soft and delicate appearance. But now he is indeed a little tired. It took a lot of energy to cast such a large illusion just now. That's good. That's good. When I surround and kill those warships, I can free up my hands to trap Zhu Xiaobao and the others. Ji Jisheng felt relieved immediately. Even though the great lord of the human demon leaned over softly, I still feel a little uncomfortable. But I'm still in a great mood. At this moment, a series of gunshots suddenly came from the east. The naval forces that had formed an encirclement suddenly started to chaos from behind. Chapter 473, Defending the Princess, 16. The smile that Ji Jisheng showed just now solidified again. There should be no enemies in the east. Now he wanted to hold back the fleet led by Zhu Xiaobao in the front and form a siege behind him. He was already very reluctant. He was about to succeed, But there was another sound coming from the east, which made him frightened when he heard it. The sound of cannon. What's going on? Where did the enemy come from in the east? Ji Jisheng asked in shock and anger. General Qi Zhenji, another fleet has arrived from the east, and the leader seems to be Yu Li. The efficiency of his messenger soldiers is quite good, and they have sent the message over in time. Ah? Yu Li, this bitch. You actually rebelled? Could it be that Yang Batty's pirate team has been defeated? Impossible. Yu Li and the others only have 5,000 or 6,000 people? GZ suddenly felt confused. He knew very well the fighting power of Yu Li's female warriors. They were even stronger than the female warriors around Zhu Xiaobao. The attacks are also more ruthless. Unexpectedly, Yu Li and the others actually rebelled. These more than 100 warships, although they were not large in number, but they came up from the east, which was equivalent to launching an attack from the rear of Ji Jishi's war team. Those warships seemed very passive and caught off guard. And Murong Feng's the artillery skills of a double black wind were accurate, with almost no miss. And all the cannonballs on the ship were shot down in one go. She wanted to catch the enemy's ship in the shortest possible time and make the other party panic from the bottom of their hearts. Even though it was just such a fleet of warships, it played a role as a surprise force. And the most important thing was that they gradually connected Tong Wuxin and Zhu Xiubao's warships, forming a joint effort to move Ji Jisheng's warships westward. Hurry! Half an hour later, the 3 treasures of auspiciousness and the double black wind demons had merged. 3 strange ships that frightened enemy ships appeared at the same time. This was the first time. Ji Jisheng's warships could no longer withstand them. All moved closer to the west. There is no way. These 3 strange ships appear at the same time and attack them back and forth. Who can bear this? More than 30 warships were already on fire. As soon as Murong Feng arrived, all the warships had a backbone. The battle just now was a bit chaotic. Now that Murong Feng has issued a few orders, the situation has been reversed. On the contrary, Ji Jisheng's warships began to be in chaos and moved closer to Ji Jisheng. Ji Jisheng had no choice but to retreat to the west. Zhu Xiaobao, Murong Feng and Tong Wuxin also gathered together at this time, boarded Zhu Xiubao's warship, and several people quickly discussed countermeasures. In fact, Murong Feng was also very distressed. Now he had lost more than 100 warships. The ship suffered more than 30,000 casualties, which was the largest casualty since she served as military advisor. We can't fight anymore. If we continue to fight, we can't bear the losses. It's my fault this time. I didn't expect such heavy casualties. Murong Feng said a little self-blame. Humph. They are not much better, with at least 50,000 casualties. Speaking of which, we should be considered undefeated. Sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui shouted unconvinced. They had a great killing today, and even the clothes on her body are all red. Well, you can't say that. I want to preserve our strength. Murong Feng looked at the 2 sisters, and then said calmly, Go and meet your second sister, Yu Li. She is now one of ours. If it weren't for her, we would be really passive today. Huh? Don't go. We can still win without her. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui had actually seen Yu Li standing behind Murong Feng, but they both pretended not to see it. Go! Otherwise, there will be 20 military sticks per person, Murong Feng said with a serious face. Ah? Military Master Murong. No, it was indeed my fault in the past, and they are still unwilling to forgive me, so I can apologize to them. Yu Li immediately exclaimed. If it were for her, the 2 sisters would fight against the 20th Army each. Stick. Wouldn't it be even more difficult to reconcile? Humph. It's useless to talk. If you want us to recognize her, you have to show some real skills. Ji Jisheng has harmed so many of our sisters. We can't let him go. Even if we can't kill Ji Jisheng, we have to get a few of the heads of the great martial arts masters under me are coming. They must take more than me. Yu Shuang was stubborn and dared to say it to Murong Feng. Yu Shui next to her had no choice but to nod her head. In fact, Yu Shui had already seen her second sister return. So happy. Okay. As I wish. I will accept this bet. Yu Li nodded and said, Nonsense! Do you know that Yu Li is still injured? Murong Feng was immediately furious. Yu Li's injuries had not recovered. She was worried that Yu Li would work too hard and aggravate her injuries. No. Military advisor. I'm fine. I'm very satisfied to be able to return to the Lingyu clan. Yu Li quickly stopped Murong Feng. She didn't want to rely on her injuries to gain sympathy. Okay. Time is running out now. I'll hand over all the female warriors to you, including the auspicious 3 treasures, Black Wind, Twin Demons, and Yume. You must pursue the victory and harass Ji Jisheng continuously. The men and horses retreated westward to join up with the 7th princess. As long as he joins up with the 7th princess, he will complete the mission and come back immediately. Murong Feng stopped being nagging and handed over the sharpest warships to them, as well as 30,000 female warriors were all gathered together. This was the first time that these 3 female warriors fought together. So Yushuang, Yushui, and Yuli were all very excited. Murong Feng is preparing to take the Northern Zirwei Kingdom's fleet back. This time, the loss was not small. So Murong Feng planned to go back to recuperate. This time, Murong Feng also saw that compared to the 7th princess's navy, his own navy was still far behind in terms of combat effectiveness and experience. Zhu Xiaobao has no plans to go back. He will not rest assured until the 19th princess is completely safe. So he plans to take his troops back to Princess Island and wait for the 19th princess to return. Before leaving, Zhu Xiaobao specially invited the great venerable Wu Wei to go to Princess Island with him. This time, Zhu Xiaobao was quite polite. He even clasped his fists and bowed, pretending to salute. I have seen Wu Wei. Great venerable sir. Old man, let's go together. Wouldn't it be nice to drink, eat meat, play chess and taste tea? Don't go. You brat. You have no manners at all. I don't care about you. Old man. Zhu Xiaobao said angrily at the profound self-cultivation of Master Wu Wei. Oh, I'm not going. Forget it. Apprentice, let's go. What should we have for dinner tonight? The weather is getting colder, so let's make a hot pot. I haven't eaten for a long time, so I'm a little hungry. Zhu Xiaobao didn't either. He forced himself to put his arm around the old apprentice's shoulders, turned around and started to leave, chatting and laughing. Wait, I'm going. Great venerable Wu Wei shouted from behind very spinelessly, and then chased after him. To the northwest of Princess Island, the warships of the 19th princess and the 7th princess finally met. However, there was no war at first. Instead, the 19th princess held a banquet and invited the 7th princess to her warship. Chapter 474, Defending the Princess, 17. For the 2 princesses, they actually did not want to start a war. But the 7th princess was bewitched by Ji Jisheng, while the 19th princess was trying to protect her own place. The warships from both sides gradually approached. This was the first time for the 19th princess to experience such a huge scene. She was a little nervous, but also a little excited. She could have such strength, and she could compete with the 7th princess. This former idol comes face to face. When the 7th princess saw the battle formation on the opposite side, she sighed a little in her heart. This 19th sister was really tough, and she managed to create a small piece of her own world in such a difficult environment. From 19th sister, she seemed to see her own shadow again. Therefore, the 7th princess's mood is a bit complicated now. She does not want to fight with the 19th princess and lose both sides. The current situation in Daxia is complicated. Due to the rapid destruction of Qingwen, the 7th princess is no longer so sure. In other words, her advantage is gone. Now it would be uneconomical to lose troops and generals here. And she looked down on a small island like Princess Island. Even if you win, there is no substantial benefit. Therefore, the 7th princess was not in a hurry to start a war. Instead, she waved her flag and wanted to negotiate with the 19th princess. It was said to be a negotiation, but in fact it was to persuade her to surrender. It would be ideal if the 19th princess could surrender to her. Not only would a hidden danger be eliminated, but there would also be an additional boost. Similarly, the 19th princess does not want to start a war. It is not easy for her to develop these troops and warships. She does not want to compete with the 7th princess. So the 7th princess sent someone to deliver a message and wanted to meet and talk. The 19th princess readily agreed. But as the weaker party, the 19th princess requested to negotiate on her warship. This is also a challenge to the 7th princess to see if she has the courage to come to the 19th princess's warship. Unexpectedly, the 7th princess was really confident and domineering. So she went happily. The warships of both sides met at a distance of almost 500 steps. And the 2 flagships drove into the middle, slowly approached, and then boarded the springboard. The 7th princess boarded the 19th princess with 12 black shark guards. Warship. This made the 19th princess admire the 7th sister very much. Sure enough, he has the courage of a royal king. The 19th princess's worship is the largest one on the Princess Island. But compared with the 7th princess's worship, it is still much smaller. And it is not as grand as the 7th princess's worship. But on the ship of the 19th princess, there was a banquet that the 7th princess was very excited about. They were all her favorite things, although she usually ate them. They were cooked so authentically and exquisitely that it was difficult for her to enjoy them. A ride? Because there are several cooks around Princess 19 who were trained by Zhu Xiaobao. And they are already quite good. Zhu Xiaobao has always taken great care and concern for the 19th princess and Wu Yu. Not only has he supported them for a long time, but he has also kept their food and clothing expenses at a reasonable level. Wu Yu felt a little depressed. He couldn't sit down and enjoy this scene together. Wu Yu could only stand behind the 19th princess and watch the two princesses eating and talking. Okay. It tastes very good. I didn't expect to taste the same taste as when I was in the Imperial City. Sister 19, it seems that you are having a good time. The 7th princess tasted all the dishes served without any courtesy. After reading it once, he said happily, "Where? I don't usually have such luxury. Today I specially prepared it to entertain 7th sister." Princess 19 also chuckled. Yes, this feeling reminds me of the scene in the Imperial City. I never thought that time flies so fast. And we will actually meet with swords. The 7th princess took a sip of wine and sighed with emotion. Yes, the 7th sister came to invade Princess Island for no reason. I really don't know how the little sister offended the 7th sister. The little sister just found a small island to live and settle down. Princess 19 also nodded. This brings the topic to the main topic. Well, eat and drink to your heart's content. Then it's time for us sisters to resolve the current matter. First of all, you are the princess of the Great Xia Kingdom. Even if the Princess Island is a no-owner's land, since it has been taken over by you, occupation should also be reported to the Imperial Court and placed under the rule of Daxia. This is one of them. Second, you have repeatedly robbed my cargo ships. How is this different from the behavior of those pirates? Therefore, for the safety of my royal fiefdom, I must express something. Third, Sister 19, I want to give you one last chance to submit to the Imperial Court. Submit to me, and be the same as before. I will still protect you, and you don't have to live so hard. The 7th princess put down her wine glass and immediately became very domineering and said domineeringly, "Ha ha, 7th sister, now that I have opened my mouth, let me also tell you the reason why I did this. First, I originally just wanted to take care of Shiyuan City quietly, but then you forcibly occupied my Shiyuan City. Don't you deny this?" Princess 19 seemed to have been prepared and said calmly, "Huh? That was because I was afraid that you would not be able to defend Shiyuan City. Besides, how could you, the city lord of Shiyuan City, face two princes alone? Your status and strength were not enough. I had no choice but to do this. At that time, I asked you to go to Southeast County, but you chose to leave. This is not against you. The situation at that time was complicated. So I settled in Shiyuan City." The 7th princess also said in a high-sounding voice. She thought that the 19th princess was allowed to leave at that time. It is already a great blessing to go to Southeast County and still be her 19th princess. So now the 7th princess doesn't feel any guilt. Besides, Shiyuan City doesn't belong to the 19th sister in the first place. Ha ha. Okay, let's talk about the next thing. I don't want to go to Southeast County because I have my own ideas. Ji Jisheng was originally from my place. This person is greedy and cunning, with a human face and a beast's heart. He actually has evil intentions towards me. Heart. But he is living a prosperous life in your Southeast County. And he is even trusted and reused by the 7th sister. Although I don't know how he did it. I must remind you that this kind of person is around you. Sooner or later it will be a huge hidden danger. The reason why I robbed those cargo ships is that the goods belonged to Ji Jisheng. After he bought them, he did not supply them to Southeast County, but enjoyed them himself. Duan Muki, the person who has been so loyal to you for so many years, has been sent to prison. 7th sister, don't be fooled by such villains. Ji Jisheng is by no means an honest, loyal and courageous person. Princess 19 said a little excited and angrily at this time. I know about this matter. There is a discrepancy between what you and Xiao Ji said. I think there may be some misunderstanding. As for Duan Muqi, in fact, I didn't want to kill him at all. I just wanted him to reflect on it. Unexpectedly, he really betrayed me. The seventh princess had a ghost in her heart and said vaguely, "Now she has been deceived by Jijishi and is deeply trapped in it. It is impossible to extricate herself. So I can only comfort myself." Seventh sister, you are deceiving yourself and others. Jijishi is now supporting the troops in Nani Island. If you let it continue to develop, you will not be able to control him. This time the troops are sent. If I am not wrong, it was Jijishi who instigated it. Right? The ninth princess was very depressed. She really didn't know what tricks Jijishi used to make the seventh princess trust him so much. Shut up. We are talking about state affairs now. Jijishi is just a minister and has nothing to do with our negotiations. And it is my idea to send troops this time. I can't let the princess of Daxia become independent outside without authorization. The seventh princess was a little annoyed. Into your shout. Okay. Let's talk about the third point. I now occupy Princess Island. And I also want Princess Island to be under the rule of Daxia. But I have to wait until the new emperor succeeds to the throne. Then I can know who among you is the final winner. Otherwise, who would I surrender to now? In the current situation, seventh sister, you do not have the advantage. So starting a war between us now is a very unwise choice for you. Princess 19 returned to her calm expression. But these words are very mysterious, implying that the seventh princess is not necessarily the one who will eventually ascend to the throne. Nonsense. Our southeastern county is rich and powerful. And there are 36 southeastern islands behind us. We can advance, attack, retreat, or defend. How can those princes rely on each other? The seventh princess suddenly slapped the table in anger. But I also knew in my heart that what the 19th princess said was the truth. She did not have the advantage now. And even the 36 islands in the southeast were not so peaceful. So the seventh princess changed her words and said seemingly sincerely, "Xiaoxuner, you should stop being stubborn and submit to me. I will never interfere with your development. You have also seen that Princess Island is too small to become a climate. As long as you submit to me, not only will I not interfere with you, if you need it, I can also separate 2 of the 36 islands in the southeast for you to develop. How about it? Once I ascend to the throne, you can make the king and fiefdom. Why not? Yes. There is only one condition." Princess 19 actually nodded and looked at Princess 7 and said, "Really? Tell me what the conditions are. I can definitely satisfy you." The seventh princess was stunned, and then said overjoyed, "Kill GZ, or give GZ to me. We are biological sisters. This request is not too much, but you won't give up the sisterhood for an outsider, right?" Princess 19 also seemed to be very worried. She looked at the seventh princess sincerely and eagerly. But she knew that this was absolutely impossible. "No! This is absolutely impossible!" The seventh princess suddenly shouted in shock and anger. And then she understood a little bit. And then said coldly, "Xiaoxuner, it seems that you are determined to fight to the end? Alas! It seems that my sister is not as good as Ji Jisheng. How can I trust you to give me one of the 36 islands in the southeast? What's more, with Ji Jisheng by your side, I don't dare to join you." Princess 19 also said lightly, Okay. Then let's see each other on the battlefield." The seventh princess finally understood that the 19th sister was now mature and had the courage to challenge herself. "Okay, seventh sister, before I leave, I want to give you some gifts, so that you can save yourself from having to live in poverty these past few days." Princess 19 nodded enthusiastically, and then had another gift box brought to her. Chapter 475, Defending the Princess, 18. The seventh princess stopped in confusion and looked at the gift box sent by the 19th princess. But she did not open it. She was also afraid that there was some mechanism inside. It was Wu Yu who came up and opened the gift box. There was some food inside, and she kept asking for flour chicken, 2 air-dried chickens, and a can of chicken feet with pickled peppers that the seventh princess loved most. "This is what Xiaobao asked me to bring you." Xiaobao said that he has always been grateful to seventh sister for taking care of us. He sent some snacks to show his care, Princess 19 said calmly. When talking about Zhu Xiaobao, the 19th princess felt a very warm feeling in her heart. This little fat man is now the prince of the Zeroway kingdom. This has always made the 19th princess a little unbelievable. What is even more incredible is that the little fat man actually confessed his love to himself. So thinking of this, Princess Zhu's face actually turned slightly red. "Well, it turns out it was given by Xiaobao, so I'll accept it. Well, Sister 19, take care of yourself. If I conquer Princess Island this time, you should move to Southeast County. I won't embarrass you. The seventh princess also remembered the past events and said hesitantly, although she also knew that the 19th princess could not go to Southeast County. Alas! It seems that it can only be a sword-to-sword encounter. Someone, come and send King Rong Qiansui back to the warship. As expected, the 19th princess did not agree, and just asked someone to send the 7th princess away. The two warships gradually separated and returned to their respective camps. Now the battle really started. As soon as the 7th princess returned to her warship, she immediately picked up the command flag and began to form her troops. She was an expert in this kind of large-scale naval battle, so she was very confident in dealing with the 19th princess. But before the 7th princess's arrow could go down, a mini-boat rushed out from the opposite camp. It was the colorful boat. Although this boat was very small, it had a good reputation. Many soldiers were upon meeting this ship. All the warships immediately stared nervously at the mini-boat. The heroic female general standing on the ship with her head held high was none other than Wu Yu. Behind Wu Yu, there were 50 small warships, which were the warships driven by the female warriors left behind by Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. They also stood out and drove to the front of the battle formation. But the most eye-catching thing is the colorful ship, which has not been shown for a long time. Now when it comes out, Wu Yu fires 4 shots in a row. Then he quickly turned the ship around and fired 4 more cannons, which immediately sent the warships in front into a panic. There was no way their firing range was so far, and they were so fast. Although the 7th princess's speedboats rushed out in time, in front of the colorful ship, their speed was as slow as a snail. Wu Yu turned around and shot a soldier on the speedboat with 1 arrow. Then he moved unscrupulously towards other warships. Quick! Quick! Send out the small warship and shoot the speedboat with all your strength. Huh? This little trick is not enough to cause trouble. The 7th princess was very calm. She had already thought of this situation. So now the warship that was hit by fire did not panic very much, but poured piles of sand on the fire spot, and was able to put out the fire quickly. It can be seen that they have thought of many ways to deal with this colorful ship, 7th princess. But the 19th princess didn't take it seriously on the warship. Since the 7th princess dared to come, it means that she also had a countermeasure. Now it seems that this method is still very effective. But Princess 19 also waved her command flag, and the super powerful rocket crossbows of the 50 warships rushing in front began to fire at the same time. This was something the 7th princess did not expect, although they also wanted to activate the catapult and super wrath. The distance was still a bit far, but they did not expect that the rocket crossbows of these female warriors could actually hit their warships. What is this? How come I haven't seen it before? How can these female warriors shoot so far? The 7th princess shouted in surprise. Once the arrows in the sky hit the warship, they immediately exploded and burned. Although the power is far inferior to that of naval guns, but it is better in quantity. There are small fire spots everywhere on the warship, but it is difficult to put out the fire in such burning places, which makes the soldiers on the warship very busy. Speed up and rush forward. Keeping the distance is very disadvantageous for us. It's too passive. In addition, let us speed up the outflanking warships. Although the 7th princess was very frightened and angry, she did not lose her cool. But what I didn't expect was that the main warships of the 19th princess were also divided into 2 teams, and they faced the enemy ships that were outflanking each other. On the front, there were only 50 warships struggling with the 7th princess. In addition, that elusive, colorful ship just made it difficult for the main warship in front to move forward. Charge with force. Even if you lose a few warships, you have to charge with me. The 7th princess shouted a little anxiously. Now the opponent was empty in front, but she couldn't rush through, so she was very angry. But if you want to speed up, you have to raise the sail. This gives those female warriors an opportunity to take advantage of it. Even though their rocket crossbows are not very powerful, if they hit the sail, the effect will be, but it's completely different. The sails of the warship will burn quickly. Asshole! Who told you to raise the sail? Hurry up and lower the sail! The 7th princess suddenly shouted angrily. These idiots have not thought of this. It is simply the stupidest move. But after such a delay, the speed of the 7th princess's warship slowed down again. But the 19th princess did not seem to want to start a large-scale war. Her warship was also slowly retreating, but always maintained this distance. The warships on both sides were also very depressed, because the colorful ship could actually come over to harass them, even if it fired a few shots. It also gave these warships a huge headache. The warship of the 19th princess on the opposite side launched an attack without any burden, launching catapults and crossbows. They had to stop because the fire was burning and the smoke would affect their vision. Just advancing and retreating like this. The two sides have been fighting for most of the day, causing casualties on each other. No one took too much advantage. Although you fought happily, the lethality of the colorful ships was limited after all. And the rocket crossbows of the female warriors only burned less than 10 of the opponent's warships. Because the 7th princess was very well prepared to put out the fire this time. And she had also been trained. And she was also very skilled in the process of putting out the fire. At night, they no longer dared to attack rashly. Even when you returned to the camp. And the two sides faced off like this. Although they all tried to use clippers to harass each other, they had little effect. The next day, when the sky brightened, the two sides started a new round of fighting. It was still the same as yesterday. The 19th princess retreated while fighting, as if she didn't want to fight to the death. This made the 7th princess a little confused. The 19th princess seemed to be waiting for rescue? But what reinforcements does she have? Even if there were, how much harm could it cause to myself? There were 1,000 warships here. However, the 7th princess, who clearly had the advantage, was still unable to form a combined attack and encirclement. This made the 7th princess extremely depressed. It was like a tug-of-war between the two sides, which was what she least wanted to see. After lunch, the 7th princess was about to personally lead people to attack from the flank. But she did not expect that a large number of warships suddenly came from the west. And they turned out to be warships led by Ji Jishin. Moreover, he looked very embarrassed and was hurriedly trying to get closer to the 7th princess. It turns out that Ji Jishin and the others were beaten by those female warriors, and they were a little overwhelmed. They were so depressed. 3 lucky treasures and double black wind evils suddenly appeared. 3 strange ships appeared. How can we fight this battle? It's too late to put out the fire. What's even more depressing is that those female warriors have extremely long shooting ranges, and they have become the passive party to be beaten. So I hurriedly came over here. However, these warships and female warriors led by Tong Wuxin did not pursue them fiercely, but forced Ji Jishin's warship to the west, because there are not many cannonballs in their hands, and there are not many rockets left, so they can only use ordinary arrows mixed in to assist the attack. As long as Ji Jishin is forced to come to the 7th princess, the task will be completed. Another thing Ji Jishin was anxious about was that his wounded were still on the ship, and could not be sent back in time. This was also a very troublesome matter. After a night of fierce fighting, thousands of these wounded died. The generals under them are all dissatisfied, and they all value their soldiers very seriously. The 7th princess is also a little confused. Aren't the troops divided into 3 groups? Why did Ji Jishin come to her? And he also brought a large number of wounded. Looking at Ji Jishin, he was also disgraced, having been killed by 30,000 female warriors. Only then did he really see how powerful those female warriors were. Xiao Ji, what's going on? Didn't you agree to divide your troops into 3 groups and surround the Princess Island? Look, all the troops from the 19th sister are here now. The Princess Island must be very empty. Why don't you go? Ji the princess called Ji Jishin and asked a little dissatisfied. Hey! Don't mention it. That bitch Yuli rebelled. Not only did she take away all the female warriors, but she also attacked Yang Bai and defeated them. Now they are connected in 3 lines. We can't stop them. Ji Jishin finally saw his relatives. Only now did he feel that he was safest under the protection of the 7th princess. My own strength is still far behind. Forget it. Those female soldiers are not well trained in the first place, and they should not have been taken in the first place. You gather the wounded first, and I will send you military doctors and medicinal materials. Although he was a little disappointed in his position, he saw Ji Jishin is still a little soft-hearted. Besides, it is already great to be able to bring these warships back. As a result, the 30,000 female warriors led by Tong Wuxin also came around from the east and joined the 19th princess. The 19th princess was finally relieved. With these 30,000 female warriors, it was equivalent to 300,000 more horses. Female warriors are worth 10. Princess, according to the strategy of military advisor Murong Fong, we are going to retreat and ask the princess to lead a large force back to the Princess Island first. Tong Wuxin came to the 19th princess's warship, cupped her fists and saluted. Okay, I'm just waiting for you. After destroying Yang Bai and severely injuring Ji Jishin, our first step goal has been achieved. Princess 19 said happily. On the second day, the 7th princess was surprised to find that the main warships of the 19th princess had already withdrawn. The princess had arrived. What was left in front of her were more than 30,000 female warriors and more than 200 warships. But there were still 4 strange ships. Chapter 476, Defending the Princess, 19. The meaning of the 19th princess was very obvious. That is, she was unwilling to fight in a fight where both sides would lose. At this time, the 7th princess also began to hesitate. She was very afraid of the elite soldiers and generals under the 19th princess. And even though she had an advantage in terms of the number of men and horses, she but suffered repeated setbacks, and his momentum is no longer as strong as when he first arrived. However, Ji Jishan was still determined to destroy Princess Island at this time. The most important thing was that he was bewitched by the Great Human Demon. The purpose of the Great Human Demon Lord is to catch the Great Lord of Ice and Fire. Since fighting against the Great Master Wu Wei, the Great Human Demon Lord has become more and more confident in his illusion. Didn't she conquer the Great Master Jiuyin? The Great Master Shimel taught her the 1,000 illusion technique, which enabled the Great Master Jiuyin to cast illusions. So now the Great Master of Human Demons has unintentionally created a double illusion, doubling his confidence. Even the Great Venerable Wu Wei felt this. The last time he entered the illusion, he just didn't notice the hidden location of the Great Vengeance. This already surprised the Great Venerable Wu Wei. The purpose of the Great Human Demon Lord is very clear. Even if he cannot catch the Great Lord of Ice and Fire, if he can catch the 19th princess, he can still force the Great Lord of Ice and Fire to show up. The Great Lord Ice and Fire was originally from the Wu clan. Xiaoji, let's just withdraw our troops and go back. 19th sister doesn't want to fight to the death of both sides, and we can't afford to fight. The situation in Daxia is complicated. What we have to deal with now are King Sheng, King Ming, and King Yong'an. The 7th princess asked with some discussion. There was no other way. As soon as she saw Ji Jishan, the 7th princess became confused again. The terrible thing is that Ji Jishan is particularly energetic today, with the kind of passion that comes from meeting again after a long absence. The 7th princess has no resistance at all. Moreover, Ji Jishan's current performance is really from the heart. He has always been waiting for the great sage, so he really hasn't touched a woman these days, which makes Ji Jishan a little impatient. Therefore, the 7th princess's feelings here are particularly strong. And the 7th princess is very happy to think that Ji Jishan is really obsessed with her. In fact, Ji Jishan was in unbearable pain at the hands of the great ladyboy. She was anxious and angry, and urgently needed to vent her anger. This suited the 7th princess's appetite. She slapped her more than 10 times in a row until her butt was red and swollen. But the 7th princess howled with excitement. Even Dafu Erfu, who was guarding outside the door, shivered when he heard it. His master seemed to be playing a little crazy today. The 2 slaves quickly drove away the surrounding servants and guards. This kind of thing must not be spread. No! You just watch me suffer after being robbed of so many things by Wu Yu. You can't even defeat the 19th princess. And you won't be laughed at if word spreads about it. How can you compete for the throne? Did you hear that? I said I must take over the Princess Island. Ji Jishan was condescending, and finally found the sense of superiority that made the 7th princess completely surrender. He also struck harder, as if the woman in front of him was 19 the princess, and he is ravaging her wantonly. Oh, it's great. It's too heavy. I can't bear it. Xiuji, then I'll listen to you. I will definitely help you take down Princess Island. The 7th princess held her head high and howled like a she-wolf. Humph. Bitch, you have to be so harsh on me before you will obey. Oh, damn it. This is called enjoyment. Ji Jishan's resentment accumulated by the Great Human Demon was fully released, and she felt extremely comfortable, and his goal was successfully achieved. Coming out of the cabin, the 7th princess was blushing and walking unnaturally, but he looked cheerful, and without hesitation gave the order to attack Princess Island. Although there were still more than 300 warships of female warriors blocking the way ahead, the large-scale pressure of 1,500 warships forced these female warriors to retreat while fighting. The auspicious 3 treasures, and Black the Cannonballs on, Bong Shuangsha, and Colorful Ship, have all been fired, and now they pose much less threat to the 7th princess's warship. But the 7th princess had nothing to do with the warships of these female warriors. Their warships were very fast, and kept a sufficient distance to prevent catapults and crossbows from reaching them. Yuli and her female warriors were the first to retreat. Only now did they understand why they were placed under Yu Shuang, and Yu Shuai's hands every time. It turned out that they not only had naval guns and telescopes, but also the way the warships were driven. It's different. They are both medium-sized warships. Yu Shuai and their warships are much faster than them. Zhu Xiaobao had already returned to Princess Island. Unexpectedly, as soon as he got off the boat, Hatchatu arrived with a fleet in person. He had sent the old war horse to Princess Island. Of course, it was not for free, but this Zhu Xiaobao bought it with money. Now Zhu Xiaobao has strictly ordered Hatchatu not to sell his war horses to Nanzirwei Kingdom. There are wars going on everywhere now, so Hatchatu's war horses are in very short supply, and the prices are rising. However, the ones sold to Zhu Xiaobao this time still maintain the original price. There is no way. His tribe is now attached to Lingyu Mountain. If Zhu Xiaobao is not coaxed, his tribe may be destroyed. Of course, Hatchatu is also very optimistic about Zhu Xiaobao's development prospects. This guy has no skills in telling people, but he is very accurate in judging people. Ha ha. Ha ha. You are still working hard. You arrived so quickly. Just in time. Prepare some roasted whole lambs for me tomorrow, as well as mutton skewers. Tomorrow I will welcome the 19th princess. You will come too then. Come join us. Zhu Xiaobao shouted very happily when he saw Hatchatu, and hugged Hatchatu enthusiastically, leaving Hatchatu breathless. He was surprised to find that Zhu Xiaobao's my cultivation seems to have improved again. I am taller and stronger. Of course there is no problem. My brother, you know that I am doing a loss-making business for you. Now the price of war horses has been rising all the way. I suffered a big loss this time. Hatchatu immediately changed into a pair with a very troubled expression. What this guy is best at is acting. Humph. Just skip the previous part about crying about being poor and selling out miserably. Just tell me directly. What benefits do you want? I am already familiar with your tricks. There is no need to act again. Zhu Xiaobao waved his hands. Very displeased. He said politely. Hey, you still understand me? Then I'll tell you. My brother, I want to cover the sales of your cigars. Of course, it's only to the Shijuic Kingdom. What do you think? Hatchatu immediately he asked with a flattering smile. It turns out that Duanmuki's cigars have begun to be accepted by the vast number of Western men, and the supply is likely to exceed demand. But Duanmuki did not give Hatchatu the agency rights. At most, he gave him a wholesale price. This made Hatchatu very uncomfortable, seeing that he could not make a lot of money, not to mention how upset he was. But when it comes to Duanmuki, he is not so presumptuous. The old man is much more powerful than him. Comparatively speaking, Zhu Xiaobao is still easy to talk to. Oh, so that's it? I didn't expect that my brother-in-law actually started to have his own products. Well, let me think about it. I have to develop a new product. You can't take away my brother-in-law's business. You say really? Zhu Xiaobao held his chin and thought for a while. Hatchatu's words suddenly made him think of how to help the 19th princess develop the economy. Now! The profit from just growing tobacco is too low. If it can be processed into tobacco leaves, that's a huge profit. But Zhu Xiaobao is also a little worried. Will this create millions of smokers? But Zhu Xiaobao also thought that we should also write clearly on the packaging. Smoking is harmful to health. Hatchatu looked at Zhu Xiaobao's expressions of joy and sorrow, and was extremely puzzled. What on earth did this mean? Do you disagree? Yeah. Old Ha. I've already noted this about you. Don't worry. I promise to make you a best-selling Shijua product. Zhu Xiaobao took a picture of the Hachi picture, and then said a little excitedly run away. The next day, Princess 19 came back with all the main warships. She parked the warships at the inner pier and waited for the female warriors to come back. As soon as the 19th princess landed on the Princess Island, she didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao was already waiting with someone else. This made the 19th princess feel warm. She had to say that this guy was quite caring. Princess, I am relieved that you are back. Come with me quickly. I have prepared a welcome feast for you. Also, you first go to your inner house to see what I have prepared for you. Xiaobao smiled like he was offering a treasure. He was still the same as before, not shying away from suspicion at all. He held the 19th princess's hand as soon as she came up. But this made the 19th princess very flustered. Now Zhu Xiaobao is no longer the little fat boy before. He has grown into an impressive young man. It's just that his eyebrows are still so rogue. The action of holding hands is obviously intentional. Xiaobao, let go. So many people are watching. Princess 19 shouted shyly. Just watch. Who dares to object? Zhu Xiaobao snorted very domineeringly. Now this guy is the 5th prince of Zirui Kingdom. He is full of confidence. The 19th princess hurriedly boarded the carriage, a little embarrassed. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao also followed. The 19th princess said in surprise. Why are you coming up too? Hey! There is only one carriage today, and it is for my exclusive use. Do you think I should come up? Hey! Don't be afraid. I just want to talk to you about something serious. Zhu Xiaobao sat opposite the princess. There was nothing inappropriate, which made the 19th princess feel a little relieved. Zhu Xiaobao was really talking about serious things. Once she heard that this kind of tobacco could bring such huge profits. The 19th princess also forgot about the embarrassment of 2 people riding in the same carriage. Really? It really is. You say that is so good? Is it better than the profit from burning knives? Of course. The cost is low, and addicted people come to your doorstep without you having to sell them. Zhu Xiaobao said proudly. Then, give me a taste first? Huh? You? No. My woman is not allowed to smoke. Go away. Who is your woman? Chapter 477, Defending the Princess 20. Zhu Xiaobao was stunned for a moment. When he thought of the 19th princess holding a pipe and puffing away smoke, he immediately became unhappy. What he hates the most is women smoking. Why didn't you expect this result? No. Tobacco can make women's teeth turn yellow. Wrinkles aggravate. And bad breath. Anyway, let's put it this way. This thing is only suitable for men. And it is harmful to the body. Zhu Xiaobao was a little discouraged. Said, is this thing so scary? Then why did you do it? Princess 19 couldn't help laughing when she saw Zhu Xiaobao in a dilemma. Alas, isn't this just to make you live a richer life? Otherwise, you should go to the northern Zirui Kingdom. It is really too small here, and there is no room for development. Zhu Xiaobao saw the 19th princess. The charming smile made me stunned again, staring stupidly at the 19th princess. What are you looking at? It's not like I've never seen it before. Princess 19 suddenly felt a little uncomfortable and couldn't help scolding her. Can you give me a hug? Zhu Xiaobao asked a little distractedly. It was strange to say that he would only lose his temper like this when he saw the 19th princess. No other woman made him care so much. No. Don't do this nonsense. Otherwise, I will get off the car. Princess 19 suddenly shouted in fear and refused without even thinking. Oh, it's really fate. You don't need to get out of the car. I'll get off first. Zhu Xiaobao said a little disappointedly. It seems that his appearance still cannot catch the eyes of the 19th princess. Also, his appearance is not the best at most. Just average. Definitely not comparable to Xia Zixio, Ji Jisheng, or even King Wen. Such elegant people. Hey, Xiaobao. When Princess 19 saw Zhu Xiaobao really jumping out of the car, she couldn't help but want to stop him. In fact, she was also very upset. So she refused. In fact, I don't hate Zhu Xiaobao, and I still rely on him very much. But just now, he was nervous and rejected Zhu Xiaobao. In fact, it should be okay to let him hug me. Princess 19 blushed and thought with her heart beating. Zhu Xiaobao was walking behind the carriage in a depressed mood, not liking anyone. But there are still people who are blind and insist on talking to him. My brother, you help me solve my problems, and I will help you solve yours. How about that? TSK, you know nothing. You only know how to make money and play with women. I am different from you. This is called love. Zhu Xiaobao rolled his eyes at Hachitu and said impatiently, why don't I understand? I have more than 20 wives. I know what they think and like. So my family is quite harmonious. Hachitu said proudly. Then what do you think I should do? I suspect that I'm not handsome enough. Zhu Xiaobao said depressedly. Why do I look so ordinary? And the idiot Xia Zixio is so handsome? It's so unreasonable. No. Women don't value these things. The key is that you must be able to meet her requirements. For example, what does the 19th princess want the most? Then help her get it. I'm sure that by then she will I'm in love with you. Hachitu said confidently, shaking his chubby head. She wants the great Xia kingdom. Zhu Xiaobao blurted out. And then he couldn't help but exclaim, damn it. Is it possible that I still want to help her conquer the world? This is a bit difficult. Even I didn't say anything. Hachitu was stunned after hearing this, and ran away quickly. His 20-odd wives want gold, silver, and jewelry at most. But none of them wants everything in the world. You're running away. It's just the great Xia kingdom. When I'm happy, I will also destroy the Shijua kingdom. Then you will be the great Khan. Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily from behind. After hearing this, Hachitu in front staggered and almost fell to the ground. Unexpectedly, being disturbed by Hachitu like this made Zhu Xiaobao feel much better and saw hope again. In his eyes, it seems easier to conquer Daxia than to grow into a handsome young man. Arriving at the 19th princess's inner house, the 19th princess was immediately pleasantly surprised. It turned out that the surprise Zhu Xiaobao had planned for her was actually a toilet and shower room. It turned out that after Zhu Xiaobao moved in, he realized that it was really inconvenient without the flush toilet he was used to. Even getting into a large toilet was not that satisfying. So he immediately summoned craftsmen to design and process it. Anyway, he has already matured the technology for this thing, and it is not difficult to process it. Thank you for what? I am doing this for my own convenience. And also for Wu Yu's convenience. It's not all for you. Zhu Xiaobao was still a little angry about what happened just now. So he pretended to be casual and said, Well, Xiaobao, actually I didn't mean it just now. I was unprepared. Princess 19 said in a low voice. Are you ready now? Zhu Xiaobao asked, staring at Princess 19. Not yet. I think that if you really go to Northern Zerui country, you must ascend the throne to really have the final say. Otherwise I won't go. Princess 19 said in a tangled voice. Ah? Is this what you're talking about? I thought. Zhu Xiaobao shouted in frustration. He thought Princess 19 was going to let him hug her. What do you think? Princess 19 asked in surprise. Nothing? I was thinking about this issue too. Zhu Xiaobao quickly turned around and left. It was so embarrassing. I got the wrong idea. Wait. Princess 19 quickly called Zhu Xiaobao, and then looked around to see if there was no one around. Xiaoxiao hugged Zhu Xiaobao gently from behind, and then ran back like a thief. A room of your own. Holy crap. Happiness came so suddenly. And you didn't even fully feel it? Princess. Do it again? Zhu Xiaobao shouted in annoyance. Get out! Came an almost inaudible voice in the room. One day later, Wu Yu and others returned with 30,000 female warriors. And then the 7th princess surrounded the Princess Island, which made the 19th princess somewhat nervous. Unexpectedly, the 7th princess still did not give up her plan to attack Princess Island. Hey! Do you think we can hold on? Princess 19 asked a little worriedly. Humph! What are you afraid of? There are so many of us, and we are still afraid of these rabble from the 7th princess? Wu Yu immediately jumped up and shouted loudly. That's right. We haven't had enough fighting yet. Yu Xuan and Yu Shui also jumped up at this time. Xiaobao, what do you think? Princess 19 looked at Zhu Xiaobao. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao didn't know much about fighting. But Princess 19 seemed to be very dependent on Zhu Xiaobao now. And she had to ask him about everything. Well, did you give the delicious food I sent to the 7th princess to her? Zhu Xiaobao looked at the eager female generals, and then asked calmly. Of course. I gave it to the 7th princess. Wu Yu said a little puzzled. Okay. Then let her think about it for a few more days. I promise. She will evacuate on her own in less than 3 days. And we will not lose our troops and go to war. Zhu Xiaobao is very sure said. Really? Princess 19's eyes suddenly lit up. What she fears most is that she will lose too many troops. This is the army she has worked so hard to develop. And she doesn't want to die in such a meaningless battle. Before he finished speaking, there were sounds of killing outside. War drums rumbled. And the 7th princess actually started to attack. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt a little depressed. This slap in the face came at the right time. The attack direction chosen by the 7th princess was the most open part of Princess Island. Outside the city wall here was a tidal flat. Although large warships could not reach the tidal flat, the soldiers jumped into the water and were able to land on top of the city wall. General Wu has already been waiting with his men and horses. The two sides launched an offensive and defensive battle. What the 7th princess didn't expect was that the fortifications on Princess Island were so good. And there were plenty of various defensive equipment. Although the 7th princess has a headache because there are 24 red cannons on the city wall. Not only is it powerful, but it can also hit warships parked on the sea, which makes those warships retreat again and again. Without the support of the catapults on the warships, the 7th princess had no choice but to forcefully attack the city. Many soldiers carried ladders, and supported by crossbows from behind. And the siege began. This kind of siege battle scene is quite bloody. And it is completely filled with people. On the city wall, there are rolling logs, hot oil, bows and arrows, and spears to kill and injure these siege soldiers. After several rounds of offenses, the 7th princess had no choice but to withdraw her troops. The losses were too great. She did not expect that the 19th princess's defenses were so thick and solid. Completely beyond her imagination. Seeing how the sky was getting darker, the 7th princess had no choice but to give up her troops temporarily. Today is just a trial. If we wait until the 7th sister's catapults are moved down, it will be very tragic. How many people were lost today? Princess Jo couldn't help but feel a little frightened when she looked at the corpses on the ground under the city. She was also the first. This is the first time I have seen so many corpses. And of course, this is the first time I have participated in such an offensive and defensive battle. Reporting to Princess, our losses today are not big. They were mainly shot by bows and arrows. Less than 3,000 people died in total. There were more injured. Almost 5,000 people. Manager Wu immediately replied. He had already made statistics. It passed. And those injured were treated promptly. You don't have to wait for tomorrow. Let them have an uneventful life tonight. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao said from the side. What do you mean? Princess 19 and Manager Wu both looked at Zhu Xiaobao in surprise. After dinner, let the 3 auspicious treasures, Double Black Wind Demon and Colorful both sail out. And then you can wait and watch the show. Zhu Xiaobao said very firmly. And then rushed Zhu Tong Wuxin and the others winked. It turned out that all this had been arranged by Murong Feng a long time ago. Now that the 4 strange ships have replenished their ammunition from Princess Island, they can harass the 7th princess's warship again. Think about it. For frightening strange ships are dispatched at the same time. It will be very difficult for the 7th princess to live a peaceful life. Difficult. Chapter 478, Defending the Princess, 21. When having dinner, not only add vegetables and meat, but also reward the 3 armies. Zhu Xiaobao also specially held a banquet in the princess's mansion to celebrate the successful defense of the city. This fully demonstrated that the efforts of the 19th princess were not in vain. Not only were the defenses well done, but the soldiers under her command were also very brave. Secondly, it can be regarded as a blessing for these female warriors. They have made the greatest contribution this time. They not only defeated Yang Badi's pirate team, but also severely damaged Ji Jishan's navy, and even drove him to the 7th princess, making Murong Feng the plan was successfully implemented. In fact, the purpose of holding a banquet in the princess's mansion is to arrange the evening's actions. The 19th princess did not want to have a protracted offensive and defensive battle with the 7th princess. The focus of military advisor Murong's plan is the next step. The people sitting together this time were the ones Zhu Xiaobao knew the most, trusted the most, and were also the most powerful. But this time, Yu Li was also called. Yu Li was a little embarrassed when she saw Zhu Xiaobao. But her mentality has been adjusted very well now. She took the initiative to give Zhu Xiaobao gifts as soon as they met, which made Zhu Xiaobao a little embarrassed. After all, you should also call me second sister? Speaking of which, I should call you second sister? What are your plans to return to the Lingyu tribe this time? Are you going back to Lingyu Island? Or back to Lingyu Mountain? Don't worry. I guarantee that you Dan and my old mother-in-law will make things right. Zhu Xiaobao still said with a smile. It is definitely a good thing that Yu Li can return. There is no huge hidden danger. On the contrary, there is a strong female general. You must know that Yu Li's current cultivation has reached the realm of martial master. Although she was forcibly harvested by Ji Zhihui and her cultivation fell, she still maintains the realm of martial master. This makes recovery relatively easy. I don't have the face to see them. I want to go to northern Zirui country with you. I wonder if that's okay, Yu Li said with a tangled face. At the same time, she also looked at the 2 sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui across the dining table. Until now, Yu Shuang has not really recognized her yet. Yes, but you can't take charge of those female warriors for the time being. They may not be able to accept you yet. You have to start from scratch. As for the Silver Dragon Heart Sutra you practiced, it is an evil skill after all, so you should give up. You don't have to do this. Worry. The Great Venerable Wu Wei has been studying the evil skills to deal with the great vengeance of the human demon and the Great Venerable Jiuyin. He will help you recover. Zhu Xiaobao thought for a while and nodded in agreement. From Yu Li's performance, this time from the looks of it, He must have completely woken up. After suffering so much, he finally realized that he was wrong. Of course, Murong Feng's men are indeed in urgent need of such a person, with advanced cultivation and strong martial arts. Yes, I understand. I will prove myself again. Yuli finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Zhu Xiaobao would not take her in. And it would be really embarrassing to go back to Yudan now. She would rather make some achievements in Beizuri country. And she also discovered that following Zhu Xiaobao seemed to be more fulfilling and enjoyable. The endless supply of new gadgets is simply addictive. And in northern Zirui country, there are more opportunities to fight. This banquet was basically based on meat. Zhu Xiaobao now knew these female warriors quite well. During the war, their appetite increased dramatically, and they needed a lot of meat to replenish their physical strength. The dishes on this table can be said to be just right for the appetite of the female warriors, including teppanyaki, roasted whole lamb, soy sauce beef, and grilled knives. Although Murong Feng's military orders were strict, when it came to Zhu Xiaobao's place, he was much more sloppy. As long as the amount was appropriate, it was not absolutely prohibited. Yuli also took advantage of her drinking to show her kindness to her two sisters again. Until then, Yu Shuang was still reluctant. On the contrary, Yu Shui was the good old man in the middle. She really hoped to reconcile with her second sister. Now Yuli has tasted it. It turns out that following Zhu Xiaobao is so enjoyable. Not only are the weapons and equipment advanced, but the food is also very particular. No wonder these female warriors are willing to follow Zhu Xiaobao. TSK! Princess, would you like to eat less? This is not like your original delicate and reserved style. Do you eat more than me? Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but whisper to Princess 19. Said. The two of them were sitting together. So Zhu Xiaobao tried his best not to let others hear. Nonsense! If I don't eat more, how can I take part in the action at night? I'm going to be noisy all night. Princess 19 rolled her eyes at Zhu Xiaobao and didn't feel any embarrassment. Who would think about this during a war? What? What? Are you going at night? Are you crazy? Do you know that the action tonight is very dangerous? Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaobao exclaimed in surprise. Good this time. Everyone around them stopped and looked at the two of them. Is there no danger if they go? I just want to participate in person and gain some practical experience. Besides, with you by my side, what do you have to worry about? Princess 19 did not hide it. Looked at the big guy. Said very firmly. Well, okay. Shall I follow you tonight? Otherwise, I won't worry. We're here to protect the princess. When Zhu Xiaobao saw this scene, he had no choice but to compromise. Because under the table, Wu Yu had already grabbed his left hand excitedly. What made people's hearts beat even more intensely was that Princess 19 secretly held his right hand tightly. She seemed to be begging him, with a bit of coquettishness in her eyes. Suddenly, Zhu Xiaobao's defense dropped to 0. I am coming too. I am coming too. I don't care about others. I have to go anyway. Little pig. I'm going too. Good this time. These people present couldn't wait to shout. In fact, the banquet is held here today just to arrange the evening's actions. According to Murong Feng's plan, the highlight was at night. For strange ships attacked at the same time to harass the 7th Princess Navy. Even though there were only 4 small ships, their power was absolutely catastrophic. Now the ships are back at Princess Island and their ammunition has been replenished. Think about it. What a grand occasion it would be for 4 of these super warships to join forces and cause a scene around the 7th Princess Navy all night long. So these female generals are all vying to be the first to go. The final assignment was that Yu Shuang and Yu Shui each drove one of the double black wind demons. Tong Wuxin and Yuli drove the colorful boat. And Zhu Xiaobao and Princess 19 took Wu Yu and Zhu Mei with them. We boarded the auspicious 3 treasures. Because although the auspicious 3 treasures has the largest hull, it is also the most comfortable among the 4 boats. It even specially designed Zhu Xiaobao's private cabin and a small kitchen in the back. Of course, there was no objection to this arrangement. But when the entourage of each ship was assigned, there was a huge quarrel. Both the female warriors and the female guards of the 19th princess were all heading to follow. There are only less than 200 people in total. But tens of thousands of people are going to go. So why not make a huge noise? In the end, I had no choice but to choose the person with the highest martial arts skills and the strongest body. After all, we went out to fight. The longer the range and the stronger the physical strength of the selected person, the greater the advantage. Among the 4 warships, only the 3 auspicious treasures were accompanied by female guards around the 19th princess and Zhu Xiaobao. There was not a single Lingyu female warrior. Not to be outdone, these female guards want to compete with the female warriors. They don't think they are inferior to those female warriors. We quietly drove out from another small pier on Princess Island. Even though we were surrounded by the warships of the 7 princesses, the speed of these 4 ships was so fast that they rushed into the opponent's camp. The enemy ships were all hung with lanterns, which made the telescopes in their hands come in handy. When they were all in sight, the soldiers on the enemy ships discovered that there were actually other speedboats that dared to overwhelm their fleet. Come in? Suddenly the local fleet beat drums and gongs, raised countless torches, and the soldiers were holding bows and arrows, ready to fight. But when they were all ready, several cannonballs were flying towards them, and suddenly several enemy ships started to catch fire, and the shadow of the opponent's ship was not found because the speed of the opponent's 4 ships was too fast. Countless soldiers who were closer had been killed by bows and arrows, and the surrounding warships began to catch fire. This also made it difficult for the enemy generals to tell how many ships were coming. Moreover, when passing by enemy ships, these female warriors and female guards also have a faster and more convenient weapon. That is, the soil bombs used in Shiyuan City, which are equivalent to grenades. Throwing them directly can have a considerable effect. Efficient lethality. This way, more enemy ships were set alight in this way, and the fire intensity was greater, because the distance is close. Every throw is accurate. The 4 ships quickly moved towards the place where the torches were not raised, setting fire to more than 20 warships along the way. He just broke out from the siege of enemy ships. The 7th princess was still feasting with GZ at this time. Even though GZ was gnashing her teeth with hatred for Zhu Xiaobao, she still admired Zhu Xiaobao's craftsmanship very much. This beggar's chicken, soy sauce beef, and pickled pepper chicken feet are all authentic flavors that I haven't seen in a long time. And that top quality burning knife. Why is it a little different from the original one? Less spicy, more elegant and fragrant, with a long aftertaste and overflowing wine aroma. It turned out that this was old wine that Zhu Xiaobao had stored for 3 years. It's so hacking delicious. How did that kid Zhu Xiaobao do it? Everything he makes is so shocking. Oh, if only this kid couldn't go against me. Ji Jisheng couldn't help but drink again. A glass. Then put down the glass inside, because he was going to attack Princess Island in the past 2 days. The Great Master allowed him not to return to his warship for the time being. The Great Human Demon Master and the Great Master Jiuyin were also practicing the double illusion they had just created on another warship. With this double illusion, the Great Master Human Demon had the confidence to deal with the Great Master Wu Wei. So Ji Shishi is relatively happy these 2 days. Yes! If I had known that this little fat guy was so extraordinary, I should have snatched him away from 19th Sister when we were in the Imperial City. Well, of course, there is also your enemy. The 7th princess also drank. Her face was flushed. She had had enough wine and food, and her desire began to rise again. But before the 7th princess could finish her words, the sound of a golden gun could be heard outside, and the sound of a cannon was heard from the same place, which made her tremble with fear. Chapter 479, Defending the Princess, 22. It's embarrassing to say that the soldier who sent the message was a little reckless and rushed directly into the 7th princess's cabin without paying attention to Dafu and Erfu outside the door. As soon as she entered the door, she happened to see the 7th princess being held by Ji Jishi's neck, kneeling and crawling on the ground. Ji Jishi also took off her skirt, exposing her white buttocks. Several fast ships rushed out from the south of King Qirong Qiantai. Many of our warships are already on fire. Those fast ships have broken out of the siege, and now our warships are pursuing them with all their strength. The soldier was stunned and continued intermittently. After finishing speaking, he was still looking straight at the scene in front of him. He was so young that he didn't know what he was afraid of. Are you done? Then go die, Ji Jisheng said viciously, then jumped up, rushed to the soldier, and smashed his head with one palm. Damn it! How could this happen? What did they want to do when they rushed out? Are they going to ask for help? Sister 19 doesn't have any more foreign aid? The 7th princess stood up again in anger, pulled up her pants, and screamed in great displeasure. Rode. He didn't feel GZ's ferocity at all, but was surprised that GZ's current cultivation level was already so high. Oops! How many clippers are there? Could it be the 3 auspicious treasures and the colorful ship? And the 4 clippers from the double black wind? Ji Jisheng suddenly shouted, a little alarmed. These 4, he knew all the ships, and had seen them all. Ji Jisheng was very afraid of the terrifying power of these 4 ships. But what do they want to do? Do they want to start a war with my army with just these few ships? Although the 7th princess was also troubled by these fast ships, she did not realize the seriousness of the situation. I don't know. Anyway, Zhu Xiubao's current strategist is very powerful. This time he not only conquered Yu Li, but also used Yu Li's men to defeat Yang Bati. GZ was very depressed. Said, yeah, I've also heard about this woman. She used to be the eldest prince's military advisor. I don't know why she defected to Zhu Xiaobao. Do you think we should continue? The 7th princess also nodded, but her thoughts still on that matter. Now is the most difficult time. But just as the 7th princess lay down, several more cannon shots were heard, this time from her camp, which made the 7th princess extremely angry. As a last resort, he stood up again, picked up his pants and ran outside the cabin. When I got outside, I saw that there were fires all around. These 4 places were still some distance away from each other. Looking from a distance, I could still see the soldiers on the warship who were busy putting out the fire. But after waiting for a while, there was no movement, and it seemed to have calmed down. The warships were still burning when they came out, but the fire seemed to have been controlled. The 7th princess returned to the cabin a little depressed. A lot of spies came one after another, but this time it was not so embarrassing. The 7th princess was wearing clothes, but these scouting reports were the same as last time. Very vague, and they couldn't even tell how many clippers the other party had. Harassment! A complete harassment war. I'm sure they just want to harass us in this way. It's so shameless. Ji Jisheng shouted angrily and anxiously. Humph. We have 1,500 warships. How many can they set on fire? Humph. I don't take this harassment lightly. Come on. Xiuji, let's continue. The 7th princess snorted confidently. Burning several warships with one sound is not a big deal to her. Not to mention that each warship has now controlled the fire. So the 7th princess once wanted to get entangled with Ji Jisheng. Sure enough, after waiting for a while, there was still no movement. The 7th princess and Ji Jisheng gradually began to enter the state. A hair-raising sound of "Pa! Pa! Pa!" came from the cabin, as well as the 7th princess's howl. Voice. Dafu Erfa quickly dispersed the soldiers around the cabin, then wiped the sweat from his forehead and sat down. Dafu also took out 2 cigars from his arms. The 2 brothers also spent a lot of money to get more than 100 cigars. These 2 eunuchs have no other hobbies now. They just like this stuff. They didn't expect that there is such an enjoyable thing in the world. And the taste is particularly delicious. Whoosh! Snap! As a loud arrow exploded in the air. 4 more places on the periphery of the warship group were attacked at the same time. And not only the periphery. The range of the cannons on these fast ships was quite far. And there were many. The cannonball hit the warship parked in the middle, causing a panicked howl and the sound of various golden horns in response to the enemy attack. Damn it! Are you going to let me live? Can't you wait a little longer? The 7th princess rushed out of the cabin angrily. This time, she didn't even wear any clothes, but her buttocks were bare, and she had the clothes wrapped around her body. A blanket. Yelling angrily. Dafu and Erfa were so frightened that they quickly stubbed out half of the cigar in their hands, carefully stuffed it into their arms, and then followed the 7th princess, helping her carry the blanket to prevent the beauty from leaking out. This time, the harassment was more troublesome than the last time. It actually hit the center of the fleet. Now 6 or 7 places were ignited with raging fires. What was terrible was that the warships among them were very close now. When the sea breeze blew, the warship next to it was also burned. The entire warship camp began to be in chaos, and they all started to move and move to the side to avoid. On the 3 auspicious treasures, Zhu Xiaobao and Princess 19 finished shooting a round of cannonballs and returned to the cabin happily. There were even wine and food in the cabin. It was obvious that Zhu Xiaobao had not forgotten to enjoy it even at this time. What a great wine! This is 3 years old. If this wine has been stored for 10 years, how many people will be starved to death? Princess, are you coming? If not, I will drink it all. Zhu Xiaobao enjoyed leaning in the cabin. Humph. I can finally see that you are the culprit who shakes the morale of the army. You should not be allowed to come out together. Princess 19 finally couldn't resist the temptation and walked into the cabin. Now she has adapted to this. This kind of harassment war will probably have to wait for a while, until the next harassment. So she couldn't resist the temptation and walked into the cabin. Of course, there are Wu Yu and Ju Mei outside controlling them. 3 auspicious treasures. But Ju Mei didn't care. She held a sauce shank in her hand and ate it while beating it without any delay. Wu Yu's life was not so good. He could only swallow his saliva and continue to command the battle. Ha ha! I estimate that if we fight this night, at least more than 200 warships will be set on fire, and maybe 20 or 30 more will be burned down. The seventh sister will probably be furious. Princess 19 also sat down, said very excitedly, "This is the second thing. If her troops want to attack Princess Island tomorrow, they will probably lose their energy. This night will be enough for them," Zhu Xiaobao said with a proud smile. In fact, this was all Murongfeng's plan. But Zhu Xiaobao didn't care. Murongfeng was one of his own too. "Hey, Xiaobao, what do you mean by sending 3 days of delicious food to the seventh sister? Tell me honestly." Princess 19 has been asking about this matter. But Zhu Xiaobao has always been vague and unclear. He answered clearly. So he asked again this time. "Do you want to know? Come here. I gave her 3-year-old fine wine. I have top secret news. Once the seventh princess drinks this wine, she will," Zhu Xiaobao said happily in the ear of the 19th princess. For a while. "Nonsense! I don't believe it." After hearing this, the 19th princess scolded with a blushing face. What Zhu Xiaobao described was simply unpalatable. Really, the 3-year-old wine we are drinking now makes me very impulsive. Don't blame me. If not, blame this wine for being too overbearing." Zhu Xiaobao took the opportunity to hug her. Didn't the 9th princess's waist come over just now? The 19th princess had time to move away. And Zhu Xiaobao seized the opportunity to drink this wine. "What are you doing?" "Me." Princess 19 suddenly stiffened. Her face darkened. And she yelled a little shyly. "Oh? You still won't give in?" Zhu Xiaobao was a little disappointed and quickly let go. He knew that the 19th princess had a soft temperament on the outside, but was strong on the inside. So he didn't dare to be too presumptuous. But unexpectedly, Princess 19's stiff waist suddenly softened, and she was held in Zhu Xiaobao's arms. She just whispered a little awkwardly. "Wu Yu is still outside. How do you want me to face her?" "Huh? Isn't she loyal to you? Would she disagree?" "Impossible. I know Wu Yu best. It's too late for her to be happy," Zhu Xiaobao said confidently. "Then that's it. Stop pushing your limits. I'm not ready yet. Okay?" Princess 19 finally compromised and asked in a negotiating tone. "Of course. I have to prepare a luxurious and warm bedroom for you. And choose a good and auspicious day before you can marry the princess," Zhu Xiaobao said overjoyed. "This is half the battle." "Well, are you planning to be a prince-in-law? Or are you planning to establish a queen?" Princess 19 asked delicately, leaning on Zhu Xiaobao's arms. "Oh? I haven't thought about this. Aren't they all the same?" Zhu Xiaobao was stunned for a moment. The position of the 19th princess was very high. She had already ranked herself first. "Of course it's different. Just tell me." Princess 19 actually said a little coquettishly. "You said you should be a prince-in-law." "Just be a prince-in-law. You said it's wrong to establish a queen. Doesn't that mean you want me to be the emperor? I'm not ready yet." Zhu Xiaobao suddenly became a little dumbfounded in the middle of speaking. Could it be that do you really want to ascend to the throne? "If you ascend the throne of Zirwei Kingdom, I will." Princess 19 said half of the words to Xiao Jiujiu. But she didn't finish it. "Are you going to stop fighting for power with the 7th princess and the others? Isn't that right?" Zhu Xiaobao suddenly became excited. Doesn't this mean that the 19th princess plans to be a good wife and mother? Raising her husband and raising her children? Yes. I won't stand out anymore. I want to help you win the great Xia Kingdom. Unify the world. Princess 19 nodded happily. Huh? This is too nerve-wracking. I can't do it anymore. Princess, I'm a little dizzy. Please let me sleep for a while. Chapter 480, Defending the Princess, 23. Zhu Xiaobao leaned on the 19th princess's shoulder and actually fell asleep. I was a little overexcited today and drank too much. And most importantly, the request made by the 19th princess gave Zhu Xiaobao a headache. Whenever he encounters a headache, Zhu Xiaobao will want to sleep. As soon as he falls asleep, all troubles will disappear. But the 19th princess was a little embarrassed to have him lean on her like this. On the contrary, the 19th princess blushed and her heart beat. A little at a loss. But at this moment, Wu Yu barged in. She came to ask for instructions. Should she launch a new round of harassment attacks? At the same time, I stopped by for something to eat. I have been busy for most of the night, and I am indeed a little hungry. He's drunk. Princess 19 took the initiative to say to Wu Yu. A little embarrassed. After all, she had never expressed her intention to get together with Zhu Xiaobao before. Oh, then I'll move him to the bed. Although Wu Yu was a little strange, she still came over and carried Zhu Xiaobao to the bed. With Wu Yu's strength, she can hold two little treasures without any problem. Would you like to sit down and have a drink with me? Princess 19 said with a complicated expression. Okay. This is an order you gave. It's not a violation of military discipline. Wu Yu's eyes suddenly lit up, and she shouted happily. In fact, Wu Yu has been very excited since she came out of Princess Island. Like the two sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, she likes this kind of life of fighting and killing on the battlefield. Although I am a little tired now, I am still very satisfied in my heart. Not only did he learn another way to harass, he also achieved great results. Not only did he set more than 30 warships on fire along the way, he also shot and killed 7 enemy clippers that were chasing him. Of course, in the process of shooting, Jumei's lethality is still the most terrifying. She can often penetrate 2 or 3 enemies with one arrow. This is something you cannot match. Thanks to Xiaobao this time. Otherwise we would be very passive. Do you think it would be okay if Xiaobao could stay with us all the time? Princess 19 poured Wu Yu a glass of wine herself, and then asked tentatively. Okay. Of course. How happy we were together. Oh. It's a pity that his status is too low. Otherwise you wouldn't have to marry that embroidered pillow Natsuko Shio. Wu Yu recalled the past, and was very straightforward. Bai Di said. Ah? Low status? It's not like you don't know that he is now the 5th prince of the Zirui kingdom. If he can ascend the throne, then you will be the empress of the harem. Princess 19 exclaimed in surprise. Dare to love Wu Yu still regards Zhu Xiaobao as an ordinary person. It turned out that Wu Yu had always looked down upon the Zirui kingdom, believing that the Great Xia kingdom was the most powerful country, while the Zirui kingdom was just a small and clinging country. So what? Ah. No. Harem empress? Can you still go out to fight? I don't want to be a harem empress. I want to fight the world with you. Wu Yu suddenly shouted in a little panic. Wasn't she surprised? Because of Zhu Xiaobao's identity, he was worried that he would be trapped in the palace for the rest of his life. This empress of the palace is definitely not good. Who has ever seen a queen following other people's princesses all day long to fight everywhere? The 19th princess was also stunned. I am afraid that the only people who can think like Wu Yu are the sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. Well, that's good. I don't want to be a royal empress. I can just be a concubine or something. As long as I can go out of the palace to fight. Wu Yu shook her head, made a position for herself, and then started to feast. Got it. Oh. Forget it. Let's wait until he actually ascends the throne. Princess 19 shook her head in distress. She really didn't know what to say to Wu Yu. Although she knew Wu Yu was loyal to her, this matter had little to do with loyalty. The whole night, until the sky became brighter and they began to have a certain field of vision. The soldiers on the 7th princess's warship saw clearly that there were only a few small boats firing at them in the distance. However, as soon as they could see clearly, they were attacked again. There was a round of SH. Ling, and it was the most ferocious round. We hadn't even had breakfast yet, so we were busy putting out the fire. It was a full hour before the 7th princess and Ji Jixing walked out of the cabin. Both of them looked tired. They had been interrupted countless times throughout the night and had no rest at all. How could they not be exhausted? Listening to the soldiers under her command reporting their losses last night, the 7th princess shouted angrily. You want to use this to bring me down? It's a great idea. We will take Princess Island in one fell swoop today. Come on. Start the attack. However, what happened was counterproductive. The 7th princess's navy was very powerful. But when they really started to attack Princess Island, they didn't have the same momentum as yesterday. Even their shouts of killing were weak. No way. I didn't get any rest last night. As soon as the red cannons on the city wall fired, the soldiers trembled in their hearts. The power of these 24 red cannons was much more powerful than the naval guns on the small boats. Therefore, these warships had not even approached the beach. Several were blown up. The defenders on Princess Island have high morale. With yesterday's experience, these soldiers can already deal with the invading enemies calmly. He also knows how to avoid risks and attack the enemy's vital points. Combat effectiveness is constantly improving. And even self-confidence has increased significantly. In a messy reef outside the Princess Island, for small boats also gathered together. The 19th princess and the others did not return to the Princess Island. They were seizing the time to rest before starting to harass them again at night. Several female generals are now gathered on the 3 auspicious treasures, eating and drinking wildly. After a night of tossing, they are all starving. And of course they drink water. With so many people together, we don't dare to be too casual. The other female warriors are also eating and drinking on their respective boats to replenish their physical strength. This time, none of the 4 boats were full, because they not only had to carry a large number of cannonballs and arrows. In addition, you have to bring food and fresh water, so you can't bring too many people. This requires the existing female warriors and female guards to be overloaded. The energy consumed in one night is quite huge. After eating, these female warriors laid down on the spot on the boat and immediately began to sleep and rest. Only a few heads above the 3 auspicious treasures are still discussing what to do at night. Among them, Yuli was still concentrating on learning how to understand the map in her hand. This was the first time she had seen this kind of map with coordinates. Along the way, she saw Tong Wuxin constantly marking on the map. And it went smoothly, keeping a certain distance from other warships. She felt amazing. So now I am seizing the time to study. She felt that after leaving the Lingyu clan, she couldn't keep up with many things. No wonder she was defeated every time she fought against Zhu Xiaobao. It turned out that this was no accident. They had more advanced combat tools. This time, the 2 sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui achieved the most brilliant results. They set fire to nearly 100 enemy ships and shot more than 20 clippers. So very proud. But Tong Wuxin and Yu Li's record was not bad. Although the colorful ship only had 8 naval guns, it was the fastest, and they shot the most clippers. Over 30. They took the initiative to catch up with and kill some of the enemy's speedboats. Yuli even jumped onto the enemy's speedboats several times, engaging in hand-to-hand combat and killing the enemy, because she wanted to show off so much and was eager to achieve success. Relatively speaking, the 3 auspicious treasures had the worst record, which made Wu Yu a little dissatisfied. She was complaining to Zhu Xiaobao that this guy was absent-minded and not in a hurry. Otherwise, I would definitely not lose to the 2 sisters, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. Don't look. This thing is not difficult. Why don't you come to my boat tonight? I'll show you how I fight. Yu Shuang listened to Tong Wuxin's whisper and said a little casually. Yuli said. She also didn't expect that Yuli would be so desperate and actually jump onto the enemy ship and engage in hand-to-hand combat. So she was still a little worried. After all, the danger of this kind of close combat will also increase significantly. Really? Sister Shuang? Yuli asked in surprise. At the same time, she also saw Tong Wuxin nodding towards her kindly, knowing that Tong Wuxin was also trying his best to help her resolve the estrangement with her 2 sisters. Well, who said I can't resist temptation? Our annoying brother-in-law promised to give me 2 jars of 3-year-old ones, Yu Shuang said, pretending to be helpless. Okay. Sister Shuang, I will fight again this time, and everything will be at your discretion. Yuli nodded quickly and said, while Yu Shui next to you was happily encouraging Yuli with her eyes. After a while, almost no one was talking. These female warriors were all asleep, except for the necessary female warriors who were on guard. Only Zhu Xiaobao and Princess 19 were sitting on the bow. Now they couldn't get anything. We could only know the general situation by waiting for the 7th Princess Navy to withdraw. Well, I told Wu Yu that she doesn't want to enter the palace and become a queen. She wants to fight with me, Princess 19 said in a low voice. What about you? Do you want to be the empress of the palace? Zhu Xiaobao asked with a somewhat conflicted mood. He really wanted to be with Princess 19, but this condition seemed a bit harsh. That depends on you. Do you want to be a consort or marry a queen? Princess 19 asked with a sweet smile, returning to the old question from last night. Oh, then let's marry the queen. Zhu Xiaobao hesitated for a long time and then said in distress. At this moment, an arrow unexpectedly shot from a distance and went straight to Zhu Xiaobao's temple. Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation level is not low now, and he has quite a lot of practical combat experience. He actually reached out and grabbed the arrow, but Zhu Xiaobao was also shocked. He didn't expect to encounter a cold arrow? Did you see? There are always unscrupulous people who want to harm me. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted at the 19th princess. At this time, from outside the chaotic rocks, colorful boats rushed over and chased an enemy speedboat at full speed. The female warriors on top fired arrows at random, and none of the soldiers on the enemy boat were spared. Chapter 481 Withdrawal of Troops. It turned out that this was arranged by the 7th princess's staff, and they also concluded that these 4 strange ships did not return to Princess Island, in order to prevent the tragedy from happening again tonight. While attacking Princess Island, a large number of clippers were also sent to search everywhere. Unexpectedly, this speedboat ran the farthest and luckily discovered the 4 boats hiding in the chaotic rocks. Originally, if they evacuated immediately, they might not be noticed. But because they saw that the female warriors on the boat were sleeping, and sitting on the bow of the boat was the 19th princess and Zhu Xiaobao. Therefore, the 2 little bosses have a little bit of inflated self-confidence and are eager to achieve success. So he relied on his accurate shooting skills to shoot Zhu Xiaobao with an arrow. In fact, the colorful boats that were responsible for guarding the surroundings were always going back and forth. But even if they were separated, even this clipper could escape. Moreover, this clipper had accurately calculated that the colorful ship would now go around the back of the chaotic reef. So it dared to take the risk. But what they didn't expect was that the colorful boat would come back so quickly. I didn't even expect that Zhu Xiaobao could catch the arrow with his bare hands, although it was a near miss. It also aroused everyone's alert. The 19th princess led the 4 boats and immediately changed places. But I didn't blame the female warrior on the colorful ship, because she was indeed too tired. And the enemy's clipper ship was also very cunning. It actually knew how to use the gap between the colorful ships to sneak in quietly. This shows that they also have quite a lot of experience. Tong Wuxin blamed herself and came to apologize to Zhu Xiaobao. She was afraid just thinking about it. If Zhu Xiaobao was really shot and killed, it would be unimaginable. But Zhu Xiaobao smiled brightly and said, "Sister Wuxin, do you see? My kung fu is enough to protect myself. Don't worry. How can I blame you this time? Hee hee. Come on. Come on. This time once I go with you to patrol and investigate the surrounding area." "Yeah. Okay. You really scared me to death just now." Tong Wuxin was also very enthusiastic. Zhu Xiaobao didn't blame her at all. On the contrary, in order to reassure her, he even took the initiative to accompany her on the colorful boat patrol. But not long after setting off this time, I was surprised to find that the 7th princess's fleet had returned. I looked carefully with a telescope and found that there should be no progress. It was dragging many damaged warships. The soldiers were also dejected. "You came back so early. It seems that you don't have the energy to fight anymore. Let's work harder tonight. I guess the 7th princess won't be able to bear it," Zhu Xiaobao said to Tong Wuxin with a smile. Military advisor Muron's strategy must have worked. If you don't sleep well at night, you will definitely not have the energy to fight," Tong Wuxin also said in sincere admiration. Just as Tong Wuxin said, the 7th princess's attack failed miserably. Not only did they lose troops, but they also made no progress. The soldiers were afraid to move forward, and the generals had no enthusiasm. What's even more exaggerated is that the catapult that was just built was blown to pieces by the red cannon before it could be pushed into Qincheng. It was so accurate. This battle is simply unwinnable. In the end, even the 7th princess felt this negative emotion. With so many people and horses, there was no fighting spirit at all. So why fight? The 7th princess is an expert in leading troops to fight. She knew at a glance that today's battle could not be fought again. So withdraw your troops as soon as possible, far away from the range of the red cannon. But the biggest hidden danger has not been eliminated. Sure enough, at Haishur, a cannon sounded, signaling that the night harassment had begun again. This time, the 4 clippers are even more at ease. Know what distance is the most safe and efficient. And at the same time, it is most convenient to communicate and transfer information to each other. Moreover, the harassment tonight was even more insidious, and the area of attack was huge. However, they only changed places after a few runs, and all teams were affected. Everyone is on full alert. Who knows if one of them will hit their own warship? There are even worse situations. After one shot, there was no movement. The soldiers were waiting for the next few shots to be fired so that they could put out the fire. But after waiting for a long time, there was nothing more. But just as he started to put out the fire, he suddenly fired another shot, killing and wounding dozens of people. Isn't this maddening? In fact, the number of enemies killed and warships on fire on the second day was far less than that on the first day. But the impact was indeed very large. It was at noon on the third day that the seventh princess ordered the attack on Princess Island. However, the momentum became even lower that day. Most of the soldiers ran under the city wall and slipped back before escaping. Some people even greeted the soldiers on the city wall while running, just to take a walk and not shoot arrows. So in the end, the seventh princess had no choice but to order the withdrawal of the troops. Not to retreat, but to withdraw the troops back to Southeast County. She already knew that with Zhu Xiaobao and these female warriors constantly harassing the outside, their momentum had been worn away, and the defense of Princess Island far exceeded her expectations. The city walls were solid and thick, and the soldiers, the momentum is strong, and the whole island works together. With these three things, it is an unbreakable line of defense. Leaving? Won't stop for another night. It's faster than I thought, Zhu Xiaobao said, a little surprised. I'll stay for one night. Let you harass me for another night, and then set off home early the next morning. Isn't the seventh princess mentally ill? The 19th princess also poked Zhu Xiaobao's head and said with a sweet smile, I didn't even realize that there would be such an intimate move. Okay, we are ready to go back, but we must be careful on the way back. Maybe the seventh princess has some tricks up her sleeve to take revenge on us. Tong Wuxin also said with a smile, I feel very happy to be able to go back. I have no fresh water for washing these days, so I can only maintain basic drinking. So, now these female warriors are looking forward to going back and taking a hot bath. But with a telescope in hand, even if the seventh princess wants to play tricks, she can't escape everyone's sight. So it was quite peaceful along the way. It's just that Princess 19 suddenly became a little depressed again on the way back. Hey! Are you a little reluctant to leave because I have to leave? Zhu Xiaobao didn't know when he appeared behind the 19th princess and asked with a smile. Bah! Who can't bear to leave? I wish you had left early. You have shaken my military morale and bullied me. You will be clean only after you leave. Princess 19 did not look back, but scolded in a low voice. Then what are you worried about? You seem very unhappy? Zhu Xiaobao saw that no one was paying attention in private, and quietly stretched out a hand, but was decisively blocked by the 19th princess. Humph. I was thinking. Someone seems to want to help me get some more profitable products. I don't know who said it. I'm worried that I can't remember who this person is. Princess 19 seemed to be right. He said to himself while looking at the air in front of him. It seems to be said by the person who wants to be the consort and marry the queen. This person's official name is Yu Xiaobao. He is also known as Yu Xiaobao in Daxia, and is called Xiaobao here among the princess and Wu Yu. It should be this person, it's gone. Zhu Xiaobao still held the 19th princess's waist from behind, feeling very soft and touching. It was softer than Wu Yu's, thinner than Zhu Rong's, and even smaller than Wu Yu's. Before Zhu Xiaobao could finish comparing, Wu Yu ran over recklessly and asked carelessly, Xiaobao, are you talking about me? Are you going back to Zeroi Kingdom? The princess is here too? You blocked the princess so tightly that I didn't even see it. The princess said she wanted me to stay with you too. I said I wanted you two to stay with me. Do you think so? Zhu Xiaobao's hand was immediately knocked off by Princess 19. Bao Yi quickly turned around and said with a smile, Don't look at his two sentences. The meanings are completely different. Okay. I told you a long time ago that Xiaobao will definitely be with us. Right. Princess? I'm right. Right. Wu Yu cared about the deep meaning and was immediately happy. Shouted. Yeah. That's pretty much it. That's what it means anyway. Princess 19 glared at Zhu Xiaobao quietly. Of course she understood the meaning. When they returned to the Princess Island, they did not expect that General Wu led many civil servants and military officers to line up to greet them. The gongs and drums were loud and cheers were everywhere. Many people also came out to greet the 19th princess. This time, the Princess Island boosted morale and the princess, the majesty of the island. Therefore, the common people spontaneously came to welcome the 19th princess. Having a safe place to live is the happiest thing for the common people. Not far away, there were several warships belonging to the 7th princess, which came here specially to carry away the corpses of those who died in the battle. Of course, Chief Wu would not embarrass them and also sent them a lot of food. Otherwise, these corpses would either be washed away by the sea, or they would have to be cleaned up by the people from Princess Island. Now that the 7th princess has sent someone to carry them away personally, that would be the best. This time, 30,000 people of the 7th princess and Ji Jisheng died. And more people were injured. More than 80,000 people. In addition, more than 70 warships were damaged. So the casualties were not very large. But the defeat was very frustrating. Especially for GZ. Not only did Yuli rebel, but Yang Bati also suffered heavy losses. And his life and death were unknown. Now Ji Jisheng is not in the mood to fight anymore. There is no way he can win. When the princess came here, more than 3,000 soldiers were killed and more than 5,000 soldiers were injured. Overall, it is completely acceptable. However, the losses among the female warriors were a bit high. More than 500 people died and 1,000 were injured. They have always been outnumbered. From Yang Bati to Ji Jisheng, and then to the 7th princess. All the casualties added up are a bit too much. This made Zhu Xiaobao feel very distressed. These were the female warriors he relied on and trusted the most. So when we returned to Princess Island, the 19th princess and others paid homage first, and then returned to the princess mansion. Undoubtedly, the actions of the 19th princess immediately won the support of everyone. Even the female warriors were impressed by the 19th princess. Back at the princess mansion, Zhu Xiaobao wrote a letter to Murong Feng, saying that he would stay for a few more days. Doesn't he have to develop new products to be worthy of the 19th princess? Zhu Xiaobao would not leave for the time being. Princess 19 and Wu Yu were very happy. Princess 19 still left a room next to Zhu Xiaobao. But Zhu Xiaobao looked a little weird and asked, "In the evening, I'm afraid you're going to hear the sound of a slaughtering pig again. Get lost. Who wants to listen to your nonsense?" "Oh, that's good. Then I can let go and scream." Chapter 482 Tobacco Processing, eh? However, what surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that Wu Yu behaved very strangely today. He seemed to be a little unable to let go. And he was also keeping his head down with something on his mind. All the little treasures were boring, and I finally gave up. But after Zhu Xiaobao thought about it carefully, Wu Yu didn't encounter anything unpleasant today. At the celebration banquet in the evening, he was very generous and stunned the two sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. Because Wu Yu was born immune to alcohol, he had never been drunk. Later, Wu Yu went to Manager Wu's place. Manager Wu was slightly injured, but it was nothing serious. Yeah. What's wrong with you? You become taciturn. Tell me what's wrong." Zhu Xiaobao shouted, very dissatisfied. But he saw Wu Yu looking at him with a complicated expression. As if I have done something wrong. And I seem to have been wronged in some way. This made Zhu Xiaobao feel a little distressed. Wu Yu had never been like this before. And he always thought that being with Wu Yu was the most relaxed, cheerful, straightforward, and passionate kind. "My father said you would marry the princess. So he told me not to fight with the princess," Wu Yu said timidly. "Oh, no wonder. It was Director Wu who spoke. This old man is still old-minded and rigid." Zhu Xiaobao understood immediately. Wu Yu couldn't see it, but everyone else basically saw it, let alone talking about Mr. Wu being an old man. Moreover, Zhu Xiaobao knew from the beginning that General Manager Wu and Wu Yu were the same, with a servile nature in their hearts. But they don't think so. Instead, they regard following the 19th princess as a family mission. Even though Chief Wu had escaped from his slave status, he still followed Princess Wu loyally. After Princess Wu passed away, he followed the 19th princess. Even Wu Yu inherited this mission. So Zhu Xiaobao wanted Wu Yu to follow him several times. But Wu Yu refused every time. Between the two, she chose Princess 19 without hesitation. "Don't say that to my father. Being loyal to the princess has always been our responsibility. My father said that the princess is not an ordinary person, but a chosen one. That's why I don't know what to do," Wu Yu said with a troubled face, and looked at Zhu Xiaobao pitifully. She was very reluctant to let her quit. "TSK, I am the chosen one, and I am your destination. In the end, you are not going to be in charge of everything? Humph. Your family's mission is to follow her. I don't care about that. But I didn't say you can't get married. Give it to me. What are you struggling with? At the worst, you can let her do it. She will be the big one, and you will be the small one." Zhu Xiaobao straightened his back and shouted domineeringly. "Will the princess be unhappy?" Wu Yu suddenly felt warm in her heart, but she was still a little worried. "Aren't you two sisters? Do you think she will argue with you?" In fact, Zhu Xiaobao knew that the 19th princess might be even more guilty now. "I don't know about this. It's good to be in love with sisters, but that refers to other things. And it didn't say anything like this?" Wu Yu still couldn't wrap her mind around it. This thing happened so suddenly. And Manager Wu was too serious. So Wu Yu was always worried about what to do. Sisters who love each other. The next step is to be best friends. Do best friends understand? We can communicate with each other even about things in the boudoir, including what we are doing now. The princess hopes you can tell her. Otherwise she will be a coward. You're like an old hater who doesn't understand anything. Zhu Xiaobao made Wu Yu doubtful with his twisted reasoning. But he felt much better, and wasn't so worried anymore. What Wu Yu fears most is that Zhu Xiaobao is with the 19th princess. And she can no longer be with Zhu Xiaobao. In that case, it would be too cruel to see him every day, but not be able to get close to him anymore. Early the next morning, Zhu Xiaobao went to knock on the 19th princess's door. He was the only one who dared to be so bold and knocked on the 19th princess's door. The female guards at the door looked at Zhu Xiaobao a little stupidly, and no one dared to come up to dissuade him. What are you doing? Are you making so much noise so early in the morning? Are there any rules? Princess 19 opened the door angrily. She hasn't gotten up yet, so she still has a tired look on her face. But this still can't hide the beauty of the 19th princess, and it makes her look even more lazy and delicate. The expression on his face is not very happy. No one has ever been so presumptuous. But Zhu Xiaobao was the one holding her waist, and his expression was even more temperamental than hers. You didn't hear it last night, did you? Are you disappointed? Zhu Xiaobao made the 19th princess tremble in shock as soon as he opened his mouth. What nonsense are you talking about? Who wants to listen? Princess 19 quickly scolded Zhu Xiaobao in a low voice. In fact, I still feel a little guilty. I really didn't sleep well last night. I waited until midnight and didn't hear the howling like a killing pig. So I'm still a little bit awake now. I will take Wu Yu to see the tobacco growing area now. Go to Chief Wu's place and tell the old man clearly that Wu Yu is my wife. Don't talk nonsense to me. I will also go to Chief Wu's place later. Let's meet there. Zhu Xiaobao seemed to be very angry today. After saying this, he pulled Wu Yu out of the princess's house. Then both mounted their horses and headed straight out of the city. Mr. Wu? What's going on? Why is Wu Yu so silent today? She didn't say anything when she saw me? What's going on? The 19th princess didn't make such a fuss as Zhu Xiaobao, and was confused. After finishing washing up in a hurry, he immediately boarded the Fingjia and went straight to the house of General Manager Wu. After arriving outside the city, Zhu Xiaobao's mood gradually improved. The place was clean and elegant, and the air was fresh. The patches of tobacco are growing lushly. The tobacco farmers greeted Wu Yu respectfully when they saw him. But when they saw Zhu Xiaobao, they turned a blind eye and nodded at most. Wu Yu is now quite prestigious on Princess Island. Only the 19th princess and Commander Wu. What are you doing here? Aren't all these tobaccos harvested and sent to Lingyu Mountain to be processed into cigars for Mr. Duanmu? Wu Yu asked a little strangely. Huh? Send them all? So many? Does he use so many? Zhu Xiaobao was stunned after hearing this and asked quickly. Of course not. Just choose the best one and send it to Mr. Duanmu. The others are of no use. Wu Yu said disapprovingly. Duanmu has strict requirements. She has known it for a long time. That's right. Let me tell you. The output here is not small. How could he use so much? I came here just to get another profitable business for Princess Island. Well, I'll let Mr. Wu come over then. Just take care of this and save him from getting involved in our affairs. Zhu Xiaobao picked a tobacco leaf, held it in his hand, and looked at it carefully, while his mind was recalling the tobacco processing methods in his memory. Now it seems that the simplest one is flue-cured tobacco. But the processing process needs to be tested by yourself before you can finally determine it. Of course, there will also be a smoking pot and pipe. This kind of thing will also be a product that can make a lot of money. Real old smokers all have their favorite smoking tools. By then, copper smoking pots, iron smoking pots, and pure gold smoking pots will all be very profitable. Once this thing becomes popular, it will be more profitable than burning knives. And the cost is low. Zhu Xiaobao picked a few tobacco leaves and was going to take them back to start his development research. I looked at the planting area in front of me again. I still need to expand the planting area, but there is no need to worry. Tobacco leaves are also grown on the 2 small islands adjacent to Princess Island, and the output should be able to meet the initial demand. Let my father take care of it. He doesn't understand this? Why do you think of letting him take care of it? Wu Yu exclaimed in surprise. If you don't understand, you can learn it. This kind of technology must be in the hands of your own people. I think General Manager Wu is the most suitable. Zhu Xiaobao returned to his smiling look. And he knew at a glance that it was not well-intentioned. But my mood also improved. Every time Zhu Xiaobao shows this expression, it means something new is about to be released. Then let's go to my father's place now, Wu Yu asked anxiously. That's right. Let's go now. The princess should be there too. Let's ride a horse together and be romantic for a while. Zhu Xiaobao didn't care whether Wu Yu wanted to or not. He jumped on Wu Yu's horse and sat on Wu Yu's horse. Behind you. Wu Yu hugged Wu Yu with both hands. Of course, those small movements were indispensable. Wu Yu immediately blushed and her heart beat. But she still enjoyed it very much. She just thought that this journey could be longer. When we arrived at General Manager Wu's residence, not to mention that General Manager Wu was really very simple. His house was very small, with only a few rooms and a small courtyard. Not even servants. The only person who takes care of and serves him is Aunt Wei, although the two of them have no real status. Everyone knows that Aunt Wei is actually the woman of General Manager Wu. She has been with General Manager Wu for more than 10 years. And Wu Yu is her leader. Big princess. What I mean is that you can just be a servant like Aunt Wei, without any status. This is also good for her, Manager Wu said in a low voice with his head down. The sitting 19th princess looked unhappy. Only now did she know why Zhu Xiaobao was so angry so early in the morning. It turns out that it was Chief Wu who spoke here. How can that be done? Wu Yu and I grew up together, and we are like sisters. If you do this, you will alienate the relationship between us. Besides, I should be sorry for her. Princess 19 was very dissatisfied. Said, Princess, please don't say that. You're going to kill the old slave. It's only natural for us, father and daughter, to follow the princess. Don't break the rules for your. Director Wu quickly waved his hands in fear and said, inadvertently think of yourself as your original slave again. Although he has escaped from slavery, he has not changed at all in his bones. Okay, don't worry about this anymore. I'll talk to you about it, Princess 19 said with a stern face. The old slave will listen to the princess. General Manager Wu bent over and stood aside. Aunt Wei was still supporting him. Isn't he disabled in one foot? It's a bit difficult to stand. At this moment, Wu Yu and Zhu Xiaobao rode into the yard on a horse. Chapter 483 Tobacco Processing B. Manager Wu looked out of the window. When he saw Wu Yu and Zhu Xiaobao riding a horse into the yard, Manager Wu staggered. If Aunt Wei hadn't supported him, he would have sat on the ground. Only then did he ask Wu Yu to restrain himself. But he didn't expect that he would come in so arrogantly now. Not to mention, Zhu Xiaobao jumped off the horse and hugged Wu Yu thoughtfully. In fact, Wu Yu is not used to this kind of show of affection at all. She is bold by nature. If she wants to dismount, she can jump off easily with just one leg. Now this makes Wu Yu very embarrassed. But under Zhu Xiaobao's insistence, Wu Yu could only be obedient. Zhu Xiaobao is absolutely domineering now. General Manager Wu was immediately furious. He was about to get angry at Wu Yu, but immediately saw the stern eyes of the 19th princess. General Manager Wu had to shrink back, lowered his head, and remained silent. In fact, Wu Yu was even more nervous than Manager Wu at this moment. Wasn't this provocation in front of the 19th princess? So now Wu Yu is following Zhu Xiaobao uneasily. She has realized that her father is going to go crazy. Come here. Come to my place and sit with me for a while. Uncle Wu, you can sit down too. We are all our own. Why are you being so formal? Unexpectedly, it was the 19th princess and Yan Yu who were waiting for Wu Yu. A beautiful smile, and still as intimate as before. Oh, okay. Wu Yu walked to the 19th princess with some hesitation. Aunt Wei helped her get a stool, and Wu Yu carefully sat behind the 19th princess. General Manager Wu, I haven't seen you for a long time. You look good, but you are a bit angry. Zhu Xiaobao still shouted with a smile. In fact, since arriving at Princess Island, General Manager Wu has not been seen often. And because of Wu Yu's relationship, Zhu Xiaobao and Princess 19 are very caring for General Manager Wu. General Manager Wu was the first person Zhu Xiaobao met when he came to this world. It should be said that he was his savior. Zhu Xiaobao was very grateful to General Manager Wu. But this time, Commander Wu is not so satisfied. This old man is too old-fashioned. He insists on making himself a loyal and courageous slave. Isn't this a shame? I've met the 5th prince. Director Wu Yuden awkwardly bowed to Zhu Xiaobao. To be honest, he still can't connect the prince of Zerwei Kingdom with the rogue Zhu Xiaobao in front of him. come together. But with his current status, he must salute. Hey! 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 Old man! I don't even think of myself as a prince. Why don't you stop being so generous? Hey! Aunt Wei! How about you too? You are younger than before now. Zhu Xiaobao waved his hand quickly, he said, and then greeted Aunt Wei very affectionately. Ha ha! Look at your mouth. It's still the same as before. Aunt Wei was more casual and said with a smile. But she was still very happy in her heart. Women like to be praised for their youth and beauty. Ha ha! I like to hear this. I have always regarded you as my family. But now you don't regard me as your family. And you have interfered in my affairs with your. I can make it clear that no matter who it is, they are equal to me. There is no distinction between high and low. Hey, princess, what I said is right. Although Zhu Xiaobao was still smiling, his words were very sharp, and he directly asked the ninth princess on the head. Humph, I only just found out about your. Don't worry. I will give you an explanation. I will never treat her badly. She has always been the person closest to me. What about you? You are not just here. Is it for Wu Yu? Where is the lucrative new product you promised? Princess 19 stared at Zhu Xiaobao without flinching at all, and even raised her own questions tit for tat. Yeah, that's good. As for the tobacco post-processing products I mentioned, I have already gone to see them. Just in time. You are all here. I need a few trustworthy people to master some processing methods. You will be selected. A few of the most friendly people. You will have complete control over this technology by then. Hee hee. The profit in this process is not huge. When Zhu Xiaobao said it at the end, he even had a Japanese accent. Even dancing. Are you really that confident? The 19th grandfather couldn't help being amused by Zhu Xiaobao's funny actions. And then he turned to Director Wu and said, You can take care of this matter. Huh? I think Aunt Wei is very good. She is quick with her hands and feet. And she is meticulous and thoughtful in doing things. The key is that Aunt Wei is still the person I trust most. Manager Wu and Aunt Wei were shocked, happy, and frightened. They didn't care about how much power they had or how much money they could earn. What they cared about was the trust of the 19th princess, which made them very proud and satisfied. After coming out of Controller Wu, the 19th princess and Wu Yu still walked side by side hand in hand, and then even got into the 19th princess's Phoenix car together. This time it was Zhu Xiaobao's turn to be a little dumbfounded. And he shouted, What about me? Let me go up too. It's boring to ride a horse alone. Humph. Didn't you say that? There are a lot of secret things to say between best friends, and it's not convenient for you to listen. You'd better follow behind. Princess 19th immediately threw Zhu Xiaobao's words back and dared to love Wu Yu. At this moment, Kung Fu has already explained everything Zhu Xiaobao said. It's really considerate. When they returned to the princess mansion, the 19th princess got off the Fengjiao with a blushing face. It seemed that Wu Yu had explained everything about the bed. This silly girl was really made to be a slave. Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but glared at Wu Yu angrily. Hey, princess, have you finished sharing all of your privacy? What do you think? If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly asked Princess 19 with a smile. Go away! The 19th princess immediately scolded in anger, but immediately smiled slyly and said, Well, there are really still a lot of things I don't know about. I plan to let you sleep with me tonight. Okay? Explain it carefully. Well, you can go about your tobacco processing first. Oh? Have I really become a loner? Wait, don't be like this. How about the three of us get together in the evening, and I will explain it in more detail. Zhu Xiaobao was a little dumbfounded at once. He didn't expect that the 19th princess would want to. It's much more difficult to deal with than Wu Yu. And he's not at all inferior. In the next few days, Zhu Xiaobao really devoted himself to tobacco processing experiments. Theoretical knowledge alone was not enough. In practice, there were still many problems. But this is much more convenient than processing burnt knives. Only 3 days later, Zhu Xiaobao was already able to bake golden tobacco leaves. In fact, this process is 3 steps: yellowing, fixing color, and drying the tendons. The second step of fixing color is the most critical, which directly causes the formation of aroma-promoting substances in the tobacco leaves. The control of temperature and humidity in this process is more complicated. It took Zhu Xiaobao so long to bake the qualified tobacco leaves because he was constantly adjusting the temperature and humidity. Although the 19th princess paid great attention to her in the past few days, and came several times. She felt very unnatural every time she faced Zhu Xiaobao. And now that Wu Yu is not around, Princess 19's heart is extremely complicated. She wants to know the progress of Zhu Xiaobao's research, but she is also afraid of facing Zhu Xiaobao. However, this thing must be kept secret, and she can only keep it to herself. Come. So every time after seeing it, I immediately run away, because as soon as she saw Zhu Xiaobao's malicious eyes, her whole body became hairy. Ever since Wu Yu told her what happened in bed, Princess 19's whole body has been in bad shape. When seeing Zhu Xiaobao now, the 19th princess doubted whether she would have the courage to resist if Zhu Xiaobao pounced on him now. But seeing Zhu Xiaobao's focused look, the 19th princess fell in love with her. Zhu Xiaobao was still very charming when he was serious, especially when he was thinking attentively. He could always feel all kinds of strange things. The thoughts were flowing out of his head again. Is this the processed tobacco you're talking about? It's very fragrant. But how do you use it? Didn't you say it needs to be lit before it can be used? Princess 19 asked, pointing to the yellow tobacco leaves one by one. Well, this is just the first stage. This step allows those tobacco farmer dramas to be completed. In this way, not only can they increase their income, but we also save a lot of trouble. The next stage will be the final take shape. The stage is also the finished product stage. Zhu Xiaobao took 2 of the tobacco leaves that he was most satisfied with and said to the 19th princess, "Let's go. Let you see how the cut tobacco that is about to be released is processed and made." In fact, the next step is very simple. First, spray the dry tobacco leaves with moisture so that they will not break when cut into shreds. Add a little white wine to the chopped tobacco to add flavor and stir. Finally, add this flavored shredded tobacco to the pot and stir fry over low heat until the golden tobacco leaves turn into dark gold and a little red. Then you can take them out of the pot and screen them to get the best finished tobacco. At this time, the small rooms were already filled with the scent of tobacco. In fact, this scent is much better than burning cigarettes. Then what's next? Is that enough? Haven't you seen any smoke yet? Princess 19 still hasn't figured out how to use the shredded tobacco that Zhu Xiaobao made. Now it's time to witness the miracle. Let's wait for Wu Yu to get what I want, and then I'll show it to you. How about we hug and celebrate in advance? Zhu Xiaobao stretched. He opened his arms and smiled. How dare you? If you act recklessly, you won't be able to be with Wu Yu tonight. The 19th princess suddenly screamed, jumped far away, and said very vigilantly. At this moment, Wu Yueji hurried back, holding a golden object in his hand, more than 8 inches long, with an upward curved head that looked like a small wine glass. This thing is actually made of pure gold. It is the most traditional smoking pot designed and customized by Zhu Xiaobao. Chapter 484 Tobacco Processing. C. The 19th princess took over this exquisitely made and heavy-feeling solid gold smoke pot from Wu Yu, which looked like an arrow of craftsmanship, because the craftsman didn't know what Zhu Xiaobao was going to use this thing for. They carved it carefully. There were also various exquisite patterns carved on the tobacco stem, so it was eye-catching to hold it in your hand. I didn't expect that the craftsmanship of these craftsmen is really good, but this is too exquisite. It just lacks a cigarette bag to hang on it. It would be quite perfect, Zhu Xiaobao said thoughtfully. Stop talking about how to use things when you are busy. You are so anxious to death. Wu Yu couldn't help shouting at this time. She had an impatient temper, so she urged. That's right. Hurry up. We're still waiting to see. Princess 19 also followed suit, since the two stayed together for 2 nights. I don't know what they said. The two now seem to be in harmony and have a very tacit understanding. Moreover, Princess 19's attitude towards Wu Yu has obviously changed a lot. We often get tired of talking quietly together, and we blush at every turn. Zhu Xiaobao has always been curious. What did the two of them say? Hee. Okay. Watch it. Let you see it. The #1 consumer product in the world. The favorite of men. Zhu Xiaobao shouted, raising the golden cigarette pole in his hand. Then Zhu Xiaobao put shredded tobacco into the smoke pot and pressed it down with his fingers. Then he inhaled slightly from the candle, and the smoke pot lit up. Immediately, smoke came out of Zhu Xiaobao's mouth. Ahem. Cough. Cough. This thing still needs an adaptation stage. In fact, I don't like it very much. Zhu Xiaobao didn't know how to smoke before traveling through time, so he doesn't have much experience now. So he just performed it for the first time. I choked. As for the taste and texture of this cut tobacco, of course, I don't know. Anyway, his shredded tobacco is exclusively produced. So it's up to him to decide whether it's good or not. Is this what you call smoking? Isn't it difficult? It's just ordinary smoke. Just a little fragrant. Princess 19 still didn't understand. And she doubted that this thing would be popular with people. Hey! Xiaobao! Why do you say it is men's favorite? Can't women use this thing? Wu Yu immediately grasped the point and asked. In fact, she was quite eager to try it. She looked at Zhu Xiaobao, there was smoke coming out of her mouth and nose. But she thought it was still very interesting. No. 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 Absolutely not. I have said before that this thing is extremely harmful to women. It will cause aging, wrinkles, irregular menstruation, and affect fertility. Zhu Xiaobao immediately explained hurriedly said. What he is most worried about is that if the women around him also become addicted to the eyes, the scene will be too scary. And smoking is indeed harmful to health. That has no effect on men? You have to know that our physiques are no worse than men's. Moreover, from the way you look just now, you don't seem to be very proficient. Princess 19 also asked in confusion. Okay, I admit, this thing is indeed different from a cigar. Smoking has to pass through the lungs. So just now I tried to inhale it into the lungs and then spit it out. So I choked. I can't smoke either. So I'm not sure whether this thing can sell well. I still need to find some volunteers to try it. Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to say honestly. Volunteer? Who to look for? How to try? Princess 19 suddenly felt a little faint. This guy was not sure? And the 19th princess doesn't feel very optimistic. Even if it has a slight fragrance. It's not as comfortable as the natural and fresh one. You don't have to worry about this. I have already sent people to build 100 smoking pots. Well, they are just made of copper. I asked Lao Ha to find someone to try smoking for a few days. Then we will know the effect. Zhu Xiaobao himself is a little doubtful whether this thing can sell well. So I decided to let Ha Chi to find someone to try first. But this guy was also clamoring to be the tobacco general agent in the Shijue area. The next 100 smoking pots were made much faster. And of course, the workmanship was much rougher. Hachita held it in his hand, followed Zhu Xiaobao's example, and took 2 puffs. He was very adaptable, and even felt a little bit. I seem a little dizzy, but this feeling seems to be more spicy and exciting than a cigar. Damn it. Lao Ha. You are such a genius. You hit the nail on the head, and can already taste the charm? Zhu Xiaobao exclaimed a little excitedly. No. I just want to help you try it when I have nothing to do. Hachita also said a little depressed. This thing is a little different from what he thought. It's hard to say whether it will be sold or not. Yes. Yes. What I want is what you said. It is a pastime when you have nothing to do. This is the value of tobacco. Find some people and try them all. I provide tobacco for free. If you feel anything, give me feedback immediately. Zhu Xiaobao said enthusiastically. Free supply? Are you so generous this time? Why do I feel a little worried? Hachita looked at Zhu Xiaobao in confusion. This guy was actually willing to give it for free and was so enthusiastic. This made Hachita immediately alert. Woke up. At this moment, the old apprentice ran in seemingly aggrieved. As soon as he entered the door, he shouted loudly, Master, don't you care anymore? This old guy Wu Wei actually snatched my reading glasses and was still thinking about my magnifying glass. Ah, disciple, you are the great master. So you won't take it back again? Zhu Xiaobao immediately looked at the old disciple and said in surprise. Could it be that his master is still helping him fight? Yes. But I can't beat this old man Wu Wei. On the surface, this old guy looks like a fairy and a master. But secretly, he is despicable and shameless. And he actually does it. The old apprentice said angrily. He really can't beat him. Master Wu Wei, however, got carried away and insisted on showing off his reading glasses in front of Master Wu Wei. So Master Wu Wei snatched them away and tried to use them. Then there was no more. And the great venerable Wu Wei never mentioned the return. Zhu Xiaobao looked at the old apprentice in a daze. As the saying goes, little child, old child. These 2 great sages are really interesting. They can even start a quarrel and even come to complain. Princess 19 and Wu Yu also looked at each other in shock. It seemed that the great master was not so elegant and unrestrained. There is no difference between joy, anger, sorrow, and ordinary people. I can't control this matter. When you get back, wouldn't it be okay to ask your junior sister to make another pair of reading glasses for you? Well, Just let Mr. Wu Wei do it. He is older than you, so he needs it more. Reading glasses. Do you know? Zhu Xiaobao said patiently. There was nothing he could do. The old apprentice had never suffered such grievances before, so he had to comfort him. Okay, that's cheaper than that old boy. Hey, Hatchetu, what is that thing in your hand? Why is it still smoking? Is this the tobacco my master said? Bring it here. Let me see. This thing, how to use it. Although the old apprentice was very unconvinced, there was nothing he could do about it. Who said he was the head of the 9 great sages? But he suddenly saw the smoking pot in Hatchetu's hand, and Hatchetu was smoking from his nostrils. It immediately aroused strong curiosity. The old disciple is not so polite to Hatchetu. The great lord, being able to call Hatchetu by his name already made Hatchetu feel flattered. Senior, it's the tobacco that Xiaobao has just processed. It's quite interesting. Would you like to try it? Hatchetu nodded quickly and bowed, saying with joy on his face, Hey, this thing is fun and interesting. Master, get me a smoking pot too. I want to be a volunteer too. The old apprentice immediately raised his head and asked, Isn't Zhu Xiaobao already better than him now? Is it high? That's why the old apprentice is talking to Zhu Xiaobao with his head raised. Well, then you can take my smoking pot. It's made of pure gold. It's quite impressive to carry it with you. Zhu Xiaobao gave his golden smoking pole to his old apprentice. Hey, thank you, master. I didn't expect such a good thing. This time old man Wu Wei has to follow me around for 3 days again. The old apprentice suddenly shouted with joy. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao gave his golden cigarette pole directly to himself. This made the old apprentice feel proud. Well, this thing is harmful to health. Long-term smoking will cause damage to the lungs. You must pay attention. After thinking about it, Zhu Xiaobao still felt that it was necessary to remind his old apprentice that this thing is not a good thing after all. Although it is, the damage will take a long time to show up. Damage? Ha ha ha. It's a joke. After cultivating the venerable, I am invulnerable to all poisons. What can harm me? The great venerable can even remove impurities and toxins from the body by himself. How can this thing possibly harm me? The old apprentice couldn't help but laugh. Oh, so that's it. It seems that my understanding still needs to be improved. Many things in this world are different from the original ones. No wonder people here basically don't get sick and live longer. It seems that this kind of cultivation is still possible. It's quite beneficial. Zhu Xiaobao understood a little after listening to his old apprentice's words, and it seemed that what he was worried about was not so important anymore. People in this world are much stronger than people on Earth. And even Zhu Xiaobao himself has noticed it. Because his height, strength, and various organs are much stronger than before. It seems that no one has ever gotten sick here, except for external injuries and internal injuries. Lao Jiao, open the door. Let's play 2 games together. We haven't played chess for several days, and my hands are really itchy. The great master Wu Wei was at the door of the old disciple's room, looking cheerful. We are discussing, but there is no other way. The old apprentice is now hiding behind closed doors, and he doesn't know what he is doing at home. This made Master Wu Wei very uncomfortable. Now both of them are addicted to playing chess. But since he snatched the reading glasses, the old apprentice ignored him, which made Master Wu Wei very uncomfortable. No! Unless you return the reading glasses to me, otherwise there is no need to talk. The old apprentice was sitting at home, drinking tea and smoking. Now he has begun to appreciate the beauty of this tobacco. There are still some on the table. In chess, the old apprentice dares to set up the score at home. Not to mention how carefree his life is, waiting until dinner to make some drinks. This day, even if I give it to a god, I won't change it. Ha ha. Didn't I say it? I borrowed it temporarily. When my cultivation level goes further, I probably won't need these reading glasses. Great Master Wu Wei said with a smile, without even thinking of returning them to him. Apprentice. Ah, you are an immortal. You are almost 200 years old, and you still want to go further? Do you think you can cultivate to a martial saint? Don't fool me. I am also a great venerable, and I know the mystery behind this. The old apprentice immediately refuted loudly, and then shouted out the window. Xiao, go quickly. Master Dao, bring some more shredded tobacco. This thing burns quite fast. By the way, I got 2 tails of tea leaves, and a jar of 3 years old Kamanchin. Old Gio, it's too much. I've said so, and you still won't let me go. I'm only half as big as one person. So this is... okay. Right. The great Master Wu Wei finally couldn't help it anymore, and reached out to put on his reading glasses. He took it out, and with a swipe of his finger, the reading glasses split into two halves from the middle. You? Are you more prodigal than my master? The old disciple rushed out in shock and anger, pointed at the great venerable Wu Wei, and shouted angrily. Ha ha! Don't you still have a junior sister? Wouldn't it be okay to ask her to make 2 more pairs of reading glasses? Don't be so stingy. Hey, what is this and what does it smell like? Lao Jiao, you are so stupid. What have you been doing for the past 2 days? Mysterious? Come on. Show me. The old disciple of Lan Dao, the great Master Wu Wei, finally showed his face. He was very excited, but he immediately discovered it again. The smoky atmosphere in the room. The whole room was filled with smoke, and through the smoke, I also saw the golden cigarette rod in the old apprentice's hand. Hee hee. There's nothing we can do about it. I have a master. I can enjoy any good things first. This thing is still in the testing stage. My master said that it is not allowed to be tried by outsiders. So don't think about it. What? Wu Wei, old man. Do you want to rob me by force again? The old apprentice shook his head, and shook his head in the middle of the sentence. He quickly put his hands behind his back, and shouted warily. Zhu Xiaobao was also busy spreading knowledge to everyone at this time. No way. He never expected that Hachitu would develop the sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Xue into volunteers. Now, it's good that the sisters also come to ask for tobacco. There are also many female warriors who have been recruited by Hachitu. Got implicated. Hachitu also had good intentions, thinking that to develop volunteers, he must be the person Zhu Xiaobao trusted the most. So he made a special trip to flatter the 2 sisters, Yu Shuang and Yu Xue. Unexpectedly, the 2 sisters were very satisfied with Hachitu's performance this time. They had nothing to do, and stayed together at night. Hachitu also specially sent a lot of barbecue and good wine. The 2 sisters are here. Not to mention how nourishing my life was. I didn't even want to go back to Lingyu Mountain. I found various reasons to stay at Princess Island. Sisters, I've told you. This thing is very harmful to women. Don't try it. It will really make you old and decay. And it will also affect your fertility. Did you hear everything I said? Zhu Xiaobao stood in the middle of these female warriors, and persuaded them earnestly. Then it's okay for both of us. We don't want to have children. Hey, Zhu Xiaobao, why can you men smoke, but us women can't smoke? We have also smoked Mr. Duanmu cigars, and neither has Mr. Duanmu. What are you talking about? I don't care. Otherwise, everyone should stop smoking. If I see any man who dares to smoke in front of me, I will kill him with one knife. Yu Shuang and Yu Xue, 2 sisters, shouted in disbelief. It frightened Hachitu next to him. He was holding a golden cigarette rod and enjoying it beautifully. In the past 2 days, Hachitu had already felt the beauty of this thing. Of course, he would never treat himself badly. He made himself a pure gold cigarette rod overnight. It was much thicker than the one Zhu Xiaobao held, and it felt heavy in his hand. He was a rich man. This is the style you want. Okay. I'm just making the stakes clear, and you can decide what's right for you. But let me make it clear first. I hate women smoking in front of me, and no one is allowed to smoke in front of me in the future. Zhu Xiaobao said a little dejectedly. He didn't expect this result. How could this damn Hachitu find these 2 sisters? At this time, the great Master Wu Wei and his old disciple also entered the room noisily, and strangled each other. Both of them were holding the golden cigarette rod in their hands, which meant that they were not exerting any force. Otherwise, the golden cigarette rod would have been broken, just split in 2. Little treasures. Am I the one with the highest cultivation level here? Master Wu Wei shouted loudly, as soon as he saw the little treasures. The shock made Zhu Xiaobao's mind buzz, and Hachitu simply sat on the ground. It turns out that the great venerable Wu Wei has a little bit of inner strength. So even Yu Shuang and Yu Xue felt a little uncomfortable in their chests. The great venerable's kung fu is beyond what they both can handle. Yes, everyone knows about your power, Zhu Xiaobao said helplessly. Then why am I not a volunteer? This fair-weather old man is a volunteer instead? Please explain it clearly to me. Venerable Wu Wei's reason is simple. He has the highest cultivation level, so of course, he is more qualified to be a volunteer. Alas! Old man, go and get a cigarette pot for the great venerable. Zhu Xiaobao sighed and said. He didn't expect these people to accept this new thing so quickly. More than 10 kilograms of tobacco are almost empty. Senior, why don't you just use this one of mine and let me wash it for you? The pure gold one cost me 70 taels of gold, Hatcheta said in a flattering way. Being able to climb up to a great venerable is such a big deal. The price is simply too cheap. Humph. You are the only one who knows the truth here. Okay. I will remember you. I will come to you if I need anything. When he saw that this cigarette rod was thicker than the old apprentice's, the great venerable Wu Wei, I was very satisfied immediately. After all these people were sent away, Zhu Xiaobao let out a sigh of relief and shook his head. I'm sorry. Why did you get shredded tobacco? Everything else is better than this. Xiaobao, why are you so opposed to women smoking? At this time, Princess 19 stood quietly at the door, followed by Wu Yu. Oh, you haven't seen what it looks like for a woman to smoke and smoke all day long. It's ungraceful and unsightly. In fact, even I don't like the feeling of smoking. Zhu Xiaobao sighed. He said with a breath. Oh, so that's it. I wanted to try it. Princess 19 said with a little regret. Where is Wu Yu? Zhu Xiaobao asked a little strangely when he realized that Wu Yu was not following her today. She went to find sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. Huh? It's over. It's hard to guard against it. Chapter 485. Heart-wrenching invention, eh? Princess 19 and Wu Yu were in the princess's boudoir. They were sitting at the table, and there was a silver cigarette rod on the table. The two looked at each other, scared, worried, and a little excited. It turned out that they both wanted to try the taste of tobacco. Princess, what if Xiaobao finds out? I'd better stop smoking. I don't want to do anything Xiaobao doesn't want to do, Wu Yu said with a tangled heart. She was given to her by Zhu Xiaobao from Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. Dead lifted back. Before leaving, Zhu Xiaobao scolded Yu Shuang and Yu Shui fiercely. Of course Wu Yu felt very unconvinced at the time and felt that she was losing face. So she came to live with the 19th princess again angrily. But now facing the two smoking poles, Wu Yu was still very confused. In fact, she now believed Zhu Xiaobao's words, which was what Zhu Xiaobao did at that time. It was so embarrassing for her. Unexpectedly, the 19th princess also took out a silver cigarette rod and seemed to be planning to try it, which made Wu Yu feel a little confused. Oh, let's just try what this kind of pastime tastes like. Besides, Xiaobao, didn't Xiaobao say that this thing will be exclusively handled by me? I have to know the taste and how to use it. Right. We still have to rely on this come to make money. Princess 19 found various reasons to want Wu Yu to accompany her to give it a try. She was also afraid of the consequences Zhu Xiaobao said. But she doesn't want to just obey orders. She always wants to show off her personality as the 19th princess. So it is very necessary to have someone to accompany her on the adventure. Then give it a try? You must not tell Xiaobao, Wu Yu said hesitantly. I won't say anything. Only the two of us know about it. Let's taste it quietly. Well, I'll do it first. Princess 19 said this, feeling a little excited in her heart, as if she had regained her childhood. The more forbidden she is to do something at home, the more she wants to do it secretly to get the same feeling. Okay. Why does it feel like being a thief? Wu Yu was also infected by the naughty and rebellious nature of the 19th princess. It seemed that she had returned to the feeling when they were studying together. The 19th princess had already I haven't been so willful for a long time. The sense of master and servant between the two is getting weaker and weaker. Ahem. Cough. Cough. What's so good about this thing? The taste left in your mouth is not fragrant. It's weird. How can anyone like this thing? Princess 19 said as she took a sip. She coughed repeatedly. Yeah. I feel a little dizzy when I inhale it into my lungs. I'm afraid this thing is just like alcohol. You have to get used to it slowly before you become addicted. Wu Yu learned the lesson well. But she didn't really like this kind of residue. The smell of smoke. Try again. Try again. Hatcheta likes it so much now that he even paid the deposit. There must be something in it for him. Yeah. This time, I'll go first. While the two of them were working quietly in the room, a familiar sound like a killing pig howling came from Zhu Xiaobao's room next door. The voice should have come from Ying Xiuxiu. And the two of them immediately looked at each other. And the 19th princess immediately blushed and her heart skipped a beat. Even Wu Yu's face was flushed. It turned out that when she did it, Princess 19 could hear it so clearly. Huh? He did it on purpose. He just wanted us to hear it. It turns out that Ying Xiuxiu has never screamed so loudly. Wu Yu snorted angrily. Knowing that he ran to the 19th princess out of anger today, Zhu Xiaobao tormented Ying Xiuxiu and deliberately let them hear it. Ying Xiuxiu in the next room asked breathlessly, "Master, you still want to scream? I can't bear it anymore." Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation level is now much higher than that of Ying Xiuxiu, and her ability in this area has also increased. Ying Xiuxiu basically can't last long now. Normally, the two of them served Zhu Xiaobao together, but this time one time, Zhu Xiaobao only brought Ying Xiuxiu out, while Lu Tong and Lu Fang stayed at home. "Oh, forget it. Xiuxiu, you should also practice harder. Look at you now. You can't even withstand this little strength. Forget it. I guess they should have heard it too." Zhu Xiaobao said this, but in his heart, he was very proud and satisfied with his current body. But before she finished speaking, Wu Yu kicked the door of the room open. Wu Yu came to question the crime. "Zhu Xiaobao, did you do it on purpose? You knew that the princess and I were next door, so you deliberately caused this such a loud noise? Who said that? I have to consider other people's feelings when I do something? Is this necessary? Who told you to play tricks with me? Wait. Okay. Wu Yu, how dare you smoke behind my back? Xiu, close the door. I want to enforce the family law." Zhu Xiaobao originally wanted to argue with Wu Yu, but suddenly smelled the smell of smoke on Wu Yu's body and shouted angrily, "Yes!" Ying Xiuxiu was very obedient and closed the door immediately. "I just smoked a little bit. Really a little bit." Wu Yu immediately regretted it. He had known that he would come here the next morning to investigate, but now he felt guilty. The 19th princess listened. Originally, she wanted to hold Wu Yu back, but she didn't expect Wu Yu to wave her hands and rush out in such a rage. The 19th princess couldn't follow her, so she had to secretly pray that Wu Yu would not be discovered. But the next thing I heard were Zhu Xiaobao's angry sounds. Wu Yu's voice seemed to be getting smaller and smaller. In the end, it was just a moan. Then the voice became slightly louder, but it was just audible. It can be seen that Takazuki Ninja had a hard time. The 19th princess immediately understood that this was a complete defeat, and she was still receiving corporal punishment. This corporal punishment sounded like she was enjoying it. What's wrong with this bestie? She surrendered in the blink of an eye? Early the next morning, just as the 19th princess expected, Zhu Xiaobao knocked on the door again. When he opened the door, he saw Wu Yu following behind with her head lowered. Zhu Xiaobao's face was red and smiling. "Princess? How are you? How many pots of cigarettes did you smoke in one night? Have you found the feeling? Do you care? Even if smoking is harmful. It's my own business." Princess 19 shouted angrily. She had a really hard time last night, so Princess 19 doesn't have a good temper now. Come in with me." Zhu Xiaobao held Princess 19's hand domineeringly and entered the princess's boudoir. He found that there was still a faint smell of cigarette smoke in the room. Xiaobao whispered angrily, "If you don't want to recruit a consort or become a queen, I won't interfere with you. But Wu Yu is not allowed to touch this thing again in the future. What are you doing? Let me go." "Zhu Xiaobao, you are becoming more and more domineering." Princess 19 was frightened and wanted to shake off Zhu Xiaobao's hand, but failed. She wanted to call the guards outside the door, but seeing Zhu Xiaobao's serious eyes, he softened for no reason. "Well, I dragged Wu Yu to try it together yesterday. Xiaobao, I want to fully understand this thing. After all, it is me who does it, of course. I have to fully understand processing, production and sales. Well, you're right. Don't do it next time. If I see you smoking this thing again, I'll deal with it the same way." Zhu Xiaobao thought for a while and felt that what the 19th princess said was reasonable, so he didn't pursue it any further. But what happened next? This sentence made the 19th princess blush immediately. She couldn't help but glance at Wu Yu. Wu Yu's face was also hot. She lowered her head and no longer dared to look at the 19th princess. Although he had shocked the 19th princess, Zhu Xiaobao still couldn't be happy. This was probably the most tangled of all his inventions. Zhu Xiaobao made many improvements based on the feedback from Ha Chitu, Yushuang Yushui, and even Director Wu and the two great sages. And now the cigarette is in his mouth. The taste is spicier and the fragrance is not as strong as before. But this exciting feeling is even more fascinating. It seems like this thing can really become popular. Let's go to Mr. Wu's place and have a look. I heard that your dad is also obsessed with it. I even customized a mahogany cigarette rod for him. Hee. That's considered filial. Right. Zhu Xiaobao has consciously kept Wu Yu with him these days. just because he was afraid that she wouldn't be able to withstand the temptation of the two sisters, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. So he simply kept Wu Yu with him. Besides, I might have to go back soon, so I'd better stay with Wu Yu more. In fact, it is very easy to stay with Wu Yu. This woman is relatively straightforward and listens to Zhu Xiaobao. Well, my dad will definitely like it, Wu Yu said happily. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao has been taking her with her these past few days, which has made Wu Yu very satisfied. The only regret is that she still lives in 19th Princess next door. It's a bit unenjoyable. And the 19th Princess is also very strange. She insists on letting them live there, and wants to change the place. The 19th Princess is not very happy. But when they arrived at Chief Wu's room, Zhu Xiaobao was surprised to find that Aunt Wei also took a cigarette rod and smoked with Chief Wu. The two of them were writing and drawing on the paper, recording something. It turns out that Aunt Wei is responsible for processing and production. So she keeps detailed records of all processing steps and the taste of each cut of tobacco. Therefore, Zhu Xiaobao has no objection at all to Aunt Wei's smoking. He just repeatedly reminds Aunt Wei that smoking is harmful to health. Manager Wu took over the mahogany cigarette rod and was extremely happy. At this time, his eyes were like the eyes of his father-in-law looking at his son-in-law. This made Wu Yu very happy. But she resolutely refused the smoke pot handed over by Chief Wu. After coming out of Manager Wu's house, the two went to Yu Shuang and Yu Shui's residence. As soon as they entered the door, they saw the two sisters sitting in front of the table, with their feet on the table, each holding a cigarette pull. Are you forgetting everything and puffing away at the clouds? Did you see it? This is why I don't let you smoke. What do these two guys look like now? Hey! Can't you two be more ladylike? Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said to Wu Yu, and then yelled, Huh? Zhu Xiaobao? You came just in time. Do you still have any tobacco? We are almost done smoking it. Chapter 486, Heart-Wrenching Invention B. Seeing the virtues of Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, Zhu Xiaobao turned around and left angrily. Although the two sisters quickly cleaned up and chased them out, they were scolded back by Zhu Xiaobao. Even though Zhu Xiaobao should call them elder sister, the two sisters now don't dare to be arrogant when they see Zhu Xiaobao. They always bow their heads and admit their mistakes with a good attitude. Wu Yu stuck out her tongue and hurriedly followed. She was secretly glad that she hadn't contracted this thing. It was really indecent to look like this. No wonder Zhu Xiaobao is so opposed to her, and the princess trying it. But as Zhu Xiaobao came to a pavilion in the middle of the lake, what he saw was a different scene. Both the great venerable Wu Wei and his old disciple were holding cigarette sticks and were concentrating on playing chess. The old disciple seemed relaxed and comfortable, while Wu Wei the great master frowned. No need to ask. He was killed by his old disciple and fell into a passive state again. The two people looked very harmonious. They were quiet and comfortable, taking a sip from time to time, looking very casual. The only incongruous thing is that there is this huge beauty standing behind the old apprentice. She is holding a beggar's chicken and eating it happily. There is a jar of wine next to it. This time she did not follow Tong Wuxin back, but was left behind by the great master Wu Wei. But what surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that Zhu Mei was not interested in this kind of smoking. She only focused on eating. The reason why Zhu Xiaobao visits here and there is to prepare for the product to be put on the shelves. He wants to see their daily consumption independence on this product before he can set a price. Therefore, Zhu Xiaobao's mood is very complicated. On the one hand, he is very worried. And on the other hand, he is sharpening his sword and preparing to make a lot of money. Don't think about it. Only by vaulting a horse can you resolve the crisis. This is a fixed formula. Zhu Xiaobao saw Master Wu Wei scratching his head and scratching his head. He couldn't help but give some guidance. Huh? Wonderful. It turns out that there is a bright future in the dark. Ha. Lao Jiao, your master is your master. You can't accept it. Master Wu Wei suddenly turned the corner, and the old god raised the golden cigarette pole and took a beautiful puff. Master, you are a true gentleman watching the chess game without saying anything. This is what you said. The old apprentice suddenly said with a little annoyance. Humph. Do you think I look like a true gentleman? Zhu Xiaobao replied quickly. He really doesn't want this false reputation. Okay. I have learned my lesson. The old disciple nodded helplessly. Indeed, this guy is not a true gentleman at all. Two seniors. Xiaobao wants to see how much you smoke every day, and when you smoke, and what effect it has on the body. Wu Yu said with a smile. Well, I only smoked twice when I was free. If I was practicing or busy, I wouldn't remember it. But I still smoked a lot these days. Especially when I have to use my brain to play chess with this old guy. I smoke too much. Grand Venerable Wu Wei shook the golden cigarette stick in his hand. And the old god said in a serious voice. His golden cigarette stick was given to him by Hachitu. And it is thicker than the one of his old apprentice. There are so many. So it always feels a bit overwhelming. Yeah. Old man. Don't smoke too much. This thing is not good for the lungs. If you smoke too much, the e-liquid will stick to the lungs. Over time, it will cause coughing, phlegm, and lung cancer. It's possible. Zhu Xiaobao reminded him kindly, judging from the ash on the ground. These two old guys smoked a lot. What is lung cancer? I've never heard of it. But you said it can stick to the lungs? Hee hee. That's impossible. Jiumei, go get a basin of water. Although the great Venerable Wu Wei doesn't know what lung cancer is. For all the little ones. Bao said that he didn't agree with it at all. Let Jiumei go get a basin of water immediately. Well, lung cancer is a malignant tumor. But I haven't seen it here yet. Forget it. Maybe there is no such disease here at all. Why do you want a basin of water? Zhu Xiaobao then remembered that many things here are. It's different from the one on Earth. It seems that the people here are much stronger. Ha ha! I'll let you see if the liquid you mentioned can stick to my lungs, Master Wu Wei said with a smile. At this time, Jiumei brought a large basin of water. She was very sincere. This basin was a bathtub. The great Master Wu Wei shook his head when he saw it. This silly girl is too real. The great Venerable Wu Wei put his head into the water. After a while, Zhu Xiaobao found that there seemed to be a lot less water in the basin. Looking at the great Venerable Wu Wei again, with his hands behind his back, water vapor began to come out from all over his body. After a while, he took out a sweat towel, covered his mouth, sprayed hard, and wiped the corners of his mouth. Then he asked with a smile, "Is this what you are talking about? It is indeed very annoying, but it is impossible to stay in my body." Zhu Xiaobao and Wu Yu stretched out their heads to take a look, and saw a thick layer of thick smoke oil stuck to the snow-white sweat towel, which was shocking. It's only been a few days, and you've already accumulated so much? But Zhu Xiaobao was also greatly impressed by Master Wu Wei's skill. It turned out that he could really remove impurities from his body by himself. Humph! What a trick! Master, despite his show-off. In fact, as long as you reach the level of Martial Master, you can clear the toxins in your body. Even if you have not reached the level of Martial Master, you can still practice the Marrow Cleansing Sutra to remove impurities from the body. The disciple snorted with disdain. He should have been the one to show off such a thing. But he didn't expect that the great Venerable Wu Wei would take the lead. Oh, I'm relieved now. It seems I've been worrying too much, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly said with a sense of relief. The thing he was most worried about turned out to be nothing in this world, which made him sigh once again. The technological level here is very low, but the cultivation is quite advanced. It seems that the development directions of the two worlds are completely different. After coming out of the Huxing Pavilion, Zhu Xiaobao's mood suddenly became better. Since there is no harm, there is no psychological burden. He and Wu Yu even went to the street to take a look. Unexpectedly, the 19th princess had already made preparations for the tobacco to be put on the shelves a few days ago. All kinds of publicity has been put in place. There is also a huge ink painting hanging at the entrance of the largest flagship store. The two visitors are holding cigarette poles and playing chess. It can be seen that the two of them think that nothing is a big deal. The venerable and the old disciple were round in shape, but now they look even more celestial and celestial. I didn't expect that the 19th princess is really a genius in business. No wonder she managed Shiyuan City so well in the past. It seems that Dashia Kingdom can be prosperous and prosperous even if it is left to her in the future. Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but sigh. He only had a wonderful idea. But when it comes to meticulousness and thoughtfulness, he is far inferior to the 19th princess. Hee hee. Actually, that's not all. The princess also made a cigarette pole for all the civil and military subordinates, saying it was a souvenir to celebrate the defeat of the 7th princess. And the cigarette poles of various grades have been made. Just waiting. On the opening day, it was put on the shelves, Wu Yu said very proudly. And she also contributed to this, because Wu Yu customized several of the highest-end cigarette rods, and they also came with exquisite packaging. Zhu Xiaobao ran back to the princess mansion happily. And when he entered the hall, he saw that Ha Chitu was there. There are more than 30 different types of cigarette rods placed on the table in the hall, with exquisite workmanship. ranging from high to low grades. Hachitu was also a little dumbfounded. He only saw the broad prospects of shredded tobacco. But he did not expect that smoking sets were also a hugely profitable product. And they could be designed and customized by himself. The princess is so considerate. Lao Ha is really impressed. Customize a batch of these smoking sets for me. I want to take them back. Hachitu smiled at the 19th princess and held another in his hand. He changed to a pure gold smoking rod, which was a little thinner than the last time. But the smoking pot on his head was one size larger, because he felt that the original smoking pot was too small and not satisfying. So he had changed to what it is now. It can be seen that as long as there is a need, people's wisdom will be stimulated immediately. Princess, I am also in awe of you. Please accept Xiaobao's bow. Zhu Xiaobao also said with a smile, and pretended to bow his hands in salute. Hate it! Xiaobao, you came just in time. I always feel that something is missing, but I just can't figure it out. Princess 19 covered her mouth and smiled sweetly. But my heart was so happy. And with this guy by my side, my life immediately became rich and colorful. And it was also very joyful. Ha ha ha! Just ask me. I know what you are missing. Bring me a pen and paper. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly laughed and then drew a pattern skillfully, handed it to Princess 19 and said, This is called a purse is hung on a tobacco rod and is specially used to hold shredded tobacco. In the past, girls would only give embroidered purses to their loved ones, and they would also embroider their own names on them. So purses are often used to express girls' love for your sweetheart. Ha ha. For example, you can embroider the word Jenner on your purse, and you can embroider the word you, so I can understand it at a glance. Go away. Who wants to embroider a purse for you? Princess 19 immediately blushed and scolded with a heartbeat, and then immediately ordered her subordinates, who were better at Nvong, to make a sample immediately. After a cup of tea, several of the maids under me sewed 7 or 8 purses. Not to mention, the work was really exquisite. One of them even embroidered the word Fu very creatively. After reading the word, Zhu Xiaobao immediately waved his hand and rewarded him with a tael of silver. At this time, the cigarette rod hung in the purse looked perfect. Hachitu was satisfied and put the tobacco in the purse. It was indeed much more convenient, and it would not leak out when he carried it on his body. It really is. It matches perfectly. I'll ask my mother-in-law to make me a larger one when I go back. Oh, and I'll also embroider her name on it. Seeing Hachitu puffing out smoke triumphantly and leaving the princess mansion, Wu Yu pulled Zhu Xiaobao's sleeves and asked in a low voice, I'll also show you a purse. Okay? Then tell me my name, embroider it on. Okay. That's great. I didn't expect you to become a female red girl. I'm really looking forward to it. Zhu Xiaobao exclaimed excitedly, and then asked the 19th princess, What about you? Also embroider a purse for me. No time. Aren't you a non-smoker? Chapter 487, Be More Courageous, A. Seeing that Hachitu and others had already left, the only ones left in the hall were Wu Yu and Princess 19, as well as Chief Wu and Aunt Wei, all of whom were the most trusted people. So the atmosphere at this time was also very easygoing. Wu Yu also planned to go back with Aunt Wei at night to learn from female celebrities. Didn't she want to repair Zhu Xiaobao's purse with her own hands? However, Princess 19's attitude was more reserved. It seemed that she had no intention of embroidering the purse by herself. However, at this time, she grabbed Zhu Xiaobao's hand and asked with a smile, This thing has never appeared at all. Why did you do it? Do you know the story about those girls giving purses to Qing Lang? Has anyone given them to you before? Do you want to explain it to me? Well, you know. Ahem. My head was hit. I can't remember a lot of things. It's very confusing. What I can remember is all messy. So I can't. Clearly. Anyway, there has never been such a beautiful and touching love story before. And there will definitely be one in the future. Zhu Xiaobao said evasively. The matter of him as a time traveler must not be leaked no matter what. Besides, even if he says it, I'm afraid no one will believe it. Humph. Forget it if you don't want to say it. Anyway, you have too many secrets. Otherwise those great sages wouldn't appear by your side. Princess 19 did not go into details. In fact, as early as in the Imperial City, she had discovered that many of Zhu Xiaobao's thoughts were inconsistent with ordinary people, and he did not understand many common sense things. Therefore, The 19th princess had long suspected that there must be some problems with Zhu Xiaobao's origins, but later it became more and more certain. Hee hee. The secret must not be leaked. Anyway, you know that I will not harm you. I will only protect you, Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile. In fact, he had been wondering why he had traveled through time. In the end, his feelings became more and more. It must have been caused by the kitchen knife on his body, which also allowed him to experience legendary stories that others could not imagine. At this moment, Ying Xiuxiu led a woman in from outside the door. When Zhu Xiaobao saw it, he was pleasantly surprised. It turned out to be Mu Chuanyi. It turned out that Zhu Xiaobao had already written to Murong Feng after making shredded tobacco for the first time, asking Mu Chuanyi to come over, because his northern Zirui country also wanted to produce this kind of thing. Isn't he short of money now? Besides, the sales of the 19th princess are mainly from the tentative fiefdoms of the princes, which are already in short supply. So Zhu Xiaobao still wants to run the market of Zirui Kingdom by himself. Of course, this is also to prepare for the future migration of the 19th princess to northern Zirui Kingdom. For the sake of the 19th princess, Zhu Xiaobao used all his brains. I've never seen him be so attentive to anything else. Master! Princess! Mu Chuanyi first saluted the two of them, and then nodded to the others. He still had a calm expression on his face, with no expression of joy or anger. In fact, Mu Chuanyi was very excited. As soon as she heard that Zhu Xiaobao was working on new inventions here, she couldn't sit still. What she likes most is developing and learning with these little treasures. That kind of fun is something that others cannot experience, because no one else has her understanding and IQ. Ha ha! Disciple, you are finally here. Your absence has exhausted me as a master. And that senior brother of yours always makes trouble for me. Well, you can go see your senior brother later. I really miss you. My junior sister? Zhu Xiaobao happily grabbed Mu Chuanyi's hands. He was really happy. With Mu Chuanyi, he felt much more relaxed. Well, I've already seen them. And the great venerable Wu Wei. They came to pick me up from the shore, Mu Chuanyi said with a rare smile. At that time, she didn't expect that the person standing next to the old apprentice turned out to be the leader of the 9 great venerables, is the great venerable Wu Wei. Humph! Why are they picking you up? They're picking up their reading glasses. Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but snorted. These two old men were so ungrateful. They even went to the shore to pick up Mu Chuanyi just for the sake of reading glasses. In fact, he didn't know how important these reading glasses were to the two old men. At night, Zhu Xiaobao was the only one there, because Wu Yu, Ying Xiuxiu, and the others were chatting with Mu Chuanyi. At the same time, their hands were not idle, and they were all embroidering purses. Even the 19th princess also be with them, because of this atmosphere of being a female celebrity together with girls. It was the first time for the 19th princess to participate. Unexpectedly, she was really happy. At this time, there was no restraint on her status, and she was talking about interesting things she knew. Of course, most of them are related to Zhu Xiaobao. During this period, Wu Yu also talked about the process of the invention of toilet paper. In the end, Wu Yu was too embarrassed to talk anymore, because everyone is laughing. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao was meditating on a large map. When it comes to fighting, the main thing is to be prepared beforehand. If he has enough financial resources, it is really possible to help the 19th princess win the Great Xia Kingdom. There is no problem in occupying at least one fiefdom. Now it's time to see who to attack. Undoubtedly, the southeast county of the 7th princess is the most suitable. It's just that it's not mature yet, and our Zirui Kingdom has not been unified yet. Now it seems that no matter how capable I am, I still have to develop step by step. Thinking of this, Zhu Xiaobao sighed. It seemed like it was almost time for him to go back. The top priority now is to develop the Northern Purple Kingdom. Firstly, it is to prepare for the recovery of the Southern Purple Kingdom. Secondly, it is also to prepare for the development of the 19th princess. A few days later, there was enough inventory in the warehouse, and a large number of smoking accessories were completed, just waiting to be put on the shelves. Moreover, the publicity campaign these days has been very effective. Everyone in Princess Down knows that a new type of consumer product will be launched soon, which is said to be comparable to fine wine. We gathered everyone together again, mainly to discuss the price of cut tobacco. Today, even Hachita came. There were a lot of people sitting in the conference hall, including the old disciple and the great master Wu Wei. The special guest sat aside, and the two old men each held a cigarette pole. They didn't stop here. The hall was already filled with smoke, which really made the 19th princess a little bit overwhelmed. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao was right. This thing was not a good thing. Look at the appearance of the two sisters, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. They really don't dare to be complimented. I invited everyone here just to set a final price for our product, to see what price is more suitable. Of course, this thing cannot be like burning knives and soap. It should be aimed at most people. Well, the most important thing, it's a man, Princess 19 said first. But in the end, she couldn't help but remind everyone that this thing is more suitable for men. 200 copper plates. I think that's about it. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were the first to shout. And Zhu Xiaobao was shocked as soon as she opened her mouth. It was not because of the price, but because the teeth of the two sisters were a little yellow. It seems like I've been smoking a lot lately. It seems a bit low. If I add the cost of transportation and shops, I think 500 copper should be about the same. Hatcheta thought for a while before saying. He pays the most attention to price, because Princess 19 did not tell him the cost, but supplied him with the goods at 30% off the price. And the sales price was unified. So the higher the price, the higher the cost for Hatcheta to get the goods. High. But the profits will be even greater. What kind of judgment are you looking at? Is this thing so worthless? When did the things developed by my master become so worthless? Let me tell you. 800 copper coins per pound is about the same. The old apprentice immediately jumped in dissatisfaction. When she came out, Mu Chuanyi beside her covered her mouth in amusement, and then gently shook her head. According to her understanding of Zhu Xiaobao, the price must be too low. Let's ask the princess to talk about it. Princess Xiangbi has already made up her mind. Manager Wu was still very excited. Seeing the tide rising, he was certainly very happy. But he still wanted to hear what Princess 19 meant. I said? Well, I think it's 1 tael of silver. This price should be acceptable to most people. Princess 19 said a little uneasily. In fact, she felt that her price was a bit high. But she needs to make money now. And the financial pressure is too great. Xiaobao, what do you think? What we want most is for Zhu Xiaobao to come and set the price. Every time Zhu Xiaobao is the one who attracts the most attention at this time. She feels very proud on her face. 1 tael of silver? Hey, have you ever thought about it? This is the best cut tobacco. If you price it at 1 tael now, how will you sell the lower quality ones in the future? Zhu Xiaobao rolled his eyes in dismay. He shouted with satisfaction. Suddenly, everyone's faces were a little dull and hesitant. 1 tael of silver was not enough? How greedy are you? Only Mu Chuanyi smiled slightly. Of course she knew Zhu Xiaobao's usual style. Then what do you think the price should be? Princess 19 asked hesitantly. Add more. Add more. Zhu Xiaobao didn't say exactly what the trees were, but just asked the 19th princess to increase the price. 1 or 2.5. Princess 19 was very courageous, and she immediately added half a tael of silver. More! Hatchetu, tell me. Be braver. Be bolder. Zhu Xiaobao still shook his head dissatisfied, and then encouraged Hatchetu to speak. 22 taels of silver, Hatchetu said, holding out 2 fingers tremblingly, in front of Zhu Xiaobao. He, a rich man, couldn't be proud? Damn it! I asked you to make money, and you're still trembling. Do you still look like a hacking rich man? Zhu Xiaobao scolded angrily. Ha ha ha! Master! Domineering! What's the price? The old apprentice stood up proudly, patted the horse and shouted, since he didn't have to spend money to buy it anyway. Come here! Come here! Zhu Xiaobao narrowed his eyes, and waved to his old apprentice, and said repeatedly, I'm coming here? Why? Master, did I say anything wrong? The old apprentice felt a little nervous. He didn't know what he said wrong. He has seen this master go crazy and swing a kitchen knife. But after thinking about it, I didn't say anything wrong. Chapter 488, Be More Courageous, B. The old apprentice walked slowly to Zhu Xiaobao, and looked at the master with a little uneasiness. Stretch your hand over here. Zhu Xiaobao grabbed one of the old apprentice's hands, raised it in the air, then spread his 3 fingers and asked, How many is this? 3. The old apprentice replied hesitantly, thinking a little surprised. Maybe he wanted to price it at 3 taels of silver. Right. How many is this? Zhu Xiaobao opened another finger and asked. 4. The old apprentice was even more confused at this time. Even the big guys are a little confused about it. I also find it a bit unbelievable. If we talk about the price, It would be too outrageous. How much is this? Zhu Xiaobao spread all the old apprentice's fingers and continued to ask. 5. The old apprentice said, a little unhappy. It's very tiring to hold it up all the time. The key is that he still hasn't figured out what his master is doing. No! You don't have 6 fingers. Do you? Forget it. Then I will announce that the cut tobacco we put on the shelves this time is priced at 5 taels of silver per pound. So be honest. I also thought of a very appropriate idea for our cut tobacco. His name is Xianwu Jinxi, Zhu Xiaobao said loudly, holding up his old apprentice's hand. But there was no sound at all, and they heard the sound of several cigarette rods falling to the ground. Everyone looked at Zhu Xiaobao in shock. The price is outrageous. It's a money grab. Brother Xiaobao, isn't this price too expensive? Then it will cost me 1 or 2.5 silver to purchase the goods? Ha Chitu was the first to speak. At this time, the expression on his face was really distressed. Unexpectedly, the price of his own purchase suddenly exceeded his expectations. I feel like this cooperation is going to be a loss. Nonsense! Didn't you say that you can earn 3.5 taels of silver per pound? Didn't I tell you to be bolder? Zhu Xiaobao turned around and yelled viciously. And even his old disciple turned around and said the same thing. Cruelly, he was held up by Zhu Xiaobao with one hand. So he had no choice but to follow him and turn around. Hachitu was so frightened that he shrank his neck and did not dare to say a word. Xiaobao, are you telling the truth? Is the price too high? Princess 19 came to her senses and asked in a low voice. Humph. You know how to argue with me. But you don't show any ruthlessness at the critical moment. Don't worry. I guarantee you that it will definitely be a hit. Zhu Xiaobao snorted very arrogantly. Disgusting. Damn those little treasures. Princess 19 muttered secretly. But she really doubted whether it could be sold at such a high price. Don't worry. We can separate them and sell them in 1 tael or 1 tael. Half a tael of silver. That is 500 copper plates. Can buy 1 tael. Is it expensive? Look at how much tobacco there is in 1 tael. It can't even fit. And if you buy 1 kilogram, you will get a cigarette rod and a purse for free. Limited to the first 100 people. Zhu Xiaobao is indeed very weird. When he said this, he seemed to be able to bear it. Is this okay? If no one buys it then we will suffer a big loss, Hachita said with a bit of grace, although Zhu Xiaobao's words were very contagious. As a businessman, Hachita saw that is the essence. No one buys it. It's impossible. You all go to the streets to buy it tomorrow. We must create an atmosphere where demand exceeds supply. In addition, the 2 great sages will also make a guest appearance tomorrow, playing chess and smoking in the flagship store. You don't have to worry about anything else. How about it? As long as you are a guest for 3 days, each person will have a pair of reading glasses and a beautiful glasses case. Zhu Xiaobao was so shameless that he used all these tricks from later generations. It's fair to say everyone was stunned. This kind of method was unheard of. And it was also very unscrupulous. Master, can you let go of my hand? The old apprentice, who was still holding his hand up to Zhu Xiaobao, couldn't help but raise his head and asked. Ha ha! I forgot. Apprentice, you have a hand to make a fortune. With just 1 hand, the cut tobacco will be priced at 5 taels. Just so. Master will give you half a pound of cut tobacco tomorrow. Zhu Xiaobao then remembered that he was so excited that he hadn't let go of his old apprentice's hand yet. Really? Thank you so much. Master! Hey! Thank you. It's not a valuable thing. Ah? The next day, everyone opened the store in anxiety. The drums were beating. The gongs and drums were noisy. And the atmosphere was lively for a while. And then the 2 great sages actually sat in the flagship store and started playing chess. Zhu Xiaobao shamelessly and enthusiastically introduced the 2 great sages, which made both old men feel a little cheated. The great master's reputation was used as promotional material for free. But I can't figure out what went wrong. Facing the admiring voices of many, Venerable Wu Wei nodded his head in a friendly manner and said, We are just here to play chess and relax. Please feel free to do as you please. Originally, this price was beyond everyone's expectations. But what I didn't expect was that there were people queuing up from the beginning. And there were quite a few people queuing up. Basically, they were all arranged by Hachitu. And of course some were arranged by Zhu Xiaobao. These people are very happy. But they don't buy much. They only buy 1 or 2. So they seem to be acceptable. In addition to the Wu clan members, Princess Island also has some local residents. And even more so, many wealthy families who escaped from Shiyuan City. In fact, there are still some wealthy families. There are now nearly 1 million people on Princess Island. There are thousands of them. But this thing is indeed not cheap. Many people also buy 1 or 2 first to try it. But if they only buy 1 or 2, they have to pay for the tobacco rod themselves. So it feels a bit uneconomical. In the end, a wealthy customer finally bought a pound, got the gift, and started trying it right outside the store. In fact, there is no need to try it. The old apprentice and Master Wu Wei in the flagship store are living examples. Many people are gathered around to taste the fragrance of this very mist. After 3 days, the sales were still tepid, although a lot of goods were sold. They were basically only 1 or 2, which made Princess 19 a little anxious. Even Hot Chitu was a little worried. The people who have been rotated 3 times. If this continues, there will be no people left to rotate. The 2 great sages have given up. They have been watched like monkeys for the past 3 days. These 2 old men are not happy either. Moreover, playing chess in the store does not feel like a leisurely pastime at all. Xu Xiaobao didn't force the 2 old men to sit in the shop, but he made full use of the resources. He spent a lot on finding someone to paint a large portrait of the 2 great sages smoking and playing chess. This time it was good. This poster can be used for a lifetime. But what is even more unexpected is that Zhu Xiubo's promotional methods are really endless. There is also a chess endgame in the portrait of the 2 great sages. And Zhu Xiaobao actually offered a reward. Whoever can solve this endgame will be given a pound of Immortal Mist gold thread. So many people gathered around the flagship store, studying this endgame. Now chess has gradually been accepted by everyone, and many people have become addicted to it. This game is simple and easy to learn. And even if there are no chess pieces on the board, you can draw one on the ground according to local conditions. And you can even make a simple chess set by yourself. You can also have fun doing it. But then a problem appeared. Some people were holding cigarette poles, and the old god was studying the end game with others, taking a puff from time to time, which made the people next to him feel a little itchy. And this kind of occasion is really suitable to have such a cigarette stick. The 19th princess lost no time in launching entertainment products such as chess, which are also divided into high, middle and low grades. Unexpectedly, this kind of chess is very popular and has been generally recognized by the public. But the profit of this thing is not high, and the 9th princess is most worried about the sales of cut tobacco. Don't worry. In a few days, you will find that the supply exceeds the demand, Zhu Xiaobao said still firmly. After a few days, Princess 19 found that the sales of cut tobacco really began to rise slowly, and the increase was getting faster and faster. Many people began to buy by the pound. It turned out that although 1 or 2 pieces of cut tobacco were its cheap, only 500 copper coins, but it doesn't have to be smoked at all. It was gone in 2 or 3 days, and many people are curious. So several people take turns to smoke, which is not fast. Not to mention those who were studying the end game outside the flagship store. And before they knew it, they had finished smoking a pack of cigarettes. Many people unknowingly go to brothels less frequently. They can buy 2 kilograms of Berry Mist gold silk in one visit. Their wives at home also agree that they should quit prostitution and smoking. After all, their men now go home every day. The face of the 19th princess finally showed a beautiful smile. And it was for Zhu Xiaobao. She now believed that there was nothing Zhu Xiaobao could not do. The current sales volume was gratifying, and it had begun to sell to several other princes have their fiefdoms, because those merchants came from all directions and started buying in bulk. This is all due to the appeal of these 2 great venerables. Can even the 2 great venerables be addicted to something? Can it be wrong? Well, this is the purse Wu Yu embroidered for you. She asked me to give it to you. Princess 19 quietly handed a not so exquisitely crafted purse to Zhu Xiaobao when no one was around. Hee hee. That's great. I didn't expect my wife to be able to show off such a neat purse. Hey, this side is a moon, but the back is the word true? Couldn't it be you who embroidered it? Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but exclaimed with joy when he saw that there was a word on the front and back of the purse. No, I didn't embroider it. I don't have that free time. Princess 19 blushed and denied it strongly. Yeah, that's what someone else embroidered for you. I'm really grateful to this kind person for thinking about us and helping us match up, Zhu Xiaobao said even more shamelessly. Hate. Well, are you leaving next? Princess 19 asked reluctantly. Almost. As you can see, all the surrounding and used land has been planted with tobacco these days. But according to the current upward trend, it is definitely not enough. When I go back, I will also start planting tobacco on a large scale in my place. It is necessary. Otherwise, your output will not be able to keep up. Zhu Xiaobao nodded. To be honest, he was really reluctant to leave. But there are many things waiting for him in Beiziri country. Chapter 489, 1-10a. With the addition of Muchuani, tobacco processing and production became orderly. Muchuani recorded every step in detail, and repeated experiments and comparisons of various formulas before finally determining the most suitable formula. Not only that, Muchuani also divided the flavors of tobacco into several types. Not everyone likes very spicy flavors, and some also like soft flavors. In the process of processing and production, it is okay to only let those tobacco farmers complete the first step, which is the yellowing step, because the processing of tobacco is too simple. If the fixing color is carried out and gone gene, then it's ready to smoke. Even if the taste is inferior, the cost is low, and it will definitely affect the sales of normal tobacco. Moreover, Zhu Xiaobao also gave the 19th princess an idea and issued a ban. The production and sales of tobacco can only be operated by the government. Just like salt, private production and sales are illegal. A special tobacco management department was also established, headed by General Wu. In fact, this method is only effective in a short period of time, because if other princes or other families outside Princess Island also develop tobacco, they will not be able to control it at all. What should we do? When the time comes, we will not have many people here, so we will definitely not be able to compete with those princes. Princess 19 asked a little worriedly. Ha ha! Don't worry. This thing is just like wine. It will become more and more picky in the end. Only good quality and taste can last forever. The low-end market is not our main market in the first place. Besides, wait until the development is stable. It is the right way to develop in other directions. Clothing, food, housing, transportation. There are many places where you can play. Zhu Xiaobao patted Princess 19 on the shoulder with determination. He has now figured out the rules. Generally speaking, as long as it is not too excessive and there is no one around, the 19th princess will not refuse. At most, she will glare at him angrily, and most of the time, she will just pretend not to notice. What surprised the 19th princess was that although Zhu Xiaobao did not smoke, the purse still hung around his waist. It contained not tobacco, but spices, and it smelled delicious. Although it was said that he was leaving, he was still delayed for more than 10 days, because there were too many things to sort out in the early stages. This time it was not only the launch of shredded tobacco, but also the development of many other products and industries. For example, there are now workshops that specialize in producing chess sets. And there are also workshops that specialize in processing and making purses. This workshop is staffed by women, and there are several talented women who are responsible for designing and finalizing samples. Many small merchants have also begun to sell cigarette rods and purses. Although the sales of tobacco are strictly controlled, the 19th princess will not interfere with these smoking accessories and auxiliary supplies. Some of them are more observant and even introduced ashtrays, a necessity for home use. Zhu Xiaobao was also very emotional. It seemed that these businessmen's minds were moving very quickly. He had seen very beautifully made ashtrays that cost a lot of money. What Zhu Xiaobao is most worried about are the sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. Although these two are a bit willful, they are still very good people, and Zhu Xiaobao doesn't dislike them. So he takes the time to go and see them. Both. Unexpectedly, when I saw the two sisters this time, they didn't smoke anymore. Instead, they were scrubbing their teeth desperately with tooth powder. There was no way, even though they could use qigong to expel the e-liquid from their bodies. But the yellow color on the teeth could not be removed, which made them both a little anxious. They were still very concerned about their appearance. Ha ha! Are you anxious now? I told you a long time ago that smoking is harmful to health. Now you know. Don't you think it's ugly to have a mouth full of big yellow teeth? Zhu Xiaobao said with a gloating smile. There is still a residual smell of cigarette smoke in the room where the two sisters are sitting, which is very uncomfortable. A woman's room shouldn't smell like this. Can you care? I'm not Wu Yu. As long as we don't hate each other, that's fine. Yu Shuang shouted angrily. Although tooth powder can be used to remove the yellow color, it can only remove a large part of it, because the fingers around the teeth are too thick. It cannot be removed. Now Yu Shui is using a sharp and thin wooden strip to help you cream removes yellow spots between teeth. Well, Xiao Bao, please help us. The worst we can do is to smoke less in the future. Right. If anything happens to you, we promise to try our best to help you. For Yu Dan's sake, help us. Yu Shui still doesn't have Yu Shuang. So tough. The two of them have always been dominated by Yu Shuang. Yu Shui has always supported Yu Shuang. In fact, between the two of them, Yu Shuang is more like a man's character. Well, okay. Then I will help you once. I have agreed that after I help you solve the problem, you two will go back to Lingyu Mountain for me. You have been staying here for more than a month. Zhu Xiaobao thought for a while and said, these two sisters have such a wonderful life here that they can't even drive them away. That's why Zhu Xiaobao came up with this bad idea. Yeah. Okay. Just go back. What's the big deal? Although Yu Shuang was still stubborn, she had to give in. But she was used to it. Every time she fought against Zhu Xiaobao, she never got any advantage. Then it's settled. Zhu Xiaobao nodded with a smile, and then walked out of the room. He thought he should make a toothbrush. Zhu Xiaobao wandered around the street leisurely, mainly to see the sales status of cut tobacco. It can be regarded as a private visit incognito. He is dressed very ordinary, and does not attract attention when walking on the street. Who told him that he looks very ordinary? Now another branch has been opened on Princess Island. The business of both stores is good. There is an endless stream of people coming to buy cut tobacco. Basically, they are servants of wealthy families who come to help the owner buy cut tobacco. It seems that rich people are more willing to enjoy this stuff. What Zhu Xiaobao didn't expect was that someone on the roadside had already made a chess game and made money from it. This really surprised Zhu Xiaobao. It has only been a month, but he dares to make money through this? What's even more incredible is that he also saw the old apprentice sitting there challenging others in-game. What's frustrating is that the old apprentice really can't beat others and loses several games in a row. No matter how he chooses red flag or black chess, others can beat him. The angry old apprentice stayed there and refused to leave. He wanted to bet again. He had already lost 200 copper coins. Mu Chuanyi next to him was also a little embarrassed. He finally found time to rest for a long time today. He thought he was going out to play with his senior brother, but he didn't expect that this senior brother would be detained here. Originally, the old apprentice wanted to show off in front of his junior sister, but this time, it turned out to be embarrassing. People around him were talking about it, and some even booed, saying that the old apprentice's chess skills were not good. Zhu Xiaobao looked at the endgame. Although there were some mysteries in the first few steps, there were a lot of loopholes in the further steps. It was obvious that the research was not thorough enough, but it was enough to bluff people here. Who said that? Who said that? I taught him how to play chess. Don't look down on others. Okay, let me do this game. I'll bet 1 or 2 silver coins. You can bet on the opposite side of me. Zhu Xiaobao separated the crowd and shouted domineeringly. He threw a tael of silver on the street stall. It was actually able to intimidate these people. Taking out a tael of silver at once was already a big gesture. Master! Mu Chuanyi shouted in surprise. And the old apprentice stood up with a frustrated face and followed behind. Ha ha! Red first, then black. Which one do you choose? The person setting up the stall was a man in his 30s, who looked like a scholar. He also held a cigarette rod in his hand, and he was actually taking a puff. Then he asked calmly. His huge income these days was all earned from this endgame. No, even the cigarette rod and shredded tobacco were bought. And there was a purse hung on the cigarette rod with the word, "Win," embroidered on it. This guy seems to be preparing for this as a career. I choose the red one, Zhu Xiaobao said casually, and then sat down. The old apprentice diligently offered his golden cigarette pole, but Zhu Xiaobao waved his hand and rejected it. I just held my purse and kept smelling it. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao used a horse to replace one of the opponent's soldiers as soon as he made a move, which made everyone present a little surprised and whispered. The opponent was also disrupted by Zhu Xiaobao's move. He hadn't dismantled this move yet, so he could only temporarily change the moves. But on the surface, he still had a huge advantage. However, after playing less than 10 moves, Zhu Xiaobao had already turned from passive to active, and the opponent started to sweat. Hee! It's not enough to take 1 step and look at 3 steps. If you dare to make money with your limited skills, isn't it too early? Zhu Xiaobao said, shaking his head. Well, I lost. This is 1 tael of silver. At this time, the opponent had already seen that the situation was over, and couldn't help but take out a tael of silver with a look of disappointment on his face. He thought that his endgame was guaranteed to win. Unexpectedly, the opponent's chess moves were extremely weird, and he couldn't adapt to the eccentric sword moves. Ha ha! Now that I'm out, I'm here to help everyone else have fun. I'm going to play blind chess against 10 of you at the same time. You just do what I say. If you lose, I don't get your money. If you win, you see, you get a tael of silver. Zhu Xiaobao shouted arrogantly. All of a sudden, the atmosphere at the scene became heated. It was free of charge. If you lose, you don't have to pay. And if you win, you'll still make a profit of 1 tael of silver. Who wouldn't be interested? Besides, if you talk about a pair of 10, can he handle it? Immediately, everyone who knew how to play chess rushed forward as hard as they could. Who didn't want to earn a few taels of silver? Unexpectedly, just because Zhu Xiaobao made such a fuss, the whole street was alarmed. The soldiers on patrol rushed over and retreated quietly when they saw Zhu Xiaobao. They were guarding from a distance. As long as they maintained the order here is. Okay. 10 sets of chess were delivered from the flagship store. The surrounding area was already crowded with people, and some standing behind had already begun to climb trees to watch the game. The old apprentice brought a cup of tea to Zhu Xiaobao in a lively manner, and then stood behind Zhu Xiaobao to maintain order. With his skills, it would be impossible for others to get close to him. Chapter 490, 1-10b. Zhu Xiaobao didn't even need to look at it. He just sat there, and Mu Chun reported the opponent's moves in each game. And Zhu Xiaobao responded casually. Horse 2 into 3. Cannons go from 5 to 4. Shuzhou Haihachi. 3 pawns advance to 1. Zhu Xiaobao drank tea and said casually. But all those people were scratching their heads. They really didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao could do it faster than 10 of them. Now it was Zhu Xiaobao who was waiting for them to make a move. Zhu Xiaobao has a set of chess routines, such as left stack cannon, golden hook cannon, blind dog, 13 moves to abandon the horse, 18 fights along the river. The 10 people killed on the chessboard were immediately turned upside down. And it was so exciting that it opened their eyes to the fact that there were so many tricks on a small chessboard. And they were basically all quick kills. The onlookers felt that their eyesight was not enough. Every game was so exciting that they could not see it at all. In fact, it's not that Zhu Xiaobao is so powerful, but that these people are just too good at it. They are all just getting started. So of course it's easy. Flannel Tiger. Kill. The 3 sons are back. Kill. Go Zama. Kill. 2 ghosts knock on the door. Kill. Gouge out the heart with a big knife. Kill. Iron door bolt. Kill. In less than a cup of tea, Zhu Xiaobao completed the killing. In 10 games, no one could maintain a tie. That is to say, the scholar who set up the stall was the most tenacious. After defending until the end, only 1 veteran was left. In the end, we can only surrender. Ha ha ha. It's all over. Now you know. Chess seems simple, but in fact it contains great knowledge. Just like fighting, strategizing, and winning thousands of miles. Okay. That's it for today. My money. You can't win. This chess piece is given to you, Zhu Xiaobao said happily. In response to everyone's strong request to play 10 more games, Zhu Xiaobao bowed his hands and was unwilling to play any more. There was no sense of achievement at all in playing chess with novices. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Zhu Xiaobao and his 2 apprentices floated away. Despite their average appearance, they felt like they were being worshipped. Mu Chun excitedly held Zhu Xiaobao's arm, completely subconsciously. She was conquered by Zhu Xiaobao's one-on-one momentum. Looking at this master, she was really proud. Master, I know those routines, but I don't have a chance to use them. The old apprentice also said a little depressed. Now Xiaobao has taught them all the routines, but he just can't use them flexibly. It's one thing to have learned it, but it's another thing to be able to use it. I'm not telling you. You are better than me in terms of cultivation. But when it comes to playing chess, you still have to study hard. Oh, by the way, wait, where is the venerable? Why aren't you with me? Zhu Xiaobao is really teaching his old apprentice like a master. Old man Wei went to see the 19th princess today. It's so mysterious. I don't know what it is, the old apprentice replied. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone out to play chess with others today. Huh? Looking for the 19th princess? What is this old man doing? From Murong Phone to Jumei, To the 19th princess. I always feel that he has some purpose. Zhu Xiaobao has always been interested in the great venerable Wu Wei. It's opaque, and has an unfathomable feeling. He said that the princess is the chosen one. So he wanted to give advice on her cultivation. Maybe he wanted to please the 19th princess. Then it would be natural for him to get free tobacco. The old apprentice said disapprovingly. Isn't he the master of military advisor Muro? He must be the same as his senior brother. He likes to play with the world. When he saw the 19th princess's outstanding qualifications, he couldn't help but give her advice. Mu Chuanyi said with a smile from the side. Because the old apprentice is, that's why I followed Zhu Xiaobao. Maybe I can't understand the behavior of these worldly masters. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head, always feeling that something was wrong. But great venerable Wu Wei is the head of the 9 great lords. And he is also a righteous person. There should be no problem. It was originally an impromptu move, but unexpectedly it caused a huge sensation. All the chess sets in Princess 19's 2 stores were sold out, and even the inventory was gone. So they had to work overtime to make them. Moreover, Zhu Xiaobao also became famous, and was hailed as a chess master. You? You always make some noise wherever you go. Now even the chess sets are sold out. I don't know how you did it. 1 to 10? And you won them all? Seeing Princess 19 again. Before Zhu Xiaobao could speak, the 19th princess was already shouting angrily. Unexpectedly, as soon as Zhu Xiaobao came, chess here would become popular. In fact, not only Princess Island, but also other places have become popular. Many places have established chess clubs, and some have already begun preparations. It's a chess tournament. Ha ha! How about it? A surprise or not? A surprise or not? Isn't it a loss for you to marry such a husband? Zhu Xiaobao took advantage of the situation, and put his arms around Princess 19's waist, and asked with a smile. Unexpectedly, the 19th princess twisted her waist, and was able to break Zhu Xiaobao's entanglement. And she also showed her superb kung fu. Huh? Is this the kung fu that Master Wu Wei taught you? Zhu Xiaobao was stunned for a moment, then asked. Well, no. He taught me mental skills. But my kung fu and cultivation have improved by leaps and bounds. Princess 19 said a little excitedly. And it was obvious that Princess 19 was very grateful to Master Wu Wei. Oh, he doesn't have any intentions, does he? Zhu Xiaobao asked hesitantly. Hey, what are you thinking? He is the head of the 9 great sages. And what he taught me is the most authentic mental method. It is only good for me, and does no harm to me. But what he teaches cannot be passed on to others. Princess 19, I might have misunderstood it. Because Zhu Xiaobao is jealous. He couldn't help shouting with some resentment. Oh, I understand. I understand. I don't mean anything else. I'm just asking. Zhu Xiaobao also felt that he was too concerned. So he nodded quickly and said, in order to express his apology to the great venerable Wu Wei, Zhu Xiaobao asked Mu Chuanyi to make only 2 pairs of reading glasses. This made the 2 great venerables extremely happy. They no longer had to buy a pair of reading glasses. It's a big fight. Then Mu Chuanyi couldn't stand it anymore. Every time he followed Zhu Xiaobao, he was very busy. Now he dragged him to the pig pen and pulled out a handful of pig bristles, which made his body smell. Didn't Zhu Xiaobao agree to help sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui solve the problem of yellow teeth? So I can only make them 2 toothbrushes. There are no chemical fiber brushes these days. They can only be made from pig bristles. I went to the leather armor processing workshop to nitrate and dye the bristles, and then found a few bamboo pieces to punch holes in the front section. This kind of drilling work can be done by the old apprentice. He has high internal strength. The steel needle on your hand can easily punch out rows of small holes. Then put the bristles through it. Fill it with raw glue and fix it. Trim it neatly on the surface. And you have a toothbrush. Master! What is this? What use can it be used for? Mu Chuanyi looked at this weird toothbrush and asked in surprise. This is called a toothbrush. As the name suggests, it is used to brush your teeth and clean your mouth. I have always been too lazy to do it before. But now because of Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, I have to make a few. Dip it in tooth powder and try it, Xiaobao said with a smile, feeling that this toothbrush could be made more refined. But for the time being, this is it. I just don't know how effective it will be. So I asked Mu Chuanyi to try it first. Unexpectedly, Mu Chuanyi never came back. Zhu Xiaobao was a little confused. Could it be that this thing didn't work? Or did he swallow the bristles in his stomach? Zhu Xiaobao returned to the princess's house full of doubts. My dear, I didn't expect that, Muchuani. Wu Yu and Princess 19 were all brushing their teeth hard and talking about it from time to time. It was obvious that they were very interested in this new tool. Satisfy? I made 3 handfuls in total. But this time it was good. Each of the 3 people had already divided up 1 handful. The 19th princess immediately thought of the business opportunities and planned to open a toothbrush processing workshop. No! Princess, you should finish the tobacco management first. We are already too busy now. Let's wait until later. Okay. Zhu Xiaobao stopped quickly. These 19 princesses are so greedy for money now. They want to make a fortune from anything. Humph. If you don't help me, I'll do it myself. This thing isn't difficult. Mu Chui told me just now. Princess 19 still persisted in humming. Next. The pig was unlucky again. The bristles on its body were almost plucked out. In the cold weather, the pig felt extremely sad. The leisurely and happy life is finally over. When the production and sales of shredded tobacco are almost stable, it is time for Zhu Xiaobao to return to northern Zirwei country. This made the 19th princess feel a little bit sad, as if she suddenly lost a backbone. But Zhu Xiaobao left just to get together in the future. So the 19th princess still endured her reluctance, and sent Zhu Xiaobao on the boat with a smile. At the same time, there were 2 great sages who went back together. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui also followed Zhu Xiaobao's instructions, and took the female warriors back to Lingyu Mountain. Standing on the bow of the boat, Zhu Xiaobao felt a little complicated and solemn. The next thing was the most important thing. He wanted to regain the southern Zirwei kingdom as soon as possible. Does the 5th prince want to regain the southern Zirwei kingdom because of his power or because of the inheritance of the White Tiger clan? Suddenly the voice of the great master Wu Wei sounded from behind him. And it was still such an understatement. All of them. But we must go to the place of inheritance. Zhu Xiaobao looked back at the great venerable, knowing that he had something to say. Ha ha. Okay. If you go to the place of inheritance, I would like to accompany you there. I know more about this than anyone else. Great venerable Wu Wei said with a faint smile, as if he was confident. Are you going too? You are not a member of the White Tiger clan. What can you do? Zhu Xiaobao asked in surprise. Ha ha. Don't worry. I won't hinder you from opening the place of inheritance. On the contrary, I can give you some guidance. And I am looking for my own opportunity. An opportunity to become a martial saint. Great venerable Wu Wei said slightly. Said with fascination. Opportunity? Right. Chapter 491. The Method of Stimulating Generals A. Although Zhu Xiaobao could accept venerable Wu Wei's explanation, he still had some doubts in his heart. Because he was so enthusiastic. He not only gave advice to Murong Feng and Zhu Mei, but also made a special trip to give advice to the 19th princess. This was completely different from the ordinary great sage's behavior style. Most great sages usually live alone, and rarely take the initiative to support ordinary people in their eyes. Of course, except for the old apprentice. He is a different type, who has no higher pursuits and just likes to eat, drink and have fun without making progress. Since the great venerable is willing to do good, and also wants to enter the inheritance land of my White Tiger clan, why don't you give me some guidance? My cultivation level is not high, and my martial arts is also average. Zhu Xiaobao asked with a seemingly casual smile. Ha ha. The 5th prince is too humble. You have the blood of a divine beast, and you have all kinds of cultivation talents. How can you use me to guide you? What you lack is just hard work. I can't help you with this. Great venerable Wu Wei shook his head and said with a smile. This is considered advice. Right. Zhu Xiaobao blushed. He didn't expect that someone would reveal his shortcomings with just one word. Yes. I just lack hard work and am eager for a comfortable life. But what's wrong with this? Ha ha. Cultivation is up to the individual. I believe the 5th prince will make his own choices. Yeah. I know. Along the way, Zhu Xiaobao was a little depressed and a little uneasy. Murong Feng wrote several times urging him to return to northern Zirwei country. He has only come back now because he was worried that Murong Feng would go crazy. If there is something wrong in your heart, it means you must have done something wrong. This time, there were not many warships and people returning to the northern Zirwei kingdom. There were only about 30 warships and 3,000 female warriors. However, there were double black wind demons mixed in among them. This combat power should not be underestimated. Along the way, it was safe and sound. Not even a pirate was encountered once. Returning to Daobei's Zirui country, Zhu Xiaobao felt that something was wrong as soon as he landed on the beach. No one came to greet him. Even his third sister Yu Qinro, who regarded him as his darling, didn't express any reaction. Zhu Rong, the head of the harem, didn't come either. No more. No more. You don't even take me seriously? Isn't this scene too shabby? Am I not the fifth prince? Jiumei, turn the warship around and let's go back to Princess Island. Zhu Xiaobao exclaimed angrily. Although he was a bit playful. Wasn't this scene too embarrassing? Forget it. Master, military advisor Morong, and the others may be busy with other things. Let's go back to the house first. Mu Chuanyi hurriedly advised from the side, which can be regarded as finding a step for Zhu Xiaobao. But she also knew in her heart that this was a bit abnormal. It must be military advisor Morong using some strategy to deal with this master. Back at the mansion, the servants and guards were very happy. In particular, the 4 elders of the Du family have been eager to try it out. They will start producing new products this time. They have been ready for a long time. Zhu Xiaobao brought back a lot of tobacco leaves this time, and they are all going to be processed here for the second step. He hasn't grown tobacco here yet, so he can only bring a batch back from Princess Island first. The next day, Zhu Xiaobao started arranging production and processing non-stop. At the same time, he also set people to delineate the area for growing tobacco. However, he did not expect that Murong Feng had already delineated the areas and arranged the personnel as early as half a month ago. After taking the photo, the tobacco saplings set back have been planted. After 3 days of busy work, Zhu Xiaobao's shredded tobacco was produced. But Murong Feng still didn't show up. Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help it anymore and wanted to run to the palace to meet his sister. When Yu Qinro saw Zhu Xiaobao, although she still had dissatisfaction on her face, she was very happy in her heart. She was really afraid that Zhu Xiaobao would be angry. But now it seems that this guy's ability to withstand it is quite strong. Your Majesty, Xiaobao is so polite. Zhu Xiaobao pretended to do it as a monarch and his ministers. But he looked at Yu Qinro with a smile. Come on! Don't do this! I heard that you plan to marry the 19th princess. And are you planning to let her come here to develop? Yu Qinro waved her hands contemptuously. And Zhu Xiaobao's salutes were ever-changing. Not formal. And not as respectful and humble as other ministers. Yes! Yes! I brought you a sister-in-law. You should be satisfied. Right. Zhu Xiaobao nodded quickly and said, Okay, then let her stay in the harem, so that she can learn from Zhu Rong, and she won't understand any rules. Yu Qinro said lightly. Oh? No. 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 Sister, I promised her to be the queen. Do you think you can let me have the title of emperor, and you should continue to rule? Zhu Xiaobao said in a very embarrassed tone. Presumptuous. What do you mean by having the title of emperor? Do you think this is child's play? And let me tell you, Yu Xiaobao, even if you want to be the emperor now, I won't agree to it. You don't care about anything all day long. I don't trust you can govern this country well. Yu Qinro slammed the table and shouted angrily. Oh? I thought you would be very happy. Then forget it. I'll go back and be the consort. Zhu Xiaobao said indifferently. Asshole! What are you talking about? Come here. Put this guy in jail. Yu Qinro got really angry this time and locked up Zhu Xiaobao directly. Hey! 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 What is this? Aren't I discussing it with you? Wait! Wait! Let me go! Or I will take action. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted in shock and urgency. But the guards around the emperor were all at the level of great martial arts masters. The two of them held Zhu Xiaobao in place, leaving him unable to fight back, because the opportunity was lost as soon as it came up. Besides, could it really happen in the palace? Humph! I've starved him for 3 days. Will he still dare to mess around? Yu Qinro said bitterly. Returning to his study, Yu Qinro hurriedly asked, Commander Murong, is it inappropriate to do this? Don't let him really resent me. Don't worry. Just let him calm down and let him reflect on it. He will be responsible for all the big things in the future. If you don't stop now, he will just eat, drink and have fun all day long. It turned out that Murong Feng had been sitting in the study waiting for a long time. She already knew what happened in the front hall just now. Okay then. In fact, I really want to pass the throne to him. As you can see, if I rely on my strength, I will never be able to regain the southern Purple Rui Kingdom. But for the sake of the inheritance, I must regain it. So, Yu Qianru said hesitantly. So your heart is moved? But have you ever thought about it? He accepted the throne with impure motives and no sense of responsibility at all. Didn't you listen to what he said? You will still be in power when the time comes. This is the status she wants. Merong Feng also shook his head and smiled bitterly. He has never seen such a bastard before. Xu Xiaobao can be regarded as the first in the world. Then what do you think we should do? Yu Qianru asked angrily. It's better to give it to him than to give it to him. If you give it to him, he won't know how to value it. Let him know the responsibilities and obligations involved so that he can put his mind on the right path. Merong Feng smiled softly. To be honest, she was also helpless with Xu Xiaobao. But the current situation required Xu Xiaobao to mature and have his own responsibilities and responsibilities. Okay, listen to you. Come here. Prisoners have to be fed. Right. Bring me some tofu soup and soy beef. I also want soup and vegetables. Xu Xiaobao shouted frequently in the cell. And he had 2 meals in a row. It's a bit unbearable to have no food. Come here. Bring me some food. It's been almost 2 days. Do you want to starve me to death? Does my sister know? When I get out, I have to kill the warden of this cell. Xu Xiaobao shouted anxiously. He didn't expect that he had been hungry for a day and a half. This taste is really unpleasant. Come here. Do you have any steamed buns? If that's not possible, you can give me a steamed bun. Go tell my sister and military advisor Merong that I have made a mistake. Can you let me out? Xu Xiaobao was already weak on the 3rd day. He hummed twice and spent the rest of the time lying down, which saves him a lot of energy. Unexpectedly, there would be a response at this moment. Merong Feng was dressed in military uniform and came with several female guards. Sitting outside the cell, Merong Feng asked calmly, I heard you want to see me. Tell me, what's the matter? I'm still busy. Humph. Give me a steamed bun first. I'm starving to death. Merong Feng, if you treat a prince like this, do you know it's a capital crime? Xu Xiaobao groaned as he lay on the bed. Oh, I'm sorry. You are a prisoner now. I am just listening to a prisoner's appeal. If you don't say anything, then I will leave. Merong Feng stood up, turned around and left. Come back. Come back. Okay. I don't blame you. Listen to what I have to say. Xu Xiaobao was really anxious this time, and he quickly got up and shouted eagerly. Yeah. Okay. Give him a steamed bun. Merong Feng said while suppressing a smile. And his female guard also threw him a steamed bun with a straight face. Holy shit. I've seen something to eat. But there's meat in it? Oh my god. This is the most delicious steamed bun I've ever eaten. Bar none. Is there anything else? Xu Xiaobao, I finished the steamed bun in 2 or 3 bites. And I wanted to have more. I gave you food to give you energy to speak. Now you can speak? Where did you go wrong? What are you going to do? I can go back and report to your majesty. Your majesty is waiting. Merong Feng looked at Xu Xiaobao devouring his food. I also couldn't bear it, wondering if I was too cruel this time. Would this guy hate me? My fault is that I should not want to be a nominal emperor. I should really be a pragmatic emperor. Go and tell my sister that I am willing to take over the throne. Xu Xiaobao said seriously. Ha! It's so whimsical. After 2 days in prison, you actually want to be the emperor? Let's go. It seems that he still has physical illusions. Let him stay here for a few days. Merong Feng sneered, turned around and wanted to leave. Hey. What do you mean? Tell me. What do you want me to do? I promised to do my best. Well, His Majesty said that he would give you a king of England and 3 counties to govern himself, and double the tax burden. What do you think? I am willing. I am willing. As long as I can get out of this cell. I am willing. You haven't asked which 3 counties it is? It's okay. It's okay. As long as we can get out and there are still people alive in these 3 counties, then there will be no problem. Chapter 492, How to Provoke Generals B. Xu Xiaobao held the iron bars of the cell and suddenly came back to his senses. Wait, King of England? So I am the prince now? Yes. Merong Feng lowered his head and said in a low voice. Then why don't you let me out? You are so brave. Xu Xiaobao suddenly shouted aggressively. Yes. Open the door for King Chitos. Merong Feng turned around and ordered, then waved to the outside of the cell. Suddenly there was a roar of gongs and drums, and there was a joyous atmosphere. A large number of people came in. The leader turned out to be Zhu Rong. followed by Ing Xiuxiu, old apprentice and others. Even Ju Mei also came, and many of them were from various small schools. The female warrior that Bao is most familiar with. Well, greetings to the King of England for his 1,000 years. Well, I'm really a little heartbroken. Have you suffered these past 2 days? Zhu Rong was actually wearing the princess's clothes, which were even more gorgeous and noble than Princess Wen's, and she looked very imposing. The right one is the master of the harem. But Zhu Rong said with concern and heartache as soon as she came up. Then he turned around and ordered, "First bring the lunch to Prince Chitos. And the others are going to give Chitos a bath and change clothes." "Yeah. It's delicious. It's delicious. My old apprentice. Your cooking skills have improved." Zhu Xiaobao sat in the bathtub and let Ing Xiuxiu and others bathe him. He just ate and drank wildly. He was hungry. After 3 days, my eyes turned green. "Master, please take it easy. Why do I look a little worried?" The old apprentice was worried as he watched. "Eating like this is not bad at all." No. It's okay. I can still eat." Zhu Xiaobao is really good at eating and ate half of the chicken. If he hadn't had to change his clothes, he would have eaten the remaining half too. She put on a new set of clothes, which were still the prince's court clothes. The purple court clothes were also embroidered with a silver dragon pattern. In addition to the emperor's bright yellow, Zeroi Kingdom also respected purple, although the crown of the King of England is a bit heavy to wear. The neat and domineering British royal uniform gave Zhu Xiaobao an air of a king. It's just that Zhu Xiaobao's walking is a little awkward now. He is placed on the shoulders of his old apprentice, and it seems that he has a little difficulty walking. "Master, are you okay?" the old apprentice asked worriedly. "Nonsense. A hungry man doesn't know how hungry he is when he's full. And a hungry man doesn't know when he's full. I've learned both." Zhu Xiaobao felt that he had eaten a little too much, and it was very difficult to walk. So he didn't have time to talk to Morong Feng now. He originally wanted to take revenge. The next day, in the court hall, the eunuch had loudly read out the imperial edict, which was to reveal to the world Zhu Xiaobao's identity as the King of England. However, the imperial edicts are full of praise, annihilating the pirate Yang Beatty, teaming up with Princess Island to repel the seventh princess, subduing Yuli and other female warriors, etc. Anyway, it sounds like someone who shouldn't be in jail for 3 days. All the civil and military personnel present came forward to congratulate me, although the fourth brother-in-law Qin Chang was a little reluctant. He had no choice but to smile and come forward to congratulate him. Who doesn't know that Zhu Xiaobao's status is now at its peak, and no one can shake it. Moreover, it is said that the King of England even boasted that the taxes paid and the offerings to the court would be doubled every year. This makes even a thoughtful person like Qin Chang shrink back, feeling that he is not so capable. After a day of celebration, the next day Zhu Xiaobao took Zhu Rong to the place where the Suzaku clan has been passed down for generations. After more than a month of not practicing hard, Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation has improved. The condensed white tiger Dharma is actually more solid and larger in size. Although he was defeated by Suzaku Darmaxiang again, he was no longer as embarrassed as before. "How come your cultivation has improved? Is it with the 19th princess?" Zhu Rong asked with a hint of sadness. "What are you thinking about? Apart from having sex with Wu Yu a few more times, I have never left the court once. I think this is because of my extraordinary talent. I feel that the 5th level of Die Daring has been completed. We should be able to break through to the 6th level just one step away," Zhu Xiaobao said, letting Zhu Rong lean on his chest. "Humph. Meili! Hey, Xiaobao, do you really want to take over His Majesty's throne?" Zhu Rong asked with some anticipation. "It doesn't matter. It depends on the need. Why do you really want me to be the emperor? Aren't you a descendant of the Suzaku clan? Don't you want to open the inheritance place?" Zhu Xiaobao asked a little surprised. I don't think my qualifications can open up the place of inheritance. I still want to live a more comfortable life. I still like the feeling of commanding the harem." Zhu Rong blushed slightly and said in a low voice. "Hey! Don't want to make progress," Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile. "You don't want to make progress. If you are asked to become a prince and be put in prison first, I'm afraid you are the only one who can do this. Hey, do you resent Morong Feng? Can you really be a good prince?" Zhu Rong asked with a charming face like a fish and a goose. "Well, actually I can't see that this is a way to provoke the generals. But now I really want to be more careful. It's time to take back the Nanzirui Kingdom. Yu Shichang is always a hidden danger. Zhu Xiaobao nodded and spoke in a rare and serious tone. Humph. I'm afraid it's also for the 19th princess. Right. Zhu Rong still asked sourly. No. I gave her a chance. Only when I become stronger can I give others a chance instead of begging others. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly said domineeringly. It seems that all the hard work of military advisor Murong has been in vain. You are really starting to wake up. Zhu Rong said with some relief, feeling that she was becoming more and more secure around Zhu Xiaobao. I will work hard from tomorrow on. But for now, let's practice dual cultivation first. Right. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly returned to his rogue demeanor and pushed Zhu Rong to the ground. You? Still don't want to make progress? No. I don't want to go in. The 3 counties in Zhu Xiaobao's hands are Yingshuan County, Pingwang County, and one called Huiwen County. It turns out that there was a bachelor here in the past and served in the court at that time. So here it was renamed Huiwen County. The people here consider themselves scholars. Compared with other counties, their martial arts cultivation is a bit lower. There is no particularly powerful family here, but many small families scattered around. Relatively speaking, the living environment here is the calmest and most stable in northern Zirwik Kingdom. You should be in charge of Yingshuan County and Pingwang County. I will go to Huiwen County and manage Huiwen County myself. Zhu Xiaobao said seriously in Murong Feng's tent. Huh? Xiaobao. No. The King of England is 1,000 years old. You only manage a county? Are you so confident? Murong Feng almost laughed. But due to her status, she still listened respectfully, and then asked Road. Hey! Murong Feng, you plotted against me before, but I didn't even care about you. Shouldn't you make some compensation now? Besides, these 2 counties have been almost integrated, and everything is on track. But if I take over, there will be conflicts. I go to Huiwen County just in time to show off my ambitions and show off my superpower as the King of England, Zhu Xiaobao said with his head held high. Okay, you really don't need my help. The people there are very rotten and arrogant. I'm afraid you really can't handle it. Murong Feng couldn't help laughing. Humph. Don't underestimate me. I can talk in words, but they may not be able to do it if I know how to do it. Just wait and see. Under my management, Huiwen County will become very prosperous, Zhu Xiaobao said confidently. Okay, then I'll wait and see. I wish Chiteau's horse success in advance, Murong Feng said with a smile and cupped his hands. After returning to the mansion, Zhu Xiaobao arranged for his old apprentice to go to Huiwen County to buy himself a house first, which would be regarded as his residence in Huiwen County. That is, the temporary palace of the British King Qintuan. Of course, in order to better carry out business, Zhu Xiaobao also made a special trip to bring Mu Chuanyi with him this time. As for the others, they brought 2,000 female guards with them. Of course, this time Zhu Rong also went with them, because Prince Chiteau's must have a princess to show his identity. Everything had been arranged, but Yuli suddenly came to the door at this time, and she wanted to follow Zhu Xiaobao to Huiwen County. It turns out that although Yuli has returned to the female warriors, she no longer has the same prestige as before. The female warriors all distrust her, and do not admire her as much as before. Many people had indifferent expressions and just nodded, even if they had said low to her. It's no wonder that the things she did on Nani Island really made these female warriors jealous. But this time, because she defeated Yang Beatty, she made up for it. Murong Feng did not pursue her previous crimes again, but these female warriors are still unwilling to follow her, let alone want her to lead the team. So you want to follow me? Then what are you going to do in the future? Zhu Xiaobao looked at her with some pity. Her current situation was indeed very poor. I want to follow you and start from scratch so that they can accept me again, Yuli said softly. Okay. Speaking of which, you are also my second sister. So just follow me. First, you can focus on training and restore your own cultivation. Secondly, people like you are also needed in Huiwen County to do some things. Zhu Xiaobao thought for a while, then nodded and said, Yuli's martial arts is very strong. When she went to Huiwen County, although she had an old apprentice by her side, it was good to have a strong fighter. And the female warriors around her were relatively close to Yuli. Not too much rejection. Early on the 3rd day, Zhu Xiaobao's chariot set off, and it was still very grand. There were actually more than a dozen chariots driving, and the female guards around him also changed into the costumes of the imperial guards. The most ridiculous thing is the old apprentice. He also got a guard costume, and is still a little boss. Walk at the front in a show of force. Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong, who were sitting in the car, were also a little excited. All kinds of flags are flying in front and behind, and gongs are sounded to clear the way, which is a bit of royal majesty. Zhu Rong looked at Zhu Xiaobao intently, and sighed in her heart. She never expected that the little guy she helped to eliminate the slave mark was now an extraordinary king of England. Chapter 493, After the Sage A. When he came to Huiwen County, Zhu Xiaobao realized that this county was not simple, because those large and small families are not very powerful, and the number of families is not large, but they live very freely, because their taxes are reduced by half. Correspondingly, the taxes of the common people were increased by half. All laws and regulations are beneficial to these families. The reason is that the people in these families are all descendants or disciples of the great bachelor Yuan Chang. Isn't Yuan Chang the late emperor's teacher back then? He taught some basic knowledge of literacy and digitization, and just passed it on to future generations. Zhu Xiaobao already knew a little about the origin of this county before he came, but he didn't expect that there were so many more. Unreasonable system. No wonder Murong Feng said that this county is not easy to manage. Master, shall I go check it out? The old disciple actually volunteered. He has now forgotten that the great venerable does not participate in mundane things. It is very enjoyable to follow this master. Master, I'm going to go for a walk. I'll also help you visit this county. Mu Chunyi also walked out and said, this is the first time Zhu Xiaobao has personally developed and integrated a county. And her second apprentice also wants to help Zhu Xiaobao come up with more ideas. Everyone knows that this time Zhu Xiaobao has thrown away Murong Feng and wants to fight on his own. Well, that's fine. You can take Yuli with you. Your martial arts skills are too low. If anything happens, at least Yuli can guarantee your safety. Zhu Xiaobao thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. The newly purchased house is not small, but it has relatively few rooms and simple facilities. The 2,000 female guards have to set up temporary tents to make do with it first. As soon as the 4 elders of the Du family came in, they started to decorate the facade of the house. This was the palace of the British prince, so of course, it had to have the necessary style. Before Zhu Xiaobao could sit down and take a breath, the governor of Huiwen County had already brought his men to pay homage to King Qintui. Ordinarily, Chitos should be welcomed at the border of Huiwen County early, but now this is considered acceptable, and Zhu Xiaobao doesn't care. I have seen the King of England live 1,000 years. The 40-year-old county guard knelt down and saluted respectfully. This was the first time someone knelt down to Zhu Xiaobao, which made Zhu Xiaobao a little uncomfortable. Without courtesy, I will show you a seat for Sheriff Yu. This is in his own house, so there is no need to be so restrained. Zhu Xiaobao also gave the governor a seat, and Ying Xiuxiu and others also acted as maids. The characters brought stools and then served tea. Thank you, Chitos. Is this the legendary green tea? It is indeed very strange. Governor Yu's name is Yu Shengping, and he is also Yuan Chang's great-grandson. There is an unwritten rule in this county. That is, the county governor is recommended from the descendants of the Yu family, and then reported to the court. And this has been followed ever since. This was Yu Shengping's first time drinking this kind of brewed green tea, and he thought it was average. He was used to drinking the familiar Sicha tea, but he still couldn't get used to this way of drinking tea. Ha ha! It's normal to not be used to drinking it. I've just settled here and haven't prepared any tea yet, so the governor can just give in. Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile. This kind of green tea has never been accepted by people, which made Zhu Xiaobao bow is somewhat depressed. In fact, he has been constantly improving and trying. The current taste is very good, but it still takes a long process to change people's tea drinking habits all at once. Don't dare! Don't dare! Later, I will send some local specialty tea to King Chitos of England. This was also carefully prepared by the ancestors of Wen Chang. Now it is the most famous specialty here. Yu Shengping quickly stood up and said respectfully, but it seems to have consciously reminded Zhu Xiaobao that these are all the descendants and disciples of Master Yuan Chang, and even this specialty is handed down by Mr. Yuan Chang. Well, you must try it, Zhu Xiaobao said with a faint smile, but he was a little impatient in his heart. He didn't want to talk nonsense with him, so he simply asked directly, Counter you, why are the taxes here? Are the 2 systems treated differently? Some people's taxes are reduced by half, while most others have their taxes increased by half? Hee hee. I'm afraid Chitos doesn't know something. This is a rule that has been passed down for decades. At that time, Emperor Yuan Chang retired and returned to his hometown. Because he was poor, he could only build a house on land. The late emperor thought of his poverty and simplicity, so he reduced the tax in half. We descendants and disciples have also followed this rule. As for the taxes of the common people, this has always been the case, and they are voluntary, Yu Xingping said with an arrogant expression. But the taxes of the common people were passed by in passing. Oh, so that's what happened. But, Governor Yu, Huiwen County has been in arrears with taxes to the court for many years. In 2 years, it didn't even pay a penny at all. What's going on? Zhu Xiaobao said calmly, looking very calm. Reporting back to Chitos, Huiwen County is vast and sparsely populated, with low yields and frequent droughts and floods. There is really no extra money to hand over. The court knows this. In fact, Huiwen County has never asked the court to build river embankments. This was all paid for by the local squire out of his own pocket. It can be said that he is loyal to the court. Yu Shengping looked very impassioned when he said it at the end, which made Zhu Xiaobao believe it. Okay, you go back first, and then bring me the county records and county records for each county. I want to take a look. Zhu Xiaobao didn't bother to ask any more questions, and just said lazily. The county guard bowed respectfully and said goodbye again, and retreated in fear. But Zhu Xiaobao just waved his hand. After Governor Yu and others had left, Zhu Xiaobao slapped the table and cursed. What the HL? A bachelor who has been dead for decades can influence such a large group of people. Even the entire Huiwen County. How can his disciples and grandsons live so openly and lazily all their lives? They even default on the taxes they should pay to the country. Xiaobao, this is not a war. These things can only happen slowly. We will wait for Mu Chuni and the others to come back to see what the facts are, and then make a decision. Zhu Rong walked out at this time. Said softly, she has seen a lot of this kind of thing. When she was in King Wen's fiefdom, she saw more weird things. So she knew that it was not that easy to deal with these people. Humph. I know. It's a battle of wits and courage. You've already seen the battle of wits and the battle of wits. Hey, I'll let you see it right away too. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly grinned. Then I'll wait and see. Zhu Rong looked at Zhu Xiaobao and couldn't help but smile again. The King of England, who looked serious just now looks rogue again. It's really I wonder what he will do to clean up this county. The next night, both the old apprentice and Mu Chuni came back, and neither of them looked very good. It seemed that the news about their return from the visit was definitely not good news. Old apprentice, you have worked hard. You go ahead. Zhu Xiaobao poured the old apprentice a glass of wine very attentively. I went to those fairly prestigious families, and went to visit their houses. I didn't expect that these so-called sage descendants and disciples were acting despicably and shamelessly. These families have many slaves, and their property is not good. You are young, but you are sanctimonious during the day and do nothing at night. The old apprentice said with great aura. Well, I saw this when I saw the county guard. They don't have the aloofness and righteousness of the literati. Zhu Xiaobao nodded and said, this was his deepest impression of Yu Shengping, and also his first choice to get started. The heads and princes of these families spend all day reciting poems and composing poems, going to romantic places, eating, drinking and having fun every day. When they return home, they are served by 3 wives and 4 concubines. This is not a big deal at first, but within each of their families, or the family forced the male and female slaves to have sex every night. I didn't understand what was going on at first. Later, after listening to their conversations, I realized that this is how they continue to produce the next generation of slaves among the slaves. So in less than 10 years, the next generation of slaves has grown up, and the number of slaves in their family is also growing, and many of these slaves are not registered. So on the surface, the number of people in their families is not very large. There is not much land, but there is a lot secretly, and to prevent these slaves from escaping, they were all shackled. These so-called literati are also very afraid of death. Each family supports dozens, or even more nursing servants. These people's martial arts are not weak. The old apprentice recounted everything he saw and heard in one breath. And finally he angrily picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. What about you? It seems that you have found out a lot of inside information? Otherwise, you wouldn't be so angry. Right? Zhu Xiaobao turned to Mu Chuni again. We are mainly checking the civilians, But they said they were deceived when they came here, because the land here is cheap and the taxes are not high. So of course they came with their original intention. But they didn't notice that there was a clause. The writing was very covert, saying that in one spare time one would go to those families to work for free, saying that this was a special treatment for the descendants of saints and sages. Of course, you cannot go. Then the tax will increase by 50%. Muchuani was very angry. Said, "Ha ha. I understand." When these common people arrived at the homes of the descendants of those saints, they found that they were too busy to finish their work, so they could only grit their teeth and voluntarily bear 50% more taxes. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly realized. Said, "Huh? Master, how do you know? Could it be that you gave them this idea?" The old apprentice looked at these little treasures in great surprise and asked, "Fart, am I that kind of person? Even with your IQ, I don't know how you can become a great master. Shut up and listen to what your junior sister has to say." Zhu Xiao immediately scolded angrily. "This old apprentice is too ignorant." Yes. So those civilians can only bear the extra 50% of taxes. Moreover, the local government is very cruel. Anyone who fails to pay taxes will directly demote the civilians into slaves once it exceeds 2 years. And in this way the slaves were divided among these families again. Heck! Aren't they queens of sages? So vicious? Chapter 494, After the Sage B. Although everyone is very angry, it still depends on what Zhu Xiaobao will do next. Although Yuli was very happy and proposed to go out at night and kill all the sanctimonious family heads, but it caused Zhu Xiaowen to glare at her angrily. Now, even an idiot would think that Zhu Xiaobao sent someone to do the killing. I think we still need to conduct in-depth overt and covert investigations. After all, you have only investigated a few families now. Are all families like this? Or are there a few that are the most special among them? We don't know these yet. I think we can get the real. There are not many family heads who benefit from it. So we must investigate clearly to catch the most important families. We can't attack all the families at once. Then Huiwen County will be in chaos. At this time, it was still Zhu Rong showed the wisdom of Princess Ying and asked everyone to go back and rest first, and then go out to investigate again at dawn. Hee. Sister, why do I feel that you are very calm? But I am a little uneasy. At night, Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong hugged each other and asked with a smile. Now he was sure that Zhu Rong she is the most suitable wife. No other woman is as elegant and wise as her, and her innate princess temperament is very heartwarming. That's because you don't know the details of the other party. So of course you are uneasy. But I guess they are waiting to see what happens now. And they don't understand you either. So what you have to do now is to go around in person. Let's go and grasp the most real situation. Zhu Rong said with a chuckle. Yes. If you know yourself and the enemy, you will never be defeated. I should first understand the other party's situation. Alas, you are the most suitable to be the princess. Why are you so calm and leisurely? No one else can do this. Zhu Xiaobao sighed with emotion. Said. The next day, Zhu Xiaobao took Lu Tong and Lu Fong out to walk around in person. Zhu Xiaobao also changed into a scholar's gown, with wide sleeves and wide sleeves. This is the most fashionable thing in Huiwen County, and is also a sign of status. Walking to the streets of Huiwen County, Zhu Xiaobao discovered that Huiwen County had defaulted on paying taxes to the court every year. But the streets were actually very lively and prosperous, with stalls and hawkers everywhere, and people coming and going. There are quite a few. Many of them are the children and servants of those families. But most people are still polite and gentle in their manners. And they really have a scholarly style. There are many hotels and brothels here, and various restaurants line the streets. It is worth noting that there are many large and small academies in Huiwen County. They are not only a place for teaching and educating people, but also a place for talented people to recite poetry and paint. After just looking at a few couplets at the door, Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and felt that it was ordinary. Zhu Xiaobao's franchise store hasn't had time to open in Huiwen County. But those high-end products have actually appeared in those large shops. And the prices are higher than those on the market, because merchants buy them and change hands all the time. Want to make some money. The consumption level here is not low. This soap is more expensive than mine. Don't you think it's very annoying? Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile. No way. You have already made enough money when they purchased the goods. Lu Tong and Lu Fong covered their mouths and said with a smile. Nowadays, they rarely have the opportunity to go out with Zhu Xiaobao. So this time very excited and very happy. Now, They spend more time with Zhu Rong on weekdays, and they are impressed by Princess Ying's temperament. While they were talking and laughing, there was suddenly a noise in the distance, and a man ran over right behind him. He was dressed simply, but with a panicked look on his face. There were several officials chasing him behind him. When he arrived in front of Zhu Xiaobao, this man was chased by those few. The official caught him and said, "How dare you run away? You are allowed to work at Master Yu's house. That is your blessing. You don't have to do it if you don't want to. Just sign this contract." Master official. Why? Didn't I agree that I would voluntarily help Master Yu in my spare time? And this contract is unfair. I have to pay 50% more taxes. How can I pay it? That person kneeling on the ground, he said in panic, with a little anger on his face. What's going on? Why did you arrest him? Zhu Xiaobao walked over and wanted to find out. This is a government matter. Please mind your own business. You dare to offend Mr. Yu and openly take the lead in escaping. How brave you are, the official said viciously. Slow down. Slow down. It seems that there is some misunderstanding among the several official brothers. They originally agreed to come to help in their spare time, which is to show respect to the ancestors. They did not force it. If he has something to do at home, then let him go back. Ha ha ha. Before Zhu Xiaobao could say anything, an old man had walked over from behind. He looked quite pleasant, and gave the escaped civilian a tael of silver, and then gave several officials a piece of silver. Master Yu? Several officials are a little confused. So this was not how they were handled in the past. What happened today? For the first time, Mr. Yu gave this man a tael of silver? Go back. Don't ask any more questions, Mr. Yu said with a gentle expression on his face. Yes. Yes. That's my farewell. Several officials nodded and bowed and left. Of course, the civilian also quickly saluted Master Yu, and then left quickly because he saw Master Yu's the look in his eyes made him feel very terrifying. Young master, I'd like to invite you. I'm Yu Hansong. I wonder what I call you? The old man asked in a very gentle manner. Zhu Xiaobao. The old gentleman has invited me. Zhu Xiaobao also bowed his hand politely. His official name in Beiziri Kingdom is Zhu Xiaobao, but many people know his name. He said this intentionally, just to see look how this old man reacts. Just now, the old man took action ahead of him, and sent away the fleeing civilian. This had already made Zhu Xiaobao very vigilant. Ha ha ha! It turns out to be the young masters. The people under my command did not explain clearly what they were doing just now, which caused unnecessary misunderstandings and disturbed the elegant mood of the young masters. It is really a sin, Yu Hansong still said pleasantly. It doesn't matter. It's just walking around. It's more interesting to have something to do. This Huiwen County is very special. Are the officials so enthusiastic about every family? Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and asked with a smile. Road. Well, this is just a coincidence. A coincidence. Ha ha. Is this your first time coming to Huiwen County? Right. Are you visiting relatives or friends? Mr. Yu's face changed, and then he returned to his pleasant expression. Asked. No. I just want to take a look at the customs here. Who are the real scholars? Which ones are the fake scholars? Which ones are the real nobles? Which ones are the fake nobles? Which ones are the hypocrites? Which ones are the real villains? Zhu Xiaobao he shook his head lightly and said. By then, he was already quite indifferent to Mr. Yu. This guy obviously came here because he doubted his identity. This meant that he was being watched by these people. Ha ha. Young master is joking. The people of Huiwen County are simple and honest. The students study hard and study hard. Many amazing poems are written by talented people from Huiwen County. The character is also the legacy of Mr. Wucheng. Simple and elegant. Why? Are you a hypocrite? Mr. Yu also felt Zhu Xiaobao's indifference and said with some embarrassment. Ha ha. Simple folk customs? This is exactly what I want to see. I am also looking for some simple people to chat with. Wu Nian, the person who escaped just now is very good. Dad, I will take my leave now. Zhu Xiaobao handed over his hand, then turned around and left. Mr. Yu looked at Zhu Xiaobao's back with a bit of irritation, and suddenly said in a high voice, Things are done as they please. This is a first couplet. Didn't Zhu Xiaobao just say that they are not true literati? Therefore, Master Yu asked Zhu Xiaobao a difficult problem behind Zhu Xiaobao at this time. After saying this couplet, the old man looked at Zhu Xiaobao calmly. At this time, his subordinates also gathered behind the old man. And they all immediately clapped their hands and applauded with understanding. Some people were still shouting to Zhu Xiaobao, "Let's go! He is right in the second line." Of course, this first couplet also has a warning meaning. Mr. Yu is a man who covers the sky with one hand in Huiwen County. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao didn't even look back. He just raised his hands and sang, "Goods disasters attract guests, and guests will come." Suddenly, Mr. Yu's face froze. He didn't expect Zhu Xiaobao to react so quickly. Is this person the King of England? The people under his command were not sure. Although he came from the British Prince's palace, he was dressed very plainly, and there were no guards around him. So he couldn't be sure. But although it is impossible to judge, this person's talent and learning have already shocked these people. The key is that Mr. Yu also heard some dangerous implications from this second line. Mr. Yu finally couldn't help it, and he pulled his old face and chased after him. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao was taking Lu Tong and Lu Fang to taste a snack here, because many young talents brought their female companions to taste snacks here. Lu Tong and Lu Fang were also very envious and begged, "Look at Zhu Xiaobao." Zhu Xiaobao was very considerate and took them to experience this charming atmosphere. The two little girls were so happy. In fact, this food is not very delicious. It is just batter with some mincemeat added. But the price is not cheap. It costs 10 copper coins for a small bowl. But Lu Tong and Lu Fang ate it with gusto, because it was not only the taste, but also the atmosphere that they liked the most. Unexpectedly, and to my disappointment, Mr. Yu chased me and asked a little uneasily, "Who are you? What do you plan to do in Huiwen County? What do you think?" Zhu Xiaobao still hummed indifferently, "I think." Mr. Yu was a little embarrassed, but he had an idea and used the chopsticks on the table to make the word because. Then he stared at Zhu Xiaobao. "Humph. I don't take a single word seriously. The remaining words are for you." Zhu Xiaobao waved his hands, stood up instead, took out a chopstick in the middle, and then threw down a piece of broken silver. "Walk away." Mr. Yu looked at the words on the table, and Zhu Xiaobao took out a chopstick, and the word "een" became the word prison. His face suddenly changed. Chapter 495. After the sage sea, Yu Hansong's face was gloomy, and he felt very uneasy in his heart. He hurriedly led his servants back to Xuanzi. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao took Lu Tong and Lu Fang, chatting and laughing, and prepared to go back. He had gained a lot today, and he had already seen the cunning and vicious side of the peace and comfort. "Master, what did that word mean just now? Why did he look so scared when he saw you taking away a chopstick? He didn't even dare to say anything anymore?" Lu Tong and Lu Fang followed closely behind. Zhu Xiaobao asked curiously, "Ha ha! He wants to set a trap for me. It's an anagram. The word because there is one person in the country. That is the emperor. If I admit it, I can say that I want to usurp the throne. If I can't see it, then what? It can be said that I have no real talent. Show off their so-called talent. These literati just like to do such little tricks. Huh? They are just trivial skills. They are not worth mentioning at all." Zhu Xiaobao snorted very contemptuously. In fact, even if he recognized someone from the kingdom, Yu Qianrou wouldn't think too much about it. Originally, Yu Qianrou really wanted Zhu Xiaobao to take over the throne. But Yu Hansong didn't know the details of this. He just used common sense to deduce that the emperor must have had a grudge when he saw someone who dared to consider himself the best in the country. And his goal was achieved. "Oh, I see. The young master is so smart. If you take away a chopstick, it means you have figured out the word puzzle. But if you don't tell it, and if you take away a chopstick, it becomes the word prison, and gave it to the master, just to tell him that he would be imprisoned. That's why he was so scared that his face changed." Lu Tong reacted immediately, clapped his hands, and shouted excitedly, "Yeah! Yes! You are very smart too. You will get a prize when you go back." Zhu Xiaobao smiled and nodded, adding some small movements with his hands, which made Lu Fang's face suddenly feel embarrassed and happy. "I figured it out too. But before I could say it, she said it." Lu Fang shouted unwillingly from the side. She was always half a step slower than her twin sister in everything. But this time it was really a little bit. "I'm anxious." "Okay. I'll reward you when you go back." Zhu Xiaobao kindly hugged the two little maids and said with a smile. Many scholars on the street were showing off their literary talent with their beauties in their arms. So this action was not too excessive. But it made the next girl was a little shy. Her face was red and her head was lowered. But her heart was sweet. "What? Brother, You are confused. How can you write this word? It doesn't matter whether he is the king of England or not. But now people not only see it, but also give you the word prison in return. Now it's better. People are not fooled. But we are deeply passive. If he is not the king of England, then this word is at most a threat. But if he is really the king of England, it will be terrible. An old man sitting at the top looked serious. And the more he spoke, feeling more and more uneasy, he glared at Yu Hansong angrily. He is Yu Hansong's elder brother Yu Hansong. Yes, brother Yu is being reckless. If Shindali hadn't forced his way out of Zhuangzi, I wouldn't have chased him out. I was just afraid that if he ran along the street, he would run into the king of England's people. Yu Hansong lowered his voice in shame and annoyance. Said the voice. The three brothers of the Yu family all have the eldest brother Yu Hansong as their backbone. Ha ha. How can the second brother care about a mere untouchable? But he has fallen in love with Shindali's wife. Tong or Nyang? Yu Hanbai, the third brother sitting at the bottom, said with a smile. He is the least fond of reading among the three brothers. But he prefers to read. He likes to practice martial arts, and has the highest cultivation level among the three. He is already at the level of a martial master. He is also nearly 10 years younger than his two brothers, and is only in his early 50s. Shut up! You know these things that are not on the table. I can tell you too. The King of England came with bad intentions this time. And he was the one who wiped out the Li family in Taohua County. You all restrain yourself. Those chicken feathers don't do anything about skin anymore. Yu Hansong glared at Lao San, and then said solemnly, Yes, brother. What should we do now? The two of them were still in awe when they saw the boss. They immediately sat up straight and responded respectfully. Well, you have to be cautious, but you don't need to be afraid of him. After all, a crossword puzzle can't mean anything. Everything we do is reasonable and legal. And we don't dare to do anything random even if he tries. Go and find the county governor Yu Xingping for me. Yu Hansong he regained his composure and said, Yes. For several days in a row, the King of England did not make an official appearance, which made the people in those families a little uneasy. The more he did not show up, the more unpredictable he became. What on earth is this King of England doing? Although all the families went to visit the King of England, no one saw the king himself. The Princess of England received them on his behalf. All the gifts were accepted as ordered. But every family also received the Princess of England. A return gift for me. On the 7th day, Xu Xiaobao and his entourage formally arrived at the county governor's yamen, but did not notify Yu Xingping in advance. But as soon as they arrived, Huiwen County's senior officials and qualified family heads were already waiting there. It can be seen that they have been prepared for a long time, and are not afraid of you coming to make a surprise attack. See the 1,000-years-old King of England! Everyone bowed down and saluted in unison, making Xu Xiaobao feel a little elated. It turns out that the feeling of being visited by everyone is actually very uncomfortable. Ha ha! No need to be polite. After waiting for so many days, you must be wondering how this king will govern Huiwen County when he comes to Huiwen County. What will be the first decree? Are you all anxious? Xiaobao was sitting in the courtroom, still smiling, but his eyes were scanning everyone standing below. This kind of look is not kind, and a bit cold. May the King of England issue an edict at 1,000 years old. Everyone still said in unison. The Emperor's is called the Imperial Edict. The Queen Mother's is called Iji. And the Prince's is called the Edict, also known as the Edict. Yeah, it's very simple. The reason I came here is to be fair and just, to make Huiwen County prosperous and let the people live and work in peace and contentment. So my first decree is to abolish the rule of half the tax deduction for those aristocratic families. Zhu Xiaobao sat on it and said lightly, Wow! Although Zhu Xiaobao said it very easily, all the officials and squires present got into chaos and talked a lot. Some of them immediately jumped out and objected loudly. Qian Sui, this is absolutely impossible. The decree passed down by the late emperor has been this way for all these years, and no one has ever dared to change it without authorization. Yes, Shitos, please take back your life. This is against the ancestral system, and it is also unfair to all Mr. Buncho's descendants and disciples. Immediately, many people stood up and echoed, Humph! The late emperor's decree. Yes, there is such a decree. But what the emperor said in the imperial edict was that he was grateful for the poverty of the great scholar Yue Chang. So he exempted him from half of the tax. He said that it would be for future generations. Is it hereditary? Please come out with the imperial edict and let me take a look. If there is such a sentence as to protect future generations, hereditary will not be replaced. I will take it back. Besides, are you still poor now? You are all red-faced and have a lot of money. We are rich and have thousands of hectares of fertile land. Do you still dare to say the word poverty? I'm afraid you have never seen how difficult it is to be poor. Zhu Xiaobao lowered his face and looked at everyone coldly. Among them were the 3 members of the Yu family. The old man stood aside and did not move, just watching what happened. But those who stood up glanced at them from time to time, obviously looking at his eyes. This has always been implemented this way, and the officials and people of Huiyuan County also support and recognize this rule. This is also a tribute to Mr. Wenchang, these people said with a guilty conscience, and their voices were no longer so impassioned. Some people looked back at the 3 elders of the Yu family from time to time. Governor Yu, what do you think? As the imperial governor, do you think I did the right thing in this matter? Huiyuan County cannot pay taxes every year. Don't you think we should find the reason? Zhu Xiaobao said directly. He looked at Yu Shengping and asked. Well, I haven't read the imperial edict of the late emperor, so I don't dare to make any unreasonable comments. But as soon as Chitos comes here, I'm afraid it's a little inappropriate to change the system that has been followed for decades. Right, Yu Shengping said while avoiding the important matter. Humph. Once you are used to enjoying the benefits, once you are kicked out of the system, of course you will not be willing to accept it. So no matter when I abolish this system, you will feel that something is wrong. Zhu Xiaobao snorted lightly. Yes, I am also a descendant of Mr. Wenchang, so I disagree with Qianto's edict. This is disrespectful to the late emperor and my ancestor, Mr. Wenchang. This edict can only change Huiyuan County. It makes people panic. It will even make those unruly people take the opportunity to cause trouble. So, please take back your life. Yu Shengping gritted his teeth and simply said loudly with his chest raised. He got the hint from the 3 elders of the Yu family, so he suddenly became tough. Got it. I said that there is a shadow in the imperial edict that will not be inherited by future generations. I will take it back. If not, then do it according to my wishes. In addition, in your spare time, why don't you go to the homes of saints like you to help with chores? Work. This one is also invalid. Why do you have to work for your family to show respect for a saint? It is possible that you set up a statue of a saint and everyone will worship it. It is not nonsense to go to work to show respect. Not to mention that Mr. Wenchang has passed away, but my sister is still alive and kicking as the emperor. I haven't seen you loyal dignitaries helping her farmland, cleaning stables, etc. Zhu Xiaobao curled his lips, hummed. You are committing the crime of disrespect. You dare to humiliate your ancestors, and you dare to say that His Majesty is alive and kicking. This is simply a disgrace. We will report to the Holy One and punish you for the crime of disrespect. These people suddenly they all shouted in shock and anger. They didn't expect Zhu Xiaobao to speak so freely. Even the emperor dared to ridicule him. Please, hurry up and write the memorial, and I will help you deliver it. Anyway, my first edict has been promulgated. Governor Yu, let's start from your house. Be a good example, and this year's taxes must be sufficient. Turn it over. Otherwise you won't have to work as a county guard, Zhu Xiaobao said indifferently, and then directly named Yu Shengping. Is it difficult to obey? I object to this approach. It is impossible to pay all the taxes this year, Yu Shengping said loudly. What do you mean? Are you trying to resist the decree? Hee. I have little talent and little knowledge, and I don't have this ability. So it's okay for the sheriff not to do it. Oh, threatening me? Okay, come here. Go to Huiyuan County and bring the Tao Jiqian to me. Tao Jiqian? Chapter 496. Ben Chitos fell from the sky. At this time, there was no sound when he was lying down. Everyone looked at Zhu Xiaobao with very shocked and weird expressions, because Tao Jiqian was the governor of Taohua County. He had been imprisoned for taking bribes and collaborating with the Li family. If he hadn't counterattacked and killed the Yuanwu when he was unprepared, Tao Jiqian would also have been executed by the whole family. Now Zhu Xiaobao actually wants to transfer this person to be the county guard. Isn't this child's play? Chitos! This Tao Jiqian is a person who has committed a capital crime. Are you kidding me? Some people couldn't help asking, but they were secretly happy in their hearts. It seems that there is no one available around this British King Chitos. You actually thought of this felon? Yeah, I know. I can make him take the blame and make meritorious service. What? Is there any problem? If you can resolutely carry out my decree, you can also recommend yourself to be the county guard. Do you have it? Do you have it? Zhu Xiaoxiaobao looked around twice, and everyone lowered their heads uneasily. Who dares? I don't accept it. Huiwen County has always been recommended by the squires of the county and rarely reported to the court, and has always been a descendant of my Yu family. If you want to be this county governor, you have to have some real talent and learning. This 1,000-year-old is not, should we object? Yu Xiongping said loudly at this time. Humph. What do you call true talent and learning? Those couplets at the entrance of the academy are nonsense. And you still have the nerve to call me true talent and learning? If you have true talent and learning, you won't be unable to pay taxes every year, Zhu Xiaobao said disdainfully. Ha ha. I have to say a few words about this. Even if Chitos takes any measures, at most there will be differences of opinion. But what I just said is a great disrespect to my Mr. Buncho. As a junior, I have to come out and ask for it. Explain? Yu Hansong stood up at this time and said in a pleasant manner. But this time he was prepared. And now he only stood up after getting a hint from his elder brother Yu Hansong. So he seemed very confident. Oh, it turns out to be Mr. Yu. I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. What's wrong? Am I right? You so-called talented people are just pretending to be arty and elegant in front of the royal relatives and the noble gentry. What else are you capable of? What word puzzle are you going to give me this time? Zhu Xiaobao said with a half-smile. It seems that his understanding of the situation is correct. The three elders of the Yu family are the masterminds behind these people. Being able to be elegant in front of others is also a skill. Ha ha! Those charades are just impromptu actions. Not worth mentioning. My ancestors left behind 3 eternal absolutes. As long as Chitos can match one, we will abolish this tax exemption according to Chitos's wishes system. But if Kiantos can't cope with it, then it means that we sages will still have some growth in the future? Isn't that right, Kiantos? Yu Hansong actually acted very calmly, and did not show any signs of failure because of Zhu Xiaobao's words. Despite his anger and gaffes, he is still cheerful. 3 eternal absolutes? Since they are eternal absolutes, are you bringing them out now so that I can confront them on the spot? Zhu Xiaobao immediately grasped the key point and asked with a smile. No. No. Of course not. How is it possible that we can all confront each other on the spot? I mean, if we can confront one within 3 days, we will lose. What do you think? Yu Hansong suddenly blushed. Using Qingyu Absolute to make things difficult for others is indeed unfair. But they don't want to talk about fairness in the first place. They just want to protect their own interests. Well, okay, let's talk about it. If I can't answer any of them, then I will admit that your ancestors did have some skills. You do have some skills too. I won't mention the tax exemption anymore. Zhu Xiaoxiaobao nodded and actually agreed. Really? Chitos is indeed a quick talker. Then it's a deal. Yu Hansong suddenly shouted in surprise. He didn't expect Zhu Xiaobao to be fooled so easily. He was still too young and a little ignorant. So Yu Hansong immediately seized on this topic and left Zhu Xiaobao here first, so as not to admit it when the time comes. Humph. Don't worry. Of course I keep my word when I say hua. Tell me about your first pair, Zhu Xiaobao said calmly, not even looking worried at all. This made everyone present a little confused. Is it really so sure? Ha ha. Chitos, please listen carefully. The first couplet is 500 arhats crossing the river bank, wishing 1,000 Buddha sons. Yu Hansong shook his head and said, seeming to be intoxicated, and the yin and yang of the recitation was stunned. I felt a little carried away. A beautiful woman is facing 2 beautiful women in the moon, on earth, and in the sky. Zhu Xiaobao lazily supported his chin with one hand and said casually, What? Chitos, what did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Is it too difficult? How about I change you to another one? Yu Hansong came back from his intoxication, but he didn't hear Zhu Xiao clearly. Bao's words. So he asked hurriedly. But Yu Hansong's face changed drastically, and he looked at Zhu Xiaobao with wide eyes in shock. What's so difficult? Didn't I already match you with the second line? Are you mentally ill? Then I'll say it again. A beautiful woman is facing 2 beautiful women on the moon, on earth, and in the sky. Zhu Xiaobao said a little impatiently. A beautiful woman is facing 2 beautiful women in the moon, earth, and heaven. Only then did Yu Hansong understand that what Zhu Xiaobao was talking about just now was actually the second couplet. He read it carefully several times, and was shocked. It turned out to be a neat contrast. The real absolute. Yu Hansong immediately stammered. How is this possible? You actually faced each other in such a short time? Okay. Needless to say about the remaining two Qiangdu absolutely. Shouldn't you go back to prepare and pay the taxes you should pay? Zhu Xiaobao actually didn't have any interest listening to the other two absolutes. It's okay if his goal is achieved anyway. Isn't this supposed to be the case? Yu Hansong stood there and murmured in a daze. I'm still not convinced. Prince Chitos may have heard this second line a long time ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to confront him so quickly. Do you think so? At this time, Yu Xingping jumped out again and said, still tampering with others. These people. Otherwise they would have to go home and prepare to pay back taxes. Humph. You want to cheat? And you want to trick these people into cheating together? Zhu Xiaobao looked at Yu Xingping and said. He was already a bit murderous at this time. No. This does not make sense. Chitos's reaction was too quick, and he didn't think about it at all. Therefore, Governor Yu's words are excusable. Yu Hansong also hurriedly helped. But in my heart, I really doubt that Zhu Xiaobao has known about this second line for a long time. Then let me convince you that you lost. Let's talk about your second couplet. Zhu Xiaobao nodded and said with a grin. Yes. Then please listen to Chitos. The second couplet is, Sishuajiang is the first. Sishixia is the second. I live in Jiangxia. Who is the first? Who is the second? After reading this after finishing the first couplet, Yu Hansong began to feel proud. This first couplet was much more difficult than the previous one, and it also gave him a lot of momentum. It's interesting. Mr. Wen, the elder, still has some literary talent. Ha. Since you are the queen of sages, it's better to be more humble. Listen up. I will give you the right line. The three religions and Confucianism are in the front, and the three talents are in the back. Boy, how dare I, a Confucian, be in front or behind? Zhu Xiaobao nodded, and then said in an admonishing tone, we're facing each other again? How is this possible? Yu Hansong rubbed his eyes vigorously to make sure that he was not dreaming. But the more he did this, the more frightened he became. This was too fast. He thought about it for dozens of times. I didn't come up with a decent second line in 2016. But now I have two absolute ones all at once. Which makes people live. Yu Hansong was already a little panicked. And without caring about anything else, he directly said the first couplet. This is the real absolute. You listen carefully. Daunting Lake. 800 miles away. Rolling waves and sea waves. Where did the Grand Bachelor come from? Snort. This is a couplet written by our ancestors out of emotion back then. Over the years, no one has been able to get it right and neat. Ha. Aren't you talking about me? It seems that Mr. Wen, the elder, has long known that I will come to manage Huiwen County. Listen. Daunting Lake is 800 miles away. With rolling waves and sea waves. Where do the great scholars come from? Wushan Gorge. 12 peaks. Mist and mist. This 1,000-year-old descended from the sky. Zhu Xiaobao laughed loudly, stood up, and suddenly a king's aura spurted out, and he read out the second couplet with unparalleled domineering power. Suddenly everyone in the hall bowed to the ground and bowed to Zhu Xiaobao, although they were very offended by the new king of England. In front of Absolute, they still bowed down with sincerity. I deeply admire Chitos's literary talents. It's settled now. I will pay the taxes back when I get back. From now on, the general rules of exemption and exemption will be completely abolished. I'll take my leave. Yu Hansong also stood up at this time, speaking in a low voice, said forcefully. Then he took these squires back home. It turns out that Yu Hansong saw that the situation was over. And since he had lost, he might as well just admit it. This little tax is nothing. The most important thing is to keep other secrets. So he hurriedly took the people back first. Huh? Why aren't you leaving yet? Zhu Xiaobao asked, a little surprised when he saw Yu Xingping still standing respectfully in the hall. Shiguan was impulsive just now and has offended Chitos a lot. I hope Chitos can forget the blame. Shiguan will definitely work hard and dedicate himself to Huiwen County and serve Chitos. Yu Xingping knelt down on the ground and kowtowed. Said, he actually doesn't want to resign. Wait. It seems that you screamed loudly when we made the bed just now? Zhu is not convinced, and he is not convinced. What do you mean it's a done deal? Why can't you accept your order? Now you want to go back on your word? Ha ha. I'm sorry. I don't want to regret it. You have to get out. Of course. This month's salary will still be paid. I will report it to the court for you. Zhu Xiaobao's originally smiling face suddenly turned into indifference. And then someone directly kicked Yu Shengping out of the county governor's mansion. Chapter 497, The New Sheriff, Seeing those government officials kicking Yu Shengping out of the county governor's house awkwardly, Zhu Xiaobao nodded with satisfaction and said, Don't be impatient. The new county governor will take office soon. Huh? What if you have a ghost in your heart? Think about it carefully in the past few days. And don't regret it before it's too late. The government officials were all dumbfounded as they looked at the 1,000-year-old king of England. Unexpectedly, the Yu family, which was thought to be well-established and powerful, could be so easily pulled out by this young prince. Moreover, it was completely defeated and all the ancestors of the family were moved out. But it was still of no use. Zhu Xiaobao didn't care about this and left with his people. As soon as he returned to his Prince Ying's mansion, he saw Zhu Rong, his servants and guards, happily welcoming Zhu Xiaobao back to his home. It turns out that Zhu Xiaobao's 3 absolutes in the hall have spread quickly. Now the literati have copied these 3-second couplets on brocade and silk, savoring them and admiring them again and again. The absolutes for so many years have actually appeared in the hall. They were all matched up within one day. And the last pair was a slap in the face to the 3 elders of the Yu family. Congratulations to the Wang family on their 1,000th birthday. The new family congratulates the prince. Not only is it a victory, but it also breaks the Yu family's 3 absolutes. Zhu Rong smiled and gave Zhu Xiaobao a gentle gift. Her movements were gentle and elegant, and her manners were incomparable. How could this be a gift? Clearly showing the style of the British princess. Ha ha! Did you do this on purpose? Do you need to be so grand? But your manners are really good looking. Zhu Xiaobao smiled a little flattered. Now he can feel it. Being a person in power is really satisfying. And the feeling of intoxication. Well, how can we neglect royal etiquette? These rules must not be ignored, Zhu Rong said with a smile. Too many rules will be very troublesome. So don't be polite. Sister, according to the rules, should we go hand in hand? Zhu Xiaobao asked with a smile, holding Zhu Rong's waist. Ha ha! There is no such rule. Going long can only be regarded as your order. Although Zhu Rong said this, she felt quite comfortable and let Zhu Xiaobao hold her waist and slowly returned to the house. Inside, after returning to the front hall, Zhu Rong said softly, I have asked Yuli to take people to monitor the Yamen servants in the county governor's house in case something changes. Well, my sister is thoughtful. Now that I have evacuated Yu Shengping, why hasn't the person I want arrived yet? Zhu Xiaobao nodded. He didn't think carefully about many things, which showed that Ying the princess's thoughtful thoughts and rich experience know what to do to help Zhu Xiaobao. Well, we've arrived and are in the backyard. But well, why don't you go and see for yourself? I won't go with you, Zhu Rong said with a bit of disgust. Oh, why? Is there something wrong? Zhu Xiaobao asked a little surprised. But when he saw Zhu Rong's disgusted look, he just smiled and said nothing. He became more and more curious and hurried to the backyard. There is a carriage parked in the backyard, which is the kind of carriage with a wooden fence that is specially used to transport prisoners. There are 8 female guards guarding it. But these 8 female guards are far away, and some people and covering his nose with his hand. When he got closer, Zhu Xiaobao understood why Zhu Rong was unwilling to accompany him. The smell coming from the prison car was so unpleasant that he probably hadn't washed himself in half a month. Looking at the person sitting inside, with unkempt hair and shabby clothes, this person didn't care at all. Sitting in the prison car, he was still arranging a chess game with relish. He was so focused that even Zhu Xiaobao didn't care when he arrived. Didn't notice it. Is this person Tao Zhiqian? How did it happen like this? Didn't I tell him not to treat him badly? Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but cover his nose and asked. It wasn't originally like this. But half a month ago, military advisor Murong ordered that he would no longer be given a change of clothes, and that he would only eat, drink, and wash in a simple way. He only had 1 meal a day and nothing else. But it's strange to say that this person still doesn't care. Even looks very happy, saying that he will be released soon. The female guard next to her reported to Xiang Zhu Xiaobao. Murong Feng? What does she mean? Hey, Are you trying to make things difficult for me? Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help laughing. At this moment, the man inside suddenly saw Zhu Xiaobao and became excited. He held the railing and shouted loudly, My lord! My lord! I have finally seen you! Who wants to promote me? It turns out to be the King of England. 1,000 years old. The guilty minister pays his respects to the King of England. 1,000 years old. Tao Xiqian, how are you so sure that I want to reuse you? It seems that you are very determined. Are you still in the mood to study the chess records? Zhu Xiaobao asked curiously. Sir. No. No. The 1,000-year-old King of England. Isn't this simple? It turns out that it has always been normal in the prison. Although it is simple, it is passable. But then suddenly there is no food, no water, no washing, no change. I want to kill. I was killed a long time ago. So why bother me now? What's more, my family is fine. Doesn't that mean I'm going to be let out? There must be someone who doesn't have the original intention. So they are deliberately punishing me. Ha. I've seen this kind of little trick a lot. And it's probably that military advisor Murong. Tao Xiqian said proudly. TSK, you're thinking too much. I don't want to use you now. Send him back. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly lowered his face and hummed, turned around and left. My lord. My lord. 1,000 years old. The King of England is 1,000 years old. I have realized my mistake, and don't dare to talk nonsense anymore. Just spare me. Tao Xiqian was so shocked that he quickly laid down in the prison car and kowtowed. He knew that he had just been a little bit, he was so complacent. As a felon, he was so complacent. Of course he was seeking death. Well, should the red side of your chess move go? Zhu Xiaobao then turned around and looked at the remaining game inside and asked. Yes, but I can't figure out which way to go. Tao Xiqian wiped the sweat from his forehead and said cautiously, Horse 8 goes into 7. Then 7 goes into 8. And Zhu Xiaobao looked at it for a while before saying, In this way. Tao Xiqian responded with both hands and shouted in surprise. Ah, I understand. It's an afterthought. It will kill. Well, when playing chess, you need to look at a few more moves. The real winner is not the cannon, but the horse. It can be used as a corner general and can also be used as a cannon support. Do you understand? Zhu Xiaobao said with his hands behind his back. I understand. I understand. From now on, Tao Xiqian will be 1,000-year-old wildebeest, a cannon stand, and die with all his strength. Tao Xiqian immediately knelt down and kowtowed and said repeatedly, Well, let him out. Let him take a bath and change clothes. And then bring him to see me. Zhu Xiaobao waved his hand and said, and then returned to his study. How about it? This Tao Xiqian didn't seduce you, did he? Zhu Rong had already prepared the teacup in the study and asked with a smile. This guy is a little smart, but he likes to show off. I taught him a lesson, and he has learned to restrain himself now. I'm actually quite optimistic about this guy. He has a thief's heart and courage. But the key point is that his brain is pretty good. Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile. Now that he thought about Murong Feng's move, he just wanted to see Tao Xiqian's reaction. It seemed that Tao Xiqian's performance was good. At least, he was still energetic. He now needs someone who can compete with the Yu family and the three of them. Old battle of wits and courage. Half an hour later, after Tao Xiqian took a shower and changed clothes, he came to Zhu Xiaobao's study and formally met with the King and Queen of England. He was originally the governor of Peach Blossom County, so he followed a set of etiquette and was meticulous. Get up. This is not in the lobby. You don't have to be polite. Zhu Rong said softly. Yes. Thank you, King Ing. Thank you, Princess Ing. Tao Xiqian said respectfully, then stood up and stood there bent over. Tao Xiqian, have you missed me in the past few months in prison? We don't know each other until we fight. Right? Zhu Xiaobao asked with a smile. Yes. Yes. When Chitos was still an inspector, he had beaten me to pieces. Now that he is the King of England, I would like to express my gratitude to Chitos for not killing me. Tao Xiqian knelt down and thanked me again. Do you know what I want you to do? Zhu Xiaobao waved his hand to signal him to get up, and then asked, Chitos is going to integrate Huiwen County now. So you want me to help make suggestions? Tao Xiqian said cautiously. Do you know Yu Shengping? What do you think of him? Zhu Xiaobao ignored Tao Xiqian's question and continued to ask. I know. This person is a descendant of the Yu family and the governor of Huiwen County. However, the 3 elders of the Yu family who really have the final say in Huiwen County. And Yu Xingping is just their puppet. Tao Jiqian returned to his former self. Wise and very clearly stated. Well, you do know something inside. I have removed Yu Xingping. Who do you think I should send to take over the position of county guard? Zhu Xiaobao looked at Tao Jiqian and asked calmly. Well, there are really not many people who can stand firm in Huiwen County. Huh? Chitos, you don't mean to let me. Tao Jiqian thought for a long time and suddenly woke up and shouted. How about it? Do you want to continue being a county guard? Continue your old profession? Zhu Xiaobao nodded and looked at Tao Jiqian with a smile. Thank you, Chitos, for your support. Tao Jiqian will definitely live up to expectations and turn Huiwen County into the #1 county in the Zerwei Kingdom. Tao Jiqian knelt down and cowed out in excitement and said loudly. Oh, so confident? It's not easy to be a county guard. You might even lose your life. So think about it. Zhu Xiaobao reminded meaningfully. The villain deserves to die. And this life was picked up. So what are you afraid of? As long as he can die before his death. Tao Jiqian will definitely die without giving up. Tao Jiqian suddenly said with great pride. Really, it's like a scholar dying for a confidant. Okay. Then get ready and take office tomorrow. I will help you with all the registration and approval. Your martial arts is not too weak. Your brain is flexible. And you should be careful. You should be able to live for a long time. Well, that's fine. I'll do it again. I will send you a guard. Yu Li, from today on, you will follow Mr. Tao. Zhu Xiaobao said to Yu Li, who was standing outside the door. Yes. Chapter 498, The New Sheriff B. Tao Jiqian was so grateful this time. He didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao would use him so highly. He thought that just asking him to be a master and help make suggestions would be great. But he didn't expect that he could be the county guard again. Don't be too happy too early. You have done meritorious service and have no salary for the time being. Come to me and reimburse all your expenses. Well, I will also have your family and children sent over. Don't worry. You think I am taking them as hostages. Zhu Xiaobao simply said more generously. No. 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 Chitos-sama. It's better to let them stay in Huiwen County. In this way, I won't have anything to worry about here. And I can free my hands and feet to do something big. Unexpectedly, Tao Jiqian's mind was quick. I immediately realized the danger here, and there was no need to bring my family and children. Ha ha. You are smart. But, Tao Jiqian, do you really want to do something big? You turn out to be a corrupt official, not an upright official. Zhu Xiaobao looked at Tao Jiqian and teased. Hee hee. Good birds choose good trees to live in. And good ministers choose Mingzhu to serve. I have never met Mingzhu. In fact, when I was the county magistrate, I also wanted to be an honest official and benefit the whole party. Tao Jiqian smiled a little awkwardly rode. Ha ha ha. Tao Jiqian, you can really say it. I will take what you say as true. Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong couldn't help laughing. This is why Tao Jiqian and the others are optimistic that he will make a difference in the future. It's because this person's skin is thick enough and his brain is very flexible. When he went to take office the next day, Zhu Xiaobao did not send Tao Jiqian there in person, but asked him to take office alone, bringing 200 guards with him. Unexpectedly, Tao Jiqian didn't take it seriously at all, and just took office swaggeringly. With Tao Jiqian as the governor, Zhu Xiaobao felt much more relaxed, and he even hid behind the scenes, with Tao Jiqian always there to show up. And Zhu Xiaobao also realized that he had picked up a treasure, and Tao Jiqian started to fiddle with it as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He is not so tough and domineering. Each family greets him with a smile and calls him brother. But when he turns against him, he starts to kill him. Tao Jiqian replaced almost half of the former Yamen servants in the county governor's office in just a few days, and he arrested a few more. These people had been investigated by Tao Jiqian long ago. Not only that, Tao Jiqian also brought back all his former subordinates one after another. Of course, they were all people with some real talent and learning. After Tao Jiqian was imprisoned, these people were dismissed or found their own way out. And now it's been used again. Tao Jiqian, this bastard. Who is he? Wasn't he also a corrupt official in Taohua County? When he got here, he actually started talking to us about justice and integrity. The gifts and beauties I sent to him. The guy was sent back beating the gongs and drums. How disgusting. Yu Hanbai, the youngest of the Yu family, yelled with his feet jumping. Third brother, be patient. Do you think this is Tao Jiqian's doing? Wrong. It actually means that the King of England is 1,000 years old. Our King of England is 1,000 years old. It's not easy. Tao Jiqian is like a mad dog. Messing around bite. And this person will die if he dies. The King of England Chitos doesn't care at all. But if he doesn't die, he will try his best to please the King of England. So now this Lord Sheriff is very incorruptible. Yu Hanzhan tightened, he said with a frown. Alas! It's all because Yu Shengping was too impulsive. He offered to resign. It was a good thing. But Yu Xiaobao immediately caught the topic and drove him back. Yu Hanzhan also shook his head and sighed. At this moment, Yu Shengping ran in a panic. Master! What's wrong? Tao Jiqian actually went to the prison today. And he stayed in the prison all day. What's wrong? He wants to start with the civilians who were demoted to slave status. Those slave status are not registered. Once found out, the consequences will be disastrous. Thousands of people will be involved. Yu Hanzhan, he immediately said in shock and anger. I'm going to kill this guy named Tao. He won't run around like a mad dog. Yu Hanbai couldn't bear it anymore and said viciously. Don't be impatient. There is nothing further at this time. Let's see what Tao Jiqian will do. Although those who were demoted were not registered, they did not complete the payment of taxes. At most, we can only miss the payment. It's just revenge. Yu Hanzhan was still calmer and suppressed the two brothers. Now they are staring at Tao Jiqian to see what he can do. Ah! Who is cursing me? Chitos, do you think someone wants to kill me? I have been a little frightened these days. Tao Jiqian was playing chess with Zhu Xiaobao at this time. And he actually took this opportunity to think Zhu Xiaobao reported on his work. However, Tao Jiqian's chess level is much higher than that of his old apprentice. This guy is studying whenever he has nothing to do. So now the old apprentice can't beat him at all. Those routine moves are of no use to Tao Jiqian. So don't be fooled. So now it is Zhu Xiaobao who is personally playing chess with Tao Jiqian. The old apprentice could only watch the battle depressively. Of course the Yu family wants to kill you if you make such a fuss. However, I'm not worried. Your life is long enough. I can't let you die now. Zhu Xiaobao looked at the chessboard and said casually. In fact, Tao Jiqian was quite satisfied with Tao Jiqian's performance during this period. But now Zhu Xiaobao has become more sophisticated and will not show it. Yes, yes, with the guards assigned to me by Chitos. It is impossible to kill me, Tao Jiqian said with a grimace. Yu Li was very protective, but she followed too closely. Tao Jiqian tried to use some tricks many times, but was disrupted by Yu Li, leaving Tao Jiqian in a panic. The two even had a dispute over this. And Tao Jiqian was killed. Yu Li was kicked out of the door. Ha ha. Although Yu Li is a little blunt. But if you have a tacit understanding of cooperation, it will be fine. You can use both civil and military skills to maximize your talents. Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help laughing and asked Yu Li to follow Tao Jiqian. Firstly, to protect Tao Jiqian's safety. And secondly, to let Yu Li learn something so that she can be promoted to a more important position in the future. After all, Yu Li still has to go back to lead the team. Yes, yes. Chitos, what should we do with the civilians in the cell? They all had their fields confiscated because they failed to pay taxes. If Chitos hadn't come here, Kai-chan would have been branded a slave and relegated to slavery. And then it was divided up by several big families. There are more than 400 people. Tao Jiqian did not dare to complain anymore, but turned the topic to business. Where are their family members and children? Why aren't they locked up together? Zhu Xiaobao asked with a frown. The methods used by these families were really complicated, and Zhu Xiaobao was a little confused. Most of these people's parents were sent to do hard labor in the quarries. The quarries were a huge source of wealth for them. Those people who entered the quarries basically had to die. As for their women, they had long been divided among several big families. Now, these women can't wait. They have to be impregnated and give birth immediately. And the next generation of slave babies will increase again next year. And Tao Jiqian looked at Yu Li standing aside, then lowered his voice and said, Moreover, there are many people here who were imprisoned because their wives were too beautiful. In fact, they could borrow money to pay taxes. But the government officials found various reasons to delay the time. In the end, it became unfinished and was arrested. On the day of arrest, my wife was put on someone else's bed. When she got tired of playing, she couldn't escape the life of giving birth to a little slave. Yu Hansong, the third elder of the Yu family, she really likes to do this. The last time Shindali escaped from his house, He was targeted by Yu Han Song because his wife Tong Ernyang was so beautiful. Snapped. Zhu Xiaobao finally couldn't help it anymore. Smashed the teacup in his hand and shouted angrily. How can these bastards be so vicious and claim to be saints? They should be demoted to slaves. Let them have a taste of this. Chitos? What's wrong with you? Tao Jiqian raised his head and asked in surprise. These things seemed to him to be commonplace. He didn't expect Zhu Xiaobao to be so angry. So he was a little confused. He said, although it is hateful, but there are many such things. Back then, Li Yuanwu of the Li family in Taohua County was more direct. If he liked a woman from any family, he would grab it directly. If he was appointed honestly, it would be over. I'll give it back to you. And if you don't accept it, the whole family will suffer. Humph. You don't do this kind of thing often. Right. Zhu Xiaobao realized that he had lost his temper a little. But when he saw Tao Jiqian's disapproval, he couldn't help but snort coldly. No. 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 Chitos. Although I am greedy for money, I am devoted to my wife. I don't even have a concubine. If you don't believe me, you can check it out. Tao Jiqian immediately hurriedly defended himself. Huh? That's because you are so incompetent. You can't even handle a wife. Seeing Tao Jiqian's frustrated look, Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but laugh. Hey, you are looking down on me. I thought I had the power to control 4 girls in one night. But I can do it now. Oops. Tao Jiqian was a little complacent at first. But he immediately realized that he had let slip. So he knelt down dejectedly and said, Please forgive me, Your Majesty. What Tao Jiqian said just now was all done in the brothel, and he did not rape other women. Please be more careful. Your Majesty. Oh, why did I let it slip? Get up. I'm not interested in taking care of these things. As for whether you have taken advantage of other women, I'm afraid Murong Fong has already found out. Otherwise you wouldn't be alive today. What do you plan to do to these people in prison next? What to do? Zhu Xiaobao regained his calm expression. But in his heart, he wanted to eradicate the 3 elders of the Yu family at once. I want to divide them and defeat them one by one so that the impact will not be too great. What do you mean by the prince? Tao Jiqian asked cautiously. This is your business. Just go ahead and do it. I will support you from behind. Yes. I understand. I am this pawn. You are the veteran who is in charge of the 9 palaces. Humph. Don't worry. I won't let you become a blind dog. Hee hee. Thank you, Chitos. Go away. You have already lost this round. Huh? Another hindsight? Chapter 499, Murder in Silence A. After Tao Jiqian left, Yuli stayed. She didn't want to follow Tao Jiqian and felt a bit aggrieved to be Tao Jiqian's bodyguard. Go! This is also an opportunity for you to learn and exercise. I estimate that assassinations and plots will appear more frequently in the future. You have to be careful yourself. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and let Yuli follow Tao Jiqian. Am I not as good as Yu Shuang and the others? Or do you just don't want me to be around? Yuli asked depressedly. She was used to the life of leading soldiers. And now this role of bodyguard made her feel a little uncomfortable. Answer. On the contrary, I'm giving you a lot of experience now to prepare for leading troops to fight in the future. It won't take long for me to regain the South Zirwei Kingdom. So what you have to do now is to improve your judgment, and also have you made some achievements and made those female warriors accept you again. Of course, there is another purpose for letting you follow Tao Jiqian, and that is to keep an eye on him. Although you are hiring without suspicion, you must be careful. After all, he is I'm not completely reassured when I start working for me. So your role is very important now, Zhu Xiaobao said patiently, and his words showed that Yuli was one of them, which made Yuli feel happy immediately. Feel much better. Yes, I understand. Once the matter here in Huiwen County is over, I will come back. Yuli finally felt a little more comfortable, and then nodded and said, Of course, when the development here is on the right track, there will be no need to use your martial lord. Zhu Xiaobao also said with a smile. As soon as Tao Jiqian returned to the sheriff's mansion, he summoned Yu Shengping. Now that Yu Shengping was no longer the sheriff, he had to salute Tao Jiqian when he saw him. This made Yu Shengping feel very aggrieved. But there was nothing he could do. More importantly, he was a little panicked. His predecessor had handled many things, so Tao Jiqian must have done nothing good by coming to him. Mr. Yu, where are the family members of these more than 400 prisoners? And why are they not recorded? Where are their fields? And why are they not registered? although Tao Jiqian's tone was calm. His eyes were sharply staring at Yu Shengping. I didn't handle this kind of trivial matter personally. I remember it was registered by my steward. Originally, I had to wait until spring to handle it myself. Why don't you call the former steward you should ask? Yu Shengping resigned. He simply pushed everything onto the people below. Humph. Mr. Yu, you probably know that the county guard can't find Yu Shu. Right. But it doesn't matter. The property of these prisoners is always there, even if it is not registered. They should remember clearly their own property. Tao Jiqian said calmly. He had already sent someone to summon Yu, but he had disappeared. Neither alive nor dead. Sir, what do you mean by this? You can't find anything to do with Yu Shu and me? It's not necessarily me who hit him. Right? Yu Shengping said, very dissatisfied. But he was very sure in his heart. Anyway, Tao Jiqian must be I can't find Yu Shu, because this person has disappeared. Xiao or done. You should know this person. Right? He is also a prisoner in the prison. His property is clearly stated. It seems to be a coincidence that those properties are now in your name? Isn't that true? Tao Jiqian suddenly asked with a sneer. I don't know about this. If there is such a thing, Yu Shu gave it to me privately in order to please me. Ha ha. Sir, you know that I have always been busy with official duties and rarely interfere with family affairs. How about I go back check it out? If there is such a thing, I will never protect my servants. Yu Shengping was shocked. But he didn't expect that Tao Jiqian had already found out about him. But he still took it off cleanly. But his attitude was a little restrained. And he didn't want to be so arrogant just now. Okay. Then please go back and check it out. Mr. Yu. Sometimes the people under his command are really uneasy when doing things. Tao Jiqian actually did not embarrass Yu Shengping anymore, but said with a smile. And then he waved his hand to signal that he could leave. Well, thank you for your understanding. I'll excuse you. Yu Shengping quickly bowed and excused himself. He has to rush back to deal with these things. Okay. Take your time. Don't be in a hurry. Tao Jiqian said with a smile. And then added, Mr. Yu, you should think twice about everything. It doesn't seem to be peaceful recently. Well, many people can't be found. Alas, knowing too much can really make people uneasy sometimes. Yu Shengping visibly paused for a moment before speeding up again and rushing back to his home. Why don't you just arrest him and torture him severely? I don't believe he won't confess. Yuli asked, a little dissatisfied at this time. Hey, my heroine Yuli, if you catch him, won't you just alert the 3 elders of the Yu family? He is just a puppet. But if you touch him, those people from the Yu family will come here to make trouble. Instead, they will let them unite, and we will become very passive. Tao Jiqian said with a smile. In fact, he was also very dissatisfied with this bodyguard. He was too straightforward and overbearing. He was just like an ant, and he had to support her. Huh? What you said makes sense. Yuli snorted softly and stopped talking. The next day, Tao Jiqian took Qiu Dun out of the cell. Without saying hello, he went directly to Qiu Dun's original property. It could be seen that it had never been abandoned, and there were still people cultivating and taking care of it. But now there is no one. Qiu Dun! This is your 10 acres of land? Whose family belongs next to it? Tao Jiqian had already taken off his sin clothes and put on a pair of coarse clothes for Qiu Dun. Yes, sir. My land is close to a stream in the west, and the east side originally belonged to Gung Lao San's family. However, Gung Lao San was demoted as a slave 2 years ago. I don't know who owns his land now, Qiu Lao San said. Her Dun was extremely excited to return to his own paradise. And he was also very grateful and respectful to Tao Jiqian. Even Yuli next to her felt a sense of pride in upholding justice. At this moment, Yu Shengping hurried over with his people and greeted him as soon as they met. Mr. Tao, I have found out clearly that it was my family who made the decision without authorization and accepted this land. I have already given him I've been kidnapped. Please forgive me. Yu Shengping was very happy and admitted it as soon as they met. And he really kidnapped a domestic slave. But Qiu Dun was very angry when he looked at Yu Shengping. But there was also a trace of fear in his anger. It was obvious that he did not dare to tell the truth, because those who made things difficult for him were the government officials and Yu Shu. Yu Shengping will not come forward in person. Sir, please forgive me. This is all Yu Shu who came here secretly to please my adults. The younger one didn't know that he was hiding this from my adults. That family member also pushed the matter to the end just like Yu Shengping. Yushu's body. Oh! What a considerate remark. What a loyal slave. Forget it. Get up. Since you don't know, I won't pursue it. Tao Jiqian seemed to be mocking and sighing. Said, Thank you for your understanding. Someone, bring Chiu Dun's wife. Sir, the student is guilty. This woman was also sent over by Yushu and was branded a slave. But because I have been busy with official duties, no one knew about it. So it was not registered. Now it saves effort, since they are no longer taxed. They are no longer prisoners. Of course, the slave status will not count. I have eliminated the slave mark for her overnight. Ha ha. Chiu Dun. I couldn't find out the truth in time. I'm sorry for you. This is a small amount of compensation. I hope you will accept it. Hee hee. You two can live a good life from now on. If you need anything, just come to me. Yu Shangping looked ashamed. And then he took out 20 taels of silver with a sincere expression as compensation to Chiu Dun. Madam, you are finally back. I didn't expect that we could return to our own home. Whoa. Chiu Dun saved the woman and cried bitterly. At the same time, he was grateful to Yu Shangping and bowed repeatedly. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Grown-ups. Hey. Ashamed. Yu Shangping waved his hands in a pretentious manner. Mr. Yu, the land next to me seems to belong to a man named Gung Laosan. Right? Why does it belong to you too? Unexpectedly, Tao Jiqian suddenly asked with a smile after watching the play with a smile. This happened several years ago. I really can't remember clearly. Yu Shangping's mind suddenly shook, and he was extremely angry. Is this guy still finished? Let's continue to investigate like this. I can't even account for most of my property. A few years ago? That was a case that could be investigated? You don't have to look for that Yu this time. Right? You are the one who criticized this. It's not easy. And finally found a living person. Tao Jiqian said with a smile. I'm afraid it won't be easy to check. Sir, because last year there was a breach in the county governor's mansion, and a lot of important documents were burned, including the files on prisoners and property. Yu Shangping said hesitantly. Ha. It's really watertight. But this is easy to handle, since the archives of the sheriff's mansion cannot be found. The servants you took care of are still there. Right? You can find out if you ask them? Tao Jiqian felt a little bit. I'm annoyed. This guy is really well prepared. It's impossible. The servant who was in charge the year before last has passed away. I had to find someone to help with the funeral. Yu Shangping said helplessly, shaking his head. Oh. Ha. Interesting. Then please, Mr. Yu. Please help me think about how to retrieve these people in files. The files can be burned, but those people will not be burned as well. Right? Tao Jiqian actually didn't get angry. Still asked with a smile. I'll do my best. Think about it carefully. Or ask around. And I'll report it to you as soon as I have any news. Okay. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Yu. Returning to the governor's house, Yuli grabbed Tao Jiqian's collar and said, Why don't you go directly to his house to search and seize the stolen goods? Yo. Heroine. Be gentle. My neck will be broken. Chapter 500, Murder in Silence B. Even though Tao Jiqian is also in the first stage of a great martial arts master, his actual combat ability is quite poor, and he has no power to fight back in front of Yuli. At this time, Tao Jiqian, who was baring his teeth and begging for mercy, had no choice but to beg for mercy in the face of absolute force. Humph. Looking at your efficiency, I'm worried. Why didn't you just raid Yu Shangping's house in one go? Yuli waved her hand fiercely, and Tao Jiqian immediately flew away. I wanted to do a kite turn, but I couldn't do it smoothly. I stopped standing, but my head hit the wall, and suddenly a big bump bulged on my forehead. Yo. It hurts me so much. Yuli, don't go too far. You are my guard. I am higher than you in level. You should listen to me. I will sue you if you dare to bully me next time. Go to Chitos. Tao Jiqian shouted angrily. This time it really hurts. Ah, you are not a great martial artist. Why are you still hitting the wall? Yuli also felt a little regretful and said apologetically, That won't stand up to the torture of a martial master like you. Tao Jiqian said angrily, Why are we going to meet people tomorrow? Who told you to do something bad? Even if you sue Xiaobao? I'm not afraid. Yuli snorted with a somewhat guilty conscience. What do you know? If we had just gone to Yu Jinping's house, it would have been easier for Gung Laos and not to be in his house. But if it were really in his house, they would have had hundreds of houses, and they would have killed him before you could find them. Oh! How will we end up if there is no evidence to prove it? Although Tao Jiqian is pretending to be evil, his mind is still very clear. What should we do? Aren't you very capable? Yuli was speechless. She had to admit that Tao Jiqian was very thoughtful. I'm going to report this to Chitos. It can be big or small. Let's see what Chitos means. Tao Jiqian patted his forehead and suddenly frowned in pain. Ah? Go now. Then don't say that I dropped the bag on your forehead. Just say that you hit it yourself. Yuli said with a guilty conscience. Do you think Chitos can believe it? Forehead. Sure enough, when Zhu Xiaobao saw Tao Jiqian, he was surprised and asked, Old Tao, how did you do this? Ah? That was because I was sparring with martial arts with Guard Yu, and I accidentally bumped into the wall. So it ended up like this. Fortunately, Guard Yu pulled me up. Otherwise the collision would have been even worse. Tao Jiqian hesitated for a moment. It's better to take the responsibility on yourself. You don't really have to care about a woman. Then he quickly changed the topic and gave a detailed report on today's events, waiting for Zhu Xiaobao's decision. Well, you did the right thing. Don't rush into action. The most important thing now is not to cause chaos in Huiwen County. Just follow your ideas and divide them bit by bit to disintegrate them. Zhu Xiaobao and Tao Jiqian nodded. Tao Jiqian was very thoughtful in this regard. Oh, it's a pity that the remaining statement can no longer be found. He may have been killed. There is no proof. Tao Jiqian said a little annoyed. Ha. Go back and think about it carefully. If you can't do anything like this, then what's the use of me coming to you? Zhu Xiaobao didn't care about Tao Jiqian's difficulties at all. He just waited to see the result. With Zhu Xiaobao's words, Tao Jiqian returned to the governor's house and walked back and forth in the hall, thinking of a way. Can you stop spinning? It makes me dizzy. Now that the rest of the story can't be found, it's useless for you to think about it. Dead people can't speak. You already said that there is no evidence for death. Yuli was very upset at the side she shouted patiently. Tao Jiqian didn't expose her in front of Zhu Xiaobao today, which made Yuli somewhat fond of Tao Jiqian. Yeah. Huh? Wait. What did you just say? Tao Jiqian suddenly grabbed Yuli's hand as if he was possessed by a demon, making Yuli subconsciously want to throw him out. Fortunately, Yuli finally held back. Let go. If you dare to touch again, I'll kill you. I just said that dead people can't speak. Yuli yelled a little angrily. In the past few months, Yuli had never touched a man. She herself no longer practiced the Silver Dragon Heart Sutra. Yes. That's it. Hee. A dead man can't speak. But if he is a smart dead man, he will probably leave a message. Tao Jiqian let go of Yuli's hand. Dancing and shouting, Yuli couldn't help but laugh. This guy actually has such a funny side. You know, Tao Jiqian is over 40 years old. What do you mean? Why can't I understand what you are saying? Yuli asked a little confused. Stop talking. Come on. I need to find Yushu's family right away. The nights are long and full of dreams. Damn it. I don't even have a night clothes. Tao Jiqian immediately returned to his bedroom and rummaged around for a long time, but found nothing. After finding it, his weapons were sent back. But there was nothing else. Looking at Tao Jiqian's current residence, it is quite shabby. He doesn't have a salary, so he lives a very simple life now. He reports to Zhu Xiaobao every 2 days, and then has a meal. But now, he was a little dumbfounded. Tao Jiqian turned around and asked Yuli, Do you have any money? Lend me some. I want to wear night clothes. Go out and do some errands. When you're done, it'll be daybreak. Forget it. Whatever you have to do. Let me go. My martial arts skills are better than yours. Yuli looked at Tao Jiqian with some pity. Not to mention, Tao Jiqian was really poor when he got here, but he is very active in doing things. Yuli is somewhat fond of him now. You? No. You are too impulsive, and you will only ruin my big event. This matter is too important. Tao Jiqian listened for a moment, and then said firmly, Fart. Didn't I know this matter was important? Would I spoil your big event? You say it again? Yuli shouted angrily. Okay. Don't be angry. You can go. But you must do what I say. Don't be impulsive. The most important thing is to use your brain more. Act accordingly. Tao Jiqian secretly cried out in his heart. But now Yuli had to do it. So he had to warn her again and again. After Yuli left, Tao Jiqian prayed secretly in the room. This woman must not mess up the matter. Tao Jiqian had been uneasy all night, fearing that Yuli's whereabouts would be exposed, and even more worried that she would be impulsive and make things get out of hand for you. Fortunately, Yuli came back before dawn, with a very proud look on her face. Old Tao, I'm back. I will definitely do a good job this time. And you will be satisfied. Ah? Did you find Yushu's family? Or did you find any physical evidence? Tao Jiqian asked in surprise. No. I just heard very important news. Didn't you say that I would come back to discuss something with you in advance? Otherwise, I would have gone by myself. Yuli changed out of her night clothes and sat down to take a drink. Oh, what's the news? Tell me quickly. Tao Jiqian asked impatiently. When I went there were more than a dozen people rummaging through boxes and cabinets at Yushu's house looking for something. Listening to their conversations, Yushu and his wife were picked up by Yuhan Song half a month ago. Later following these people, they finally returned to Yuhan Song's Shuangzi. Yuli was very sensible this time and did not follow them further, but came back immediately because the sky had begun to lighten up. Okay. You did a really good job this time. What did they say when they were talking? Tao Jiqian suddenly became energetic, since he was looking for something. It means that Yushu might have said something, or maybe they were afraid that Yushu would hold back. Well, they said that Yushu was so miserable that he couldn't even save his wife in the end. That's what Yuhan Song wanted. Yuli said as she recalled it. Oh, so Yushu is indeed dead? But his wife is now in Yuhan Song's village. Tao Jiqian thought for a moment, then said with a smile, Guard you. It's really thanks to you this time. But what happens next? I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you even more. What? Don't you think I'm impulsive? Now that it's dawn, I can lend you money to make a pair of night clothes. You can go by yourself at night. Yuli curled her lips and said, Hee. If I go to Yushu's house, I can do just fine with my skills. But if I go to Yuhan Song's village, I'm afraid I won't be able to do it. Yuhan Song's cultivation level is already better than mine, and there are many people around him master. I'm afraid only you, a martial artist, can do this. Tao Jiqian kept smiling ingratiatingly, and the bulge on his forehead was shaking. When he saw Yuli, he couldn't help but want to laugh. This time, Tao Jiqian gave many warnings. Tonight, he was going to Yuhan Song's Shuangzi. He was one of the 3 elders in Huiwen County. If something happened, Tao Jiqian, the county guard, might not be able to continue his duties. And in such a big Shuangzi, it would be quite difficult for Yuli to find a woman. But Yuli didn't take it seriously. She was a cultivator of Wuzun, so she was confident that no one could discover her yet. Seeing Tao Jiqian diligently preparing wine and food for herself, and also contributing a jar of charred knives from his collection, Yuli felt quite satisfied and felt a sense of accomplishment. At night, Yuli went out again confidently, while Tao Jiqian was restless and suffering in the room. He had to wait for Yuli to complete the matter before he could feel at ease. Yuli was really nimble. She sneaked into Yuhan Song's village, secretly arrested several servants, and soon found out where Yushu's wife was being held. When she found the place, Yuli was also shocked. It turned out that Yuhan Song had no patience to put her under house arrest, and instead started to execute her for questioning. Where is that thing? Yushu's brother said it himself. He saw the ledger. Yuhan Song sat across from him, and his servants had just whipped this woman until she was unconscious. I've died several times. I really don't know. I only do laundry and cooking at home. I don't know anything else. He never tells me anything about the government office. The woman cried. Hee. Your mouth is quite tough. It doesn't matter. I have more cruel ways. Yuhan Song said with a sinister smile.